Tak. Ne aldıysan 7 minutda boshlanadi. Hali bilaman-ku qanchada boshlanishini. O'zim o'tkazyapman turnirni. Hammaga salom.
Absolutely. I think these pickup style of
Tak.
compositions and more importantly playmakers are going to be a very critical point, right? Let's expand on it a little bit more because
Sen birinchi yozsan, Archie ikkinchi yozib turib, sen ikkita сообщениeni yopib borib, birinchi bo'lyapti.
not as much.
Okay.
Even so, right? Then we go to the cornerstones of the playmakers.
Stream boshlandi.
Has been a big
Ovoz bor.
Ooh, I don't know. Is it too good? Is it too bad?
Hammasi
It's
joyida.
they really are polar opposites. Wadu, he's with a lot of final slashes. Same goes for Cram, and it feels like both of them are looking at each other as like, who's going to make more mistakes today?
It almost feels like, I mean, that seems to be the case for even, our traditional sports out there. It's like what team has the less fouls or mistakes ends up winning, and this is now the
Archie
case
o'ta
of
cheater.
where we are in the meta.
Moderri to
A lot
Archie'da.
of that responsibility
Eshitmayman. 16 minut tashavortdi общий. Va alaykum assalom, va alaykum assalom. Flashla как будто uy ketishadi o'sh. Tekin karta. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom, mister. Assalomu alaykum, Stringamat, Ulug'bek Toliyev. Rahmat, bro. Va alaykum assalom. Va alaykum assalom, Jonibek. Yaxshimisiz, bro? Kimga yetishingiz bugun? Assalomu alaykum, sen. Va alaykum assalom, Hifa. Guide qiling, bir bo'lishga dudi, o'zi bir bo'ldi, pon. Yaxshi, yomon emas. Bugun endi как будто aniq kimlar yutishi. Men o'ylashim bo'yicha, скорее всего, birinchi o'yin SRGniki. Spirit bilan o'shani ko'rib o'tirdim. Yaxshi stream yoqdingiz. Da. Zerikib qolmang dedim. Q1 SRG. Q1 emas, menimcha 2.0 ga ko'proq ishonaman. 12 ID bilan Virtus Pro botda, скорее всего, 12 ID Virtus Pro 2.0 ga olsa kerak. Balki Andrew bitta kat chiqib berar. Botda Q1 bo'lishi mumkin. Homeboys bilan 12 Filippin. Homeboys bilan 12 Filippin navbatda aniq 12 Filippin nima qilishi. Aurora bilan Flashlar, Aurora скорее всего yopib boradi. 12 yutqizadi, bilmadim. Qiyin narsa. Ima 12 yutgani yaxshiroq. Playoffga noloyiq Virtus Pro bunaqa motivatsiyasi bilan kimlarni o'ynayotgan bugun setkasi qarang. CFU bilan hozir SRG o'ynaydi. Yumslar 12 ID bilan Virtus Pro o'ynaydi. То есть o'sha Kariki Boy Sans o'sha 12 bilan Virtus Pro o'ynaydi. SNGning ikkinchi komandasi. Homeboys bilan Malayziyalik komanda bilan Filippinlik o'ynaydi. Bu ham free cardga Filippinlik uchun. Aurora bilan Team Flash. Даже bir koeffitsient bergan mobil o'zida. Donatni nima qilib tashladinglar? Qo'shib qo'ydim donatni ham. Kecha o'zi 700 ming bo'lib qoldi-yu, rubellarni chaqib qo'shdim, vivod qilganim komissiyasi bilan. Bu yoqqa o'tkazdim, уже 2,5 million javob qolibdi. Lekin kartamda uncha pul yo'q. Sana 16 yoshli Morgan qanala. Hozir kelaman bir marta. Ungacha chatda gaplashib turinglar.
Surprising mid lane picks will be the turnaround. But a part of me is feeling these two teams are looking at each other like, hey, what if we pick something like the Gourd? Okay, it's CFU. And then on the side of CFU, what if we pick something like the Gourd? It's SRG. It's like, it'll be hard to pick a pick like that here.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it just really expounds from the jungle side, right? Because again, the big question is the only reason you're allowed to kind of like expand upon like how big the mid lane pool could be is if you have mobility or you're playing an assassin, right? Because the only reason the Gourd showed up in the first place is because Fredrin was on your side and you're able to kind of hold your opponents down against someone like a Boxia who, again, what are you going to do when you have true damage? Like, there's all these nuances that need to be taken into consideration. But one of the biggest ones, and also one of the biggest problems that we've seen here so far in the meta, here at MSC 2025, Lancelot. He has been devastating. I cannot get enough of this hero. I wish that I could play. Yeah, I really can't. I mean, it's Lance a lot, but it's too good. And I think there needs to be some level of respect given to this hero. 2 items alone, this hero is a menace.
Hey man, I'm on board with what LaFell mentioned. It's Lance too much, because again, you said it, 2 items, and in a lot of the cases, there was times when I think he only had the War Axe a couple times, and he was still able to like do enough damage, survive literally multiple people chasing after him, And maybe that's too much. Maybe that's too much for one hero to have. And the fact that you can do those things with 1 or 2 items on a pretty hyper scaling jungler as well. And it's kind of crazy because the only other hero that I can think that has that much value is like a Farsa, for example. She could be 0-5. And a feathered airstrike is still going to be valuable.
Yeah.
Something like that. And she has enough damage also just in her kit naturally that it's still going to be a threat when she drops a feathered airstrike. But yeah, Lancelot is a little bit too crazy. I think we have seen more teams opt to ban it though now than to let it go through.
Yeah, but then with that ban on Lancelot, it's like that good thing you did mention, like the link between the mid lane and the jungle. Lancelot gets banned, that opens up the field in the mid lane. That's when Kimmy, Farsa, Juicin aren't banned at all, because one committal on the Lancelot ban means that you gotta keep mid laners open now because you don't have to worry about the Lancelot anymore. So to contextualize things further, I actually looked back at the drafts from the M6 World Championship last year. Yes, I know the meta has changed considerably since then, but we're still on the topic of like potential surprise mid lane picks. There are 2 picks here that if I'm not mistaken, we've already seen at least twice or once each through the string of MSC wildcards and MWI and group stage. Zask and Vale. I want to look at the Zask a little bit more because I feel like in a meta where it's just like so micro heavy, Zask can mess team fights up.
I agree that Zask can mess team fights up, but it is just... It's pretty, how do I put this? It's pretty unplayable in certain scenarios, right? Let's say you play against a Kimmy, and then you're thinking like, okay, I could zone the Kimmy out, but as soon as Kimmy gets a good position in the lane, you basically lose 90% of your trades. Like, it's not even contestable. You turn into a 2v2. Again, that's why Gothot has been such like a high priority, even sometimes when there's no reason for it, only because it makes the 2v2 in the mid lane kind of obsolete, right? It doesn't matter how much damage you do, as long as I clear the wave, we walk away, we save a lot of that brass tax that we have to pay if we were playing any other matchup.
Yeah, I liked that Zask also had his moment in the meta because I'm always, like I said, I'm always a proponent for some of these non-meta heroes popping up, and it's been great to see. But yeah, I just feel like he would have a hard time in the way that things are going right now. Who's the other hero you mentioned? Vale. Vale is. I almost expected this pop up because we did see the Valir back in the earlier days for group stage.
Hammaga salom, sizlar bilan 16 yoshim borgan, nima gap? Yaxshimisizlar?
In a lot of these team fight centric choke points that we're seeing all these
Oy, normalnie.
Veil is a great option. Like you've got CC, you've got good burst damage.
Tak, jakby to kim omida.
Seeing teams fight it out, and whatever team has a better fighting power seems to win because objectives are now like on the secondary. It always feels like.
12'li o'ynaydimi da 2'da 12 ham o'ynaydi.
Most people are like, Vale. What's Vale reminiscent of? It's like a
Ana.
with more AoE. But
Jakby yuzimni kesib oldim, ha. Cho'ta aytishyapti.
probably their best.
Da qonayotgan ekan.
Basically all these
Shoshib og'irdim.
well, and most importantly, it has the AoE with an inbuilt kit that says assassins try again later.
He's been fighting for the Nana. For a while.
I don't like the Nana. Don't get me wrong. I still don't like this hero, but you can see its relevance in the metagame currently.
You know what? I think I'm gonna ride on that boat. I think I would want to see Nana, if not in this matchup, at least within this day. Because if you look at all the teams that we have remaining here at the group stage, it's like, I think I could see Nana fitting in like Virtus Pro.
Hali ko'p gapirdim bular. 15larda примерно o'z draft boshlanardi yo'qda. Kecha voqli boshlashdi 2da, tak обычно 14:00 degani bilan 14:15 edi. O'pa hali yoshkamanda o'yini yaxshi, lekin baribir hali xom shunga bugun yutqizadi. Da. No, men afsus demayman. Plutonni o'zi yutish niyati yo'q. Plutonni o'zida motivatsiya yo'q qanaqadir. Qo'ygani ham yaxshiroq. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom. Ne xapasiz qilishingiz bilan?
That's why the mid trio is such a too big of a priority for most teams.
Alright, folks, I want you to chime in the comment section wherever you're watching from on what potential picks.
Necha Pluto yomon o'ynashida emas gap. Bola motivatsiyasi nima qiladi yut. Turklar nima bo'ldi? Uxlab qolmay kecha. Turklar birinchi katga RRQ ni yutdi, keyin ikkita katga ketma-ket RRQ ko'rsatib qo'ydi o'rnini. Like bosib olamiz endi kirganlar.
But as much as I love Alucard, no, I absolutely hate him.
1-0 bo'ldi, keyin ikkita katga prime itarib yutdi RRQlar. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom Abdug'affor, yaxshimisiz?
Kind of like does
Turkli yutqizdi mana, yutqazadi menimcha. Yo'q, Turkli yutadi bugun ham. Po suti bugun yutadiganlar ikkita Onyx, SRG и Turklar. To'rttasi ham chiqadi. Chiqib ketmadi, pastki setga tushgan edi. Bugun oxirgi o'yinlar bo'ladi, eng oxirgi o'yinlar. Qizim tashlab ketdi, bo'lmabsiz. RRQ emaillatdi kech turklarni. Okey, bizda stadiya draftda 2-0 bo'lib tursa 2009 bo'ladimi 6 yosh? Yo'q, u Zaur 2009, lekin Zaur o'ynamayapti. Bu nima graf qilasan? Hech nima graf qilmaydi. Men chiqmayman ham. Pizzaga bormayapman, chunki hali жеребёвка bo'ladi. O'yinlar cho'zilib ketsa, yutqazib qo'yish ham mumkin. No, Virtus bilan bo'lishi mumkin. Qolgan katkalar aniq. Agar 12 Indoneziya chiqib ketmasa, qolganlar chiqadi. Men prosta Virtus bu narsa qilib qo'yishi mumkin deb o'ylayman. Qolgan katkaga ko'zim yetmaydi.
Having all the power picks as well and still dropping a game, it really just goes to show that
Men o'ylagandek bo'ladi, ko'rasan oxirida.
of the game rather than just having strong picks.
You know what's crazy?
Go club, go double cheese. Nima fast food chimisizlar?
Each other again. See if you just ban the Moscow right away. No hesitation at all. It's like
Men bola qo'rqyapti yumsiz ko'rib.
That's some trauma, right? You know, like,
Onlar nothing after people of peace.
a year.
SRG chiqmaydi. No safe you ham bular normalniy katga bo'ladi. No SRG yutadi o'tga.
maybe try to find a way to play around it. No, they just set up no. We don't want to see that.
Ertagami? Yo'q, ertaga emas, 3 kundan bo'ladi endi. Team Spirit Play-off chunki boshlanadi. Hali ham 12 hater. Yo'q, 12 hater emas. Bu 12 ga haterlik qilishda emas. Po faktu Andrew chunki slishki nerealni o'ynayapti. Andrew olib chiqib qo'ymasa, bu narsa qilib, adak 12 ni yutadi. Bu qolganlar chatda aytayotganiga va bu yutib qo'yadi. O'shanga aytolmam, bo'lishi mumkin. No, po faktu bo'lishi mumkin. Kimlik bit qachon o'ynaydi? Keyin o'ynaydi. 30-dan boshlab. 3 kundan bo'ladi endi. Vanihoyat bo'lmabdi, Vanihoyat vashshi. Hamda narsa qanaqa to'yasizlar? Odamga o'xshab go'sh yeyish kerak o'tsa. Bo'lmaydi. Plano marketingga nima deydi? Jabrlanuvchisizlar. Marketingdan jabrlangan odamlarsizlar. 6 ta olish kerak. 10 ta ham beraman unga. Becharalar. KFC arziydi, po faktu. Krillishkasi arziydi. Stripslar arziydi tam. Noshkasini qayta kuydirib yuborishadi har qachon. Bu best of 3 da, best of 3.
Generate advantages because of our tempo, and then we fight with an advantage, which is why they want EWC 2024 until teams started to try and grind to make sure the tempo is disrupted consistently.
And that's why I would say, like, if for a lot of the viewers out there, the last time maybe they watched international was
Aytolmani, jabrlanuvchi prosta o'zingizlardan hech nima представлять qilmaysizlar, Vendisda ketaverasizlar. Amerikani kelsa. O, MSC normalniy double cheese. Odam to'yadi unga. Fast food ovqatdan keyin qorinni aralashga keladi. O, siz endi 100 kilodan oshasiz, shunga shuni.
Let's just say assume we see more gold lane bans, then that also brings the question, does CFU have that hero pool for them? Because we've already seen a
Ozman kirdi, жеребёвкani boy tashlading, menga qanaqa bo'lishini. O'qimadim hali.
Which is a hero that he loves to play anyway. Even then it's like, can you pick a gold lane?
On tarafda, короче, mana Selangor Radiance bilmayman kim o'nda kim chapda hozir. Selangor Radiance Malayziyaniki, bu yoq Kambodjaniki. Past umuman bo'lmaydi. Bunisi ham qaysidir ma'noda. Men yeb turaman, hija bo'lmaydi tashamayman. Bu ham go'sht boshqa. Prosta bez kamera mayonez boshqa qilsa. Transjerlasiz, umuman biologический o'xshaysan, uni yesa bo'ladi. Musor hisoblanmaydi.
Claude was one of the reasons why CFU shocked in M6 World Championship last year. And we know SRG in that one really funky draft that you
nima deysiz?
They are ready to play
Ifani
catch-up.
o'qitib olgansiz, buncha kam
I
futbol
know
o'qigan
innocent at least enough to
yoki
say that he's got a
juda o'rganmi?
pretty
Juda
good
o'rgan.
tool to make this work. But coming back into the draft, I feel like
Leamort
there's two
tepgan.
proprietary things that we need to worry about. Number one, does CFU want to force SRG in a position where they must team fight all the time, or do they want to use this as a means of, hey, if we get innocent behind, even just a little, it
Okay,
might
pas
force a
geçelim.
reaction of
Boxda
SRG to
TLPX
start
bilan.
sacrificing other
Yo,
players
TLPX
in
bilan bo'ldi,
order
o'ynamaydi.
that he
Endi
gets
hozir
the
boshidan
ball
qur'a
in
tashlash
position.
bo'ladi.
And that could mean a couple
Qur'a
of
tashlash
things.
eng qiziq narsa bugungi bo'ladigan sabitsalardan.
Usually, I would say it's Skies, but if he's on Assassin, that means either Cram or even Stormy must take the economical hit.
All right. Lusin is a ban there for CFU. Yeah, they're leaning CFU really are signaling to SRG. It's like, yo, we
Baxi ban, default, Arlot, Moskov lekin birinchi stadiyada уже ban qilishni boshlashdi. Tezoslar Moskva bundan oldin adaki qoldirmaslik uchun ban qilishyotdi. Qaysidir piklarga qarshi to'ysizligi Lesnoy tank boshqa. Qur'a ham dabni tashlanadi. Endi bo'lsa Moskva уже birinchi stadiyalarda ban qilish boshlandi. Kechaga oxirgi o'yinlarda bugunda
because of the fact like everything we've been discussing is around these team fights around tempo what hero
12 chiqib ketmaganmi? Yo'q, bugun chiqib ketishi mumkin. Bugun oxirgi o'yinlar. Bugungi raspsaniya SRG bilan CFU, chap tarafda SRG, o'ng tarafda CFU. Men prosta emblemasini ustida turganman. Bundan keyin anaqa hozir aytaman. Birinchi Indo o'ynayman. Da, bundan keyin 12 Indoneziya, to есть Kairi ile o'ynaydi. Keyin Virtus Pro o'ynaydi. SNG'ni komandasi. Bundan keyin Homeboys o'ynaydi. Homeboysga qarshi 12 Filippin o'ynaydi. Go'sha King Konglar, tam Kelralar, undan keyin уже Aurora, Turkiya, Team Flash. Oxirgi o'yin скорее всего Aurora yutsa kerak. Free o'yin bo'ladi. 12 Filippin uchun ham free o'yin. Ikkinchi kartka qiziq bo'ladi. Bir bilan 2 da bo'lmay konkurensiya bo'lishi mumkin bo'lganlar. Mani ko'zim yetmayapti boshqalariga. Только вам да, endi Moskvaga ham cho'ta o'tishdi-da. Moskva yaxshi kiryapti chunki. O'yinni nomi nima? Minecraft. Gapi bos Kazaxstan tilida. Ibu baba nima edi to'xtat. Lahol aytaman shu gapi bor. Ko'rganmisizlar anaqani menmi? Ibu baba nima o'tida tilim sanadi hozir. Oldin aytardim bor shu narsani. Kamera minus, okey.
Absolutely right. And now the next question is how does that
Indoneziyada gapni,
because glue is displacement.
Sen shunaqa gapirasan, bunisi ham to'g'ri. Ha, birinchi pikka bizada lisensiyaning olishyapti. Также van odatiy hol. Is Uranusga chiqishdi va nihoyat kimdir duxi yetdi. Boshida eslasanglar polni Uranusda van pik qilishyapti-da. Bro, finalni shunday ishlashadi. Bilan chala yarim bo'lib qoldi. Yo'q, final emas. Bugun gruppovoy stadiya tugaydi. Oxirgi o'yinda 4 ta komanda uyiga ketadi, 4 ta komanda chiqadi. Привет hammaga, привет. Men faqat bola o'ynaydigan edim. Jon kela bor, ana yums o'tiribdi. Clinch finishdan hech kimga kerak emas, hech kim olmaydi.
Man, these are power picks because not only do you have good vision, you have good setup
Sangadan boshqa.
potential. And I think you're going to need that, but so this does go ahead and tell us that Uranus is not going in the jungle.
Yums o'tiribdi.
And it's going to be the lance
that goes instead. Chap taraf SRG уже boshladi, normal. Menga SRG pik ko'proq yoqadi. Men o'ng tarafda Uranus bo'lgani bilan Kalega qarshi, lekin Uranus har doim mazasi qochyapti-da. Общий komanda qancha bro? 8 ta komanda qoladi bugun. Общий 16 dedi. Tusebidan chiqib ketganda. Da.
It really is a telltale sign of we're going to play a pick-off comp of some sort. We've got somewhat of burst damage. We don't mind if the fight actually drags out as long as we'd like, but at the same time we need disruption because again, it's alt dependent. I'm going to assume CFU the next 2 picks is going to be extremely alt dependent as well. I would imagine that things like the Fulvius is going to get banned out. I do hope that CFU also takes into consideration of actually picking up the Cho for themselves or maybe even getting a Gothard. We'll see whether SRG responds in the same way because again, we still don't know, right? I'm clear obviously going into the EXP. Well, sorry,
tema. Da. Team Liquid chiqib bo'lgan playoffga, Team Spirit ham chiqib bo'lgan. RRQ ham chiqib bo'lgan. LSG, SRG yoki CPU. SRG. Ovchik ban, Q ban. Kalega qarshi Q qolishmadi kechagidagi.
Yeah, I think that's a big question is what's going to be in the gold lane here for
CPU ham padarka emas. King Spirit uchun padarka-yu bular. Yana 0 ga olib borishadi.
They want
I want
Harith.
Harith. Do they get it? What if SRG just bans it out?
12 kecha yutqazdimi?
They could ban it out. Is there
Kecha
anything
2 million
different
donat
that should be
berdimi?
done
Yo'q,
with
kecha emas. Bu mana shu turnir boshlangandan beri 2 million donat qilib yotuvdilar. O'sha summalarni rublda qilsalar bo'tga qo'shilmasdi-da. Men qo'shib qo'ydim. Rublda donatlarini.
fast enough, like God thought is a really good idea. It could be banned, it can be picked up, but it seems more likely that CFU
On chatda spamerlar.
CFU, once they get to the
Oh,
court,
there it is.
yeah, they had to block.
Ne
it,
xatasi
and
Erkinovich.
the remaining
Bu yoqda
gold
slip
players,
desivash yig'layaptilar.
SRG, I think the last one in the usual trio of marksmen, the Granger now needs to go into the hands of CFU. Because if they give that to SRG, that's
Xarok ban,
carries
Esmeralda ban.
you now have to worry about. It's like a ticking time bomb for CFU that if they cannot finish it before the 14-minute mark,
Bunga chiqishadi endi.
it's over for them in the late game.
Yeah, you got to take the Granger here. For CFU, there.
Granger.
Good call because that's the only plan.
Как будто bugun anu необычный piklar ko'rmaymiz, noodatiy.
They don't want to do that. So this, what does the leave open for Innocent? Does he actually just go? Do we possibly see him on the Roger again? Or maybe a Bruno? What else have we seen pop up?
Are there okay?
Wait, could they go fighter for Innocent in the golden
Yamasa
lane?
kerak.
Can
Ay yo'q,
go
endi kutmay.
fighter, they can go Ruby if they wanted to. I
12
don't think it's a
Indoneziya
bad
kuchli deyishdi, lekin
idea
menga
overall.
12
It's
Filippin.
kind of like set in stone, right? Dairos,
12 Indoneziya fanatlari ko'proq. Po faktu aytadigan bo'lsangiz, dunyoning chempionatida 12 Filippin yutgan,
this is one of
12
the
Indoneziya hech
runs
qachon
that
yutmagan.
you don't see very often because it's very risky. Because as soon as you start falling behind, it's pretty unplayable. But considering that at least now you have some fun
Buni hozircha
and ways to kind of threaten, even if the feather airstrike does come through. Right now,
Neobычный pik uyiga ko'rsatoradi shunga, no bunisi ham to'g'ri.
yes, it can go late.
Darius ana uyiga ketishmoqchi SRG уже Ruby bilan.
Are gonna, you know, slow
Ruby Gold
This puts a lot of pressure.
nimagadir Dariusga voqli chiqishdi. Yo'q, qayta Darius mana aytganimdek Uranusni itaradi. Normalnida. Nachalani olishadi. Chap taraf Darius yaxshi kiradi botga. Prikol bilan u Darius meta emas boshqa-yu, no botga yaxshi kiradi.
really nice.
I
really
figured.
nice stuff.
Yeah, I figured it'd pop up because also they need an answer to deal with the amount of crowd control.
Bansdan ham ko'ra LSS kuchliroqmi? Unaqa demagan bo'lardim.
Like one direct way to
Lisensiyani просто o'ynatish osonroq, xato qilish shansi kam. Misol uchun men pro igrok bo'lsa ham ko'zi yetmasligi mumkin qaysidir piklarga, lekin lisensiyani любой pikka olsangiz bo'ladi. Realizovat qilish ancha oson. No Lansni potensialni ko'proq ish qilsa bo'ladi Lansda. No lisensiya ham конечно imba, qancha kayt qiladi, anti kontrolli bor, kontrolli bor. Короче, ikkalasi почти teng. Misol uchun normalniy Lanslotga qarshi Lans har doim banda bo'ldi. U berishgisi kelmayapti normalniy o'ynaydigan odamlarga. Prям anu signaturnilarga. Karllarni ham ko'rdinglar, prям itarib tashladi Lans olganda. Kayriga berishmaydi misol uchun Lansda. Berishganda ham o'zi chiqmagan momenti bo'ldi, o'tdi. Uni o'ylamaymiz. Atak normalniy joyga lisensiyani qarang. Ko'proq ban qilishyapti. Sabab lisensiyani hamma o'ynaydi turnirda. Panini ham misol uchun Kayriga ban qilishyapti, tam yana TNZga ban qilishni orada nimaga? Ular o'ynaydi Fanida, qolganlari uncha ko'zi yetmaydi. No, ularga lisensiyani ban qilishadi, shuning uchun stabilni. Eng kuchli, eng oson realizovat qilish bo'lgan hozirgi paytdagi lisensing bu lisensiya. Banlab ketdi. Oxirgi kachishga qo'ying, oxirgida emasmi? 1440 ta. O'z avtoda turgan ekan. Kedan kuzataman, hurmatdasiz. Va alaykum assalom, rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom. Va yetadi. Chatni o'chirib qo'yaman hozir. O'yinga qaranglar.
But if the Dairoth is there too, it makes it even easier because you can go ahead and shred down some of that armor. You can line up the Abysm Strike if you want to. So they might just be going for that game plan. Like, let's just get the numbers advantage.
Nima bo'lgan? Telefonlarga bang'ilab ketdim, xudo xolasa.
Fight with us because that's what they've shown us already. And that could be the game plan in game 1.
I mean, the game plan really starts with, hey, win our lanes, and then we have these like really
Salomat Morgan, va alaykum assalom deysiz.
that we can do with each other. Yes, you mentioned the armor shred, but
Biz
think about
uni
Ruby's
uyda
armor into the Abyssm,
nima qilsam
right?
Misol uchun Fanniga ham prioritet emasdi-yu. Xuddi o'shani qilyapman.
and you've basically got
Po facto fanning kuchliroq Itsuyo'dan.
not to mention that you already have the Yi and Shin, so you
Joy'dan
can
ham.
open up the map even
Bollan
further,
teli
right?
bang'illab
To
ketdi-da.
overextend those leads. But that's
Realni
why, as soon
play
as you
in
get
o'zida
those ults, they are
kuniga
all
stabilni
over the
ikki marta
composition.
bang'illayotdi. Telefoniga tag'in shu
Regardless,
telefonni
it's
reklama
not
qilishadi.
long enough like a Zitian
Bilmadim,
that
bilmadim.
much,
Yeah.
but it's also a huge window that is very exploitable from CFU's side. So it really boils down to SRG trying to execute perfectly every time they collide or clash against CFU. In terms of the micro and as well as the macro, right?
Bular yo o'rtada mana devorga qarasangiz ikki xil rangda. Yaqin emas ularga o'z-o'zi. Xuddi shunaqa qilib qo'yishgan kesib ikkita kamerani.
Disruption affects everybody on the team of SRG. But from SRG,
Shunga
surprisingly enough, I'm going to say it's
juda-
innocent on this
Yeah.
Ruby, right? Because his disruption is just as
O, ja telefonni deb o'ylamay yutqizishayotgan. O'tdi bundan boshqa tema bot.
So if
Nedaklik
they
bo'layotgan edi.
CFU somehow stalls out even the jungle, for example, then they're probably going to have an advantage in the early game. I would say if they can get control, maybe if they can get a snowball.
Dana tovozni pasaytirdim yozmasaydi ham bo'lsa.
Turun ikkita Onyx
Sezdim.
yarattilishi turnirni faysiz
Nima demoqchi bo'lganinglarni bugun 12 forma Dimitrining ikkita o'yinlik yo'qotishi turniri faysiz qilib qo'yadi xabar. Xabar bo'ladi. Men o'zim ham qolaman ikkita o'yinlik. Даже Virtus chiqib ketgani yaxshiroq. 12 Indoneziyaga chiqqani yaxshi. Play-offda chunki normal rezultat bo'ladi. No, yutsa ham xursand bo'laman, faqat Pluto uchun emas. O'yin ovozini sal qo'shing, go.
2025 has been an interesting story to tell. EWC continues to provide us with high quality games here live in Riyadh. Oh, that's first blood.
That's first blood already.
Moxie.
Moxie
Bye.
might be another.
Badanga normal neuron kiryapti. Dash kim o'ldirib yuboradimi? Yo, bashana zashtasi borligini hisobiga
Man, how many times?
badanga o'tdi triqovatda. Nachalniy agressiya SRG tarafdan juda kuchli bo'ladi o'yinni boshida.
Surprised that OP died like
Darius
that.
hisobiga, chunki Uranus bukvalni o'ladi expa chiqolmaydi hech qayerdan.
No,
Plutodan
he took
pulni
this-
qo'yganmidi-da.
He took the title strike. Interesting. All right.
Yana
I guess
bang'illadi
why
kimnidir
we're
telefoni.
going into that tech pause, it doesn't make any sense that OP would die in such a manner.
Oqsoqolim mop keldi chiqib ketdi ham.
Yeah, very.
Qondiq degani
I still stick
haqiqatdan.
with it if that is the case of what happened because it looks like
Ikkinchi meter topdik o'zi.
Yeah,
Hozir o'lib beradigan. Badanga ham o'lib
it looks like
ketdi
it is an audio tech issue more than anything else.
yeah. I know both sides have been kind
Innocent
of.
ikki portladimi?
Hopefully we get things settled out here for our players. of
Shunaqa
course.
chiqarib yuborishyaptimi deyman deb kuchli
You
kamatlar.
want to go ahead and get the best,
Qasam
start to this
yaxshisi.
best of 3 as possible.
Zboy berib
The
yuboryapti-da
fact that
qolgan payt.
OP went down
Endi
early
qadam
on
bosish
like that
uchun nima
is-
qilish kerak?
It's not. I still don't want to say it's too bad. Okay, we're jumping back into the game because I still stick to my stance of even if Farsuk.
Da, уже bitta ochko. No, bu yerda lekin og'ir keltiradi haqiqatdan. Chiramam hozir qiladi. Yumsam Timboli kaleyada Darius tegi tortib beraveradi. Yo'dan Lisunsin bilan sразу urib yuborishadi.
I mean, talking about early
O
punishment,
Uranus
right?
lekin birinchi sherikka chiqsa sразу o'ladi bor.
In particular, but Yums is the one who actually
Aytishganasiga qarab
finds
o'tirmasdan.
That's a huge gold injection for Yums, which is, I'm not gonna lie, a little sad, but hey, conceal is still a very powerful tool. And even if
Mitpachgan
you're able to
просто
gain
olishyapti.
gold,
Hal
speed
Cheripaxaga
that up,
30
it's
sekund
always
atrofida
a
bor.
plus point for SRGOG.
Yoki Cheres Expo o'ynashga harakat qilishyapti. Expo kuchliroq bo'lgani uchun. Bitta damager основной bu yerda Kimmi bilan
Okay, early action still
LSS,
here.
no Fizuronni LSS chiqadi Darius tegidan narvani yoradi lekin.
OG are
Timboli
on
Lisunsinni
top.
full save ham
They
qilish
watch out.
oladi.
Level fours
Agar o'zi
aren't
chiqib ketib qolmasa hech
completely
qayerga,
online
chunki
yet, but
Ruby
they're
ham
gonna
gold.
make their way to set up for this turtle.
And it doesn't look like they're going to go for the level 5 rush this time round. In terms
Yeah,
of the
that was
emeralds, I'm seeing
fun.
a lot of pull yourself togethers from both sides, right? Mainly coming in from CFU.
They're going right for OP again.
Sasha oldi. Aytishganimiz berib yaxshi tushirishdi. Hozir lekin bu yerda Lisunsinni o'ziga sразу o'ynab yuborishdi. Minus Lisunsin. Afsuski Pashaga razmen uncha yaxshi bo'lmadi birinchi Cheripaxada. Hozir endi Cheripaxani nimadir qilib yutishadimi? Da. Darius bitta o'zi hammani qo'llayapti. Fatkimi. Baba olish olmaydi meni o'ylashim bo'yicha. JFU hozir Lisunsin bemalol qaytib chiqa oladi. Lancelot Dash Timboli Bafi ketyaptimi? Yo'q. Zoynoydan chiqmoqchi. Manimcha chiqa olmaydi lekin. Manimcha chiqa olmaydi. Badanga bu yerda Darius o'ynashga harakat qilyapti. Normal yuzini o'chiraveradi. Badanga ulti ochadi hozir. Lord, to есть Cheripaxa birinchisi Selangor degan komandasiga ketdi. Qolganlar уже просто tarqalishdi bufflarni olishga.
with the duo of Dyrock on top of this Kalia is making it tough.
Wow, botda Yunusga ko'p uron kirib ketdi. Minus Kalya, lekin ikkita low HP qochib ketyapti. Hozir Fasha obratniyda Kimiga o'ynayman dedi, lekin unaqa bo'lmadi. Sal qoldi Kimi tushib qolishiga. Kimi David qilaman deb ko'p knopka berib yubordi. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom. Yaxshi, yaxshi.
And I'm so surprised even after that turtle take, they end up fighting it out in mid, but we're still at this pretty much even space, but Zhang getting a kill is great for him. Especially, I don't think he has his, yet, but maybe he rushes, what is it, Hunter Strike and then Sky Piercer for most Grangers?
Yep, for most Grangers is Hunter Strike and then into the Sky Piercer. The early damage, most importantly, the passive coming in from that Hunter Strike really helps because it's so easy to proc for someone like Granger. With the Rhapsody, you already get like a bunch of shots off.
Darius paketashni yapti, infoyo, to есть yonida o'g'itim bo'lsa, o'lib qolish minus ishli yaxshigina. SRG bilan xayrlashmaysa, CPU kerak. Menga CPU-ni pick ko'proq. Kontraktga qaraganda. Darius ham mulki ko'zga prям yoqib turibdi.
50% of his HP back to 100 in a single wave, and that's pretty annoying for Zing, but what is he really going to do about it, right?
Yep. I like this too. You see, with most Kalea games, they're forced to take 3 purifies. CFU game to deal with those setup potentials from either side, whether that's Yums or Innocent later on even. And down to the traction pull. So for this, the Turtle's going to be up second one of the game. Both teams getting a position for this one.
Hunter Strike already completed for guys. This next turtle is going to be interesting. Oh, what will he survive?
Kim yaxshi ulta berdi. Hozir endi yabab chiqib ketarkan o'rans. Ulgurishmadi. Chunki ulgurishmadi. Aytishini ham qoldi baland. Biz aytishini chiqib ketdi просто ikkinchi skillda. To'rtni orasidan salkan. Jums botda hozir Blask o'ynaydimi? Kimga o'ynaydi? Wow, Lisensing yana o'ynab borishdi. Birinchi Cheripaxaga o'xshab. Lekin hozir bu safar olib ketishadi Cheripaxani. Oh, нет, botda Darius olib ketyapti. Kontroldan chiqa olmadi Lans. Lans minus Dariusdan triple kill aytdimi? Darius yoqyapti menga botda deb. Yaxshi. Пробивной способность слишком kuchli. Просто baba keyinchalik Darius o'zining kuchini yetmay qoladi. Lisensingni save qilish kerak baba. Leses yomon pastda siqib qoldi badanga bor o'sha ikkinchi marta. Rubini qaraylik, kishini tortib berdi bu yerda. Darius Cherip ham olib ketdi, Uranusni ham qo'yib yuborishmadi. Hamma dop knopka ketdi.
Hey, you said it earlier, Gideon, you know, the combination with that I'm offended and then having the Dyrock there lines things up also perfectly just for him to
Darius endi hozir quturgan. 2ga 1 kellaring deyapti. Menimcha o'ldirish olmaydik. Biram Triple ham yonib turibdi. Darius ulta berib yubordi, bitta, lekin tegmadi hech kimga. Hozir endi Uranusga ulta berishdi, lekin Dariusning ultasi yo'q. Bu paytda Kimi lekin low HP kirmagan yaxshi. Oh, pastda Lisensing bo'lsa Granger o'ldirib yubordi. Yaxshi. Aytishinasi ham tushdi Grankani. Endi Kale ultasi chiqqanda Goldga o'ynab ko'rsa bo'ladi. Yana bir marta. Va alaykum assalom, bro.
Yeah, great play there. That's going to get them that tier 1 in the bottom. This tier 1 in the mid basically is going to go down as well, HP away. So CFU will shift things over to go ahead and grab these buff. We haven't seen Detective be able to do too much just
yet. Kimi Perifarm, no, к сожалению, Lisensing emas bu Perifarm.
You know, nothing too crazy, but especially in the XP lane, like you said.
Ko'rsanglar bo'ladi raznicani. Darius o'zini prям yaxshi his qilyapti. Min Perifarm o'zini opponentiga qaraganda. Bu narsa oshib borgan sari. Da, Fizzashdan tushirib beradi, Luboyga o'ynab o'rishadi.
Currently is able to apply a lot of pressure, but he's ultra sustainable, right? When I say ultra sustainable, there just isn't enough burst damage from the side of CFU unless they bring OP into the mix.
Yana Cheripaxaga o'yin boshlandi. Sekis ulta berdi. Vision uchun Lancelot uzoqda bitdi. Tekin Cheripaxa bo'ladi. Bilaman, Darius ko'rinib ketdi, yana triple. Men Ruby yaxshi tortyapti Uranusda, lekin Uranus Achishini ham bermasdan chiqib ketdi. Ultasini bosgan ekan, Achishini ko'rinib ketdi. Yaxshi, rahmat bro. O'zingiz yaxshimisiz? Yaxshimisizmi?
economically to SRG.
Right now, CFU, without all of their item power spikes, taking prolonged fights against SRG is really tough because their base damages are significantly better, right?
Yeah.
Cram in particular is ultra sustainable, especially
Da,
with hitting
qotil
multiple
bo'ldi
of
haqiqatdan.
this
Menga
hit.
Prem
And
yoqdi
we
deb
look at
o'tdi.
items, right?
Urug'un
Okay,
yetmaydi
so
ekan,
they
Darikka
skipped
hozir
on
bo'ldi.
T2
O'yinni
boots, which is
boshida.
probably why we're seeing Innocent survive so long in lane on top of the War Axe, on top of the Queen's Wings to make sure that he's really sustainable.
Da,
It's all
da,
about
Uranusga
those
qarshi.
flickers, right?
Aytganman,
How many
Uranusga
flickers
qarshi,
can actually
Esmeraldaga
get? And the
qarshi
longer this game
yaxshi
drags
ketadi
out,
Darius.
the better it is for
Metroidlarga
CFU
qarshi
gaming,
degan
because then it
ma'noyisi.
kind of narrows down the approach of who should we attack.
No,
Because
misol uchun bu yerda
Uranus
kontroldan
are
yutib qo'yamiz degan moment ham yo'q. Uranus ham bu ko'rni kontroli yo'q
Two
personaj.
trying to hold on to
Tayinli.
this. Again, they're just going to clear things out, and buying time would be great. Zing does have that Sky Piercer now.
Uranus bilan lane'da ham oqizasiz, teamfightlarda ham siz Uranusga 2 bersangiz, o'sha 60% ga fiz zashtasini tushirasiz. Ikki komandangizning fizaviki unga bo'lgan uroni oshib boradi. То есть sizda kim bor bu yerda? Lee Sin bor, и Ruby bor. No, bulardan orasidan, no, Lee Singa o'ynab beradi. Kaleye ulta beradi, Darius zashtasini tushirib ultasini bosadi, и bu yerdan Lesis kirib olsa bo'ladi. O'sha любой bittasini shot skorchadi. Umuman qiziq emas. Badangmi u xof. Как будто badang o'ynagan yaxshiroq. Agar ultasi bilan dodge qilmasa,
I don't know. Are we thinking CFU Gaming is in a position to actually contest the Lord?
Uranus ultasini nima qiladi? Ajjob beradi Musfit bilan.
With that, with the Malefic Roar, he should be able to cut through anybody who has an antique cuirass. However, there's not a lot of
Taloq
armor being
flot
stacked up
manimcha.
from the side.
Laytda Darius, no da, Darius ishdan bo'lmaydi. No, Darius qarang, bu yerda tank ketadi. И просто razrajat qilib yuraveradi tanklarni. Yopishib olib hamma bilan. Anaqa ja tez sochilib ham ketmaydi. Chunki Kaleye ham bor bu yerda tinmasdan mana shunaqa techkavat qilib urishaveradi. Kaleye bilan Darikka normalniy ketadi bu yerda lekin. Da, ko'proq joniz ham to'ladi. Kaleye ham heal qiladi deb o'tdi.
Okay, a couple items picked up for them. They're going to be zoned here, though, too. They got to respect this crowd control. Already, yeah, got cancelled. There's a tsunami slam.
Kaleye bu yerda normalniy ulti berdi lekin badang qo'yib yuborish kerak emas. Badang low HP-da lekin ikki kishi kontrol berdi. Yums hozir zo'rg'a qilyapti. Lans o'tdi. Ikkinchi skill ozgina urun etmay qoldi. Ikki flick bosdi. No, bu yerda baribir Uranus ketkazishmadi. Hozir endi Sinibak chiqishadimi? Da, aniq bu narsa. Lans qochish harakat qilyapti, lekin Ruby ikki kishiga normalniy ulti berdi. Granger ham aytishgan ketdi. Zo'rg'a triqovatda. SRG'ni Lord уже bazadan chiqdi. Hozir уже pastga ketish kerak. Da, lisensiya o'zi ham ochib oladi. Hech kim yo'q, unga xalal bera oladigan. Kaleye zo'r olib chiqdi, kerakli odam olib chiqdi. U ham badanga ham ultasini bosib qochib qola olmadi Kaleyedan.
But you're not taking the neutral objectives anyway, so why don't you just peel? Just keep on peeling.
Yeah.
Keep your two cores who are able to apply a lot of damage against the front line of Slang or Red Giants, because in these prolonged fights, unless Slang or Red Giants are
Ko'proq
in
joyingizdan
their
turadi, o'shani
melee
aytolmanda.
range, that's how
Natural.
they sustain.
Da, Darius realniy solo olib chiqdi. Ko'zliga yetdi, yaxshi narsa olishdi. Yana Kaleyedan bu yerda ultimate bosilyapti. Uranus просто shot qilib yuborishdi. O'sha aytgan temam, Kaleye olib chiqyapti, Darik bilan Lisusning bitta knopka berishdi, sochilib ketyapti. Nimasi zo'r kontrol ham yo'q. U ko'pdan kavat qiladi, и urun ko'p chiqadi. Tankga nisbatan uruni ko'p uni hozir. Hechdan metada. No, уже metadan tushib qoladi, скорее всего, chunki mamnaqa o'yinlarni ko'ryapsizlar. No, baribir reytingda ban qilishni maslahat beraman, chunki reytingda sizlarda bunaqa draftlar bo'lmaydi. Tam Kaleyelar, orqasidan Linuxlar, imенно jir urishga yoki anti-heal ham o'zi o'rangda bilasizlar, tayinli bo'lib yig'ilmaydi. Chap tarafda bitta anti-heal bor, o'sha ham kelmaydi, chunki kelmay bukolni hamma fightda qatnashadi. Bugun 2-2 ham o'ynaydi. Uranus qochib ketyaptimi? Darius lekin uzoq kirib ketdi. Menimcha Darius chidolmaydimi? Besmertiyada. Besmertiyadan yo'q chiqolmaydi. Darius просто o'ynab borishdi. Orqadan o'zi follow qilish qiyin edi. Ko'p jonni yo'qotib qo'ygan edi. Lisensiya hozir endi Ruby ham qolib ketyapti. Innocent bu 3 kishini lekin yaxshi tortdi. Follow qilish kerak. Yaxshi. -2 o'sha Granger ham ketdi. Kaleyedan ultimate bosilindi. Lans chiqib ketmaydi. Yetib olishadi. Yaxshi. Lans ham qo'yib yuborishmadi. Bola hamma knopkasi bor edi, no bu foydasi bo'lmadi. Bu -3 def qilishga qanaqadir shansi bor odam bu Fasha. Granger chiqishiga Uranusga hali 15 sekund bor. Kripler уже kelib bo'ldi. Hozir Fashani ultasi bor, lekin Kriplerga o'ynasa agar хотя Lisusingdan yaxshi knopka bosilindi. Fashani chinasi ham tushdi. Hozir birinchi o'yin tugashi mumkinmi? 3 sekund Uranus. Yo'q, mana tugatishmaydi. T3 ga o'ynashyapti. Da ketishadi. O'sha kriplar ham chiqdi. 10 sekunddan keyin bizda Lord paydo bo'ladi. Ay. Innocentga o'ynashuvda Innocent qolib ketadi deb o'yladim, lekin tiqqan uronni ko'rdinglar. U yashashi mayli, tipa ajjori bor. Uni qaysidir ma'noda tushunamiz. Granger tanklaga nisbatan tanklaga unchalik katta damagi bo'lmaydi, mana qiynalib yashayotgan ahvolida. Not tiqqan uronni hazilakam bo'lmadi. Уже LSS bilan Kimi prosto o'ldirib yuborishdi hammani. Zabit qilib. Da, Innocent yeni. Bola bu ana motivatsiyasini yo'qotib qo'yib, o'ldim degan narsa bo'lmadi. Itaraman dedi, bitta ulta berdi bo'ldi. Tamom qilish. Boshqa tarafga ketdi.
And so we see this conceal going to be used. They go for the target. Wadu in trouble, jumps on in.
Quran suja achishini tutdi. Ultasi ham ketdi. Hozir endi Lans ham shifalaqlam yetkazib o'tdi. Minus badang. Kaleye o'tdi, yana olib chiqyapti Lans o'ldirib yuborishni sirasi qocholmadi ham bu safar. Voy, Lisusing narvani o'rnatib qo'ydi. Quranski. Birinchi o'yin win. Aytganimdek, SRG uchun free cardga Darius idealni kirdi bu pikka. Bitta oxirida solo kirib ketganini hisobga olmasak, Triplanch. Ruby narmanni yashadi lekinde. Ruby Gold yomon tema emas, ayniqsa Lisusingning tagidan. Yumsga tinch olsan yo'q.
Spell vamp and burst damage up the Wadu.
Komandaga ishonib solo. Da. No, komandaga ishonib isham sal uzoqroq edi. Paystonkasi yaxshi emas edi. Tor joyda urishish uncha vigidni bo'lmasdi bularga. O'ta badang bor, fasha bor, splash urib yuborardi. Ishmagani ham yaxshi bo'ldi. Ham Lisusingni ham yarim joni yo'q edi. Darius lekin realning tavli bor. Likda qaraylar, fashanda bitib turib, bo'tda cherib qolib ketib. Minus tor berib olishdi, esmaylar. Imash minus tor Darius berdi desa ham bo'ladi bemalol. Triple kill qilgan bo'lsa ham. Ham yo'qdi menga Darius shotda, lekin haqiqatan yo'qdi. Uranus naglet qila olmadi, Uranus o'zidan ketmadi. Darius turnirida qaza Uranus solishdi. Yaxshi kirdi, yomon emas. Komandasida kontrol yetarli. Kaleye bor, Ruby, Lisusing bor, Kimi bor. Nachalo berish solishdi. Uranus karton qo'yishdi. Da, Fizashdan tushiradi, Darius qasdan Manimcha Darius va Ruby tez Kimi borligi uchun. Da, shunga. Bo'lsam, yo tarafda ham kontrol apasni emas edi. Kaleyani kontrit qilishga bo'tdi 3 ta chena olingan Uranuska hammasiga. Kimdir bir yil tashlagani. Rublda tashlashyapti, o'shalarni qo'shib.
Who's his best target? A lot of times he was catching innocent.
Rublda mana tashlaganlar 16 ming rubl. O'shalarni qo'shib qo'ydim. 16 mingni hammasi emas, chunki undan oldin ham qilgan edilar, prosta yaratishimdan oldin. O'shalarni so'ngga chiqarib. Endi Darius substitute qilishadi ular ham. Zo'r kirdi deb 12 pulga o'ynaydimi? Da, mashindan keyin katta o'ynaydi. Ikkita katta o'ynashadi.
Hey, lore-wise, man, if you know how to play the Roger, you gotta know how to play the Ruby like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Uranus to'p oldimi? Double pick top ketishdi. Uranus.
Roger of the tournament last year. Now he pops off with a really fantastic Ruby game here. 0 deaths, and he really made the most out of all of the tempo breaking abilities that Ruby has in her kit. But not just that, with the flickers too. No flicker was wasted by Innocent in this game.
No flicker was
Pick-off potential.
Mana FP Lisusing bo'lgan, orqasidan Uranus bilan fasha bo'ldi. Keyin o'sha Kaleye bilan Kimini olishdi. Lans. No, Darius Stras ko'rsatishmadi. Mana aytos. Ya, biladi, ne biladi. No, biladi, sharhlovchi. Biladi nima bo'layotganini aytib turadi. Analitik emas. Hamma shay levi odammi. Demak, kinolar sargada Shu tempda davom etsin. Nobotda уже hazil bo'lmaydi. SRG ham o'zini polni ko'rsatadi, turklar ham, ikkita 12 ham bor narsasini qilish kerak. Любой xato ularni turnirdan chiqarib yuboradi. Shu bilan keyin M kutib olib ketishadi yana. Bu vashshe qattiq minus ishlaydi. No, lekin Ruby ham damaki ketib, shuning uchun shunaqa o'rin chiqdi-da. Kapor yergan, serp yergan, trezubit yergan. Ruby'ning shuning uchun o'rni vahma olib ketibdi-da. Desa champ, конечно. Haydi qaytadi uyga. Ko'ramiz. Men mana anaqa deb o'ylamayman. ID chiqish shart lekin buni Indoneziya.
A lot of times when you think the Uranus
Oxirgi slot besmer teskari.
kind of front line that style work in the front line, he couldn't because like
Besmer
even when he
besmer
jumps on in and tries to be that front.
O'sha azjorga hamma narsasi bor. Fakasdan tirik qolsa uroni bor. To есть hozir o'sha tank slot yerganda ham smysl yo'q. Ikki chempion bo'ladi menimcha hamda. U balki qanaqadir sensatsiya bo'lib, no bu unaqa qattiq voqma ham bo'lmaydi. No, конечно, voqma. O shu bo'ladigan narsa men RRQ ga ham cho'ta ishonaman. RRQ ham u bir narsa qilishi mumkin. 12 Indoneziya Team Liquid'dan keyin da'vogar komanda. No da, gapingizdan to'g'ri.
You're already lacking a lot of crowd control, and the other team.
No, RRQ ni ham anaqa pastga qo'yib yormaydi.
Might not be the pick to go for if you see a Isun Shin on the other side, because it's already expected now. YSS almost always will get paired up with Ruby in the gold lane.
Yes, usually though is what we're seeing now as the potential, tournament meta continues to develop. But I've
No, Pluto bilan bilmadim hozir.
You've X'd.
I was like, what is X? Oh,
Hey,
okay.
look, Uranus kind
Fincha
of sucks when there's no scenario where he's actually good unless he's ahead. But I do think that this is quite a
O'tgan kunni o'tgan bo'lsangiz, no, o'tda o'zlagan
There's
pick
so many problems that need to be
Hamma gap.
answered. As much as you adjust, and you kind of have to give up a large majority of the early game, which CFU refuse to do, and you can tell by their item,
No,
item list as
Spirit
well, that
oldin
they
anaqa
have a
rezultat
lot of
ko'rsatmagan bo'lsa ham,
in terms of
Spiritga
what
ballet
they
qilish
need
kerak.
to achieve. And the anti-heal, but
Hamma narsa birinchi marta bo'ladi. Yaxshi bo'ladi hammasi.
Realizing that the traditional concept of a Kalea is across from us.
Pluto tushadi, kapitan o'qatdan tushmaydi. Nimalar deyverasa yaxshi. Banqoringlar keyin. Bo'lmabdi bu bola.
Where you don't always have to go and think, all right, I got to burn these purifiers as the Kalea because
Darius lekin yoqdi menga. Realni yoqdi bor. Nurchik Darius o'ynaysiz mana shunaqa Uranosdan berib qo'yamiz-da, ataylab. Pulkada. Darius olasiz. Men Leskilisni olaman, Hojiga gold beramiz, ana Ruby.
Stop this landslide, who has been a menace.
O'zbekiston shu turnirda qatnasholmaydimi? Yo'q. Buning uchun Qozog'istonni oldin yutishimiz kerak, keyin Rossiya. Hammasini yutgandan keyin chiqishi mumkin.
He was forced to just go and farm up, try to push them to the side lanes.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Da.
For detective, because
Kit kapitanmi yoki Savo? Kit kapitan oxirgi gap har doim Savodan qoladi.
People maybe like 20% health. But then he's like, all right, guys, I did my job. Wait, you mean
Aynen,
they're
biraz
full
geldi.
health
Transfer
again?
botken ekan.
You see the D-Roth, the Ruby, and everyone else just spell vamp. Raw
Ah,
spell
yok,
vamp, all the damage the detective gets to dish out.
Yeah, I mean, look, this
Nej,
is one
läs tack
time
hos
where it's
Arsenal
like,
nu
okay,
då.
you can't spell them.
Han
We
har
got these
kastat.
items, we can do stuff, and Sakai's just like, what are you talking about? I now have the raw sustain to deal with it. I was down to a quarter of my health. I'm
Os
back to
Bastion'ın
50%.
eksiği
I'm
olsun,
still
başına
chunking you for
bakılır.
50% of
Da.
your HP as well. So that's why
Orta
Detective didn't
şişle
really
bu
have
arada.
any targets.
Gençlik
I would've
kutuyu lekin
imagined
bu
that
sefer
this is
boşa
going to be
sastav
hard.
bo'lsa ham Liquid
Then he has
RRQ'ni
some options
YouTube
to
Grand
really
Finalga
but
chiqsatsa
because Sony
12
was able to find first blood on the
Filippindan
Ruby,
chiqsa
and
SNG'da
against Sakai's, it's a pretty difficult 1v1 in the early game
bum
unless
bo'ladi.
he
Da.
makes a mistake.
Haqiqatan to'g'ri
Just,
aytyapsiz.
hey, pop that alt. What are you going to do about it?
All right, so quick question for the table.
Salvatore Rossi endi. Moderri yo'q edi-yu men.
Did SRG just straight up outdraft CFU?
Oh, I don't think it's an outdraft. I definitely think it's more of an outplay.
Yaxshi, kanalimni kimdir uzlab qoldim.
From
Kim
that
o'zi
point
tarqatdi.
onwards, I think that with the items that were coming through, they just needed to defend that Lord one more time. They would have been on even terms.
Yeah, because Gideon mentioned this when we got to
Madrasa
the
сообщества, Montes,
that see how about
Устога,
the 12-minute mark,
Tukuna.
and that was really all they had to
Magic,
deal with a lot of the
Gastos.
sustainability from this lineup. So I think if the priority for items was built different, then and they were able to drag it out further.
Ha,
then yes,
Yuychan
maybe
yana
we would've seen a
zerikkanligini
different
o'zgartirgan.
concept there
To'g'ri,
happen,
tushundim.
but yeah, first 6
Hammasi
minutes
joyida.
were devastating for CFU.
Yeah, as we talk about item priorities here, as something
Okay.
that CFU could have fixed up.
Bola
I
yana
know
zerikkan.
that for a lot of us, our true priority in MLBB is skins. And we have another awesome skin line coming up for you. It's Metro
Gnarly.
Zero. If you are, I'm glad, I will admit, I lied a little bit yesterday about saying like I know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the skin line, but I'm glad that I was validated that it was
Biroq
Cyber
tanavis.
Monkey
O'zingiz
Phoenix,
nimadir
like our
niklab
Oh, so
qo'ying.
you didn't
Exorcist
know
O'zga
that?
skin line.
qiyin
You
masalada.
did know that it was Cyberpunk.
I did not.
Okay.
I just based it
Oh.
off of the key visual, you know.
That's great.
The
Forma
thing.
kiymini bugun.
Yeah,
Yo,
for
kiymayman.
everybody, right? Like,
Yes.
it's a whole,
Pluto uyga
ISS
tursin, men sizlarga ballet qilaman.
I want to say what
Bugun
the heroes
chat
are, but I
tarafman.
don't even know whether they have
Sizlar bilan
like it.
talashmayman.
Let the audience
Yaxshi
know.
настроенияda
So,
o'ylanganman.
a couple of my favorite heroes are going to be part of it. I'm really excited for those, but well,
Yeah.
you know,
I really hope we get another Alucard skin.
don't you dare! I swear to God.
Inam
It's another
turnirda
Polaris
olinadimi?
skin.
Yo'q. Turnir uchun
Okay,
umuman
let's head into the draft now. CFU.
Tak,
Still
bizada
planning out
keyingi
the
draft
boss call.
boshlanyapti.
TCS
Ikkinchi
will be
o'yinlarda
fucking out in SRG because they played it really well. It's
mavzuda
like, you know what,
bugun
we're
imba
not gonna
bo'lib
allow
ketuvdi.
CFU,
Unda
a team like CFU,
va
to run
Cloudga
Yusuf
ancha
into the
bo'ldi
jungle
lekin
and play double
emitdi.
fighters.
Well, I mean,
U Cloud hozir ham olonyapti. Prioritet bo'lmayapti.
definitely agree that he's disgusting, right? He
Oh,
has
yeah.
like a
Sologa, Roamga qanaqa hero yaxshi? Roamda solo o'ynamaga aytsa yaxshi hech qachon.
which is ridiculous, like absolutely.
Kimdir aytadi Tiger deydi, kimdir aytadi Minotaur deydi, kimdir Matilda, Flaring, boshqa, no yutishingiz mumkin. No, Roamda baribir xato. Solo o'ynash kerak emas Roamer. Solo o'ynab hech qachon normalniy Roamer bo'lmaysiz. Roam full komandadan o'ynaydigan odam. Nimaga o'zbek serverida ko'p normalniy lesniklar bor, ko'p normalniy galdaviklar bo'lishi mumkin, midirlar bo'lishi mumkin. No, hech qachon o'ynamaydi Roamda. Roam umuman solo realizatsiya qilmaydigan narsa. Хотя бы duo o'ynang, хотя бы lesnik bilan o'ynang, хотя бы ADK bilan o'ynang, хотя бы midir bilan o'ynang. Lekin Roamni solo o'ynamang.
And
O'ziz o'ziz azobli vaqt.
from our community before where one of the main
X-Prom vash farqi. Kim bilan o'ynashingiz muhimi solo o'ynamang. Eng yaxshisi triple o'ynang.
knows every single time what to do with vision. Like they know how to
Hech qachon normalniy Roamer solodan chiqmaydi.
I think yeah.
Va по-любому fullkada o'ynash kerak, по-любому любой lane'da o'ynash kerak. Короче, qiziq emas.
CFU having a mid laner who
No.
literally is blind in
Anta
the
polniy
lore.
meta qaysi Cloud bilan kerini ko'ramiz har matchda. Может. Yo'q, ketdi, противник.
I'm glad both of
Ular
you are
kurangda normku qaysi rangda?
You understand.
We get it. But now that the Boxy gets banned out, as well as the Arlet, we're
No,
seeing
rangda slabiylar bor
similar
chunki.
trends, right?
Rangda
It's not
hamma
being on
aqlini
the
ishlatib
side,
o'ynaydigan odamlar
the
emas.
difference is the Yeesh and Shin that gets banned out for the side of SRG. If not, everything else is pretty much exactly the same as game number 1 in terms of the bans.
Hey, let's see if CFU. I think they have to try to consider taking out a page of SRG's book. They need some multiple carries, and most importantly, moving forward, I would want to see Wadu end up with heroes such as like the Lapu Lapu,
Yes.
heroes with a lot of control, strong, engaged. As fantastic as Uranus is in the meta, I feel like in this specific matchup,
Okay, Roam,
you might
yo'q,
have to
Roam
forgo
yes
that
emas.
hero.
Oh, interesting. It looks like CFU do not want to go for the Kalia knowing
Juda
that the
kuchli
Yeesh
hayatchilar
is
bor.
open. And now I
Global
want to see whether SRG is going
Global ko'p narsani hal qiladi deb o'ylaysizmi?
We've seen a lot of the time that Jushin and as well as Fredrin make fights sticky. It's like trekking through mud in slippers. You're going to lose your footwear at some point of time the longer you fight.
Ma'olda Roamerda Hoji Roamer bo'lgan, anaqa Pro Ligamida birinchisi.
If we execute, we need to make sure that we've got the right amount of damage. Oh, they go for the
Сюда.
red slot. They don't have to go for their mid pick just yet.
I guess this is another chance. It's open. Might as well take it. You know, put it in the hands of Sky.
Даже
Let
rus
them go
server
ahead and
rasvo startda
roll
norm
with it because
versiz
still, I think the game plan from
Xuddi
SRG
shunaqa.
specifically because they have Kalea is they're still going to go ahead and complement this. A lot of the teams that have found success with that hero now after some of the changes that it went through is like you need to be able to go ahead and complement it.
o'ynayman.
and
Men
play
vaqtida
into
o'ynab
that. So
yetadi
CFU,
menga
they-
turnir.
with that in mind, they have a Jushin. Do they just go the Fredrin here? Like, do they pick this up? Is
First pickga Jusi olishyapti. Kalaya turgan vaqtda Kalayani yana berib qo'yishdi. SRGga yana Achiener bilan kontrat qilaman deyishdi. Ko'proq chiqasiz bro. Любой нормальный игрок bo'lmoqchi masalan, 2 ta rol, 3 ta rol qilmanglar. Multi rolman, undoq degan odamlar u yo'q odamlar. Unaqa odam bo'lmaydi hech qachon. Normalniy bolalarga qarshi har doim o'zingizni bitta dona line'ingiz bo'lishi kerak. И o'sha bitta line'da любой joyga olishingiz kerak. Leslie meta gun, Leslie meta emas. Leslie meta emas umuman. Elroll degan u ano TikTokerlarni kamroq ko'ringlar-da. Любой odam bitta line'da o'ynaydi. Kimga valet qo'yamiz? U SRG yutadi скорее всего. Leslie meta emas. Leslie epic'da meta. Xuddi Ingga o'xshab.
Farsa. You could still opt to go with Zetien since you are playing around the land slot in the jungle. Usually, we've come to the agreement that if you are a utility jungle, maybe Zetien might be lacking in terms of the early game presence and the damage that you can dish out. So they're done with that problem. So now SRG are looking to cover their bases with taking away strong crowd control from the hands of Boxy.
I think, yeah, getting rid of the crowd control is really important here, mainly because their composition right now lacks a lot of damage. I'm expecting that CFU is going to get rid of Farsa. That's number one.
Men qaysidir ma'noda Laylaga ham ishonishim mumkin. Lekin Lesleyga emas.
For the side of Innocent, that could be a possibility. Yeev, really interesting ban here for the side of CFU. They hard.
I musorada kelib bu Leslie bilan Hanabi bo'ladi.
SRG would have been Eve. Just because again
Leslie qanday turnirda olishmaydi? Turnirda degani bu kuchli protivniklarga qarshi degan ma'noda aytsangiz, Lesleyni kuchli protivniklarga qarshi ishlata olmaysiz. Leslie adakami, men ham shunga hayronman. Lesleyning slotlari juda qimmat, slishkim qimmat. U late'ga borgunizcha bu odam bukvalno любой narsa chiqib qoladi. Da, mozg metr. Mozg polniy ban bo'ldi. Birinchi banda bo'ldi, уже sezasizlarmi kechadan beri. Allo Leslie musurmasin. Ana. Sekundiga bittadan ko'proq knopka bosishni o'rgansanglar, Lesleydan ko'p adakalar chivigan tushunasizlar. Lingam slot qimmatda, u temin shuning uchun ham Lingam olinmayapti. Lingam hozir metrodan chiqqan.
Here's a different angle, right? I think they got rid of the Yeev this time around. I mean, Farsa definitely was going to go no matter what. I think we all understood that. But the Yeev in particular is a pretty decent matchup in a 1v1 when you're up against the Zeus.
Lekin borguncha o'yin tugaydi. Da, perfect. Даже буквально nima aytsa bo'ladi? Miyani ham full slot bo'lishi, Lesleyning full slotidan ancha tez bo'ladi, bir xil farmdan. Вообще e'tibor qilishmayapti Urans. Birinchi kunida Virtus itargandan keyin Virtus Pro normalniy metaga ta'sir qilishda Urans olishmayapti. Urans уже kontent qilib tashlashyapti. Global chatni qanday rusga qo'yadi? Menda English turibdi. Nastroykadan qilasiz. O'yinda emasman, nega o'xshamay?
Oh, dude, are they going to play another fighter? It doesn't make
sense.
sense.
Ikkita katkan bor, 0 bilan. Malades. Ana. Уже men sizga bo'lgan hurmatim oshdi shu payt.
Roger has burst, but only when he gets 3 items, so you probably would rather have the Granger.
Dalshi glue.
What fighters have we seen?
Whoa, Lucas.
It's only been the
Lucas yana yaxshi kirarmikan Wildcardga o'xshab?
I think they go for the double marksman. I think they are.
U sabablarni bilmagan nimaga transfer bo'lishadi boshqa. Anacha aka nima deysiz turnirda yoki katta rangda? Bo'lmaydi. Olishligi mumkin slabroq komandaga qarshi. Misol uchun SRG Homeboyslarga qarshi oldi. MPLda. Lekin baribir uncha emas. Undan yaxshi magli ko'p har doim. Fasha olinglar. Fasha yoban yoki ko'rvosdilar mana Jusin постоянный, Jusin playmaker juda kuchli o'yinni boshida. Tez ochiladi. Zato ult tez ochilmaydi-yu, ult tezga ta'sir qilmaydi kedi. Qarashmadilar ham. Da, Urans normalniy chiqib qoldi lekin. Nakay olinsa, Nanazor ketadi. Ito o'shanda ham realizovat qila olasiz.
It could have been Farsa Granger. Farsa was taken away, so they go for the double marksman with Kimmy and the Granger together. While CFU are going all in.
Yo, global chatda sketchat qilamiz. Tilda sketchat qilasiz lekin. Nastroykadan qilishingiz kerak. Acha mana global chatda o'zini bosing, tepada ruskiy turibdi, o'sha ruskiyni o'ziga bosib turib ham o'tkazasiz bo'ladi. Faqat chat qilmoqchi bo'lsangiz. Ko'proq ursangiz ult tez ochiladi. Ko'proq urish kuningizcha sizni o'ldirib yuborishadi. Lux qo'rqityapti odamni ozgina. Chunki bu yerda kalaya itarib tashlashi mumkin.
So close for SRG right now after maybe not the best group stage performances that we've seen from them. they are one win away from
U
getting
bilmayam,
to the
sal
knockouts
teparoq
and
rangga
be able to
chiqsangiz,
breathe a little bit. I feel like so
metani
this is a
ban
crucial
qilishadi, boshqa
game
qilishadi.
number 2 for them.
Turnirda
It's
ko'rayotgan
so
hamma heroingiz
important.
yaxshi.
Now, both of these squads
Hech
are going to
qilib
try
aytganda,
to
mana shular
outplay each
meta.
other at the highest
Bu ham
level.
sizlarni reytinginglar ham Mobile Legends, bu ham Mobile Legends. Ikkalasi bitta
on
narsa.
his purple buff, so they're going to be starting on the same side of the map. I'm curious to see that whether or not they're going to end up towards EXP's side, because that's what it always seems to boil down to, right? SRG has prioritized so often playing through their jungle to make sure that Cram is going to have a decent time in the laning phase. Not sure if
Da,
that's
o'sha bola.
pause, but I'm just going to hope that it is. Oh, no, back into the game.
Okay, I was gonna say, it looks like they're still playing. There was almost a first blood too.
No, Narmanning bolaga qarshi ishlamaydiganda, Lans hozir qolib ketadimi yo'q. Replay turibdilar, chiqib ketadi.
Catching up here.
Pastda hozircha Glue Line'da dominatsiya qilyapti.
Wait, was it both sides? I'm not 100% sure. Either way, this is a big win coming in from Cram. He will start to develop a lead against Wadu, ever so slowly, of course. But we want to see how this continues to progress, right? As you can see, ever so
MMR
slightly.
boost qilasizmi yo'q, boost umuman
Wadu just
qilmayman.
literally missed 1 minion, and that's it.
O'zimman heroylarni qilib o'tiraman undan ko'ra.
Catching up
Boostga
there too. I guess
qarshiman.
Boxy burned the flicker down there.
Oldin
So
qilardim.
they were going for
Ikkita
that
sezon oldin, uni
kind of
уже
played,
qilmaydigan
took
bo'lganman.
advantage if they could. CFU didn't find it, but now they might look here in the mid lane. Stormy, he's going to be fine. He has Yumes with him. So
Da, Lans meta.
yeah, I think just because
No,
that
Lans
didn't happen
menga
in the early
yoqyapti
game, you're
ko'proq.
going to go ahead and just see them wait for that first objective to come up. Unless they decide to actually commit to this. Box is going to be the focus. Cram
Hozir
will roam
Badanga
out
yeni
the
sport
first
qildi.
blood
Badanga ham
for
o'yinni boshida
Stormy.
pasaytib
Now
qolarkan
Open gonna be
balkim.
in trouble. Four
Bolani
members of
flikiyo'g'ida
SRG
o'lib ketdi.
all here for the
Juicy endi
fight.
dal razgrov qilishga harakat qilyapti, lekin Lux ultasi hali bor. Lux ulta bermayapti. Hozir lekin bitta o'zi. Agar Focus chiqsa, balki 2 ga 4 bu narsa qilib ko'rishadi. Juicy ham tortiladi, Badanga ham o'zi kelyapti. Bo'ldi, Lans o'zi singisini olib chiqib ketdi.
And the first thing in your mind is like, oh yeah, I'm just like try and poke him out. No, you back
Meta o'zi
off.
kerak. No, da, metaga o'xshaydi. No, balki keyin nerf
Right now,
qilishadi.
they want to go ahead and start up this turtle here. They're going to fight for it. Cram. Also on this other side, Detective forced off, but he can't escape. this
Glue
one.
yaxshi o'tirib oldi Luxga. Hozir endi Lux orqadan o'ynab o'ra oladimi, lekin ultasi paytga tugab qoldi o'sha. Botda Cherepahani kim yo'q ketyapti, lekin Lans o'lgan bo'lsa ham, Glue bot sakratdi 2 kishini hozir qo'yib yuborishmaydi. To есть Focus. Glue'ni qo'yib yuborish kerak emas menimcha. Yo'q, qochib ketarkan bo'ldi. Muspida ochdi. Qochadi. Mipaka mid talkat qilib yubordi. Tepada xarid ancha qiynalyapti. Wow, Innocent yetib olganini qaranglar, tichkasini, gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Xarid endi ultasini qo'yib qochib ketaman degan edi, lekin ketqizmadi.
Pretty big mistake. Wait, hold on. No, Oppie shouldn't die here, right?
Yeah, he should be fine. He should be.
Innocent qotil, Innocent. Lansda lekin ancha dush qilishyapti kontrol bilan. Bu yoqdan Focus, bu yoqdan Badang. Ancha diskomfort qilyapti Lansga o'ynash, teng bo'ldi Lux ham. Kalayani realizovat qilib olishguncha bu ham.
I don't get it. I don't get
The
it.
arms of Wadu, man. Like,
Xarid hozircha achishenasi bor.
come on in.
Kalaya sakromiydi, hozir
But
Badanga
still,
ushlab
good
ushovsa
lane
qolib ketishi
Stormy
mumkin.
was able to go ahead and secure that for a second
Fliki
there.
yo'q hali.
Thinking CFU could actually turn it around, but they do get a couple
Chak bitta
kills
Luxga o'ynash kerak
over
pakada. Menga shunday
hands of
tuyulyapti.
Wadu and Opie. And so I feel like now Zing is going to be, he's going to need some help from the team here to go ahead and help him, because it just seems like Innocent is kind of in that situation.
Damagligi paydiga yetadi,
We've seen
Kimi
that
bilan
matchup
Lans
so
bilan.
much with the Granger and the Harith.
Rivoyat qilib bo'ladi.
Now that the level
Right,
4s are a
o'shandan
consideration
biri
here on both
Promas
sides,
music.
I still
Bart's
think
doing
SRG
Clinton.
has the better
Yaxshi.
option to go for these pickoffs, especially because they have this Galea.
Esingizda qolgan gap yo'q.
Cram will be the focus, but still, Detective forced off even with the beast form. Oh, not sure if they do anything off of that.
No.
Da,
The
hali
beast
start
form
bu.
is actually really good.
No, o'ng tarafda Lansga bubble slotga kerak edi. Chap taraf chunki Luxda itak damaga bor. Luxda Focusda damaga kuchliroq bubble o'ng tarafga nisbatan. O'ng tarafda Kimi bor, Kimi balans qilib turishga. No, keyin bubble o'ng tarafga turib ketadi. Badang botda yaxshi ulta beryapti 2 kishiga, Focus unga o'ynashga harakat qilyapti. Hozir endi anaqa Kimi og'ir ahvolda edi, Juicyni o'ldiraman deb o'ylab uzoq kirib ketdi, Juicyni o'ldirib yuborishdi. Hozir menimcha Glue ishlama qila olmaydi botda. Da, Lux qochish kerak, prosta Badang yana vtoroy beryapti. Yums yuzi kam lekin. Menimcha kirishmagani o'zi yaxshiroq bo'ladi. Da, tarqalishdi yaxshi.
Healthy here. We have Detective grabbing the buff. They should be able to go ahead and secure the second turtle of the game here. Boxy doing his best alongside
Hozir Lans xalaqit berishga urinishdi, no, baribir olib ketdi. Lans ultasi havoga ketdi. Hozir yana o'lyapti Juicy.
Yumes takes the
Keyin botda Lux birini berdi, yaxshi urin tiqib, yumsiz olib ketdi o'zi bilan Kaleyani. Hozir xaridga mana tashlamagan Vignero bo'ladimi? Yo'q, qancha ultasi yo'q ekan hali. Xarid chiqib ketdi. Hozir Glue botda Focus tortdi. Focus o'ladi, skорее всего, da. O'ladi. Chotki. Lekin endi kim chiqib olish kerak? Unga badanga o'tirgan. Badanga flick tushdi. Innocent o'ldiradimi? Как будто o'ldiradi. Давай. Хороший Innocent. Badanga ham o'ldirib yubordi. Hozir endi pastga ochishadi aniq. Aniq pas ham ketadi. Lance tepada ochib ko'rish harakat qildi, no Lux bermaydi menimcha. Tepani ochishga. Wow, Lance uronini, уже 40% uron tiqib qo'ydi Luxga. No, bilamiz Lux zashtasi oshadi. Uncha risk qilmagan yaxshiroq. Ultasi bo'lmagan taqdirda ham. Uni qo'yadimi? Endi o'ynaydi. Yana Juicingni o'ldirib yuborishyapti mitda. Pastda Toyist Granger qiynab yubordi. Xaridni yana o'ldirdi. Yo'q, bo'ldi, Innocent uje farma bor, turyapti. Bu endi menimcha CFU comeback qilish olmaydi. Bu ketish bo'lsa agar. Lance manas qolmagan, hozir tarqalishgan yaxshi. Men aytgan bo'lgandan keyin Tepalayni kim talqat qilib yuboradi? Kim talqat qiladi? Lance bilan, Lance o'zini kukiga ketadi.
Oh man, this is a lot of ground to cover now for CFU Gaming.
Da, Grenki уже нормальный тарват. Ну, Innocent'ga Grenki berish o'zi bitta katta xato.
SRG responds to it with everything they're throwing at him. It's really hard for CFU.
Bola bukvalni xato qilmagan. Grangerda. Strashning. Focusga botdi, Kaleya bilan Glue ulta qilyapti. Focus prosta o'ldirib yuborishdi. Hozir chap taraf o'sha fight davom ettira olmaydi. Fightga kiradigan tayinli odam qolmadi o'zi. Grenki tepani ham push qildi. Hozir Cheripaxa yana ketsa kerak menimcha SRGga. Yo chap taraf chiqib ko'rmoqchi bo'lishadimi? Luxdan ulta berilindi, lekin ustiga Glue sirazi o'tirib oldi, flickga bosib. Hozir endi Lancelot kirib ketgan, badanga o'ldirdi. Ya bo'ldi hozir. Bo'tda qiyin bu narsa qilishligi. Kech boshlashyapti. Deb pozitsiyonkani yopib qo'yishyapti. Shestorkadan chiqisha olmaydi bo'tda. Qo'yishni ham o'ldirib yuborishdi. Bo'ldi, shu bo'tda rejim bo'yi boshlanyapti. Jusin achinasini bosdi, qochish harakat qilyapti. Bilmayman nimaga yana ko'tarmoqchi bo'ldi. Ularga kontrol berib, komandasida 3 kishi o'lib ketgan, Xarid o'zini orqasida beskinib turgan payti, bilmayman kim uchun kontrol bermoqchi bo'ldi. U o'ldirib qo'ymasdi, deyapti hech kimmi. Da, tamam. Granger stackini ko'rsatsa yaxshi bo'lardi. Menimcha 80 ta bo'lsa kerak. Agar sirazi yig'gan bo'lsa, 80 ta 70 ta stack. Bo'tda Lance kirib sirazi badanga yechib ketdi-da. To'yis Grenki yechgan ekan, ba'zi hammani Grenki o'ldirib chekib pashdi. Lance hech kim o'ldirmadi. Hech kim berib. O'z Skyperslar bor. Keyingi fight ham boshlanib ketdi. Bizda endi ko'rsatishyapti highlightlardan keyin. Justin ham yana o'lyapti. Yo'q, bu menimcha Innocent o'ldirmaydi o'zi. Uron qomat chap tarafda -5 savage berib yubordi. Innocent nimaga bunchalik opasniy chiqishdi? Itak Innocent boqilgan paytida Lordga chiqib ko'rishdi, nimadir o'zgaradi deb, lekin unaqa bo'lmadi. Hozir ikkinchi o'yin bizda tugamaydi-yu, Lord kelgandan keyin tugashi mumkin. Innocent prosta savage qilib yubordi. To'la Skyperslar hech kim Grenkiga o'tira olmayapti. Bu yoqda Kimi bilan Lance o'zi ham normal uron tiqib qo'yapti. Save'ga bo'lsa bo'tdi Kaleya ham turibdi yonida.
They got that from the interview and right now so far ahead. 14-0-1 on this Granger. Innocent.
Grenki haqiqatan azoblash xizmati bor. Grenki metadan chiqdi, uroni yo'layotganlar. O'lmay o'ynarsa uroni bo'ladi bu giroy. O'lib o'ynarsa uron bo'lmaydi. Skyperslar stack tushib ketursa 9000 farm eng comeback qilib bo'lmaydigan tarafi bor farm Innocentda. Chap tarafda unaqa narsa yo'q, shtop Innocent shot tutib borish uchun. Hech kim yeta olmaydi bo'tda Grenkiga. Da badang ham hammasi ko'p bo'ldi. Jusin silishgan ko'p bo'lib ketdi. Badang ku mayli. Qaysidir ma'noda ito badang ham mayli emas. Jusin muncha o'lgani. Wow, Lance 100 uchib ketdi bo'tda. Yo, qochadi. Yaxshi. Xarid tichkasi e'tibor bermadi. Bo'tda japasni edi lekin.
only he had flicker. I think that's the biggest problem that we're seeing, right? Because of the Kolea just taking that
Dans
purify.
xato qilib qo'ydi.
You're just so
Lux'ni mana shu narsasi yomon deb o'ylash qiyin bor.
where you can't force plays upon your opponents.
Birini bersa, bijvayimizda oshib ketadi.
Exact same problem.
Ultasini tagida.
The goal lead,
Nimaga yana bunchalik agressivniy chiqib ko'rishdi, shuni tushunmadim men. Itak bo'lsa o'lib ketishdi. 30 sekund o'tmasdan chiqib yana urishdi-da. Qonni hidi ko'rdi. Bola yana rekord qo'yadi. Streak bo'yicha. 14-0 hozircha Granger ketyapti. Hazırlashib otib qo'ysa o'ldirib qo'yadi hozir.
Look at the difference here. Look at the gaps, especially in that gold lane.
Yana bitta savage ko'ramizmi? Ko'ringlar. Go go.
He's playing hyper aggressively, especially when the resources are.
Как будто ko'ramiz yana bo'lib. Savagesiz tugamaydigan o'yinga o'xshayapti.
They want to win so bad, but
Juda 10.000 peri farm. Grangerga qaranglar. Hozir ko'rsataman. Xaridda qancha farm? 6.000. Grangerda 10.000, 4.000 peri farm oldinda. Bu 4.000 ni butun komandaga bo'lsa, o'sha normalniy diskomfortda o'ynaladi. Lekin bu 4.000 peri farm imенно ADKda. ADK bo'lganda ham S tierdagi Grangerda Skypiercer bilan to'lla.
Oh my god, Innocent is already at full build.
Yaxshi.
11.5 minutes in, full build. That's what happens when you're 14-0.
Ha, masalaga zborkan ko'ramagan bo'lsanglar. 5 sekund yutqizsa hech nima qilmaydi.
God, Innocent is already at full build.
Yeah, full build. Hey, 11.5 minutes in, full build. That's what happens.
Nima gap? Farruh.
Jeez, this is
Adan
fun time for CFU. And the worst part is now they decide we can't even walk off. This is 10k gold lead. This is the checkmate.
Grangerga mana oting, highlight qiling. Qancha bu shunaqa qilib highlightlarga chiqaylik deyishyapti. MP Lifestyle'ning Instagramiga.
Isn't exactly good.
So as they get the Lord.
Da full itarada hozir Granger.
On the shields, this half health on that mid turret, and they can force a fight with this kind of lineup. CFU really just kind of has to buckle in and wait for that initiation and maybe box.
Innocent 52.000 damage, keyin Kimmi, keyin Lucas, Ilans. No, Lucas yomon kirdi demi ham lekin. Lucas normaldan kirdi. 14 kill da. Bola chistani pubga kirasalar 3-4 og'inglar bilan protiv epiclarni tashaveradi-yu. Nuqtayman bor. 606 ta stack bor и 80 ta Skypiercerda.
I don't even think he's strong enough just yet to deal with the
Organ,
major tanks.
man. Ko'rsatdi.
Lord will push on in. Managing the top and bottom waves. Sakai's gonna jump in. OPS trouble.
Minus Jusin. Ya manchi savage bo'lmaydi bu yerda. Bu yerda Kalaya tepada Foyuz kulta qo'ydi, lekin Foyuz fuligida yashab qolmoqchi edi, lekin Innocent qo'yib yubormayman, jigarim dedi. Hozir Lucas endi agressiya qilib ko'rmoqchi edi. No, Lucas ham ikkita otishdi bukvalni Lucasga. Triple kill. Oh, easy o'yin bo'ldi. Silishkim easy o'yin bo'ldi. Assalomu alaykum aka, bitta haftalik tashlab bera olasizmi? Vaqtingiz bormi? Va alaykum assalom aka. Chek bilan ID tashlab qo'ygan bo'lsangiz, tashlayveraman hozir. Tanaffusda kakras. Va alaykum assalom.
The sharks will have to sleep with the fishes as the
Tashlab
giants
qo'ygan
will
bo'lsangiz,
move on forward to the knockouts with a chance to defend their title that put Malaysia back on the map. SRG were just dominant. CFU overheated.
Honestly, as much as I am happy to see SRG move on, my heart breaks for CFU because honestly, it feels like they could have shown so much more in this
haftaning nima
particular
foydasi
series,
bor?
right?
U sizga 80 almaz beradi и
Not want to give an inch
uniga
of
keyin
ground
20 tadan
to
almaz beradi
SRG.
bir hafta davomida.
Has
Короче,
costed them the
20
early 2 times in a
mingga
row.
220 ta almaz bilan 70 ta euro beradi. Выгодный любой алмаз pakda. No, yig'ilish qiyin shuning uchun.
Side of SRG in terms of the damage and the crowd control they have available for their lineup. Once I saw OP deciding
Hamma narsani bir kam dunyo bo'ladi-yu. Bu yerda ham shunaqa qilib qo'yishgan.
I was already thinking, yeah, that's already setting the tone.
Innocent itarib tashadi, lekin bor.
They took some fights early
Chap tarafda hech kim tayinli o'tirolmadi. Aytam badang flikdanmi, bu kim orqasidan Povik kirib flikda nimadir o'ylab topishadimi dedim butun o'yin davomida, lekin hech qanaqasiga topishmadi. Max nechi grankada? Menimcha Veskan eshitib ketadi. Cecilionga o'xshab 9900 bo'lsa kerak bu ham. Adashmasamda 9900. Men qilgan edim hoji, esla, men qilgan edim granka chiqqan kuni. Va easy o'yin bo'ldi, haqiqatan. Bo'ldi, uje CFUni turnirda ko'rmaymiz, bola chiqib ketdi. M6da ham yetarudada bu bola granka berib bo'lmaydi.
Bole Savage, Bole from the Beast
Savage
himself.
will,
We
yeah.
get a Savage here in the group stages, just on the brink of elimination. Innocent. That performance, game number 1, people were already talking about that Ruby play, but then in game number 2, you pulled off an amazing, impeccable Granger play. How was that like for you?
Because we review a lot of games and we want to focus on our strength, more onto aggressive early game.
Okay, what changed today? Because this is such a different SRG that we saw today.
Da 9900 da men qiluvdim-da. Tabassum yoqimli yoqiniga yo'q. Erkalanib ketdinglar deyapti-da. Hali kelsa kerak balki.
A lot of energy.
To'g'ri kelaman. Bo'ldi. Hozir qaranglar endi kim o'ynaydi. Endi mana Virtus Pro bilan Onyx Indoneziya o'ynaydi.
It was yesterday in his interview. He mentioned that your win at
Nima bo'ladi?
against CFU.
Qanaqadir sensatsiya bo'lib Virtus Pro yutib qo'yadimi? Yo Onyx Pro'sta yutib chiqadimi? Osongina.
Because there's no luck in
Nima deysilar? Nechi bo'ladi shu? Predict.
Because that was more onto decision making, not on luck.
So it wasn't luck.
Yeah, it was skill.
It was skill.
Tagda 16:00 ga belgilangan edi. Hozir vaqtliroq boshlandi. 2:0 bo'lgani uchun.
Upsets we've seen here at the MSC group stages. How did you guys take that loss?
We just review a lot of things in our early game, and maybe when we're sieging on
2-1 ga VP yutadi.
I see.
12 formasini kiymasiz, menimcha 12 yutadi. Yomon qilasizlar deysizlar, ham o'tirib olib.
How we can play our heroes properly.
Okay.
2-0 Okay.
You guys are heading over to the knockouts 2-1, and you're aware that the 2-0.
Bizani opani qo'yishmayapti. Bizga qora opa olib kelib qo'yishib
Okay,
qanaqadir.
so we've had a little bit of talks here and
Men
there.
ishonaman Plutoga.
TLPH have mentioned that they
Qiyin
don't
u.
want to face you.
Plutodan boshqasiga ishoning, Andryuxaga ishoning, Super Igorkiga ishoning, o'yin chiqadi.
Team
Kecha
Spirit
Suyo
also
olgan
said they
brat
want to beat
Plus bilan
SRG
aniqmi?
because they want
U
revenge
даже
from M6.
so'ralmaydi.
So do you have a message for OHEB from TLPH as well as Team Spirit?
We can only fight one, so just choose who wants to fight us.
Who would you rather face, Innocent?
Any, because we don't have any.
Tak,
choice.
hammalar
We
mazilan
don't
tashab
really
qo'ydim.
can
Kim
choose.
so'ragan bo'lsa,
That's true. That's a fair point.
bu yoradi.
If you had to be like,
Senga
maybe
ne
not
komandasi
this
bo'lsa
team,
ham valet qilgim
would
kelmayapti
it be
Virtus Pro'ga.
TS or would it be
Bu yerda men
TLPH?
full neytralniy bo'lib shart qilib beraman.
TLPH, because we want to get a revenge from
Spiritlarni
our
ham,
last tournament.
Onyxlarni ham,
Oh, which tournament was that?
Spiritlarni ham 12lar Filippin chiqarib yuboradi. Keyingi bosqichda Jerebyovka boshlansin, bugun bo'ladi Jerebyovka.
SPS.
2000 sizga ham tashab qo'ydim.
Revenge for SBS. You had to make sure there. Lucky.
Baberga ishonaman.
So once again, congratulations. Is
No,
there a
точно
message
Plutoga
that you
ishonmang.
want to
Pluto
tell
ishonchsiz
your
ko'radi,
girlfriend
poymol
on the
qiladi.
way here? Is that true?
Unfortunately, no.
Pluto o'yin boshlanmasdan aytaman men nima qilishini.
Okay, still, message.
Bolaga gatotan berishmasin, iltimos.
Can I just speak Tagalog?
Mani insult qiladi u bola.
I'll just speak English then. Finally, we're at the playoffs.
Xarid Granger'ga itaradi-ku, faqat skill yo'q ekanda, Xarid Players'da farm yo'q bro. Bu yerda birga bir o'ynamayapti-ku.
Because our game is kinda messy.
Granger'dan ko'proq o'ynashdi, Granger farmga chiqib ketdi.
Yesterday, so
Ko'rmaman. Qolmasini bildingizmi? Darhol
So
deb
say no,
beramiz.
I love you or something like
Ha
that.
shuda hali o'zim ko'rmadim.
I love you.
Hozir
One
ko'raman.
more finals.
Tashab qo'ydi boy o'rtog'im.
Okay, once again, congratulations and thank you so much, Innocent. We're gonna throw it over back to our casters to break that
Top
game
top.
down.
Who knew that the secret to SRG getting Savages winning would be Bole Makante Moy?
Qarochi play-off bo'ladi. Pastki setga bo'lmaydi. Aytganimdek yutqizgan komanda bugun ham play-offda ham sirazi chiqib ketaveradi. Ikkinchi shanssiz, tam revanshsiz hech qanaqa narsa bo'lmaydi. Best of 5 formatida bo'ladi. Hamma o'yin faqat grand final da faqat grand final best of 7 bo'lar ekan.
Not gonna be able to translate, or maybe she would.
Yeah, she could. But I think we've talked to her enough, Filipino, that I think we could.
Hali tanlash bo'yicha gaplashayotgan ekan.
Picked up something, but obviously, like this game is looking so good for
Gerçekten
SRG
ben
Esports. I mean,
bunu
this feels a little reminiscent of what happened last year.
Xullas, qaranglar, qarochi
We had a bad early
to'rtta
game.
komanda aniqmi bo'pti hoji? Qarochi 2-0 ga yopgan komandalar. Oo, dahshat bo'pti-ku.
It's great to
Qaranglar,
see the growth.
play-offda qanaqa bo'ldi?
I mean, even Innocent
Biza mana Team Spirit 2-0 ga yopdi, to'g'rimi play-inda? Biz o'zimizga sopernik tanlab olayotganmiz.
acknowledge the messy games that they've had.
Xarid player kerak. U ham yordam bera olmasdi. Komanda bilan qilib tashisa.
Great for
Birtiga
the tournament
erkiyor.
overall.
Undilama Spirit 2-0 ga yopgan. Bu degani o'ziga protivnik tanlay oladi. Скорее всего, Myanmar rosti kerak. Da, 2-0 yopganlar, 4 ta komanda 2-0 ga yopgan. Liquidlar, RRQlar, Team Spirit, Myanmar. Ayo, Myanmar tanlamaymiz ekan. Myanmarlar 2-0 ga yopib borgan. Most Aurora'ni, Most 2-12 dan bittasini ili SRG ni tanlaymiz o'zimizga, protivnik qilib. Da, Spiritlar vaqt bo'yicha 3-chi bo'lib tanlar ekan. Ha, demak, bizga ikkita komanda qoladi. Ikkita komandadan bittasini tanlaymiz. O'zimizga protivnik tanlar ekanmiz. Kimga qarshi o'ynashni o'zimizga hal qilar ekanmiz. Spirit.
I couldn't finish off the kills. Should I have been chasing for those kills in the first place? I think he's got a lot to think about because again, this is technically a new role.
12 Indoneziyani tanlaydi. Shunaqa deb o'ylaysizmi?
This is going to be a very big learning experience.
qoladi.
All right, let's see who the match.
O, dahshat unda. Bugun shunda jerebovka bo'lmaydi. Unda jerebovka bo'lmaydi. Boy tashigan endi o'qsam bo'lar ekan. Stream motorni boshqa chiqardim. Mayli. Jerebovka yo'q bu ham. Qaysidir ma'noda.
I agree with this one.
I agree with this
100%.
Very great Sony match MVP.
God damn, 17.
No, 12 ID anaqa deyapti-da, prosta men Savoni ham intervyusini ko'rdim. Bizani eng katta saperligimiz bu 12 ID dedi. 12 Filippinni tanlashsam ham yaxshiroq bo'ladi. O, agar ular qolsa, chunki ikkita komanda ketadi undan oldin. No, 12 ID qoladi deb o'ylayman, chunki 12 ID ni ko'pchilik xohlamayapti. Agar play endi o'ynagandek o'ynashsa, Team Spirit yutadi. Translyatsiya boshlangandan beri shuni yozib. Uzr.
And that is it for our very first series. Congratulations again to all the Malaysians and to the supporters of
Va protestlanmaydi. Unda yaxshi qilishdi. Yana 1 soat o'tirmaymiz kutib. Well, stream modini ham o'zgartirib qo'ydim.
The champions of Indonesia against Virtus Pro, the champions of the wild cards who still continue
O'zbekiston emas, SNG.
their run. Who will move on to the knockout stages? Only one can. My name is Renmar, Gideon and Nice who will be coming back with me for
12 lar o'ynaydimi? Hozirda 12 lar o'ynaydi. Telepaxla silni, nima do'stlar 12 dan. Pastsetida jam o'tiringlar, hozir chiqib ketishinglar mumkin 12 chilar. Eng kuchli dormanglar. Desa bilan VP finalda tushsa okeymi? Ya, endi vashi, ani uyat kino qo'yar deysiz.
Kikkecha bosh og'rib bitta it hozir uni tanlamamiz deydi-ku intervyuda.
Qayerda gapirdi? Men ko'rmadim bu narsani lekin. Acha yo'q, TikTokda ko'rdim narizga yantashmasam. Bilmaganingni. Yaxshi bo'ldi, hozir tushundim примерно. Boş. Liquid kimga 2-0 yutdi? Общий statida. Bu yerda 1-1 shotda emas, 2-1 emas. Team Liquid hech kimga best of 3 ni yutqizmasdan oldinga chiqqan. Mukofot puli qancha? $1 million birinchi o'ringa. Общий призовой фонд $3 million. Norm против bilan tushmadi-ku qaytanga yursa bilasiz. Futbolga yarashdi, orqa degan kiyimni tez turursan. Aha.
When the world of business is constantly changing.
Ko'rinishga qaramay, o'ynash.
So what about
Kecha
AI to
transferga
generate new possibilities?
Undan keyin
Machine learning to predict what customers will like.
12lardan bittasini.
Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data.
Norm xarid bo'lishini ham.
With the power of the cloud.
Ha, shunaqa deb o'ylayman. Liquid anaqa olib ketsa kerak. Bu g'alati ekan. Forman. To jest ahamiyat beramiz. Ko'yish bilan qaraman.
Homelender Meli kanalda kit intervyu.
Men TikTokda nareski ko'rdim, ko'rmadim oxirgacha. O'tkazib o'rdim. Yo'q, faqat ikkita. O'zi yaqinda chiqartirdim, ikkalasini. Mana spor bo'lgani uchun tipo 12 ID yutadi, mashinada full stream qilasiz deyishgan. Men 12 ID yutmaydi, futbolka olib kelib ilib qo'yaman. Agar 12 ayda yutsa, yog'i o'zim ham stream qilaman-ku, o'sha o'ylarda polni kiyib o'tiraman. Tipa men 12 yoqtirmasligimga va shunaqa jazo. Team Spirit bo'lsa men balet qilagan komandam. O'yinchilarga. Bu yerda organizatsiya ham bor. O'yinchilar faqat 5 ta emas. Ularning yordamchilari bor, boshqa bor, menejerlar bor. Oshga ham shu. SRG'ni tanlamasa bo'ldi. Kim qolishiga qaraydi. Ikkita komanda qolsa, hozir ikkita komandadan bittasini aytardik-da. O'shani tanlaydi. Ben ham qolaman lekin SRG'ni. 12 Filippin qolashim mumkin, liba Aurora menimcha. Agar Aurorani qoldirishsa, no просто 3-chi bo'lib tanlaydi, Team Spirit mashinasi ham bor. Agar Aurorani qoldirishsa, Aurorani tortib olsa, Aurorani yutishimga men ko'proq ishonaman. Mana shu 4 ta komandadan. Ronaldo maskasi qani? Team Spirit yutadi-yu turnir. O'shanda baqiramiz. Yuvolib sud.
Now are on the brink of elimination, but
Ikki
against
tur
them
bo'lib,
are a bunch
tanlaydimi?
of
Da,
dudes who
adashmasam.
look like they might just be able to pull out an upset because Virtus
Team
Pro
Spirit
has
3 liga
been
ahamiyat berdim,
winning
bak qolgan
since
esimda qolmadi.
their
Tak.
tournament
Da,
in
Liquid
MSC,
1, RRQ
and
2,
now
Team Spirit
here
3,
at
men Marto.
MSC, coming from the wild cards,
Turkiyani qoldirishsa vashshi kayf bo'lardi. Turkiyaga o'ynardi. Men Marsga Resio xayrlashadi. Unga eng yaqin protivnikni qoldirishadi. Bu ham 12 ID bo'lsa kerak. Agar u Liquidlar, qachon Liquidlarga smysl yo'q-da, 12 Filippin tanlab, 12 Indoneziyani olish kerak menimcha yana. Chunki MPLda yutdi-ku ularni. Shundoq ham. Bo'lsa ham TSga balet qilasman. Da, любой turnirda TSga balet qilaman. Birinchi o'rinda. No, tipa o'zim yoqtiradigan komandalarim bor. Undan ham tashqari ham RRQni yaxshi ko'raman. 12 Filippinni yaxshi ko'raman. Turnirlar bor, komandalar bor. No, agar o'shalarga qarshi tushib qolsam, qarshi birinchi o'rinda anaqa demoqchiman. Ana kelishyapti. Spider-Man'ni kiyimini olib kelib qo'ying, turnirni yuborsangiz ichida olib kelaman. Team Spirit yutsin, Chilak Pauk kostyumida o'tiraman. Fanniga o'ynar, takoy. Fanniga skin changer tushirib olaman, Spider-Man'nikini.
But again, if you want to join us for the
Bunaqa
knockout
demasang
stages, they'll be beginning on July 30th here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the Boulevard, at the Esports World Cup for MSC. Then get your tickets. Webook.com. Look for them now. Now, for
Ba'zi talashtirishlar hozircha false kelaman. Biraman.
looking at it, and a lot of the community, I saw the beats. A lot of them don't see a lot of storyline links between the two, but it could be the beginning of a very good story because you have on one side Kyrie, the Sky King of Onyx, in the jungle going up against fellow Filipino Andoryu, again, a guy who did not expect he would reach this far at this stage.
And this is a little random kind of fun fact to throw out there for Andoryu, right? Over in MPL Philippines, he was known as, he had this moniker as the Nightmare.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going to be Kyrie's nightmare in the jungle, or Indonesia's nightmare in general.
He definitely was a nightmare during the wildcards, right? He would really just jungle gapping a lot of the teams that we saw down there, but now showing that he honestly is coming to the level, the power creep, some may call it, against some of the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
And I think here's a really good litmus test. I keep in mind, right, because Onyx Indonesia are coming back into that form. Based on the games that we have seen, they played some pretty good games, right?
Oh,
especially their very first round of the groups itself. San's really big standout for me, showing the not only the depth of his hero pool, but the fact that he is not in that carry position anymore. He's like, I can play for the team, but if you need me to carry, just give me the signal, coach.
Yeah, he can still definitely do it. Sans, Kyrie, and Key Boy have played incredibly well to supplement what Lutpi and Severo have done for Onyx, which is really step up. They are so dependable now. So the members of Virtus Pro have a lot to look at. There was something that you discussed with me backstage before the day started. Virtus Pro, bad COD. he's going to be the central focus for this team.
I think so as well. And there's a deeper conversation to that. I will get into it in just a little bit because I think that, you know, Backcourt, in his wildcard performance, it is clear he's got the mechanics, right? He knows he's got some really smart battle IQ in 5v5 team fights. But so far, based on what we've been hearing from the squad, it feels like they're having a different take on what the tournament meta is. And it is starting to affect them, right? They're letting Andoryu being the main shot caller, and obviously Pluto has translated everybody else naturally, right? It hasn't been a problem up until we've gotten to the international stage. To be fair, Pluto was a little bit sick. Hopefully he's feeling good today, and then we get to see their polished form.
Yeah, because he was very vocal about how it did affect their overall performance in the last time that we saw them. So, you know, he's had a couple days of rest, and now hopefully they're all healthy.
Bo'ldi, mana shu tama.
You know, there's a couple of things that
Nima
we can say,
bo'lyapti?
especially with Virtus Pro and their performances, is sometimes it is 50-50, and a lot of that has
Oh,
to
yeah,
hinge
okay.
on specific roles.
Qanday
and
man har doim deydi,
But I
aniq
think
bu narsa.
even now, I mean, think about what they have been through as a wild card team and the opponents that they've had to face up to this point.
Yeah, they have had to go up against champion after champion.
Ruslar Filippinlar, bitta Filippinlik, 4 ta rusman shunaqa. Esengan. Virtuslar и 12lar.
But then as we saw, SRG just qualified.
Yo, 12 emas, go bo'ladi.
Well, going up against Corinthians, yeah, they suffered a devastating game 1 loss where they almost
Ingrenkada
got
sevib
no
ko'ramiz.
at all, but then
Filmimizga.
they were able
Voy, vashi ko'p shon bor dizay.
So, as the question
Mayli,
is this the
super
end
Igorkaga
over
ishonamiz.
them? I think I
Super
wanna
Igorkaga
talk
qarshi
about
emasman
this
ishonishinglarga.
on the
Va Plutoga qarshiman.
the mid lane.
All right.
Because you mentioned
Ikkala
Suns,
12
I
ham
think
tushirib yuborishadi,
really
cho'talik
needs to
bilan.
deliver Onyx to the
RRQ
bomb
tanlasa,
emergency room,
keyin
man. Bring
12.
them to the bomb ER.
No, RRQ ham normalniy.
Lanes individually,
Kiyev
right?
bilan anaqani yutgan komandani, 12 Filippin yutgan komandani RRQ yutdi-da.
It's going to affect the
Kim
draft.
kim
And I think
chiqdi,
it's
kim
clear that
qoldi.
Super Igorka, when you're bringing
Hozircha 2 ta 12 hali turibdi.
laners out there,
Team Spiritlar, Liquidlar уже chiqib qolgan. RRQlar
against some of the best.
Aurora o'ynaydi.
So where else
2 ta 12 o'ynaydi.
Bobber's lane in the mid lane, but that's a duo.
Bu yoqdagi protivniklar tam Flashlar bor, Virtus Pro bor, keyin yana kim qoldi?
His best hero so far.
Kim taraf bo'lasiz? Yo, bu yerda men B tarafman prinsipi. O'zi по-любому Virtusga men degan bo'lardi. Esenga bo'lgani uchun. Men Plutoni yomon ko'raman.
Majority of his hero pool.
Yeah, we'll be able to break down the matchups a little bit.
Play-off'da men 12 ID ni ko'rgim kelyapti. Virtus Pro'ni emas.
But again, don't forget
That's
the MSC
something
pass
that
is
was.
available in on that, and don't forget to, you know,
Angliski,
I have been
официальный
forgetting,
канал, да?
and I have been regretting it.
We
Now,
saw Atlas yesterday, by the way.
oh, and we saw Atlas.
Yep.
You can get the Atlas skin. So many things that you can get from the
Dragon
MSC
Touch
pass.
Virtus.
Now, for Onyx and Virtus Pro, I think it's time to see what these two teams and the
12 fanat
players
futbolga,
within these two
futbol
organizations
kezdiki oling. Ye, men 12 fanat emasman, конечно. No, bu yerda men B tarafman desam bo'ladi. Просто yutishni xohlayapman baribir. 12. Скорее всего, yutsam kerak. SRG chiqdi уже. SRG yutishdi 2-0 ga.
Saya juga nggak expect bakal rata
Playoff 5. Best of 5 bo'ladi.
mungkin ada
Karizmatik
kesalahan
bo'lgan,
beberapa,
keyin yo'q.
dan itu kita
Cuman,
nggak
nima deganingiz?
bisa langsung
Bu xarizma aloqasi yo'q. Просто Pluto o'yinni ham aloqasi yo'q.
karena kita masih
O'zini motivatsiyasi yo'q bilan yutishga.
Virtus Pro, kita di statementnya harus ready.
Yutsa yutamiz, yutqizsa yutqizamiz. Menga qizig'i yo'q, undan. Da, Plutoga mikrofon bermanglar. Butun reputatsiyasini yo'qotib yubordi. Bola ishlayotgan bo'lsa ham men balet qo'ydim anaqaga, Virtusga. Ham yaxshi хотя бы sengadan ikkita komanda norm rezultat qilgan bo'lardi. Qilgan bo'lardi. Ko'ramiz.
Kalau menurut dari aku sendiri, yang pastinya aku sangat
Mana shu
pede
uchalasi
dan
любой
mampu
turnirda bor.
pasti siap
Boshqa
untuk
uchalar.
melakukan
Da,
apapun, terus
bu alish bo'lsa ham chiqadi uchalasi aniq.
ya kalau emang insya
Men
Allah
sen
terbaik,
deyarli
ya
har
pasti kita
turishda
bakal
Savage qilyapti. Haqiqatan. MPLda ham qildi, Miskada ham qildi, MD ham qilgan. Ayo, MD qilolmadi. MD manyak qilgan edi. MD manyak qilgan edi. MD Savage yo'q qilmagan, точно qilmagan. O'sha 19 u nimadir o'ynaganda ham qilmagan.
seru.
Ko'padan ko'ra Verso chiqqani yaxshi edi. Versomi, Insiliomi? No, VP kuchliroq bulardan по-любому. Shuning uchun ham CS ham yopib, misol uchun tepa setkadan chiqib, keyin tutib qo'yishdi-yu. No, по-любому o'sha, xuddi o'sha rezultatlarni Insilio ham o'tgan yil qildi, qaytanguli wild card o'zidan chiqolmadi.
No pressure for us. Well, even it was Suns, him mentioning that they're already
Verso yaxshi ketayotdi, bilmayman nega bo'ldi. No Cyber Hero chiqsa, Cyber Hero просто ularning ichida qanaqadir konflikt bo'lib qoldi, o'shandan keyin o'sha o'ynamay qolishdi. Bir-biri bilan chiqisholmay. Atak Nagi play chiqsa normalniy rezultat qilardi. Urishmasdan, chunki play indi itarib tashlashyapti, bu kolni hammani. Adaki qaytdimi yo'q? Yo'q, qaytmadi. Menimcha qaytmasa ham kerak, va kimdir aytdi. Hali men ofitsial informatsiya tekshirmadim hech qanaqa.
Happy with what they've accomplished from their entire journey. Now they're up here against Onyx, and because this is also our match of the day, like they know they are completely right. There is more pressure on Onyx and India.
Lans sirada ban, nima 12 ta Lans o'yinga odam ham qo'rqyapsizlar. FPS'larda bo'lsa ham. Odatiy hol bo'lib qoldi, kechirasizlar. 12chilarga hate qilish.
Virtus Pro, in order for them to get to game 3 in this, I think they really had to refine what we saw from them in the previous matches, especially when we were talking about mid lane.
Конечно, rivojlanadi.
Down to bad cut.
Ancha-muncha rivojlanadi. Slishkim tasavvur ham qilolmaysiz, qanchalik Munton shunaqangi ahamiyat berishni boshlaydi, xuddi 12 bilan Toys Indoneziya bilan Filippinga o'xshab.
They have to find this balance between
Bilan atak Andrewga lans berish kerak edi bor.
making plays happen for the team.
Yeah, if there was
Hozir bu yerda как будто Andrewxani
it is this particular meta. Not only do you have to like
Emin bilan aytamiz. Keyin yutqizib chiqib ketasizlar-yu, Lapu bitta o'zi o'ldiradi-yu, Eymanilarni ham, Magilarni ham. Qaro Messi sakrab.
Like if you hesitate, that's when you see the
Ya botda yutsin, mayli, uning botda yutsin. Ko'ksochlarga o'lim.
Regular public.
The normies, as some may say. But yeah, it's so demanding for the EXP lane. So Onyx start things off with a Baksha, flex pick, although could be leaning more towards the jungle and roam. Not a lot of EXP lane Bakshas in this tournament. While Virtus Pro, gonna be up to them to see how they're gonna be handling that, because Onyx have block pick a Uranus, something that you VP have done and used incredibly well with, especially in the hands of Vandoryu in the jungle. So VP are locking in the R-Lot.
Virtus Pro'ga qarshi 12 o'yini boshlanyapti.
With the R-Lot, it's an easy pickup for a Fulvius for Onyx.
Historia oldim, rozi bo'lasizlar, hozir draft ketadi. Qo'yvoring, tilkasini olib.
26 coin. Exactly, it's so coin flippy. 26 times pick, 10 times ban, 20% win rate. That's abysmal.
Against all odds, basically like but what we have
Tak, yana Ayman ko'tarib chiqmasa. Bitta, va alaykum assalom, Natski.
Final slashes. But what we haven't seen is follow through after that. And so this is the case with any team that
Hozir gruppaga ham yozib
do we have are we in a
Telegram
position
deyman
that's
birsa.
in the early game, the mid game, the late game to actually
Like bosamiz, bosmaganlar bolalar.
amazing setup potential because you can do it defensively.
Emblemni qidirib o'tirman, men hozir Telegram bo'sha bo'ldi.
And for Onyx, you see what they're going with. They're already so durable. They already have so many movement options across the map, but they also get their gold laner early on. They get the
Arlet
spell here.
da o'tgan yil admin bo'lgan edi, avgustda chiqadi. Yarim yil oldi tutdim.
With the R-Lot and then pick a really strong pick for
Ayman olsa chiqib ketaman. Menda nima?
Fredrin first and then Farsa later. But okay, they want
Kayriylar Ayman olsa.
has a chance to bring Onyx to the Bob E.
Va ana как будто Baxi lesga o'xshayapti lekin. Hidi kelyapti Baxi.
It's strange to see because again,
Kumar bo'ladimi deyman-da. Finalmi bugun? Yo'q, final emas.
his priority picks is going to be the
Play-in oxirgi o'yinlar. Yutqizgan chiqib ketadi.
mindset of okay, there's a good chance we're not going to be playing this Kimi, but we also want to take the flex pick in this R.
Kumar bo'lmasa, iltimos.
And as well as Pluto. Most likely, I think it's going to go into the hands of Pluto.
Ha, Telegramda gifim bor.
Here's where I get a little bit worried, right? So now how do they
Kumar Baxi.
the mid lane? They're getting rid of the Kadita. I'm hoping they also get rid of the
Yeah.
too. But at the
Zurga qarab o'tiring, men hazil-huzul qilib o'tiraman qachon.
if Kimi takes the Purify instead of a Flicker, there's a good chance that Bobert is going to find
Lutfullo soli. Lutfullo qo'rqitibdi meni. Oxirgi paytda 12 dan ajralib o'ynayotgan.
Risk here on both sides that they have to take.
Lekin normalni ko'taribdi bor Lutfi.
And I will also would say
Idealni o'ynadi. Yana likvidga qarshi. Kayriga Baxi beringlar, chiqarib yubormoqchimisizlar turnirdan? Qo'ya qolinglar.
they like to measure him up against the other mid laners right now, and that's
Rishayish o'yinda Baxi berish xato lekin.
I would say he's the only one.
VP yutsa, VP forma olasizmi? Yo'q.
Picks for the mid lane. Despite what the
Samsung deb yozilgan.
This is
Shunga olmayman.
most pace. It's just Sans and his ability.
iPhone deb yozdirib olib olishim mumkin, Apple deb.
I mentioned it. So he's one of those players that has this hero pool to pick up. I mean, there's some smiles happening over there too from Onyx, but
Yeah.
so what does this
Ay,
leave
Guraban.
for Sans to pick up?
Just go Kimmy, bro.
Nega?
I mean, Kimmy is going to be a little
Ve
hard.
realnie
because at the
qiziqdim,
end of the
nega?
day, it boils down to what the duo is
Biroq
doing.
Asterlardan qochishyapti, Kaditani ban
Right
qilishdi.
now, again, they're more than Onyx is more than happy to see what that first pick on the second phase is going to be for VP. But I think that VP has made
Yo,
the
seriöz
case
düşünmüyorum,
where
ne ban
they've
qildi?
also figured out that maybe the Onyx are working together. It's like they have
Yeah.
the same analyst or something.
Yeah, it's like Onyx is Onyx.
I
Va
wonder-
hatto Onyx o'ziga pazolat qilishi mumkin. edi.
I'm pretty sure Sans could do the same.
Yeah. It's like the
Time
only
for the
thing.
gourd.
Like the only thing.
No, naglet qiladigan piklarga hali hidi kelmayapti. Hozir endi oxirgi draftlarda bilinadi.
Hey,
Em man
at
tiga
least
bor
minimum
hozir.
6 feet apart. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Glue gets locked in.
Glue
No
up,
surprises here overall, but that means that Onyx has a significant punish, right? Do they go for the fire mist? If they do go into the fire mist, keep in
Chagura
mind they
bosilib
can get
ketdi,
swept
Bitkut.
and hit by the feather.
Eymon bosilib ketmasa bo'ldi muhimi.
What
Bitkut
how
qarashidan
much
yeb
trust
qo'yaman
do they
debdi.
have
Turib
in
uraman
VP
debdi, yutqizsam.
as well as
Telefonni olib
Kyrie
qo'yaman
to
debdi.
create that space?
Just take an Eve here.
Acha o'ng tarafda bunaqa baquvvat bolalar yo'q ekan.
I guess it's
Chap tarafda
all
tipa
right.
indoneziyaliklar bo'yi past sud o'tdi.
And there is that old relationship I remember.
Как bitta treneri baquvvatroq. Как bitta fight bo'lib ketsa ekan. Endi o'tib qo'yadi. Tahlil uchun qaranglar. O'tiribdi, men bilan men urishsa kim yutarkan. O'yin qilsa emas. Zakobali hech qaysisiga. Mayli, Baxis bosilib ketmasa bo'ldi. Baxis bosilib ketdi, tilt. Aktivni o'rnimga zaпрос qo'ying. Hamma aniq, men uveraman 70+% hamma 12 bosadi.
Yeah, really smart stuff coming from Onyx side. I mean, I'm looking at particularly the Fredrin bank because they also recognize.
Qimar deb bu safar realizatsiya qilamizmi yoki biraylarga qarshi bo'lgan o'yin bo'ladimi endi? No, Sansga botda anaqa berildi, lekin Kimmi berildi. Tilt. Nachal itarib tashlashmasa bo'ldi ish qilib, Arlot nogiron qilib. Qimar. Kyrie nomerading Baxiya.
Kumar, nebiri bak.
Ha, tegadi gifim bo'lmasa bo'ldi. Haqiqatan aylanaman deb yana devyatga kirib ketib, qimar.
He needs to start on the right side of the map. He needs to start on the correct side, quickly take away that buff so that even if he does get invaded.
Ya, yutishdi bundan keyin yana MPLda Baxiya olib. O'zi normalni xavotir olmaylik. Qimar bo'lmaydi.
Let's see how it works out here. Virtus Pro shocking Onyx and us with a last
Okay.
game number 1 for this
Hanzo bo'ldi, nima bo'ldi? Manchada.
Quickly take away thing.
Nightmare.
Da, Hanzo.
Be really interesting. The first time you're seeing Hanzo on the international stage, and I think Endor.
Juda jirga Hanzo. No, Hanzo normalniy пробивать qiladi jirga.
That their win against SRG.
U baytirdi personaj просто. Undan kuchli variant bor edi. Hanzo. No, Andryuxaga ishonamiz, Hanzo bo'lsa ham. Go.
MSC 2025 at the esports.
MSC'da olindik-ku normalniy.
In Riyadh. Let's see what buffs they start on. It looks like Endoryu is on.
Esengani chalametasi desa ham bo'ladi.
Against Kyrie on the blue side, starting off on his purple. Same side of the map.
Is this the right
Пробивать
way?
qilish kerak-da.
Is this way? Oh, whoa, over.
Oh, уже Sans boshladi shouslarini. Hozir endi Plutoni friki ketmasa bo'ldi.
A couple shots he does. Walk away, get stunned.
Oh, tirik qoldi, fliki ham ketmadi. Nice.
Won't be able to get it.
Bu yerda Kumar уже agressiyani boshladilar.
He has the flicker.
Chumoqda qizil hozir middan zo'rg'a turishibdi o'zligi.
That's a start for them.
Olib
They at least
ketdi.
have a little bit of priority here. You can see what-
Dvaynoyni ham olib ketyapti. Hanzo как bitta четверка olish hero bo'ladimi deymanda. Yo informatsiya bormi ekan Baxi haqida? Menimcha yo'q. Qizilga ketmaydi Kayrini. Buni qilolmaydi ham qayta. Nikak. Bitta Kimmi turibdi. Oqizib yuboradi komandasiga qo'shib. Hanzo farm test qiladi, hozir lekin четверка ocha olmaydi. Dvaynoyni olsa keyin 4-loy ochadi. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom. Fans boshladi-da. No trick olib ketdi, Pluton nerealniy trick olib ketdi. Men orqaga qaytdi, o'zi chiqib ketgandan keyin.
Which I'm pretty sure Endoryu after this invade is going to look for.
So he's going on that side
Tak.
right now.
Emblemalarni ko'rmoqchi bo'lganlar.
For them to make it wasn't there. So does hit the level 4 anyway. And you know that's the thing. It's
Urib oldinglar deb o'ylayman.
Hanzo does come through because when we
Bizda Cherepaxa 10 sekunddan keyin paydo bo'ladi. Kumarni farmi ozgina ko'proq. 5-loy ham ochib oladi, skoriy всего, agar siniyga chiqsa. No, siniyga chiqmasa, сразу urib yuborishadimi yoki Cherepaxani? Manimcha-da sразу Cherepaxiga o'ynab olishmoqchi. Hanzo Botdagi o'zini krasnisini уже olib bo'ldi. Hop, Plutoga o'yin boshlandi. Foyuz ikkinchi skillini beryapti. Pluto yashash harakat qilyapti. Navbatda flikan beramasdan o'lib ketadi. First blood 12 hisobiga yozilyapti. Hozir endi Foyuz dalshi sakrayapti. Nima foydasi bo'lmaydi. Urishamidi nikak. Hozircha damak yo'q. Yana Galemni ham olib qo'yishyapti. Shu bilan birgalikda Cherepaxani ham olishadi. 12lar и Sans уже botda Dvaynoy ham olib qo'yapti. 12 ID full agressiya bilan iloji boricha Hanzoni dush qilishga harakat qilishyapti. Biram hamma narsasini olib qo'yishga harakat qilishyapti. Bufflarni olish sal qiyinroq. Wow! Kale nimagadir ulta bosib yordi Hanzoga. Okak. Jakbeti kill topishsa bo'lardi, shuni berishmasa Plutodan. Pluto o'lmasdan o'ynasa ham qandaydir zerikarli bor. Bunaqasi bo'lmagani menimcha lekin zerikarli bo'ladi. Arbotromga soloda umuman rolda o'ynamaganiga yaxshi. Atakda bo'ladi. Arlot bitta flick ulta qildi, no bесполезно, tarqalishadi.
Yeah, because Onyx is like, no, we're not letting Endoryu get to play the game. We're going to take
Bla, Andrew xana qiynashyapti lekin. Super Igorga hozircha kliplarni o'ziga ushab olganmi? Irritail jon bo'yicha yutayotgan bo'lsa ham, apasniroq paysda turibdi. Gol tepada bo'lganidan ham yaxshiroq bo'lardi boru. Arlot qarash borsa bo'lardi. Akkuratniroq. Birinchi katkamida, birinchi kat. Menimcha Hanzoni dush qo'yishadi lekin u ketishdi. U ish bilan qilyapti. Уже min perifarm 3-minut, 4-minutda. Morgan edit uchun geroy eting. Link. Конечно же link bo'ladi. Hozir metda bo'lmasa ham baribir eng gameplay приятный play geroylardan bittasi. Rating o'ynab 7.08. Norm. 7-8-minutlarda. No, ungacha perifarm portlab ketish kerak emas-da. O'lishligi kerak emas. Prosta bashnalarni qutqarishga o'ynash kerak. Hatto babeklarga o'ynash olmasa ham, hozir kalaya botda Plutoga ulta qildi, lekin Plutoni botda flick yo'q, qochib keta oladimi? Yo'q, qochamadi. Lekin botda Hanzo Glue. Okay. Почти. Afsus, Andryuxa jigarim o'lib qoldi. Sal men bo'ladimi dedim, lekin shu ham nasib qilmadi. Даже через прикол o'xshamadi. Alam qildi. No, farm ko'pda baba. Yashayotdi tankovkasi, ko'p joni ko'p.
Because every time he uses his ult, he needs to get some kind of resources from Onyx side.
Scam qildi, scam. Da, glue yordam beraverdi.
Max he can get is the tsunami slam. Because now Onyx ID, they recognize, okay, Endoryu's at that point where he's
Narmanli bo'ldi lekin.
He goes for that second item, doesn't really matter to Kyrie. It's only the third item that matters. The person that they can punish is whoever doesn't have a purify. In this case, Pluto.
Tsunami slam again.
Pluto yana qolib ketdi, ba'zi no fliki bor endi. Keyingi safar. Jigar, qaytman. Late'da sayratadi, no late'ga borishmaydi agar bu darajada o'yin ketursa. Kaliyan ultasi Super Igorga kill topishi mumkin. Kiboydan qanaqangi xato, perifarmni yutib ketishyapti. Lekin nimagadir zonit qilmoqchi bo'lib, deshini berib yubordi. Minus Kiboy.
Buff was secured, yes, very nicely done by Kyrie.
Betkot qolib ketadi endi. Bekor o'tirdi. Wow, Arlot yaxshi tortib berdi. Kimmi Sanzi botda fashonga o'ynab bordi. Hanzo qaytish kerak. Bolalar qaytamiz, iltimos qaytinglar. Mayli. Okay. 0-3 Pluto ba'zi. Hozir yaxshi qildi lekin. Yaxshi qildi.
Because keep in mind, the big volatile point for the side of Onyx ID really is Sans. He could have taken a Purify to try and protect himself, but no, instead, not some arrow.
Voy, Severoga normalniy urintib qo'yapti Hanzo уже. Почти o'ldirib qo'ydi lekin. Agar Strayva sal noto'g'ri bo'lganda yetib olib o'ldirib, no Pluto botda o'ladi, flick yo'q. Qo'y sal bo'lmay qoldi. No babolar bilan yetib olishardi. Da, biznes ulta qildi Pluto. Vashi kutilmagan narsani qildi. Андрюха bu farm pot. Как будто comeback bo'ladi. Как будто comeback bo'ladi. Men hamma cherepahani berishgan bo'lsa ham, ozgina nachalada likvid yo'q, likvid o'ynamaydi bu. Ikkita 12 bilan turklab qoldi. Taqib etgandi. No, yo'q, menimcha ja comeback qildi, kelmadi. Tepa ketdi. Perifarm ozgina kamaydi, lekin baribir yana 12 lar normal farm qilishyapti bu narsalarni olib qo'yib. Voy, Bober qolib ketadimi? Yo'q, Achishendan berib qochuvdi, lekin Severo botda oxirgi techkasi Boberda bit qilyapti. Arlotdan ulta no foydasi bo'lmadi. Hozir endi Hanzo low HP qochish kerak. Bitta kumar. Betkod qulayapti. Betkod qocha olmaydi. Men o'ylashim bo'yicha da qocha olmaydi. Bilishkim ko'p zamidlo berib tashadi. No botda 12 lar yaqqol dominatsiya bilan uje почти 5000 perifarmga chiqishdi. Chiqishadi ham hozir. Chunki hamma 3. Kaleye botda sakragan edi Kiboy Grangerga, lekin Granger achinasi chiqib ketdi. Kiboy low HP qochyotdi, no Andryuxa uni dabit qilmadi, boshqasiga o'ynayapti. Assalomu alaykum, ayman qani? Va alaykum assalom. Ya bu apasnik atgan lekin. Tinchgin tank berib qo'ya qoldik. Bu o'yin yutqizdi chunki chiqib ketishadi.
Pluto has had one hell of a time this Arlot, but he's still going for those plays. He's still trying to set up the final slashes. And honestly, at a certain point, it could just take one.
Abila.
Now on Luffy, but that's not the target you want to go
Как будто hali damagi yo'q Hanzo'ni. Mustakil unch yuzini ham uchirib yuborishayotdi. Ulta quvvatli bola. Iloji boricha ko'proq fayz qo'shilmoqchi bo'ldi Andrey. No, unga o'ynab yuborishyapti, tez yorib yuborishyapti. Plutoga escape borga ro'y berish kerak. Gatoti как будто eng нереальный escape unda Gatoti foydasi bo'lmadi. Nolon bo'larmikin Plutoda bo'lsa kerak. Potensialni Pluto Nolonni beraman deyapti. Nolon 2 ni bergan edi, adashmasam. Nolon 2 bo'lim, Nolon 1 bo'lim. Lord botda free. Hozir endi foyuz qo'yib olmayman deyaptimi? Yo'q, qo'yib yubordi bo'ldi. Tarqalishadi. Lord 12 ID oldi, 6000 perifarm. Severo hozir Krasny oladi, Dayno oladi, Galem oladi, pas ketadi. Bu farm baqvatadi akada. Virtus Essengani komandasi. 0-12 bo'ldi-da. No rekord qo'ysa kerak menimcha bu safar. Bizlarni komanda desa ham bo'ladi. Привет, браточку. Зундер. Ехай, Соник. Филиппин.
Again, you know, at this point, you only got that one item on the Farsa. Yeah, you can still do some damage with the feathered airstrike, but you're losing that advantage. Pluto. Okay,
Plutodan nerealniy ulta bo'ldi, o'zini minus ko'rsatdi, bitta flikiga qo'shib 0-6 уже. No, bu safar Lord og'ir keladi. Xo'p, Plutosiz def qilishsa, Pluto orqali qisib turish kerak. Zahod qilishga urinib ko'rishdi, o'shanda o'ynashar. Hanzoni bo'lameni uchun damagi bor. Hali qo'rqinchli emas, nimadir qilyapti bola. Pluto cho'g'u qiladimi? Qachon cho'g'u qilmagan? Shunga muxlislik bosmay yo'q. Team Spiritga muxlislik bo'lma. Hozir lekin Sanzi yaxshi olib kirish, Sanzi o'ldirish kerak lekin. Ya o'lmasa ekan. Gulu ham qolib ketadi, Gulu oladi, Sans tirik qoladi. Ozgina urun yetmay qoladi. Da. Afsus. Damak bo'lmadi. Yigorka bilan Hanzo qulayroq pozitsiyada bo'lsa, hozir Sanzi o'ldirishsa bo'lardi. Kirib chiqib ketdi-da bola. Ozgina o'xshamay qoldi. O'ylagan narsasi, hozir kaleye saklaydimi? Yo'q, yetolmaydi o'sha Plutoga. Pluto как будто слишком агрессивно o'ynayapti. Men shuncha o'lgan bo'lsam. Bir tomondan stoy, chunki hayot уже ishlamaga arzimaydi. Kayri yetib olaman deb o'yladi Hanzoga. No, Hanzo vaqtida tepa qilgan ekan. Andryuxa xursand hozir. Mancho ko'p bo'lmayapti. Super Igor kelgan hali o'lmagan. Super Igor o'lmagan. Shunisi plus. 1-0 ketdi. Komandada o'zi 2 ta kill. Pluto comeback qilsa, quvorishi mumkin, Arlotda o'ynayapti chunki. Nerealni bitta ulta qilib bersa, Sanzi yechib Severo bilan. Ya, menimcha endi bu yerda xato bo'ldi-da, Andrew olib ketdi. Split qilish harakat qilyapti-da, afsuski bu safar tutib olishdi. Baxi mobilniyda bor, u karta tez qilinmaydi baribir. Normalni yetib oladi. Ukrainaniki adashmasam. Organizatsiya VP Ukrainaniki bo'lishi mumkin, va anaqa emas. Mobil именно chiqqanda ESA, то есть SNG'ning nomidan chiqadi. Ukraina nomidan chiqmayapti bular. Katta organizatsiya bo'lsa ham.
They're gonna go towards the jungle, maybe just to get the orange buff.
Lord yana free 12 IDga slishkin passivniy o'yin. Virtus Pro'dan, конечно, 10 ming periferimni nimadir o'ylab topishga ham harakat qilishmayapti.
So for VP, they're in a tough position. I don't think they've had enough time. I don't think they've had enough options to get back in fighting form in this game. And Onyx, definitely with this Lord pushing in, will want to end the game here.
How bad of a mistake would Onyx have to
Fanzodan ulti, Fofchikka o'ynashga harakat qilaman, yo'q, o'sha energiyasi qolmadi, ikkinchi skill ham tegmadi, energiya regen bo'lmaydi, 10 ming periferimdan oshdi, 3 ta layndan kirib baravar vaqtda keladi, idealning talkat qilingan laynlar, no botazgina kech. Nebida hozir по-любому Tetri yo'qotishadi, middiga aniq ketadi. Tepadiga ham ketadiganga o'xshayotdi, no yo'q, tepani saqlab qolishdi. Hozir passivni Hanzo qutqarib qoldi. Midda lekin hali Lordning joni ko'p, почти 15 ming joni bor. Kirish niyatligi yo'q menimcha hozircha. Frikiligi bor edi lekin Fovusda. Boyda. Keyingi patchka bilan 12 komandasi Virtus Pro'ni tepasiga kirmoqchi. Kimidan ulta berildi, hech kimga tegmadi. Hozir bu yerda Kaleye flick ulta beryapti. Fight, скорее всего, bu yerda 12 oladi. Уже Plutonni o'ldirib yuborishdi flick ultadan keyin. Orqasidan ko'tam oldi. Ne bo'ldi bu yerga. Periferimda 10 mingda hech qanaqa sedef qilmaydi bu narsani. Super Igorga oxirida sanzi ham oldi. Super Igorga o'ynadi normalni.
But the tactical
Report
precision in this game was ridiculous. They were waiting for the right conditions, and it was all banking on the fact that Pluto is playing on an Arlet, but he's also using Flicker, and he's the main reason why they would either win or lose, and they wanted to guarantee that it was going to be a win.
Yeah, that pretty as expected because of the draft picks, what Virtus Pro ended up with at the center of the map. On it, it was up to them to not drop the ball on this one, and as you mentioned, they were just so precise. Rotation, skill, and commitment wasted. They were looking for trades, they were looking for sure wins.
Как будто Pluto o'rniga Nagi pop kelsa normalniy komanda bo'ladi.
There was not much Virtus Pro could do at the map.
Lutby is playing today really hot. I got to give it to him, you know.
Uzunmas o'yin haqiqat. No, balki ikkinchi o'yin nimadir o'ylab topishar. U Lance Andrew Hosu bu narsa qilishi mumkin-da, Cherry Lance o'ynashsa.
Making sure that the river was an uncontestable point. The starting point for Andoria was good, but the
Oqsoch ko'p shunaqa o'ynayapti. Ko'p shunaqa o'ynayapti. MSCda, ya'ni SNG'ning urovinida bu bola top 2 romer o'zi вообще. Havodan keyin mash turadi. MSCda chunki ikkini oldi. No. Mirovoyga chiqishda o'zi boshlandi-da. Wild card o'zini yaxshi ko'rsatdi. Lance o'zlari ban qilishadi. Boshqa Arlot olmasan, badanga ham olmasan, anaqa ham olmasan. Gatot ham olmasan. Gatot olmasan birinchi o'rinda. Arlot olsa ham. Arlot qaytib kill topdi.
Yeah, they threw themselves in such a way that it was just everything was so calculated that for
Yo, tankless chiqish kerak, yo lance solish kerak. Ilili Husinsin. Men ko'zim yetishi mumkin bo'lgan narsa birinchi o'rinda Andryuxa hozir nimadir o'ylab topadi. To есть Hanzodiga. Yoki Super Igorga. Nechi bo'ldi hozircha 1-0, 12 yutyapti. Kimdir agar qiziqayotgan bo'lsa, Gluda ba'zi o'yin bilaman bilan, Fobusda tankni bilamas. Birinchi matchga o'ynamayman. Xarosh. Men birinchi matchga 12 tikdim, ikkinchi matchga VPga tikkan edim. No, hozirgi o'yinga qarab qiyin bo'ldi. Alfa hozir qiyinroq, kim olmayapti. Как будто keyingi match Kyrie'dan ham ko'rasizlar.
Didn't get to see much of that, right? Even Badcott was actually taking
Yeah, Shield peaklar boshlanadi hozir. Agar hozir 12 Messi emasdan o'zligini xohlagan shift tashlashsa, VP nimadir qilishi mumkin ikkinchi match. Boshlanib nechini urasan? Nechiman? Men 3manmi? 5-6 uraman-da. Turklar bilan yana 12 PHL o'ynash mumkin ekan-da. Yo'q. Yo'q, play-offda yo'q. O'ynamaydi. 12 PH ham 2-1 bilan chiqadi, chunki anaqalar ham 2-1 bilan chiqadi. Finalda uchrashishi mumkin, atak yo'q. Hayri emi olmasa zo'r bo'ladi hammasida. Bor gap. Bitta likvidlarga qarshi anaqa ham olish kerak emas. Filippin komandalariga qarshi. Baksi.
There needs to be a bit of a, at this point, desperate shift in priorities.
Maqta nechini urib bering.
At first I get like, okay, pick up the fire.
Qultuflaring olib.
They needed a much stronger pick.
Balki ikkinchi katga nimadir bo'ladi. Men ishonaman hozircha. Aurora finalga yetib bormasa kerak. Men o'ylashim bo'yicha bitta 12 Filippin MPL yutib qo'ygandan keyin urovingni silishga tushib ketdim, bilmayman. Hardan shunaqa bitta yutqizgandan keyin birlar ham yo'q ketadi, 12lar ham yo'q ketib qoladi. Endi 12 Filippin ham mana shunaqa bo'lib qolyapti. Final SRG bilan Team Liquid.
They need to pick their poison at this point, right? Because it's clear in the draft that they're most worried about Mr. Kyrie himself, you know? The handsome jungler himself, import of a lifetime, amazing pick.
Kim o'ynamadi? Plutoga guide qilib bersin.
Considered to be one of the best.
Kim o'y rasman level endi ko'raman. Men menga qarab turdim Severoga. Bitta avaga qo'yib olish kerak. Romerlar bo'lsa screenshot qo'yib olinglar-da. Avaga qo'yib olinglar.
Because their side laners need to have a
Прикольный, нормальный тема bo'ladi. Tutdi, azartdi.
Gotten to iron out the things that Virtus Pro need to work on. We're
Only
going to discuss it a little bit more here, but
match.
before we move on with the
Bo'lishi
draft, we have a
mumkin.
very special guest with a turner right now. It's Delar.
Bu Jafri deb o'ylamayman, bab.
Thank you, casters. We're here with
O normalniy katga bo'ladi. O tez yutqizib qo'ymaydi.
Hello guys, ¿cómo están?
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something complicated, and I was just about to say I don't speak Tagalog. I was just kidding. But anyway, it looks like both Onyx are now fighting for their.
Lekin hozir bafakto CV qaytdi Severodoga o'ynamaydi. CV shuncha vaqtdan birdamda-ku.
They might not even come out of this alive. Right now it's looking good
Tez
for
zo'r
Onyx.
formada hozir. No, bab Filippin urovini boshqa narsa deydi. Men o'zim tez balet qilaman.
Yeah, at that time I'm there, especially.
O'ynasa kanishdan. Abdushi balet qilaman. No, jana free match bo'lmaydi. Atak 12 Filippin tanlasa menga yoqqan bo'ladi.
Kaya biasa
Hello,
doang gitu.
Not ili Turklan olish kerak.
Preparationnya kayak di PH gitu.
Why are you speaking in Indo? Now I have to translate. He said it was normal training that went through when they were in Indonesia because they were there for like a couple weeks, right? So what was it
Kadar
like?
qachon qayda qaytmaydi deyapti. Mashine fan
like synergy training or was it just purely scrims?
I think in terms of in-game like strategy, I think they are almost same. But in terms of outside game like mereka gak nyaman banget gitu.
Qaysi komanda bilmayman. Nail keladi deyishyapti-da.
They weren't
O'to
comfortable.
digga yo'sitadi. Bitta diggida vashi video o'ynaydi 30 marta 40 marta o'ynab.
It's different from
Opa yoqmayapti, opa menga ham yoqmayapti. Chiqqandan beri yoqmadi.
performance lah gitu.
Okay, but it's different food from the Philippines and that's why they
Go ikkita 12-0 revansh bo'lardi. Ayyoja 0-4 qilolmaydi ham. 12 Filippin mas'uli. Ikkita 12
to make it to knockouts.
I think right now they are.
Ikkita 12 o'ynasa, palabon Filippinga balet qilaman. Hozir uncha yaxshi formada bo'lmasa ham.
Game 1 their lineup is
Pokti yopalar zo'r. Botda ham imbo opalar bor 12, mana Indoneziyaniki. Ko'rsatmayapti-da hozir.
What about for Onyx PH? Do you think that they're going to make it to knockouts too?
Yeah, kayaknya.
Ne 12 la o'ynamaydi lekin Filippin. Короче, Q0 faqat Q1lar bilan o'ynaydi.
Kayaknya mereka mau balas dendam gitu.
So he's quite confident. Because looking at the expressions, they seem like they were really ready to do their next matchup. So that will be against Homeboys.
Yeah.
So you think it will be Onyx PH moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's an easy game.
Oh, easy game. You think it's going to be an easy game? Do you think it's good for them that they had to go through this lower?
12 aydiniki zo'r, Masovchitsalari, keyin anaqaniki futbol zo'r, xotinimedi.
ada kaya moment gitu biar ini.
UZB turnuvası
biar
من
di
شخص ريال صوتي
Okay, so he
دلم
thinks that
هاوس
it's good that they
داده
went to the lower bracket, so they're more heated. They're
باشه
more
وانزي
up
سيزي
for
لباف
their next
هو أنا
round
ايخوني كام زور
in
لك
the knockouts if they do make it
قول
through.
لك بيجي
Now,
ايخوني كام نقطة
which team do you think would pick Onyx from the 2-0 bracket? You're aware of how things are going to go in the knockouts, right? So 2-0 teams will be able to pick from the 2-1 pool. Do you think that there's a particular team
بريجي
that
ده
stands
كتمان
out
محلا
to pick out
بالمعلم
Onyx?
Kayaknya nggak ada suaranya.
يواي
Onyx
اون
itu
برسي
ngeri
عم
banget,
تو
especially kalau kalau di playoff.
ما ولا انت لنشو ما يعني زنقر كياوي يوغن
Teams will
يخشنيات
actually choose to pick either Onyx because their specialties when it
كوب
comes
جابر ده
to
پس ایتر قایما
playoffs. See, you understand?
باب چو میمیزای تو رو
He's making me work, man.
حالا سیلانا خیلی قایما اسن گینه که ترجیح مخ برشاده من گروش شدن که این ساله ترجیح مخ برم تاک من چو ماما آها من چو مهمندی پرست
Kalau di playoffs gitu.
نمیسته لیچ خمیم
So
تو
yeah,
آواز
none of the teams will actually choose to pick either
نه این دی
Onyx
پس که اپرات
because their
چیلی
specialties when it comes down to
Playoffs.
playoffs. See, you understand English. You're
هیچ کت که با این بالا ده بالا
Он не думает, что
So, do you have a message
спалило,
for
что
Onyx
он понимает
right
английский. Ну это
now?
да. До этого я понял, что не так важно, в принципе. Никто не захочет выбирать свою же команду, то есть будет выбирать команду, которая в интересах региона, скажем.
Jadi semangat dan I will always support you.
So just keep fighting because they already know what to do anyway. So he just wants to share good luck
Здесь
towards them.
Ну, хочет пожелать удачи всем абсолютно.
Semangat.
В частности, по поводу Оник Пейдж идет
همه
разговор.
آمد
Не думает,
تلیمز
что Оник Пейдж будет
Ехал
выбирать
год.
Оников индонезийских.
اسکنفورد بار من اشتمه من uzun من ترجیح مخ برش شم اوکی انگلیسی خیلی من bu mapsılı
Okay, Keller can speak Indo now.
Yeah,
So
bisa.
technically,
Oğuz pas kana kadar SNG'nin translasyası
everyone.
انگلیسی bu botte hareket attı değil mi? Balara okusam tipi echo attı dostlar.
Then our Indonesian reporter
Ebol
in the English
Yep.
broadcast.
Yo,
If
Ham.
that isn't proof of
There,
we have
Russian
totally
Africa.
become a global game, I don't know what is. Fantastic interview by Eterna and Delar. They're always great to hear from Delar.
İngiliz
That's truly the ASEAN spirit here.
Yeah.
Not just Asian, this is ASEAN through and through. I don't know when he gave up his Filipino passport.
Bu
for the Indo
likvid,
one, but hey,
likvid
that's-
organizasyonu
I feel
boxeş
a little
böyle şey
inadequate
devuyam
because I
team
can
speed
only
yok ya
speak
ne
a little bit. No, I'm fluent in
Bundan
Filipino.
ki Aurora oynadı ama bundan ki 12
I'm not
Filipin
gonna do
oynadı.
that.
Aurora
I'm not going to do that to you on the English broadcast.
Eski Filipin zor balardı.
Yeah, I think we are actually a multilingual table.
Yeah,
We got
yeah.
English, Filipino, Bahasa.
Sana
What else?
all, dude.
I wish that was a sticker in game.
Yeah.
Just show your face.
Sana
Sana all,
all.
dude. All right.
Ayo,
So as we talk about and wish for the stickers
Evet,
that we
kaybettin
had
aşağı
in game
olsun.
and those voice lines,
Ben
I
de
think
zaten
it's
şey
now
başka.
down to discussing the draft because
Bu İtalya
clearly
ligin
after
var,
game number
hakikaten.
1, heading into it,
Rem,
there was
Rom'la
a very
sizler
specific
devam.
window for that Hanzo to work out, which side he would go
Burada
for.
Puto final
Onyx
oldu da
responded
plus ki
to
umman
it very
çıkamadı
well.
Virtus.
I think Virtus Pro cannot
Yine
go for
kaçan
crazy
bir
ideas
kısa
here.
böyle
They
de
really
ha
need to
metamaz
double
kıma
down
gençler.
on some fundamental
Kontrol
kicks
komposta kılına da
that
toru no
gives them a
hazır
bigger
metamaz
chance
yoksa gibi
of being
umma
able to
gençler.
outplay Onyx.
Hemen dizgi front
I
olayım.
mean,
İli
starting
işiyle
with
olayım.
having to ban
Palez
so
bir
many
robot.
of the
No fazla
junglers,
kill
to
roam'u
be
ne
fair,
kadar
and or you can
bakmaması
play
lazım.
these types of junglers too, it is hurting
Bu
them
programlı şöyle derece
indirectly.
Matilda hem
That's what I
estirgi
personally
çıkamayacak
feel.
hazır
But again,
yoktu.
Kyrie is such a big driving force as to like, if
Yaxşı
we can
tam
narrow
triple
him
yapıp
down
ki
to
oyun
just
seli böyle
the
no
utility,
baba
maybe he
kaleye
can
ele
give an
küçüğü
option. But
robolar.
now they've adjusted, right? We're seeing that
Kaleye
there is gonna
Baxi.
finally be that Boxia ban, which might open up
Belki
some
aldım,
options
aldım,
for
aldım.
Bobert. But here we go. First picks, 1-1 goes through.
Yikes. I think just say that now. Yikes.
I was gonna say, wow. The,
Ya Vastin yaş
one-on-one
bir
which we're
gene de
usually
hazır
seeing,
yoktu şuna
banned out
hakikaten.
goes
Peki
first
sabah okuyuna
pick
geldi
over
gidiş
here for
onuyla
Onyx, so-
Emre.
And we know this is a
No
power
fight
for them
mate
too. They
ediyor.
can go ahead and play into. Now VP, what do
Hop
they do with this?
Lancelot,
Because there's also
ban
really good
12
options for
komandasından
them
ikinci
to
katga.
pick up here on
Böyle
this first
shotlar var.
swing.
Ancak
So the
vermemiz
focus is you still
shot.
have
Van'dan
the
bir koyduk
Kalea.
değil.
If they
Sever
want to,
oge.
I'd love to see them take the Kalea. I think they'd have a
Peki,
better
Fova.
time on that for
Peki.
Pluto. But they do take the Phoveus away from Lutby, and then they pick up the Kimmy as well, which is, again, there's so many good options.
Yeah.
Maybe those are the best two for them.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking into the 1-1, you really need a good balance balance of crowd control and damage, whether it's
Efendim hemen
scaling
bir
or
25
pokes
tuttu.
initially.
Aktif,
I
inaktif
think VP now are
Yozgat
still
yolla
having to
geçattı.
decide whether or not they will go
Hepa
through
verildi.
with their
Birinci de
tanky
veke veke
junglers,
225 hepa.
this might force Andoria
Tipi
to
birinci ikinci
consider
oran.
picking up an
Başarılı.
assassin.
Aktifler
Because
hemen
the 1-1
barışmadı.
is such a high-profile target, you need down fast.
They're gonna go with the Fredrin this time around alongside with the Kalia. Interesting to say the least that at least for Lutfi,
Yeah.
I thought they might want to consider
Aykut'ta
getting
12
Ghoul
tercih
early
alır.
on, but
İkinci
that would just
katken
close out the very
sasıyla
first
yok
phase for
şu.
Onyx side,
Midde
right? So if
agresif
they
inerse
want to make
alıştı,
sure that they
doğru,
dig
ama
a little deeper for
Bana
Lutfi, I
mılan
don't
kaleye
think
yana
Arlek is
beriş.
going to get touch this
Bilişim
game in
kotta hata oldu.
particular, which begs the question,
Ben
what
kore
does he
ana kana
play at
vereceğim
this point for
adam.
the EX
Hani
Is he looking to sandbag? I mean, Uranus is still on the
Ben
table.
atsın
And I
kem
think
kana
that's totally
hapsene
fine
de
for a
hapsene
lineup
var.
like this. But they need a mid laner that has some form of damage. We're going to see, once again, it's going to be the Granger for the side of a Super Igor.
Ben Real'in
Now we
fanini
go into
vereceğim
the
bu adam.
second
Doğru
phase.
Kayri taradı
What does the
faniydi.
bans look like? I'm guessing the
Tamam
Farsa's
baba.
gonna go.
Yeah.
Dünyadan
Are
korkut.
there any other
Van
laners
Van'la
that
hoca.
we should be worried about?
Kadita,
What was it say?
considering
Kadita?
that it's
Çiçi hiç
Onyx
kosa
and it's
ayı
Sand.
çiçi bendeki.
Mm,
Çiçi ben
Maybe they
ben.
do Farsa Kadita.
Farsa Kadita.
Won't that be leaning a little bit too much to the mid lane bans though?
That's the
I
thing.
mean,
that's the
previously
thing.
they did Farsa Kagura.
Oh, that's
Ha,
true.
I'm okay with
Oh.
Kadita in
Güzel
particular
Tora
because at
diyeyim
least
koşuda.
then you don't get punished too hard by things like Phobius. You have ways to kind of like get in and out of the fights without, you know, getting jumped on by the Infernal Pursuit. Like for an example, Kagura is like, yeah, I got hella mobility, but I'm just adding more charge to the Phobius passive anyways.
Sonra diskusyonu geçeceğim daha nasıl.
Suddenly
O
show
var.
up with
Ya,
an
yazık.
unexpected
Siz bir
mid
5-6
lane ban
5-6
similar
min
to,
taşıyın.
like a Valentina. We might be expecting a Tigreal pick down the line for them. But again, that's just a very specific scenario.
I don't think it's that bad. Oh, the Gatot is already banned out from Onyx side. It's going to hurt VP a lot. I want to see them play something like Cho. But the only problem is that like your key targets would be usually most of the time it's going to be like the mid lane on top of the top lane. But with 1-1 is pretty impossible to freely get a kick. Hilda gets banned. Are they going to do it again? Are they going to try and go for the Hanzo one more time?
Hayır. Hem 25 faizle böyle çeker.
Creamy Granger.
Faiz bu sağlam.
Me Granger
Bunun
and,
için iPhone daha
and then
hoş
something
gitmez.
like a Hanzo. Because even we saw that in the last game, like a lot of the
Bu
resources
sonu
had
Gato'dan
to,
çok
they
işte.
went to Andoryu.
Ano, ja, unicat
they
kumiliydi
were
şu
so
an.
far behind and it made Bober have a
Hakikaten
really hard
Gato'da
time
ben
building
karşısına
up on
neydim ya.
that.
Ne
The
konuştu o
Farsa,
öyle.
so I don't know. Maybe they. I would like to see the. Maybe they. I don't know if they want to do utility versus utility. We know that Andorra is
Lutfi'nin var ama
You can see there is a Hayabusa being banned out though.
Yeah, it's like wolves in their ear or something.
Gato'da
It's
XP
crazy.
damak spor sola. Smail damak.
Crazy how accurate these
Hemen de,
bans are. Very targeted
şahıs
against
kılıçta
the
baladı.
side. And especially, it's a really good read when you see the Hilda come
Oyun
through.
çıksa olabilir.
Right, almost immediately after the
O
Farsa.
yetkak
So
bitti.
let's see
Hükümet
now, how
baladı.
is this going to
Tam
go?
o
Because
team up
mid and as well as gold is already predetermined by VP, right? So do you want to show off your jungler now and then wait until the very end to see what your support's going to be? Or do you just lock in your support now and tell
Ben daha fazla paket mi bırak skor attı böyle oldu.
there's really not a lot of options in terms of the jungle at this point.
Yeah.
Az yine uza giden ketse baladı 12. Şahıs kılıp.
What?
Toplansın grok.
What?
Ya.
I mean, you did
Uza grok
mention
tutan banu.
Cho earlier for the crowd
İlk
control.
üçlü kemendalı hem Oma yaptı
hero
değil.
that does what Cho does in terms of getting vision is the Grok, but that's gonna be tough against what the
Lapo
Onyx
oldu
brings
ya,
to
Lapo.
the table now. They go for the Lapo Lapo.
Ay zачем grok? Zачем?
For VP?
For VP.
Yeah, they might be leaning towards it.
Because this Grok is interesting. It's a bit of a hit or miss, right?
Then
Because
first
if
kag
Kalia
with the
sticks on
flag.
top of you, she literally waits for you to, you know, wait for
Man
your
gets
power
like
nature to
Cobra,
time
but it can't
out,
stand
then just
Sen
grab
fırtaya
you.
meşgul ama.
That's the big problem. It's a great disengage to wow,
bölge gel.
Valentina from
Tamam
Onyx
gel team böyle
side.
hazır grok kultasını beriş.
Oh man.
I mean, that's why I was thinking Virtus
Ah,
Pro would
valla,
want to consider
hakikaten
Valentina
valla
that
hazır
earlier.
iş.
But okay,
O kaleye genç kontrolü bu.
I don't get it. Why would they compromise the mid lane like this? They could have gone for the Kadita anyways, and it should have been fine.
No, bilmem,
I think it was
bilmem.
also just a confidence pick. You get a second setter alongside that Kalea and the Lapo. You have three
Evet,
setters
kenarlar.
now essentially
Nasıl kızı?
for the side of Onyx. I
Ay,
think this
baba.
feels like Sans telling coach, "Hey, I'm not bothered by the trading." I'll
Aya
be
ben
okay."
de mahşidim bana ki.
I would have preferred like a Yeve or something. Create a box. Yep, there we go. The Uranus jungle at the very
call.
end. Oh, this one's really tough.
Yeah.
Ne, yana nima
I'm not a
bo'ldi?
fan of VP's draft here though. I think it's going to be hard to pull off and
Napasligim
like you said,
yirtilib
there's a lot of
ketdi. Boshqa
control
beringlar
options for
bo'ldi.
Onyx to utilize.
If somehow, some way,
Krasovkalarni
gets
yechib
a
o'tirishdi.
much better
12
early game compared to Onyx here, they get to punish
Hamma
them.
oyoq
They
kiyim yechib olgan.
get to lock down
Kyrie oyoq
Sans,
kiyimda
who
adashmasam
might
faqat.
just be more susceptible to overstepping as he is a Valentina. This could be good for VP. A lot of possibilities to consider. So Gideon, Naisu, you guys have to take over.
Yeah, thank you, Ramar. Oh, this is match point for Onyx Indonesia. VP. Really interesting draft. We could see the Uranus coming through eventually. I don't think they wanted to go for, especially when you're up against that Fredrin. Sure, you're thinking about the Hanzo being that late game carry to get you through the end, but it's that mid game that's going to be a huge problem. Right now, the onus is on Onyx ID to try and close out this game a little earlier than we would have liked. The scaling is not bad from the side of Virtus Pro. Let's jump right into this game. Onyx Indonesia on the blue side facing off against Virtus Pro on the red side, fighting for tournament lives.
It's going to be once again, an interesting showcase because so far statistically, this Uranus in the jungle has not been too hot. Actually, just in general, it's kind of fallen off a little bit, struggled, and this is going to take some work for Virtus Pro to make this composition work. It's been a long time since we've seen the Grok come into play too, but
Manimcha hozir chiroyli qilib Virtus Pro'ni kuzatib deyapti. Pikligi, ko'ramiz. Balki u bir narsa o'ylab qo'yishgandir. Balki giroy qolmagandan bu narsa qilib tashlashmagandir. Bu planligi bordir.
It's not going to be fun. Wait, let's see who wins that retry battle. No,
Urans botda Fredringa Lesiga agressiya qilib ko'rmoqchi bo'lyapti. Andrew smite ketadimi Kyrie'ni? Yo'q, Kyrie smite qildi. Andrew endi botda o'ladi.
He's pretty tanky. Gets
safe bo'lishiga devor qo'ydi. No foydasi bo'lmaydi. Flick e'tibori bab bo'ldi.
Kyrie will pick up a kill.
Ozgina o'xshamay qoldi.
Yep, and even Bobber ended up dying.
Manimcha buff olgan taqdirda ham bo'lardi. Daxasi.
Wow,
bu yo'ldirsa zo'r bo'lardi, no o'lmadi. Yana boshlanadi. Hozir endi atletikasiga Kyrie uni lesiga boradi. Kyrie'ni lesida smite уже nastakinni katta smite. Bemalol hozir chiqsa bo'ladi. Manimcha qo'rqmasdan chiqadi. Ili yo'q. Toki boyu zodaligini hisobiga chiqishmadi. Def olishdi o'zligini krasniyligini. Rabe boshlanyapti.
Yeah, it's a Valentina, but
Andrew feedbacking sotib oldi. Hozir birinchi sherif haqida muhimi xato qilmaslik.
So we can go ahead and take one of these ultimate. He did take the wild charge. Fight for the first turtle, gonna break out.
Urans hozir join qilish harakat qilyapti. Botda Lutfi просто flickda kirib bitta darmanni damagerini minus qo'yishdi. Virtus Pro'da lekin botda Andrewga smite qilib olib ketyapti 12 dan. Cherepaqani lekin fight davom etadimi? Yaxshi, Urans Valentinani ham o'ldirib yubordi. Chap tarafdan anaqa start uron yo'q edi. Hozir endi triple kill Andrewxadan. Kim Uransga yomon gapirdi? Andrewxa. Pluto botda o'zini borligi bilan impact qilib beryapti. Andrewxa ketadi. Da, olib ketishni olib qo'ydi. Yaxshi начало, yaxshi start, midda Sans Valentinada bo'lgani uchun Andreyga uron yo'q hali berib bizada. Van line-dan chiqquncha uron bo'lmaydi lekin unikdan. Даже bu pik bilan hozir endi bunaqa start bilan yutishligi mumkin Virtus Pro. Match tempo ushlab turishsa, yo'q, bitta smite berib Kyrie o'zini krasniy buffini olib ketyapti.
From Kyrie, and like we mentioned,
different start for VP that they definitely needed in game 2. Bobber sacrifices a little bit of his own life and even a death to make sure that Endoryu tries to get ahead
bo'lganiga lekin itarishyapti haqiqatan. Valentinaga chiqqani ham zo'r bo'ldi-da, yana qanasan. Escape bor giroy, no uroni yo'q. Evalana bor. Grok kultasi bilan ular qilib gap.
What helps is that this is when Grok actually gets good. Most of the time Grok's from behind don't make a difference unless he
severo bor. Vaman deb qo'ygan. Bitta mashinasi qo'rqitadi. Bu pik bilan hozir lekin Vaman ham late'da urolmaydi. Mana ustajira. Chunki Zamorozkalar olsa qaysi qo'rishadi. Hozir bu yerda Pluto yaxshi flikulta berdi. No, unga follow qilishga odamlar uzoq edi. No, qizumat muhimi flikulta berildi.
They know the timing on this for Pluto, so he's not going to have that for this next turn.
Sans bot Grok ultasini olgan. Grok hozir ultasi ham yo'q, flik ham yo'q. Cherepaqada bilmayman nimaga naf qildi. Zirvni uron bo'lmasa,
pulse coming in from Bobber because he also gets to steal the auto attacks plus that passive, which works in his favor.
Yeah.
Pluto nima ulta berdi?
Turtle here. So still no wild charge just yet for Pluto.
Yo'q, yonida hech kim bukval ulgurmasdi faqat. Hozir Cherepaqan jon ozgina qoldi, Kayri olib ketyapti hozir bo'ldi, Andrew qoldi. Grokan bo'ladi. Vaman o'sha million urun bor. Poyuz orqadan sakrab o'ynashga harakat qilib, kimnidir qolish olidimi yo 5 kuch manimcha qiyinroq situatsiya. Ozgina qayta Poyuz Lapuni flikidan keyin ham ushlab oldi, no foydasi bo'lmadi. Bo'ldi, qaytadi tinchgina. Normal flikin qaytadi. Mayli, yomon emas. Perifarm yo'q borish. Pluto zачем flikul berib, nima beryapti? Cheripda berardi, bu narsa qilishardi. Hamma yoqishib turadi tim bo'lib. Meli fliki bilan yoniga o'tib olib berib bo'lardi devorga. Vashi shoshib qo'ydi, gaplashib o'ynashyapti. O'zidan o'zi o'ynamayotgandi. Hech kim grubi xato bo'ldi. Grup bitta maskirovkani bosib Vanvanga o'ynashga harakat qildi, lekin Vanvan bitta achinasini bosib chiqib ketyapti. Kiboyi aldashdi, bitta grup kontroller bilan chiqib ketdi, Kaleya ultasi ketdi. Sans lekin hozir kutib o'tiribdi. Agar grup ko'rinib qo'ysa, hozir Sans grup ultasini olib, yo'q. Sans bitta prosta orqaga qaytyapti.
They want to take this tier 1 in the bottom side and VP puts in the work, they'll get the objective.
They want to, but that was a bit of a mistake coming in from Keyboy. He could have timed his Tsunami Slam a little bit later because he ended up picking up Pluto, right? Super Igorka doesn't lose his Purify, and Pluto still had the
lekin uramiz birinchi Cherepaqan bitta o'zi yutdi, hech nima yo'q kerak. Bober sразу o'ldi.
And I think that at this point, Onyx Indonesia are recognizing, okay, Virtus Pro are here to play. We gotta make sure that we win out these scenarios. We don't have as much of a lead that we did in game number 1, but if we're gonna come back into this, we need to make sure that Severo is having a good time. His next item, Power Spike, is on the way. He's already got the Wind Talker. As soon as he gets 2 items, we might consider making a play of
So with that turret going down, we'll see some changing of lanes. Just trying to get as much as gold as possible. We already saw it in the previous fight. Once he gets that crossbow tank airtime up, he is in a good position. Kyrie getting a little more defense, picks up the antique harass. Now this turtle is up. It's been 1-for-1 for both teams here.
Sans'ni
muhimi qaytib olish kerak. Hozir lekin Sans bitta liquidda beradi menimcha. Grob kultasini olgan. Hozir Soyuzni olib chiqyapti Kaleya. Kayri Cherepaqani oldi. Yo'q, lekin Andrew olib ketyapti Kayridan. Kim bo'lib bitta fat kontrolida. Hop, Soyuz o'ladi. Andrey endi qochib olish kerak-da. Hozir bu yerda Lutfi ham ko'p jonni yo'qotgan edi. -2 ga Cherepaqani qaysidir ma'noda bo'ladi. Faqat midr ko'p bo'lyapti.
Wow, that was almost a clean engagement coming in from Virtus Pro's side. You could see the idea, right?
Agar hozir Andrey Cherepaqani olib ketmaganda boshqa og'riq bo'ldi bo'lardi.
Pluto, most importantly,
sees
the opportunity, sees the intersection between the Tsunami Slam and more importantly,
Andrey
oldi,
uran soket.
to try and make it happen.
Ikkita Cherepaqani virtus olgan, birinchi bilan uchinchi.
Damage from bad code to secure that kill. This is where it gets dangerous, right? The counter engagement from Lukpi stopping the angles from not only Bober and actually finding a kill onto him, but denying Super Igorka the Death Sonata shots.
Yeah, it's Lupi's been doing work still on this Lapu. And you know, this at this point in the game, when you have this and you're waiting for that first lord to come up in a minute, you just kind of scrape up as much as you can for both sides here to be in a better position to fight. But it's been a lot of this. Keyboy's job might also just to be if they can get some fast balls out before that objective take, that's going to be helpful for them. But good trade up here. They'll get another turret as Andoryu takes up the tier 1 on the top side. And that's good for VP. They need this. They need the space to work with this kind of lineup.
5 odam mitga o'tirib olgan. Mitga kalkat qilishdi. No, bu payt kirish olmaydi aniq, chunki bu yerda Kimi bilan Grangerda boradi.
They're making sure that they have the most amount of coverage while still having options to regroup in case things get bad. Because they know Severo is pretty slippery naturally, right? They have flippers if they want to guarantee CC onto Severo's side. However, look, if he decides to go straight up on its own, there's a good chance that Virtus Pro is not going to let that slide free. They're probably going to try to make sure that he doesn't have to fight it or force him to use it early to initiate for another fight as this Lord spawns.
So now, Look at the information that they
Portlar
need
toradigan
to
o'rin
expect
yo'qmi,
Onyx
to'g'ri, no.
to go ahead and take position. And Dor, you still working on his
Igor
perfect, does
o'lmay
secure
bu
it.
narsalar
So
topsin
he'll make his way.
ungacha.
I'm not sure if
Biz
Kyrie's
bilan
going to
Zamorozkalar
want
bilan
to
ham
grab his.
Severoni
Conceal's going to be
qaytib.
used. There's a tsunami slam.
Bu yerda Kaleyadan yaxshi ulta berilyapti. U ham Andreyga, Andrey hozir qolib ketadimi? Da, yo'q, Andrey tirik chiqib ketyapti shotdan ham. Lekin unda Lapu flick bilan Uranskiga sakrayapti. Severonni lekin bu yerda nakadat qilishdi. Lapu lekin uroni yetmadi. Andrey shu sapada tirik qoladi. Yetmaganiga hozir endi Lutpini ham o'ldirishadi, flick ham yo'q. Malades. Mujik, Andrey so'l olib chiqyapti.
Very close but not enough. Super Gorka played that well. Same goes for
Realni, no mapda yaxshi anaqa. Severo Uranskiga o'ldiraman deb uzoq kirib ketdi. Hamma narsani Andreyga beryapti.
Against Onyx ID, Sans got chunked out the entire time he was going into that wild charge.
Da, foydali kontrol beradi. Prosta unga normal o'ynash kerak.
Damage was applied well.
Tez insatsiya qilish kerak, tez sizga follow bo'lish kerak. Keyinroq bo'ladi. Normal o'yin mitga ham olishdi. Jutsda ancha kartada prostranstvo ochildi. Qaraysi Uranskiga ban qilishadi-yu. Ili full Uranskiga qarshi draft boshlana. Yoki o'ziga chiqishadi. Uranskiga aniq ahamiyat beriladi.
To start getting towards the base of Onyx again with this the first lord.
Da flick ham ketdi. Lapu o'ldiradi bo'ladim men.
Close to the base. I think it's still going to be cleared out even before we get to the shields here, but VP fighting in the position, fighting with the fact that we have this tanky front line to handle things. And it's more so just keeping Super Igorka alive too. So he's done a great job with positioning in a lot of these fights.
It really, yeah, it really does come to whether or not you can take out the carries from the side of Virtus Pro.
Oh. Concealed just
Da,
to take him
Uranskiga
off tier
bo'lgani
2.
uchun itaryapti.
Keyboy has initiated.
Mandan yaxshi urolmaydi
I
bu.
think now you really have
Bo'li
to
hali
consider
Zamorozkasi
who
ham
he
bo'ladi.
grabs
Ustali
with
Zamorozka
the
ham bo'ladi.
tsunami slam here.
It's too tough because he doesn't have an ideal
Hamshilo to'xtamaydi
The
Zamorozka.
ideal target's already a Purify, which they can't force out, by the way. But, like, you catch bad card, he's got that vengeance, right? DR is one of the most
Uranskiga 20 marta 20 tutishga kalta yegandan keyin jon to'ladi o'shanga qarab.
A lot of value to find.
After again.
Keyboy jumps on in. He's going to go for the tsunami slam anyway.
Foyuz olib ketyapti bu Kaleya, lekin Foyuz Zamorozkani bosib yashashga harakat qilyapti. No, botdan tirik chiqish qiyin bo'ladi. Flick yo'q. Granger Super Igorka qanchalik uzoq vaqt kechadi, lekin Sans Flick berib Super Igorkani o'ldirib yubordi. Afsus. Minus 2. Nota chap tarafdan 3 ta Flick ketdi. Super Igorka urgan alamli gollarni bet ko'tmaydi. Shuncha
when Keyboy takes advantage of the scenario, even through the vengeance,
faqat Grok qoladi. Grok o'ynamayapti. Qancha kontrolda yurgan hisobiga. Kaleya devorga sakrayapti. Pluto birini bosib devorni o'ldiribdi. O'sha Plutoga sakrolmaydi degani. Emas yaxshida faqat Igor ko'rib qolgan alam. Yomon alam qildi.
And that's when we see the big turnaround.
See if they
Chunki Bober itak mazasi qochyapti, kimidi.
So you gotta say like Virtus' pro lineup though, what they have for this composition keeps them in a pretty good fighting form. It doesn't really matter that they lost Onyx ID still has to be very peculiar in how they approach these fights because once again, like we've seen, if you get that tsunami slam or these setups on the wrong targets, and you're not able to get through Super Igorka, you're going to be at a disadvantage, which is how tanky right now Virtus Pro seems to be.
Game 1 was about tactical supremacy, Game 2 is about team-fight prowess. And I think Virtus Pro have a much easier style of composition to play, and I think Pluto, you can tell by his mechanics on this Grok. Yes, Grok is simple, but the timings, his reaction time is so good, making sure that he doesn't get
Hozir bu 12 ID endi srazi Lord o'ynab olishdi, makrodan o'tib ketishdi bitta lekin. Foyuz ulgurmaydi kelishga. Agar srazi o'ynashsa. Yo'q, Andrew bilan Pluto o'sha pastga to есть pastga egallab olishdi. Yomon emas. Bundan hozir Kaleya Flick ulta qilyapti. Plutoga bu safar dodge qila olmadi. I minus Grok. Hozir lekin Kayriga ham normalniy urib qilyapti. Yo'q, qoch. Kopkon qilib beryapti. Smooth ham oldi chunki. Valani Flick 2 sekund hozirlagan endi qaytib chiqishadi mana. Vali tepadan tepa boost olgan. Grok ultasi bor Valida bilan. Yo'q, stop. Vohimasiz, chunki Bober bilan hali Super Igorkani aytish niyati bor. Bu tur Keyboy ultasi chiqsa, agar Fredrindan ulta bespolezniy bo'ldi. Andrewga lekin juda ko'p damage qilyapti. Sans o'ldirib yuborishdi. Yaxshi. Sansdan xato, normalniy xato qildi Sans Flick bilan. Bo'ldi. Lostni ham oldik. Damage yetmaydi chap taraf.
he had
14-minut o'sha Timboli performansida yilotga ham olish.
To almost guarantee hitting multiple people. I mean, he held it for like a decent amount of time, but he doesn't have the base health to tank as long as he would like to, and that just didn't make much sense. I mean, Kyrie even engaged for him to create that angle as well.
Yeah, just it's the wild charges seem to be hit or miss on both sides.
Pluto
didn't even really get to set up the way that he wanted to.
Ну, значит, bu katga Virtus'ga xato qilmasa yutadi, piki kuchliroq. Vandan urun chiqmaydi baribir hammasiga. Sanzdan ham normal urun bo'lmaydi valida.
Gonna try and
Demak
start the
bo'lmaydi.
siege. I want to see where this wall
No,
placement
but the Grok ko'rib oldi-da.
Okay, it's not too bad.
Konki narsa oladi lekin bo'ladi. Bukvalni urans bitta o'zib chiqdi, Andrey. O'yinni. Kepa Tetri ketyapti, lekin boshqa o'yinlar talqat qilinmagan. Hozir passiyam spokon deb olishadi. Yana Valentina Grok pultasini oldi.
They want to get a second one. They're going to have to engage pretty hard to force the fight against Onyx.
Grok realniy risk bo'lyapti bor. Kirish uchun ko'p knopka beryapti, keyinchi fanni qiladi. Yo'q, voy, Virtus normalniy agressiya bilan kiryapti-da, no Andrey o'lib qoldi. Qo'yish normalniy ish bo'ldi. Minus kebaldi. Ketadi uni kerak. Yo'q, super igorka o'ldi. Vama, vaqtini ham bosib yetib oldi. Minus super igorka. Hali normalniy kiradimi deb o'yladim. Kontrit qo'yish. Qo'yish normalniy sakratdi, lekin. Undamak bo'lmadi. Gega. 2-0ga Virtus Pro bilan xayrlashdi turnirdan. Yani nikak bo'ldi, hech qanaqa mo'jiza yordam berdi. Kripda deb qilishsa endi u. Kerakkan bor ekan. Tugat. Taraf deb qiladi, keling. Baqir chiqaraylik. Endi 12 parcha o'ynaydi. 12 baqa ham 2-0 bilan chiqadimi? Chiqib ketadimi vashi turnirdan? Like bosh esdan chiqmasin bo'ldi. 100 ta odam 50 ta like o'tiramiz. Yaxshi. Evero, quladi, savaladi-yu bolam.
As Onyx in one fight, in one moment.
Like boss fans, like esdan chiqmasin.
The story around a valiant effort by the representatives from ECA, from MSC. But the very wiles eventually give them the win over VP, punishing
Indonesia just is afraid of
the mid lane turret.
Very mature Super Gorka. I mean, it must be an emotional ride for
Pluto uchun xafaman. Men Pluto uchun xursandman. Dalish bazoritsa
again, deep heartbreak because there were so many moments in that game where they were in control, that they were executing better than Onyx Indonesia, which is a very big statement for a team like Virtus Pro. This is their first
Andrew qo'lidan kelgan ish qildi lekin ma'lum. Wildcarddan boshlab tortdi. Zavr bo'lganda bunaqa chiqish emas. Andrey realniy ancha muncha ish qilib berdi. 5 ta Indo base, Indo masu, Andrey.
I gotta say it again, you know, very intense match.
I'm Kyrie and
we were going to a game 3, but
Indo
you give props to Virtus Pro. Their entire journey, like you've been saying, in this matchup. And then they do this. Game 2 against the champions from Indonesia. You know, fantastic performance, and it's unfortunate they have to bow out.
Now, though, we have to listen in from Gila Sands. From Onyx, the victors.
Thank you so much, casters. Another Indonesian representative here goes through from the MSC group stages into the knockouts. Congratulations, Sans, and he said that he will conduct this interview in English. No. Okay. I'll help you translate, okay? So, Sans, coming to this, it hasn't been a smooth journey for Onyx. You know, up and down. Even in game number 2, it felt like you were a little bit struggling there in the early stages. What happened with Onyx?
8 ta komandadan bittasi endi Onyx Indonesia. Hozir endi Onyx Filipin o'ynaydi, King Kongga
dikit juga terus di tartal pertamanya emang kita ada kepleset sedikit jadi dia
Andrey ancha aqlli hammasi.
Ke mid game, ke late game kita bisa tahan dan alhamdulillah
Andrey bo'lmaganda balki даже wildcarddan yutisha olmas.
Bisa sampai menang.
Panjang ya. Okay, so he said everything is actually okay, but they did make a little bit of a mistake in the early game. But as soon as they went to Turtle, they were able to stave off the pressure coming in from VP into the mid game. And then what else did you say?
Fotogatto to'sigatto bangli.
Oh yeah, so basically that's what he
Niçin
said. So it's not that there's anything wrong with Onyx, it's just the journey that they had to undergo up until this point.
Normalniy o'yin
Now,
bo'ladi
coming
deb
to the
o'yladim.
knockouts, are you aware of the
Mashkatdan
format?
olishsa bo'lardi, lekin baru realni damagligi yetmasdi,
Ngerti
o'ziga
formatnya
bashnatiga
nggak?
kirib
Jadi kan
ketishmasa.
kamu 2-1, jadi nanti kamu akan dipilih sama
Pluto
2-0.
round, Pluto Mobile
Ya,
oynayapti.
sebenarnya aku siap dengan siapapun itu dan aku harap tim Liquid bakal pilih kita dan semoga dia pilih kita.
Okay, so he hopes that Team Liquid will be the ones to actually choose them coming into the knockouts. Sans, why? Kenapa?
Yutqizardi Onyx
Nggak
lekin bu
kenapa,
kartga.
emang gamenya kemarin seru. Jadi pengen lagi.
Oh, he said the game yesterday was really fun, so he wants to redo it again.
Nima
Is
qilmoqchi
there
ekan?
something
Uning
that you want to
tarjimasi?
redo better? Ada sesuatu yang Sans mau mengulang dari game itu?
Sebenarnya nggak ada sih, emang pengen ketemu dia lagi aja. Yang tadi aku bilang emang gamenya seru sama kalau lawan tim Liquid.
Okay, so he just wants he
Ular
thinks that the
tanlamiga
match
ko'p
was really
ular
fun, and
ikki
so
birga
he wants to
o'zaro
redo
chiqyapti.
it just as a general
Playoff'ga.
scale. Now,
Ikki
earlier
nolda
on, I got
tanlaydi
to
ko'p.
interview Dlarsky, and he mentioned that Onyx
teskarisi
PH
ama.
will have
Tapi
an
ikki
easy
nolda deb
match.
o'qidim
Do you
bari.
agree with this?
Nggak tahu juga sih, soalnya aku lihat Om Boys juga lumayan, jadi
Da.
ya aku lihat
Ular
aja, aku
tanlamaydi
pengen
ko'p,
nonton juga.
ular nima
He thinks that he doesn't really know what to expect because he does think that Homeboys will put up a really good fight, and he's actually really excited to watch it. So no predictions.
Kalau prediksi tetap Onyx.
Okay, so with predictions, it's still
Da,
Onyx, but he knows
tanlamaydi.
that
Onyx
Homeboys will put up a
bittasi ham
good fight.
tanlamaydi.
Any message maybe to the
Jelas yang
2-0s who
ikut.
might have to think about picking you later? Ada message nggak buat tim-tim
Saya
yang
switching
akan
sudah, Kompas.
menunggu untuk memilih
Liquid
nanti setelah
Myanmar
group stage
itu.
ini?
Apa sih?
Myanmar
Nggak
ada
ada sih,
sesuatu.
cuman aku berharap tim Liquid
Ayo
bakal pilih kita.
Okay, so no
Ha,
message, he just
chiqqani bo'yi
wants
chiqmagan,
TLPH,
shuni
please
bo'ldi,
choose
o'zi
us.
chiqib yuborgan ekan.
Yes!
Okay.
Do you have a message maybe for a special
Myanmar
someone at
Turkiya
home?
ulardan oldin chiqdi-yu
Ya
playoffga.
buat
Shuni
mama aku juga yang selalu dukung, nonton dari jauh, terima kasih. Dan buat pacar saya juga yang selalu setia nontonin saya juga. Terima kasih
Boleh
semuanya dan
songko.
teman-teman dekat saya juga. Thank you
Agar
semuanya.
bir-birini
Alright,
voqeadan
thank you so
tanlab
much. We're gonna throw it
chiqarib
over back to our
Bu
casters.
ikkita o'yinga ham yutish kerak edi.
Terima kasih Kak.
Ikkita o'yinga ham voqea tanlashadi deb o'ylayman playoffda.
And wow, that is one of the first times we've actually heard a team just
Bu ma'milani
Liquid, please pick
kimdir
us
agar
for
Liquidlar
knockouts.
tipi hype qilmoqchi
They're
bo'lsa
having too much
tanlaydi
fun,
endi uni.
and they want to continue that same energy.
Playing
This is
the
what I'm
ankle
talking about. The
against
Yellow
Top
effect,
Pluto.
right? It's all about good vibes, good times.
Hey, did you hear the excitement?
Well,
at the end of the
well,
match,
yeah,
though, too?
yeah.
Yeah, that is good times.
Real quick, I just want to say, right now, the members of Virtus Pro are actually taking pictures of Kyrie and other members of Onyx. As we got to see, some of the members of Virtus Pro were heartbroken with their loss and were unable to fist bump with Onyx. But right now, it seems like Virtus Pro are in good spirits and they are chatting and spending time with the members of Onyx. So it's great
Liquidga
to see
12
that,
ID, RRQga 12 PH, shunaqa deysam. Zo'r bo'lardi lekin Indoneziya, Filippin bir-birini chochib tashlasa.
For Virtus Pro, good to see that. Hopefully we get to see more of
Intervyuni
them in
ovozini
the region in future.
Bo'ldi, pasaytir,
Now it's time
pasaytir.
to find out who the match MVP is. Honestly, a lot of potential candidates. Maybe it's Sans though. Maybe, right? No? Severo.
Severo.
Okay, how are you feeling about this one?
I have to say I still give it to Sam.
Yo'q,
'cause, like,
Nima bo'ladi? Bitta o'tgan safar final yaxshi bo'ldi. Indo bilan 12 chiqqandi.
into the base, so I don't know. I think I would have
Va
to-
bitardi-yu 4-0 ga.
Yeah, Keyboy.
Ular ko'radi. Bir-birini chochib tashlasin, tez teparoqga chiqadi
And
keyin.
then the chase down onto
Yeah.
the Granger.
I would say that our Sony MVP
Tez kimni tanlaydi deb o'ylaysan? Men 2-12 ham tanlaydi deb o'ylamayman Team Spirit. Nu, agar 4 ta vibr qolganda deylik, endi to'g'ri Team Spirit ikkinchi bo'lib tanlayapti-yu.
But now it's like, wow, he's blocking
SRga men turklarni deb o'ylayman lekin, SRgadan ko'ra. VPdan o'yda, VPdan. Ne pxl bo'lsa Team. Tezga 12 da qoladi. 12 ID qolsa kerak, yo'q. O, ikkita vibr bo'ladi. 4-o'rinni tanlash huquqi yo'q bo'ladi shunda. Yaxshi 3-o'rin bo'lmasa, хотя бы qanaqadir tanlay olamiz. Aurora emas, nega Aurora emas deysan? Aurora bo'lishi mumkin. 12 ID ni tanlamaymiz. Bu bomba ham.
For us, once again, it's been an
Right,
honor to
bro,
share the
only
desk with you.
Philippine
It's
leader.
Height Despair 3. That's our
Sergey,
official
yes,
name now. I need
I'll
boxes
play
or
masa-
at least, like platforms
Pacific North
but every time I'm paired up with you guys. But it's always been great. Thank you so much.
Don't
On behalf of
find
Gideon,
Tyson
Q,
X
and
Speed
Naisu,
Voices.
we'll see you
Prime paytda
at
emas,
the
endi oxirgi
knockouts. But
uchrashgan
group
payt
stage
4-0 ga
isn't done
Filippin
yet
o'tgan.
because Lafel, Brigida, and
Nu
Mirko will be
qachon
taking
Prime
care
u
of you for the second half of the
primerni
day.
narsalar yoqmaydi unaqa narsalarni o'ylash. Noto'g'ri teoriya. Aurorani Liquid olsa kerak. Ya, как будто Liquid o'zi pozolat qiladi deb o'ylayman Aurorani. Final test 12 ID. Siz hech kim Team Spiritga oson o'yin bo'lib qoladi. Nima deyapsan? Так, Tormentdan keyin show resumes. Короче, где Tormentdan keyin bo'ladi. Скорее всего, hop. Aurora taxavvati. Uni qaraydigan bo'lsangiz ham, скорее всего, 12 PX bo'ladi. Prime'da yutgan, Prime'da 12 ID ishlamoqmadi va final qaytadi. Kimniki Aurorani tanlash kerak birinchi bo'lib. RRQ 100 tali SRG'ni oladi, qarab tur. RRQ yana Aurorani tanlamaydi deysam. Mana mana shu 4 ta komandani tanlashadi. SRG 12 ID, 12 Filippin и Aurora. 12 qora qilib qo'yishibdi bu yerda. Yaxshi qilishibdi. Qancha bir rangida raznica bo'ladi endi. Bu shunda ham olishyapti. Va mexanikasi biladi, mobilning. O'shani hisobiga. 5 ta SRga RRKni o'ziga bergan. 6 ta. 15 ta SRga yo'q ichki. 6 ta. RQ easy yutadi Rubanda. Desa 12 PX olsa ya. Bo'lishi mumkin. Endi uni xohlamayapti-da, shuni bilaman. Filippin olib yutqizib chiqarib olsa. O'tgan yilgi chempionlarni Team Spirit chiqarib yuboryapti. Hali ham svet o'chmadim. Assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom. Mashkalaning shogirdi. Yo'q, o'chmadi hali. Vaqtimizga bugun svet ketmayapti. Men xursandman bu narsadan. Silishkim. O'chimga sig'may ketyapman. Nima deyishni ham bilmayman. Savol bersam bir balo, bermasam bir. O'rganayotganingdan qiynalib ketdim вообще. No, o'rganish uchun hozir vaqt emas fannini. O'rganish uchun yaxshi emas. Hali kozirga olib qo'yapti svet. Hozir katkada kozir. Aurora yutishiga ishonaman, flashlar, bomblar. Qancha botdan 12 PX aniq yutadi, Aurora yutadi. Botdan katta qolmab qo'yish. Prям konkurensiya bo'ladi. Mo'jiza bo'lmasa albatta. Xolislik, duoibat boraman. Kerak emas. Bular final kuni o'chib qolsa, shu turikka oldingisida SRG yutgan. Hozir 2-1 ketishyapti. Uni chiqishda play-offga. Menimcha SRG ni chiqarib yuborsa kerak, kimdir olib. 4-o'yin normal ekan. Flashlar bilan Aurora ham yo'q, Aurora ancha kuchli. 12 PX ni yutib qo'ydi bular. Qayerda flashlar yutkazadi deb o'ylamayman. RRQni ham birinchi kartga nasilov qilishdi-yu. Kim bilan kim o'ynar ekan? 12 ID deb o'ylayman. Keyingisi Liquid bo'lsa kerak. Yana Liquid bilan 12 uchrashadi, скорее всего. Sizga savol bermoqchi edim. Alfa tezligi yo'qotgan payt Legend skinda o'ynagan yaxshimi, kollektordami? Legendda o'ynayvering. O'shada boya flashda. Yo'q, flashladim. Sorry. Aurora yutadi. Adashib ketganlar. 12 PX yutadi, Aurora yutadi. Keyin katkalar. Flashga chiqib ketadi. Keyin adakada nima? Adakada Leslida o'ynayman, ko'pchilik odamlar kerak emas deyishyapti. Boshqasini trenerda musradi kerak. Leslie slabый герой, слишком bu farm qilib bo'lguncha o'yin tugab bo'ladi. Slotlari juda ham qimmat. Bundan ko'ra Van Van'da o'ynang, Granger'da o'ynang.
Welcome to the
Даже
MSC
xaridda
here at the
o'ynayın.
Esports World Cup, and we open with this trio.
Sonu
and now we're
juda ko'p
closing
adaka
with this
futni
trio.
yaxshi,
Me,
buni ham
Lefel,
yaxshi.
Brigida, as well as Mirko. Welcome to Gang Can Gather. How y'all
Release qiludi.
feeling? Because don't ask me that.
Yeah.
Hayat
I think you're
go'zal.
feeling good. I'm just gonna assume. I'm not gonna ask you.
Forsa
I
da
am
chatda.
feeling
Ana.
pretty good myself after Onyx ID just got a 2-0 win earlier. Relieved. A
Ana.
whole lot of
Lolli
relief. Now
boshlandi.
it's up to her.
It's my
it's you.
turn.
Yeah.
It's my turn,
Are
right?
you,
Are you
worried?
nervous?
No, I
Of
mean,
course
look
not.
at how Onyx Philippines
Yapane bermay
are
qo'ydi.
looking right now.
Limiti bor. Qara yarim soatda
This
oshyapti.
is something they've
O'shanga
been
qarab.
mentioning even after they lost, right? After they lost.
Tipi birinchi kirgan odamni ham
Not big of a deal to them. I
tam
mean,
stream
it is, of
tugashiga
course.
2 soatlab qolganda ham kontrit qilib qo'ysa bo'lardi.
Just mostly
Nah,
motivation for
Kiro
them
bo'lsa.
to do better in the
Xapa
upcoming
bir xil bo'lib
matches.
turadi,
It's funny
просто
how you were
oxirida
talking
kim
about
birinchi
that
bo'lib
here,
olishi
because they're
qaraydi.
arriving just now.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
wait, how does that work?
Dude, Brigida, like, wow.
What?
See, they just arriving. You know what? You are a phantom.
A phantom.
Phantom. Execute.
Asabiy
You
bo'lib
want to elaborate?
ignor qilasizlar
called
hozir,
someone
hozir,
phantom?
hozir.
I'm still trying to figure out what that means.
Okay.
English is difficult, right?
Ah,
English is
Brigida
difficult.
bo'ladi.
I'm seeing both teams coming in, and again, this
Kelishyapti,
is
ikkinchi qotillar.
elimination as well as qualifying for the knockout stage. So it's kind of like good news, bad news that this is a situation where you guys can qualify to the knockout stage. The
Opening
kind of
instalar
bad news
vermeyin.
is that you don't get to choose your opponents.
Bereymi man
Although I
open
kind of feel like if
instalarni?
Onyx Philippines goes through, they'll be like maybe the last 2 picks.
Yeah.
That's true. Maybe this and the other Onyx, like very high chances. I mean, SRG too, right? But
No, I think it's our first pick.
okay, so
That's
he
my
just had to
assumption. What
say
about
it.
you?
I think so too. I
Yeah.
mean, considering Onyx Philippines might be the ones to go through, Onyx ID have already gone
Opa
through.
keldilar.
The two ones are
Ooh.
looking really, really stacked. And again, Onyx Philippines, even though they lost against Aurora, these are still the reigning M6 world champions.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good point.
Yeah,
The
vermeyin,
21
hazırlar.
teams are actually quite scary. So it almost feels like no matter who you choose,
O'sha menga
it's
bering,
kinda
ne
not the
shunchalik
best
kim-
matchup.
Yo,
You know,
bermeyin.
looking at Onyx Philippines here, and I
Hazırlaştım.
feel like they have spoken about how yes, in
O'zi
M6,
shotni
they
ko'rayotganinglar
were
qizg'anyapman,
able to
ko'rmanglar.
really adapt to how they play. Now people are adapting, and after the loss, they feel more encouraged rather than discouraged because they're like, okay, the competition's
King
getting
Kong
better
man
now.
though. Do you want-
It's time
though,
to start try harding.
Yeah.
I'm the one.
That's a word.
Bizimdan
I think,
qiyin. Ha, mana katalik to'ldirib bersanglar beraman.
After that, more
Bola King Kong man
encouragement
though.
and determination, I feel, are the words to describe how Onyx PH's
Manda
play
var,
style has
taşıyma,
evolved throughout the first few
bunu.
days here in the group stage of
Kong.
MSC. And I feel like we see that in the way there has just been a sudden jump in terms of performance. Not the cleanest
Bola
of
o'zini King Kong
transitions
manda bo'ylab
into
oldi.
what we know of
O'shanga
them
berasiz,
in
King
the
Kong
previous
narx
tournaments
beradi.
similar
Da.
to M6, but
Morgan
I
Nick
think
o'ljoni.
even the numbers speak for themselves,
Bilizdan
right?
passiv.
King Kong
Nima qiling? Full
already,
mamna
after
qo'ytirib
losing,
bering.
the next moment we saw them fight again was able to snatch away the record for highest kills, but
Kellerdan
not
kiyadi
now anymore since
bilmiyorum.
someone else
Oxirgi
already
global
snatched
kira Keller
that
yutgan, значит
title away
hozirchi Keller.
earlier this day, but that's
Mana shuna
the
kim yutsa,
example
o'shani
of how we see
komandasidagi
Onyx
hamma Lesniki bormi, Midra bormi, boshqa bormi, o'shani top 1 igrok hisoblanadi. Qizumas. O'tda ana mamta mamna highlight qilgan ko'rganmisan, ana mamna qilgan uni komandasi kuchli nihoyanaqa narsa bo'lmaydi. Top 1 oldim, o'sha komandadagi hamma igrok top 1 bo'ladi dunyo bo'yicha.
Teams that didn't want to accept them, and now they're here on the world stage. And even though it does look kind of bad, this is definitely an uphill battle because you're not just going up against any opponent. They are the current world champions. So, and we saw they made a lot of mistakes, especially yesterday. With
Bola
the
mayus
mistakes,
ko'zlari bilan
they
12 ga
had
qarayapti-ku.
enough time to really
Team Spirit o'ynadimi? Yo'q. Team Spirit playoffda o'sha 30-dan o'ynashadi.
Yeah, that's a big question here.
O'yini bo'yicha Osiyo, o'yini bo'yicha ololmaysiz. Yutayotgan komanda bo'ladi bu.
In Malaysia, they were amazing. They defied
Yutayotgan
expectations.
komanda eng top bo'ladi. Xohlasangiz xohlamasiz. U noto'g'ri teoriya. Kimnidir highlight, kimgadir ko'proq yoqadi, undoq qiladi, bundoq qiladi. U bo'lmag'ir gaplar tam xuddi birga bir o'ynagandek deyman. Top 1 komandani hamma igrok top 1 bo'ladi. Vashshi qizimas kim nima qilish.
And particularly homeboys who've been through at least a couple of series
Homeboys
already.
kim balet qilib chaklik hech kim.
The
Homeboys
same
qolib yo'q
problems we
ketishadi.
saw from the other teams who played for the first time don't resurface in this match.
Parcha bo'lishadi.
Jitters and hesitation.
ChatGPT aytgan ishda 12 ID champ bo'ladi. Uyini sotib ID next bet yuboradi.
They need to be a little
Chonayam
more
ChatGPT.
firm in their decisions, a little more decisive and confident.
O'ynab
Because you
istayman.
definitely
Telefon
need to have
olishdi.
that mindset, especially going up against this kind of team, because you can't feel pressured, you can't feel overwhelmed
Champ
by the
bo'ladi.
fact that
Malik
you're
bitishon
against this
Malik.
team and that you're
Yaxshi
already below
ketishyapti hozircha 12 ID ni ham teng bo'lib yutishdi.
remind you guys the MSC Pass is still available. It's 20% off, so make sure you guys grab it quick because this is a chance for you to grab previous skins that you guys didn't get before. Kind of like the Atlas skin, which we only saw once. I want to see more of it, but you know what?
King Kong ping-pong qilaman. Kechagidek hozir lisensiyaga 12-0 o'ynasa, yo'ldan chiqqanini 2 turib
bring up here if they go for the Yusunchin Ruby. That's what we saw from Aurora, and we get to see them later on for our final match of the day as well. But I think for Homeboys, they might want to stick to the meta. I don't think they want to diverge out of the meta. Onyx Philippines, on the other hand, I don't know what they're gonna do. They brought out a Kogura yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of feel like it's also a trap if you go for these meta picks, because so far I feel like almost every single game heroes, and I feel like the mid lane is one of those roles where you're able to counter a lot of a certain draft. So it's also something that you have
draft
to look
stadiya
out for.
boshlandi. Rahmat kattakon bizani
Like the Farsa, all of a sudden,
qimmatbaho vaqtimizni tejab
heroes like the Jawhead,
stream
and then you have heroes like the Kogura, which
ochisiz
kind of just
choy bilan
denies all of that.
obeding hoziymi dastavkalar bilan
First pick, Onyx is second pick, and they're banning out the Selena as well as the 1-1. Onyx Philippines.
chakras qoronch
I think they also
cho'pon bilan cho'pon yo'llik
like
cho'pon ham bering
rooting for the other guy against Onyx. It's just
MLB o'ynamasa ko'proq
I don't know if the
yashaykan.
last two matches where we saw them kind of like shake.
They're talking about Onyx.
Godzilla
And
qiladi.
ID, both the Onyx. Their first few matches in MSC 2025, it looked like obviously they were shaky in game, but
bolalarga rahim kelyapti. Afsuski, karyerasi play-offga chiqmasdan tugaydi. O'yinlar vaqti tugasa, borasanmi pizzaga
now you're kind of put in the place
Pulyoma.
where you're constantly
Sen nima menga yopishib olding,
are
bab
they going to
to'lamaysan.
go for meta? Are they going to go for their own vision of MLBB?
I agree.
Both are equally scary because you just
Qanchadan
can't
aqli
prepare
bilmayman.
for that.
Cho'ponni
And
hech
they're
kim
the kind of
kim biladi.
team who, despite deciding
Cho'pon
to
deb
introduce those
shunaqa
kinds
demak
of
xo'sti,
interesting
to'g'ri?
picks,
Yeah.
are still capable of showing the fundamentals, of still able to
Sanga
carry
to'lamoqchi
it
edim mayli.
out in its essence and what just is basically needed from that lineup to
Qiziq.
work. But now,
150 plus minus.
interesting,
O'zi yetadigan qilib
Push is the
tashing.
last
Dastavka
ban.
mastavkalar
So that
bilan.
means, I guess,
O'zimdan aytaman,
all
o'zimda bo'lsa
Lancelot's
kerak
still out
cho'pon.
there for picking for both of
Bozorga
these
tushib
teams,
olib
but
yurmagandi.
other than that,
Qo'rqishdan
Like
to'rtqachon.
in terms of options here,
30 da ish kerak. Aim yutganimdan keyin. Yaxshi cho'pon ko'rib berishsin. Menga yaxshisi kerak. Hurmat qilaman, bab yotadi keyin. Belbog qolib ketmasin. Belbog emas, anaqa olish kerak. Oti nimaydi? Atlas bor-ku. Ya, unim bor lekin.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be really tough for
Selena
Homeboys now to
Lishun'da
decide. I thought
ko'raylik
the Yusunchin would be
Franksdan.
left
Qo'rqishadi
for
Franks
themselves, just
Selena'sdan.
forcing Onyx Philippines
Ban
to
Lishun'sin
box
man
over the
qilishdi.
Yusunchin, but now
Baxi,
places
Kimmi,
Homeboys,
Jusin.
to a pick where, again,
Force.
can be countered. This isn't the Kalea of the past where that second skills range can outrange anyone. And
To'yimdagi
go for
cho'ponim
easy
bor
picks.
bo'ladi,
Now,
ammo darrov
perhaps
Meristori
combo with
keladi
Fire.
men kakras.
yeah. And I also feel like Onyx PH might just stick with the idea of
Well,
saving
well.
Super Princess heroes for later in this game, because that has been a trend. I think we mentioned
Stream
it.
chorxona
It's not just
haqiqatdan.
the Kaguras, it's been the Faramises and all
Cho'pon
that.
arzon
So
narsa emas
there you
sizlarga.
go. Faramis or
150 200 ming deyishyapti. Oddiylarni aytishyapti. Yaxtay bilan cho'ponni adashtirmaydi. Yaxtay yana yupqasi. Cho'pon qalin, u ko'rpacha, u qimmat bo'lishi kerak lekin qayerda. Zetin o'zim boraman, yo'q. Kalea FP'ga ketyapti. Bu yerdan Lancelot King Kongda. Yo'q, King Kong Lancelotda. U erinmasdan qaysisan to'g'ri aytdim. King Kong Lancelot oldi deylik men. To'ta adashib
It's
qoldim.
just tough. I was thinking about the
Obvious.
Farsa, but the Farsa just doesn't really seem like the best choice to go
1
for
million
here.
200 turadi
If
cho'pon.
Homeboys
100 dollar
wanna
atrofimi
continue
yaxshilab.
to play the way that they've been playing the last two matches, like they've been very sporadic in the team fights. It hasn't been clean front to backs.
Although to be fair, you
Yeah.
did say you want to see more meta. I kind of feel like
Xiaomi
this is kind of more meta. It's just that
from Homeboys,
could-
yes.
it
Duduk
could
bu
get
Kiev stream
countered,
qiling.
but I kind of feel
Aha.
like going up against Onyx Philippines, you just have to have that bravery. Just try it out. If
Tak
it
bu yerda
doesn't
endi
work,
Palatsiyani
then
frontga chiqmaydi, balki
maybe have
qanaqadir
plan B
killerga
for them.
chiqishadimi.
Yeah. So maybe this is
Yep,
really
on
them
taraf.
sticking to just what's familiar so they can focus more on the macro and just playing the game as a whole. But on
Ko'ramiz,
PH,
Homeboys konkurensiya bera oladimi yo yo'q
the
ketishadimi?
Granger. I'm liking
Granger
it so far
olyapti.
since it doesn't reveal much just yet, and it leaves a bit of room to adjust since you already see the CC, which you mentioned was a great answer not just to the Fovios, but I feel to any other frontliner they want to put alongside the Fovios especially in terms of diving in. So they'll have a bit more room to think of whether or not they want to go for that
Oh, but they've banned
Biri
the
agar
Vani
qilsa
and the
King Spirit
Brethren.
yutsa.
Oh.
Honestly, with this Granger
King
pick,
Kong
I'm
va
kind of
Shikomas
worried because we gotta talk about
hozirgi statistika bo'yicha lekin Karl birinchi o'rinda ekan. Qanaqadir bilmayman nimadir ochko ko'rishgan, короче, top 1 lans hozir MSCda King Karl
too confident and going up against
Kelra savaga qilmoqchi, Innocentga o'xshab, lekin bu yerda 5 ta jinni igrokda. 5 talasa ham intalash bo'ladi.
Gonna feel stuck, gonna feel very much, I would say, suffocated to the point where he doesn't know what to do in the game.
I'm glad you brought that topic out
Very
because right now
Very
it
old,
seems like that's what
huh?
Onyx Philippines are trying to
Bana
play
mümkün
into.
bu.
They picked up the Granger, and usually you would expect the Irithel band, the Moskov band, taking
Hayır,
away the
Impel
Spell
Dog'un
heroes and
ikisi
the Gold
tamam
just to
ama
enable
kötü.
the Granger. But yeah, the Golden Standard
Ben
is
belki
feeling himself. The
devam
ordinary
edelim
marksman,
böyleyse.
maybe a bit
Impel
too
Dog
ordinary for Onyx Philippines now because they're saying, go ahead, pick up the counter matchup. We are confident that Kara will still win that matchup either
Moskov
way.
var
And
hali
they've
chap
gone
tarafga
for the Badang on
Moskov
Brusco
bilan
too. They're now playing to what
Moskov
I
bilan nima olishsa
was
bo'ladi.
expecting from Onyx Philippines from day number 1. Their strengths is the team fighting composition with massive sets.
They're picking the S tier heroes, yeah.
So probably the
Ben
Irithel
chap
is a
tarafta
given,
lekin
but
Leicester
the
Narvani
jungle
giroy Hayaba qoldi.
Could be a Moskov still.
Yo'q, Hayabani bu yerga olib kirish qiyin. U joyda deb o'yladim hozir.
Badang
Hayaba ili joy.
and the focus.
Ya Brunodan Moskov
I mean,
yaxshiroq
it
bo'ldi
does seem
kerak.
like there's little to no options
Brunoda
left
damage qilmaydi, men
for
fokus ichib
Amal.
ketadi.
There's the Hayabusa and other
Aktivlari
assassins, I guess, but
bombaladi.
this is
Implementar
against the meta, but
beriladi. Potom hamma videolar turgan paytga gestim qilmayapsiz. Bahona qilib ana bu. Nima deysiz hali ham Darius giroy deb bilasizmi?
And make
Darius
sure that they have a very dominant game
olsa bo'ladi. Boyagidagi
Not only
vaziyatda.
does Onyx Philippines have that confidence, but take away the little confidence that Homeboys has.
Boyagidagi vaziyatda. No, Darius mainer bo'lish kerak degan emas. Darius chunki olsangiz 5% piklar yaxshi kiradi.
Really screws if you're hit. If you lose late game, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. They're the best
Karl
team.
TZ
But anyway,
Liquid
this is, I
Champions
would
kerak
say, a
so'shna.
very good draft coming in from both teams.
Qaysi
We
komanda
can
yutadi?
see
Nima deb
pressure.
o'ylaysiz,
It
Kemer?
really is on.
Конечно, siz yutasiz
So now I'm
Liquid
gonna
Karl
give it
TZ.
over to Mirko as well as
Peshanamga dastxat qo'yib bering, iltimos.
Ladies and
Mana
gentlemen,
mana
we've
shu
been
travmalarga
seeing a whole
chap taraf
lot
o'rta
of
g'alati
different
bo'lib qoladi.
variants of Onyx Philippines here in this
Walaikum
tournament,
assalam.
MSC 2025 at the Esports World Cup. We've seen day 1 to day 4, crazy picks all around, but finally here,
Okay,
qualifying
ikki endi o'yin
matchup, they
ko'ramiz.
decide to
Negadir?
go with what works best. It's
Olmadi.
Loyi, a signature pick on the man who immortalized himself in the game with this pick in
Easy
the
olan.
MSC World
No,
Championship.
shu qiziq,
The difference
haqiqatan.
is, it's been changed. Now you're visible.
Hopeless faram qilishni boshlashdi.
Can they deal with this?
and imagine
Bu
these
haftadan
were
ikkita taraf ham
also some of
Lancelot
the
rotatsiyasi
super
Expo'ga,
friends
joyga golga
introduced the entire idea
Ayta
of the Brave Smite
berishi
emblems
mumkin.
to as well.
Bilganga vashi
So we're
chiqishi
seeing that as we bring up the emblem builds, a very tanky Lu Yi emblem build at that. So it's tenacity.
Chap tarafda lekin
Brave
Kaleye
Smite,
bor.
and
Bu
the same
katka
goes
anaqa
for
easy
Brusco.
bo'ladi deb
And
o'ylamayman.
they're
Kaleye bilan baribir bu
idea
narsa
of
topishadi.
spamming their
Bilishim
skills as
kuchli.
much as they can with that additional
King Kong
cooldown
Floron
reduction
kitadi
that they
da
have.
может
Could
быть.
be the case.
No,
with
man,
tenacity
Chanakh
on
is scary.
both. Yeah, they might just be looking for a... Oh, that was pretty
Hey.
early from Brusco. Okay. Yeah, an interesting sight to behold here early on. Master Assassin on the other side for MLQT in the gold lane, really still playing towards the strength of the Moskov again, up against the Granger. Still feels the confidence.
O'tu oldim bu hech qaysiga xalal bermayman. Ketmoqchimiz playoffda yoradi xalas. Bu balki chiqmadi ham.
But I probably it's just playing safe since he saw
Ochichiga o'ynab ko'rishadimi? Menimcha yo'q. Uncha o'xshamadi.
Just a bit since
Bola normally chetga o'tib oldi, Lans deyman. Homeboyslar ham normal o'ynayapti, lekin hali fight bo'lmadi. Hali fight boshlansa. Nima bo'lishini ko'ramiz. Hozircha bu yerda Focus hammaga o'tirishga harakat qilyapti. Polni agressiya qilib, Cherepaxa bizda kartada paydo bo'ldi. Menimcha birinchi Cherepaxa o'ng tarafniki bo'ladi. Uje chunki Chichi bilan Fashani yuzi yo'q. Ham bu yerda Focus bor. Focus, скорее всего, joyi ikkinchi skillni ham bitib yuborishdi. Joy ustak bo'lmagan ultasi bilan King Kong bu yerda Cherepaxani spokойно olib ketyapti. King Kong bu yerda ulta beruvdi. Lansda Kaleye, lekin Kaleye qochib qoldi flickeri bilan. Okay.
I mean, if this is the case, you'll always have to be careful if you're homeboys.
Hech kim olmadi. U mitta o'zida bang'illab ketishga bo'ldi.
Me and Midnight actually have spoken about a few things with
Reklama qilishmaganmi
we
shunaqa?
thought that would make the Loyi obsolete in the meta, but the way that we saw Sans play it, that was the first time, that was the only time we've seen Loyi before this, by the way, guys, is
Mazasi qochib qoldi. Yana qani. U start olishdi, o'sha start olgandan keyin Fogus chiqmaydi. Yog'iga.
Ivan finds Brusco.
Voy, Bruscoga ko'proq kiryapti, lekin Brusco o'ladi. Bu yerda badan qolib ketdi. Yog'iga qaytib davom ettirishmaydi bo'ldi. King Kong farm qiladi.
When you mentioned that, I was worried about Homeboys and their capabilities of scouting out where
opasna,
Onic
lekin
might be,
kale
checking the
o'zidan
brushes
ketib
and
qolgan
all
bo'ladi
that, but it seems like the call is just Izanami or Ivan rather committing the crowd control skills. If there's a target, so be it. They have the tools to burst him down.
Loyi chunki silishga minbaydi, shuning uchun shunaqa qilib qo'yishdi. Hozir Fasha Loyiga o'ynamoqchi edi. Stan bo'lardi agar Achena bosib qochib ketmaganda, normalmi?
So much respect in the early game. That flicker early from Brusco now.
Agar Homeboysga 12 paxa qiynalsa, Team Spirit ko'rasizlar, 12 paxani tanlaydi. Ochiq bo'lib ketsa. Playoffda. Ki Homeboys 0 yapyapti Team Spirit.
And the laning phase might
12 paxaga ega bo'ladi. Ya, yutadi, skoriy всего. Homeboys yutishmasa kerak.
Being the Moskov here and doing
Assalomu alaykum va alaykum assalom. Xayrli tong sizga.
But Homeboys, they're the ones holding the brush
Доброе
again.
утро. Kaledan badanga ulta bosilindi. Hozir lekin badanga o'tib flick bilan Fashaga o'ynab olmoqchi bo'ldi, lekin o'zib qolib ketadi. To'p turgan edi, chidolmadi. Lancelot уже topor yig'ib oldi. Albatta urishga уже смысл qolmadi. Cherpaxay primoy chiqishli kerak. Va Kalayani ultasi yo'q, flicki bor. Moskva ham kelishi kerak. 90%. Yo, push qiladimi? Yo'q, push qilmoqchi, уже foydasi bo'lmadi. Cherpaxani tez yorib yuborishdi. Chap tarafda уже agressiya qolmagan edi. Ular spokойно urib olib ketdi. Moskva bitta flikini berib qochyapti. No, yo'q, uron yetmadi, bashlant edi. 35% zashtasi bo'ladi. O'shani hisobiga ham. Hozir lekin Lancelotda birinchi skill yo'q edi. Chiqadimi Moskva? Voy, Moskvadan xato olini. King Kong o'ldirgan bo'lardi. King Kong o'tdi, joy yetib olib o'ldirib yubordi. Ibotda Fogusga Kaleye ulta berdi. Hozir Kaleye qolib ketadimi? Da. Homeboys. Неужели?
The early stage
game,
yes, they haven't been able to get neutral objectives, but it goes to show how Onic Philippines have been the ones proactively moving around, proactively getting the position right.
Lekin hali ham farqida hech qanaqa razlika yo'q. Ikkita cherpaxani ham 12 paxa olgan.
And it's not even being reactive in a bad way.
It's a good reaction,
It's a good reaction that we're seeing from Homeboys because they've been holding the brushes really well. I would expect the faster rotations to come in from them, but it seems like they're using that to their advantage in a different way to just outposition Onic PH and find the right timings to go in and surprise them. But there's another diversion.
Oh, nachalo kecha Team Spirit ham shunaqa bo'ldi. Yog'iga qarash kerak. Homeboys kecha ham yaxshi nachalo olgan edi.
While Onic at this point,
keyin tushdi.
be settling to work on the objectives for now.
Yeah. A lot of times teams just panic whenever they see Onic Philippines, make these crazy moves, play with the pace that we have known them to play with. But Homeboys, again, have just stayed calm and composed, and that is what that's been what Onic Philippines have been struggling with. They just cannot seem to understand the tempo of Homeboys. They cannot seem to understand, like, why are Homeboys constantly rotating around the map, popping these diversions. So, it comes down to the objective
bo'lmay qoldi, orqasidan o'sha Lance bir yo'pa joy kelib qoldi. Kanishda bu ham xato, o'ziga xatosi.
Can claim. So comeback potential still on Onic and even the lead.
12 page chiqib ketsa.
Hasn't been growing that much.
Homeboys
This might be an opening for Homeboys to do just that. They are in full control of the turret.
Cherpaxa bo'ldi anaqa. Lance ulgurmaydi kelishga. Badang bitta o'ynadi. Wow, net. Kick botda Fogus olib ketyapti. Cherpaxani joy smite bosolmadi. Kontrolda qolib ketgan edi. Yechichini o'ldirishyapti. Hozir endi bu yoqda Kelra. Voy, Kelra o'lib qoldi lekin. Kipkam oladi, qoldi 4 kishi bor. Fashaga yaxshi o'ynashyapti, Fasha flikda qochib qoldi, orqasidan o'ziga o'ynab yuborishdi.
Chess game that we've been having in Atlanta Dawn between Homeboys and Onic Philippines. But right as they pull the trigger again, play aggressively, it's punished by Homeboys. So this game has literally just been about waiting for overextensions and punishing. You see that from Onic Philippines, punishing Homeboys, making the practice play on Turtle, and then it's Onic with the chase.
Akkuratni minus qildi, sirasi qaytdi, bu yoqda o'sha Chichi boylab qo'ygan edi, chiqolmadi deb. Moskva ham anaqa ham sirasi sakradi, Kaleye ham, joy ham keldi orqasidan. Bollarni azoblashdi xullas. Joy tepan talkat qilish ketyapti. Hozirlar tezroq chiqib def qolish kerak.
And this is surprising to see for a team who you know is very well calculated in terms of their decisions. Are the ones constantly being punished. King Kong versus Amao won't be proceeding with the fight just yet, but the feathered airstrike is already.
Oh, bo'ldi, fasholadi. Yaxshi. Polis zo'r sakratib yubordi. Fashani flik yo'q edi. Minus. Chichiho 2 kishini boylab qo'ygan, lekin fightni davom ettirishmaydi. Passa hozir Brusko zoni chiqib turadi. Kelar push qilib Yo'q, Polis keldi. Badan mitga ketdi. Loyni oldiga. Loy ultani bosyapti. Ultani ko'rish haqqa ketishayotganda atmay qildi Kaleyada vision bo'lgani uchun. Borib o'tirishmadi.
To join the fight, although that may not be entirely applicable for the Lancelot now.
Oh, vas пока нормально идёт. Bitta mana deyman Homeboysga. Bilmadim. Yo'q, o'xshabas. Brusko yaxshi flik. Taroy berilindi, ulta nomos qilibdi, biri flik yordamida chiqib ketdi. Ozgina ulgurmay qolishdi. Follow qilishga. No, resurslarni просто razmay qilishdi. Badanga flikka, Moskva flikka, почти vaqt narsa, даже Moskvaga qiyroq bo'ladi. Insatsiyadan o'ng taraf ozgina o'tirib qoladi. No, Moskva yaxshi, Kaley bitta Foyusga sakragan edi, lekin Foyus flikida qochib qoldi. O'ng tarafda hozir chap tarafda Joy ultasi yo'q, Kaleyni, Pashani, Chichina, principe fight hozir Lordam 12larniki bo'lishi kerak.
Big resources burnt out. Onyx Philippines with a slowdown on the tempo. That could have been the read. Kirk jumps in again.
King Kong Lorddan lekin yuz normalni ketib qolgan. Hozir King Kong o'lib qolishi mumkinmi? Yo'q, Lord topib ketyapti. Yaxshi Kaleyni ham o'ldirishdi. Lord 12 komandasi yozilyapti. Suda. Loydan ulta. Voy. Oriqli bo'ldi bu yo'q. Voy, Moskva qochib qolganini. Ay. Sal qoldi. Bolani shunday tutib olishardi. O'sha olib ping-pong qilishardi, lekin bola xos. O'rtaga solib flik ham yo'q edi Moskva. Tegmay qolganini qarang, tegmay qolganini qaranglar. Sen bo'ldi, men o'rtada emasman, zborkada ko'ryapsizlar. King Kong full run ketibdi. Polu tank yoki grubiylar yig'magan.
And that's what the big lead is all about now for Onyx Philippines. It's about getting structures and objectives.
Mitta Onyxlar o'zi spokойно olishdi. Tepada take ketgan, hozir pastga take'ni ham olish kerak. Loydan ulta berildi, Lordga yaqinroq turib olishdi. Pastga take'ga o'zi avtomatik tushyapti. Homeboys komandasi uni def qilish maqsadi ham yo'q. U Lord уже quladi. Bo'ldi. Menimcha mitta take'siga chiqib ko'rishsa bo'ladimi yo bo'lmaydimi? Kaleyani ultasi flikka bor. 1 sekund qolgan chiqdi.
Which definitely are working for them here in this kind of situation. They've got some of the most crucial kills, the shutdown gold on Amal as well, and if the gold lead was very small up until
eng kill bo'yicha bo'lsa ham berilib foydasi bo'lmadi. Farmda obyektlarni hamma narsani olib ketishdi. Towerlarning o'zini tashlashgan. Homeboys bitta dona bashni olgandi.
A very difficult situation for Homeboys, but at least they have the tools
to bitta dona bilan ish qilgan.
And Moskov to somehow deal with the waves that are coming in. Now on PH, they might find, or they might seem a lot more confident to just go in with those surprise setups from Brusko if he finds another key target similar to how he has done it earlier.
But that's the point now for Onyx Philippines, right? Early game, they were still reaching for a
lead. That's why they Kaley lekin yaxshi kustda o'tiribdi hozir. Kelrani lekin ancha shenasi bor. Ya, xato. Anchadan bir fight bo'lmadi, aniq qilishmagani yaxshi edi. Umid qiladi o'zi baribir.
Throw feints like this, diversions.
Hovik o'ynab ko'rsam, u bu narsa qilishardi balki.
Where there was a lot of desperate moves on here because they already have a 5,600 gold lead and they'll just play for the next neutral objective.
Blade armor already picked up by Kirk as well. So Onyx BH definitely at this point have a lot more ways to deal with the surprises that can come in from Homeboys too if ever they're the ones who looking for targets and looking for those setups. Even just by looking at Keller and Melky.
No, men kutganimdagi easy bo'lmadi, to'g'risini aytaman. Nachala chunki Homeboys o'zini yaxshi his qildi. Wow! King Kong bitta hozir Chichini ultasidan ham qaytib bordi. Bosqich chiqib ko'radimi? Normalniy shot qo'yardi bor. King Kongdan vashshi katta uron chiqib ketdi. Men hayron qoldim. Ozlansni kalega ko'tarib ko'rdi, lekin Lans ularni endi orqaga tushunarli, pula bitardi. Joy ham oladi. Nimalam? Gaga, manimcha gaga bo'ladi. Middan pastdan kirib keladi. Hozir ikkita tetri aniq qolishadi. Hozircha Fashani fliki ham, ultasi ham yo'q lekin. Manimcha gaga. Sekunddan keyin chicha chiqadi, faqat chichani o'zida. Chicha bilan Fasha. Wow! Nima bu uron King Kongdan? Bola bitta basic berdi. Ultada kirdi full stackda, taporan full stack, anaqa ham, pasifikatsiya ham. Bitta ulta berdi, baziy deb urdi tamom bo'ldi. Fasha yo'q bo'lib qoldi. Ikkisini ham berib o'tirmadi, fantan ichida. Ya. Bola prosta ko'zi yetdi, tam ketamiz, o'rta olamiz bo'lgani yo'q. Kirdi, o'ldirdi, o'yinni tugatishdi. Fashani ping-pong qildi haqiqatan. Kaleyev anaqaga o'ynab ko'rdi. King Kong o'zini Frans Baynda aniqda. Bola prosta farim qildi, ko'rdinglar, Chichini qanaqa itarganmi? Chichidan keyin endi mamini itardi. Sirda prosta ba'zi yurdi o'ldirdi. Uron vashchi katta chiqib ketdi lekin. Kayridan gaydi so'rash. Kayrilan o'zi Karolga gaydi bo'yicha o'ynayapti-yu. Flashda yaxshi fight razigravать qilish. Razigravать qilishdi lekin. Ujalans qochayotganda Moskva uron etmagandan keyin normalniy tarish. Moskva dastaydi, joy keldi. Comeback chance bor bo'ldi. O'yin tugadi.
By the moment King Kong just decided to not go for the fights anymore, just focus on the objectives, and when they wanted to do the same,
mazaq bor. Mana shu ultasida kirdi-yu, Fashan yuzi uchib ketdi. Xuddi.
It was a completely different story here for Homeboys because they didn't come in as fast anymore from Onyx BH, so there weren't
Проникновение bo'ldi, haqiqatan.
to anticipate where they could be coming from and just catch them by surprise.
I kind of feel like the thing about going up against Onyx Philippines where you're trying to
Ana проникновение etmayman, lekin проникновение bo'ldi-da. Mast keldi haqiqatan.
Again, one of the reasons why we talk about the lands
No, it bo'ldi. Mazaq bordi uning go'yini ko'raydi. Voy. Full stack kirib turib. Mana qaraylar. Keldi. Tir. Moment qaraylar, sizlar kirishana. Bitta turda bo'ldi, boshqa qaytib turnirga chiqmaydi. Domon orqasi qum o'ynab o'tib ketadi endi. Chaqib qo'ydi boshini haqiqatda.
And just in a split second, that's game number 1 for Onyx.
Itardi, lekin haqiqatdan itardi bor. Yomoni gladki kirdi, lekin anu xuddi takoy nima desa bo'ladi. Sillu kirdi, lekin uron normalniy kirdi. Sillu yetib oldi, uron mo'shniy chiqdi. Prям bitta bazik urdi bo'ldi, yeb qo'ydi. Oxiriga keldim yana. Mayli, zato imko highlight ko'rdingiz.
That was already the
shing mayli. Men uroniga maza qo'ydim. Uroniga maza qo'ydim.
might have to be the ones to be a little more reactive.
Stokli o'zini yo'li bilan highlight. Men uronidan lekin odam realni maza.
Definitely they could learn a thing or two from this game that they too can pick up the pace whenever they want to and not get overhyped, because I feel like there were moments too for Homeboys that maybe they realized down the line that they actually
MVP killer bo'lsa kerak bari. Damak bo'yicha adaka yutib qo'yadi-yu.
And I feel like that was most evident in that last sequence
da
we
buni
saw
ham
down
to'g'ri.
bottom, because
Foyka bitkizganlar ham ko'p bo'ldi. Hamma o'yinni ko'ryapman nima?
Even when Vel was already down.
Yo King Kong emasman. Yo уже aytdim
I
MVP.
want to go back to the interview with Keller. Well, Keller said during M6 no one could figure out how to play, so they were able to stomp the competition. It looks like in
Siz bilmayapsiz, switch ketmayapti-yu. Aurora Flash yutsa kerak-da, Aurora Flash yutadi.
Philippines where yes they lost, yes it was very passive, but at the same time I feel like it was a very good effort.
Yeah, it was a great plan, great game plan.
80 ta like bo'ldi уже. Rahmat, 100 ta qo'ramizmi bugun?
Into the later stages of the game.
Как бы слабыйсizlar, 12 fanatlar. 12 o'ynayapti.
Mentioned the decisiveness. I actually thought that was indecisive by Homeboys because Ivan went in, but everybody
Povik Arlotam boshqa chiqdi. No, oxirgi payt
jumped in alone. Gets
Charlotte endi Room'ga ham flex qilishyapti, Urans Lesga ham flex qilishyapti. O'sha hisobiga menimcha instabilniy pik hozircha qo'rqmasdan olinadigan smaylar bu Fovius bo'lib turibdi X5 ga.
No hesitation, right? The team
Again, Libo
hesitated,
X5
but I
dan.
also honestly feel like it was a bad call.
Lapu kam ancha kam Lapu.
Agreed. And now look at King Kong because he understood
Fovius
like
ga
we're
nisbatan
gonna go for a fight, so
This far?
might as well farm.
da ancha kam Lapu.
Like I really feel like
No, Chong
Vanihoyat
umuman
has
olish.
been transitioning
Chong
into
meta emas
more of a
kerak.
mid-late game hero
Silishim
where
kam
he
urishadi
can
Chong.
literally just one-shot people. 901
Даже урон ham
in
yo'q.
15 minutes. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's high.
Especially considering it's a
Yirmi
9-7
to'qqizinchi
kill score. You know, it's not
o'rinda
like
yozmaylar
they got like
turibdi.
30 kills and Homeboys only got 2.
Yeah.
The game
Navbat
started
kim
with
oldi?
Homeboy
King Kong
a lot
deyishyapti-yu.
more from
Ha, sezmay
on
qoldim.
BH2. So it's amazing to
Baxi X.
see how
No, Baxini qilib prioritet emas. Room'ga или Lesga ko'proq olishyapti Baxini.
see for both of
Endi mandir o'tkazmoqchi bo'ldim.
but
Lekin zo'r chiqdi.
by being very defensive for percent in terms of farming, and so maybe that's
Maza qildinglar.
for them.
Bular
if
qaytib
they
ko'ra
want to
olasizlar mana shu
win.
moment.
Yeah.
And now I have a bit of a hot take.
Okay.
All right?
Oh my
Hot take.
Presented by Al Habib Medical Group. Now, to be fair, it's not really a part of this matchup, but
Okay.
it's something that I've
Sing,
been holding
sing,
in, which
sing.
is my hot take is I want a meta, at least for 1 month, to be a lot about fighters. Because I kind of feel like all the
Lesga
fighters
tank
will be
meta kirdimi?
designed
Yo'q,
so
hozir Lesga Smasher'ning
we see
meta.
the
Tanklar ham
low
metada,
powers
ubitsalar ham
will
metada.
be, honestly, like even
Smasher'ning.
even Argus.
No, ubitsalar anaqa gapirib turmayapti. O'sha korоче shuning uchun ham.
We're stuck
Les farm
into
qilish
the
qiyin bo'lib
maximum
qolganiga.
of one fighter, maybe two, putting
Sing,
fighters inside
sing,
the jungle because
sing.
look at all the fighters. They're so
VP'ga
cool.
shans,
Yeah,
VP
yeah.
chiqib ketdi. O'sha tog'a.
I mean, there are rubies now.
VP chiqib ketdi
There
o'sha.
are rubies now.
12
Yeah, but
yutqazdik.
but remember the draft where there's like 2-3 fighters.
The Thammers, yeah, back in the day,
Yeah.
like the constant rotations and the team fighting.
Basically,
That
just keep fighting all the time. Like I'm not
Long
saying
team
like
fights.
for a few years, maybe just like at least a month. you know,
Ay,
just
ikkasi
so
ham
that-
yaxshimi?
Just to like
Yo,
go
okay.
laners, mid laners, junglers feel that fight.
Hozir team building
and
metka ham
after that,
sekin
alright,
hozir
go back
full
to
stack
standard.
qilish
You know, maybe
kerak.
like an off season or something.
Yeah, I would actually love that. I would actually
I
love to
agree.
see a little bit more of a different meta here because yeah, we have kind of been in the same meta roughly from M3 to
Hello.
now.
Yeah,
No,
quite-
M3 was the last time we actually saw a lot of.
Bosgan
fighters.
vaqtimni qaranglar. Men tipi qo'rqib streamdan orqada qolib ketdim. Bu statistikalarni yana ko'raman deb o'tkazmoqchi bo'ldim-da.
And I'm pretty sure the
Sing,
audience
sing, sing.
wants
Imенно o'sha moment
one
kelib olganimni qarasanglar-chi.
MWI, but
As a mid laner,
Umuman
I
xayolda ham
use
yo'q
Zong,
edi.
but hey, we gotta think about the audience here.
I agree.
Yeah,
As a gold
that's
laner,
the
I
draft.
do not want to use Zong, but I
Draft,
no,
draft,
I'm just gonna say
Pluton
no
yoktu.
now because I want to
Pluton
save
job
my
kerak.
KDA in
Nagib
the
bolish
lane
kerak o'rniga.
of
okay,
Dawn.
okay, but hopefully we do get there.
Fakti
or maybe
Pluton
we're
job
getting
kerak.
there earlier
Nagib
this
bo'libdi,
season because
ancha
of
muncha
Gyro.
katta.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I want, you know, like
Yeah.
more fighters, because now it's like it has to be a marksman.
At least there are less Uranus. Or maybe
Sorry.
not.
Yeah, I don't like the Uranus.
Before this, there's 0 Uranus. Now, even when it's meta, it's very not picked.
That's true.
It's
Right?
with the
Right?
sustain heroes like this,
Ruxsatnoma
Esme,
oldim-u,
Uranus,
men mana
it's so
streamni
hard to
qaytadan
balance
qilishga
because
Nagib
when
kirib chiqishga
you
bitta.
buff him
Uyam
too
sinib
much, it
qolibdim-yu.
becomes super prio. It conquers the game, but when you nerf him too much, it just That's
Non-existent.
completely irrelevant.
Non-existent. Like the moment you pick it up, people will smash you for it.
Yeah, it's like, why are you
Emotionally.
trolling in my
Yeah,
game?
yeah,
Trolling
flow.
my game, like guys, this guy is trolling. Report.
No, javob
And then
berishmagan
it's like,
kerak
hey,
shu.
I've got good teammates.
Birinchi
Switch up
pik
his
va
strategy.
ochib
It's
green
like, oh my
qoldi.
god, this guy, he's trolling in my draft, and then he wins, and you're like, that's my
Ha,
goat.
aytaman,
He's
aytaman.
always
Boshlashadi.
been my goat.
Number 1 is me in world.
Tamizlar qoldi.
Why is it so hard to balance fighters?
So that's my hot take. I
Fine,
hope
it's
you
just
guys have a
like
different hot take, because
Do
I'm
you
pretty
agree?
sure someone wants a lot more me.
Ah,
there's a
siz
lot
kamanda
more
qilishim kerak.
See more
assassins.
Mias.
Bo'lmasa Kyle-da-yu.
Okay.
No? More
Why?
Mias?
It's like you know, like in those games where you either
Leski
have
Kyle,
the
midga
God
Sans,
Mia,
goldga Killra, также
or worse that I can't
X-ga
even see
bilan
on broadcast.
Flip ham bor,
God
Sensor
Mia
ham
in
bor.
your game?
Oh, I have.
No go.
In Malaysia, we had this.
Ayo, hadi Kyle oldim-u, birindan o'sha ololmayman aqani.
Ranked players for one
Sanford,
just 1
значит.
week. But in that
X-ga,
one week,
Romga.
there's a lot, yeah. After that, not so much.
Was
But yeah,
this
that
Romga go Savo.
was a fun 1 week.
when was that?
Flip Zorex. Flip Zorex просто bitta komandadan
I
bittadan
mean, you
oldim.
don't know because you weren't playing rank in Malaysia. It's not a tournament thing. It's a rank thing.
It's a rank thing.
It's a rank
Put
thing.
yok ya guys.
Trust me, everything is still meta there, especially with the
Beatrice
solo
hozir
queue,
qanday?
man.
Prosta farom qilishingiz kerak. Narmani yomonlik emas. Wesleydan old so'liga oldi Wesleycha.
Yeah.
Bo'lganda ko'p qolgan chiqadi. 3 Wesleydan.
Fast internet, good food, everything is good.
Everything is meta.
Just don't solo queue.
Hey, or do solo queue.
So you can learn.
So you can learn. So you can be
Limit
better.
test.
If you play with your team.
Manga flip ko'proq yoqadi lekin ikkalasini solishtirsa. Unaqa kokka emasdan 5-10% uzoq.
You don't learn as much as the losers, yes, but I think you would want to win.
Kart olishmaydi, u ham meta, meta metada, Alucard meta emas.
All stars here because hey, it's been crazy, it's been wild.
Alucard na боец, на убийца, ни туда герой. Yomon герой demayman, Alucard нормальный герой. Solo, duo, triple rangli uchun. No, fulkada kontrol aniq olinadigan, aniq ADK maglarni save qilinadigan joylarga Alucard bu mobilist bilan kirolmaydi. Alucard bitta mobilist bu birinchi skilli, itu ham fightga kirish uchun kerak bo'ladi. Norm geroy, no meta emas, metaga umuman yaqin tortmaydi. Umuman yaqin tortmaydi.
I agree.
Bu mexanikasi oddiy, tipi mitsa bo'ladi. O'qiladigan geroy. Aniq uni nima qiladigan ishi. Hamda Focus sizga chiqib siz nima qilamiz?
How the players execute the game plan a bit better. After reacting to those plays, punishing
Ketmasin, qo'rqitmang.
a level of capitalization that we did see in game 1 that should be present here. And yes, they don't change anything so far. It's the same game plan.
Ikkinchi katgani draft boshlanyapti. Homeboysdan comeback ko'ramizmi ili yana portlab ketishadi mana. Yana King Kong nimadir deytaradi. Qiziq.
Those we saw yesterday.
Uni 2-0 go mana.
In terms of what they wanted to try. This kind of approach feels a little more
Alucard zo'r geroy bo'lsa ne olinmaydi turnirlarda.
Execution is what needs to be polished a bit or whatever you say.
I'm not entirely sure how Ivan is comfortable with pick-off heroes because the thing in Malaysia, even Chiku said, one of the better playstyles of Malaysia is pick-off heroes, and we saw the success with SRG picking up the Kalia, and even though Homeboys lost, I would say it
Alucard yomon emas, no zo'r emas.
Punish your opponent's overextension. So
Alucard yomon geroy emas hozir. Farmlays нормальный bot.
We need at least one catch hero. And then a hero that can.
Assalomu alaykum va alaykum assalom to Jizeni.
I just wonder why they keep banning Lee Sun Shin, right? Because they
Yo'q,
are the
yo'q.
first pick now.
Realni shunaqa savol bo'ldi.
I guess the
Bu reyting emas, bu turnir bu eng kuchli odamlar o'ynaydi. Eng kuchli odamlarga qarshi hozirgi Alucard ishlamaydi, hech kimdan meta emas, olinmaydi. Kim meta degan bo'lsa ham gap. Kim aytgan? Alucard meta emas. Yomon geroy demayman. Alucard chiqar o'ynash solo rangda qiyin, chunki komandangizda normalniy kontrol bo'lmaydi, anti-heal sotib olmaydi, middle prozaika oladi, tam nimadirlar qilib ishadi. Atak bunaqa bolalarga qarshi ishlamaydi. Alucard.
You pay for it if you break
you
it.
pay for it if you break it.
Chunki mana shunaqa 12% urovindagi komanda mamalarga qarshi olib qolishi mumkin.
Is that
What you were looking for?
That's the other one which I guess can apply here, but you know.
Okay.
I just want to be different. Was I not?
Alucard fulkada norm, men fulka emasmi? Bu random o'ynashyapti.
I liked it. So if it's Killer Innocent and CW are the only players in this year who ever scored.
Shut up and talk.
Okay. Again. Killer Innocent and CW are
Dabi
the
ham
only
yaxshi
players
bo'ladi.
MSC who were able to secure a savage.
Yes,
She went very fast that one.
Yaxshi qildingiz ham.
She played by blade that one, and the Lancelot comes through.
Bu fulka emasmi hozir? Bu randomda o'ynayapti.
As well. So they play by play the draft here, Kalea and Fovia. So that's a whole lot of appeal, my friend. Onyx.
Reytingda aytmoqman, reytingda nechida? Misol normalniy rangda ishlamaydi, misol reytingda.
Again, the two good picks against the Lancelot.
Reytingda tam Xpasiga
really going to be as slippery as we saw in game 1.
Yeah.
bo'lajak Aizenni olishmaydi. No, Argus Chali musor geroy emas, Alucard. No, yo'q, Alucard ishlaydi, 50+ ham smayli ishlaydi, 100+ ham olsa bo'ladi Alucard. No, fulkada baribir qiyin narsa. Fulkada normalniy draft. O'tda backseeker bo'pti, o'yinni boshdan anti-heal itaradi degani. O'tda Focus olishadi, o'tda Arlot olishadi. Kontrolga bitta tushadi, portatib olishadi. Uniki faqat qilaveradi. Bundan oldin teskarisi bo'ldi, Homeboy oldi.
At least with the Unbreakable, you're able to counter out. And I kind of feel like for Mel Cutie, he just wants something that has the possibility of actually winning the lane. Because I kind of feel like that's part of the The not good thing about the previous draft was that he was not able to get out of lane. Like,
Ну, нормальный. Соло таргеттан o'ynasanglar. Ну, mashinaga построить qilsanglar draft. O'rnin to'g'riga salomlar. Va alaykum assalom Asadbek. Yaxshimisiz?
Yeah, no point click catch. They have a taunt, yes,
Yatotic.
but that isn't really
Balancelik
reliable
o'ziga
because
olishdi.
the
Oh, King Kongdan Fanny. Shuda.
actually looks good. The other times that we've been seeing the Fanny, it's been, I think, bad picks. It's
X-Work'cha bilan u vashya olinmaydi. Olinadi. X-Work o'zini joylari qilib. Full jirga qarshi Firagasni yechib olmaydigan piklarda
Let's see
olishadi.
if King Kong can actually turn the tides of that win rate. I'm personally hyped for this. They've set up perfectly for it. The Kalia, Phobia's takeaway, now banning out the Badang too. Homeboys will respect the Matrix.
Normalniy bolalarga qarshi Alucard befoyda
That's
degan
funny though,
bo'lardi.
because I think the most recent team who used the Fanny was Homeboys.
Kuchli misol uchun Fulka normalniy draftga qarshi Alucard kirolmaydi. O'ta adakani save qilishadi. Alucard unaqa mobilning himoya emas. Nimaga Fanny olinadi? Chunki Fanny bemalol xohlagan joyga o'tib oladi fightga. Nimaga Lancelot olinadi? Lancelot ham chunki o'zi boshqaradi fightni. Kriplar bo'lsa, boshqa bo'lsa kirib turadi. Nimaga Hayabusa olinadi? Chunki u ham uzoqqa sakraydi. Uzoqqa sakraydi, qaytib ham chiqa oladi fightdan. U nimadir tam vampirizm qilishim kerak, anchluga qilib qo'yishda endi nima qilaman, kontrolga любой убийца o'zi umuman kontroldan qo'rqadi. Lekin bular chalima. Alucard fightda bitta kontrol yedi, portlab ketadi. Ustiga Fovius o'tirsa tamom degan. Lans ustiga Fovius o'tirsa, Lans qochishi mumkin. Lansga ham noqulay Foviusga qarshi o'ynash. Vashchi noqulay. Любой убийцada o'zi Foviusga qarshi o'ynash noqulay. No ular хотя бы qocha oladi.
That makes me wonder.
Granger comes out for Onyx Philippines, a safe choice in the goal lane for Kelra.
Da, Lingga olinadi misol uchun umuman uroni qolmagan bo'lsa ham. Umuman uron yo'qda hozir Lingga, lekin olinadi. Chunki mobilniy. Orqa spinaga o'tib ketishi mumkin. MPLda shuncha olindi-yu. Odamlar nega King Kong fanisidan qo'rqmasligini ko'ramiz.
Even the Edith is kind of like, you have to get lucky-ish because you're not going up against any Fanny. It's King Kong's Fanny.
And like the Franco doesn't, you don't have a combo with the Franco.
Da, yaxshi o'ynaydi. Xolasini qo'yib beraman. Qayringni birga urgan momentlarini. Chaniydi.
Unless it's a
o'yindan keyin.
Would you really ban the Valen if you want to go Kadira? Like, is the rough wave stat scary to
King
get
Kong olmadi
Because
Fannyni.
what
Kim oladi
other
boshqa?
mid laners that can save themselves against a Fanny at this point? That's the only thing.
Honor of Kings endi chiqqanda o'ynagan. Yomon o'yin emas, menga vizualizatsiyalash mobilligidan ko'p yoqdi. Просто Mobile Legends уже родной o'yin-da.
Okay, so if they pick up a Pharaoh,
Alishtirmayman
you
baba.
still need, in my opinion, a secondary finisher. So you kind of need your EXP laner to be.
Bo'ldi, ko'ramiz. O'yin tugasin. Mashinaki qo'yib beraman.
Honestly,
Dota ham o'ynasmi yo'q. Faqat Mobile Legends. Sen Clash o'ynayman keyin bir xil payt. Aslida o'ynaydiganim mobil.
Lucas supposedly, right? But I
Yeah.
don't think it's gonna like.
Vaksilesh o'zi idealniy. No solo rangda emas. Triple Krila bitta murchalka oling, Romga, o'zingiz lesga, Baksiga chiqing, и bitta yaxshi adaka toping. Mana sizga 50 plusni bemalol o'ynash. Даже undan keyin ham smayl o'ynasanglar bo'ladi 100 plusdan. Mana shu kuchli triple bo'ladi. Siz tankavat qilib berasiz, adakangiz healit qilib beradi, qanaqadir murchalka, и adakangiz normalniy o'ynaydi. Orqadagi futbolka bakas qilgansiz. Sprint.
Yeah, I think that my guess would be like a Franco and a Kai, to like try to stop the Fanny. Those two big ults that could stop the Fanny for sure as a stop.
Ufani o'ziga ban qilishda, badanga ban qilishda, Fannyga full comfort qilib berishyapti.
I think they have enough
Uning
peel.
easy wingda
strike Homeboy's backline.
qolib ketdi, lekin Artemis ko'p boshdan tashlaverganingiz ma'lum yaxshi. Ayo, qaytib topdim. 12.
Harith ain't even gonna get close. Like, when you pop Zaman Force, you're already too low. And even then, you get punished by the Phobius constantly jumping.
Yeah, I was also thinking if Homeboys wanted to consider that, but since there's there's a Fanny,
ularda M-bomb.
not.
M-bomb biroz kattaroqligini men ham tan olaman. Julian ham ko'rinmaydi-ku. Julian sekin farq qiladi, lekin bu ham bo'lmaydi. Hozir Slaviy, slishim Slaviy.
Okay, so it is.
Which, you know what?
Edith.
Respect. This might be your final game. Just
guns blazing.
Guns blazing, you know.
Yep.
Nikis chunki.
All your marbles
in the marble cup.
Bu kontroldan chiqdi emas, giroy mexanikasida emas. Hozir просто les farq qilishni nerf qilishdi. O'shanga. Julian olishardi, Kairini o'zi ham o'ynardi, Julianda ko'p o'ynardi.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there seems to only be 2 picks in the mid lane.
Nima olishdi loyka?
So far in the series.
Da, loyka.
This is why I say I want more fighters.
Menga to'g'risini aytsam, chat taraf ko'proq yo'q.
It'll be the same exact matchup, at least in the mid lane. Everything. Oh, Granger 2. Okay.
Berçsem yok kelir oldu-ku yaqinda. Har katga olish kerak degan emas. Hamma katga ko'rmayapsiz-ku.
Takeaways except for that Kalia. But now
Da,
we really
shuni.
have to see because Onyx Philippines looks like they
Xuddi
really
Alucardga
lost from
o'xshab.
game number 1 and took some crucial picks away from Homeboys. Now Homeboys, this is their potential last hurrah. We gotta see.
Da, aniq edi. King Kong har doim mana shunaqa o'zini joyida turishadi. Shu rasmlarni alishtirmasligi uchun. Bular rasmlar ham tutadi-ku. U rasmlarda ham emas, o'zi ko'pincha mana shunaqa draft qilishadi. Keyin shu bittada atmetga qilib alishaveradi. Chunki bular turnirning lobbiga kirishyapti.
Onyx Philippines currently 1-0 holding match point to qualify and to send
Как будто
Homeboys
Alucard
back
manimcha yaxshiroq.
home. Will Homeboys be able to equalize? We'll
Kim
find
sizni
out in
qaytib
the last
o'ynashgandan
hour
ko'ra
as Natan flies over to bring us
No, Alucard osonroq bo'ladi ham
on
o'ynashni.
the Lancelot. King Kong.
King Kong hop, ping pong qilsa kerak hamma fannisida. Davay.
bit more emphasis on the way Onyx PH did take away crucial heroes from Homeboys, but they're playing it very
Voy, Super Prince уже o'ldirib olyapti bu yerda fashan aytish yenasi ham tushdi. Nima bu Ronloydan, nimaga olishganini bilishyapti haqiqatan. Hozir endi Lancelot Super Prince shot qila oladimi? Yo'q, uron yetmadi. Buni prekrasno tushunib turib, u ham flikini bergani yo'q. Hozir endi Fanny Gatot bilan Lansga agressiya qilib ko'rmoqchimi bu yerda?
No, they just get it straight up to.
Okay.
Wait, that was retreat by Amal. Did Amal get it?
Как будто hali yana urishmoqchi Fanny. Da urishmoqchi Lans pulayapti-ku. Ikkinchi leveldan. No, Gatot tusdan berib qo'ysa hozir o'lib ketishi mumkin.
He still has the retribution, but is he gonna use it there?
Ketdi Fanny. Двойnoyni ham olib ketdi. Ya qizi. Lans borolmaydi. Endi Fanny spokойно o'zini Lans четверка ocholmaydi xullas Cherepakaga. Hozir Vazonni ham Super Prince bilan olib ketishsa, Brusko.
Well, it's a big lead for Onyx Philippines, like you said at the start of the game. You really need to respect the Kalea level 1, dude. I think
Vazonni ham oldi. Lans olishi mumkin bo'lgan narsa singlisidan keyin Krasniysini olyapti. Biladi to'shda Lans barib chiqolmaydi uni.
Comp to go up against level 1.
And it feels like it's always been the Farsas who get punished in the early game. Like I know there's the wings by wings, so you get a chance to position yourself somewhere faster than your opponents, but that's something that's just read out by most teams by now. So clearly Onyx PH have anticipated that rotation coming in from Homeboys so far, and now they're working on the EXP lane. Definitely would want to get some help from Kirk as they try or maybe attempt to go for this first objective, but that diversion was something visible.
Voy, Brusko yaxshi sakradi. Lansga hozir endi smoke ketadi. Lekin Brusko o'lib ketishi mumkin. Kirk o'ldirishdi, bir Cherepakani olib ketishdi. Afsus. Uncha o'xshamadi. Bu yerda Fanny chunki siniyda edi. Nimaga anaqa kartada передвижение qilishni so'ramayman bilmayman.
And there's no punish by Mel.
King Kong Cherepakada bo'lishar niyat.
Onyx Philippines.
Ozgina skotlargacha turmoqchiman. Fannyni lesiga kirmoqchi bo'lamiz.
Didn't look like he was
But
interested
Ivan
and now
o'tiribdi.
goes in the
Ayta,
battle
u ham
again
ishlama
for the
qilolmaydi
cap.
menimcha.
I had the same thoughts. I was wondering why they wanted to
Might
commit it so
o'yladim,
much,
okey,
but
oldi.
Izanami, wings by wings out.
Hozir lekin Kaleani ultasi bor.
I wonder what the call was, because even Super Prince, the diversion was committed, but Homeboys was fully aware of where he was gonna come from. Now I think we can take a quick
Yana
look at the
nachalani
emblem
o'zini
build
yaxshi
so far.
qilishyapti
Still the same
Homeboys.
for Super Prince. I think it's pretty standard for most of the heroes so far. Even Vel just has a bit of the attack speed here.
The only thing not standard is the tenacity for Super Prince, but that's standard if we use game 1 as a reference. That was the same choice of emblems for Super Prince again.
Fanny nachalada silishni passivni yo'q bo'ldi-da. Bideta 9-leveldan tam 12da o'zi va 13-levelda prime bo'ldi Gideta. Ikkisini full catch qo'ygan edi. Brusko bu yerda hozir Gatot olib chiqyapti. Gatot endi o'ldirib yubora olishadimi? Fannyning hali energiyasi bor. No manimcha yetadi lekin demak. O'zini uchib ketmasa, voy double thrust uchyapti. Bola faqat double uchar ekan.
A rare case of, rusty Fanny. Onyx Philippines, yeah, they haven't been able to get the value out of King Kong's Fanny. Maybe a lack of practice because it just never gets left open. He's gonna have to shake that rust real quick because Homeboys have a pretty amazing draft to take it to mid to late, right? Like, they all scale. They can play it slow in the early game, and they've already won Turtle 1.
The most action we've seen
Da.
stealing away jungle creeps from each
Yaxshi
other
o'ynamayapti.
in
Nega
there,
yaxshi
taking the
o'ynamayapti?
game,
Kill
and that
qilish
might
shart
have
Mas'ud.
happened once again. King Kong's ahead by 11
Hali unaqa vaziyat
up
bo'lmadi
against
bunda.
Amal. So
Yaxshi
this time
o'ynayapti
around, Onyx
Fanni.
PH might have
Umuman
decided that they
pastda
want to
qilayotgani
take
yo'q.
on this fight, but Homeboys have enough resources. Oh, the Earth
Ну, пока
Shatter
пассивный,
touch,
он
however,
тарап.
they might try to go and punish Vel this time around.
Я
Time
kitku
gets
o'ynab qo'yish.
committed, but Amal
Chiqib ketadi fightdan,
really
просто
gets
tarqalishadi.
his hands on the objective. It's Onyx PH wanting to
Просто
come back.
chap tarafda anaqa to'n kiyib emas, spokойно kill topish uchun. Chap tarafda kerak bo'lsa xaridam anaqada, shit chiqaradi, bosh qiladi. Qadarki geroylar emas chap
Clean
tarafda.
take for Homeboys. Diversion over. They got to be careful here. They decide to go up top. And it'll just be capitalization. This time, it's
Chap tarafdan
already
kill topish
different.
qiyin
They
lekin.
improved from what we saw in
Hozircha.
game 1. After getting kills, after getting the punishes, they capitalized with objectives, with even stealing away camps in enemy jungle.
Oh. Mal could have been caught there, but no one else was near Brusco either way. But yeah, clearly improvements from Homeboys, and somehow a sort of similar
Fanni,
situation to how
неужели
Onyx
Trezubец
encountered the early
yig'di?
game in game number 1 as
Anchil yig'di,
well.
chunki probit qila olmayapti. Gatotda anaqani Anchil kerak bo'ldi.
Value just yet.
Okay, o'zi yig'ib qoldi.
They haven't been able to maximize the early game presence.
Fanniga Anchil lekin menga ham yoqadi, chunki srazi fightga kirib chiqib ketasiz. Sizga tam Anchil kimdir tashlab berguncha fightda ancha vaqt o'tib ketadi. Men ko'ra o'zi yig'ib yuborgani ham bir tomonlama yaxshi bo'ldi. Farmga qaraymiz. Shunda ham Fannini farmi ko'proq. Lansdan ozginaga, no, Kelrani farmi ancha yaxshi o'zini his qilyapti. Men Homeboys komanda buyuk farmda bo'lsa ham o'tganda.
Onyx Philippines at this point of the game, they just have to team fight better than Homeboys. The Homeboys are not making it easy. Good poke.
Gatot уже ужас ketdi. Ko'proq bir-biriga yaqin yuraylik.
They've been able to poke Ivan and Vel down really low. Could have broken out to a fight, but Homeboys decide to play it safe, and might just be a good call since there is only 8 seconds left before the next objective. So they could keep themselves alive before then, but it seems like they're planning to do something in the mid lane.
Battle for Turtle. Mid prio again.
No, o'tgan o'yindan ko'ra passivniroq bor.
Different priorities for Onyx Philippines. They send Granger, Kalra.
O'tgan o'yindan boshida spokойно farm qilishdi pakashto. Cherepahani скорее всего hozir olib ketadi. Chiqishmoqchi emas.
They just let go of this turtle.
Voy, sal qoldi edit tutib olishga. No.
Homeboys nearly gets caught there. Oh, but the diversion will be able to send Super Prince away. So Onyx PH so far they've
Da, pik нормальный bo'ldi-da. O'zinglar ham qaranglar. Gatot bor, edit bor. Xarid bor. Lans ham скорее всего polutdan ketadi deb o'ylayman. Zborkalan ko'rtishsa, da, polutdan ketadi. Grubi yerda. Ancha anaqada, tankov kuchli.
Of the damage output, the CC potential.
I
think this is really the game changer here for Homeboys. Even if you miss the Earth Shatter, that Primal Wrath does so much damage, and Onyx will have to kind of.
Pakashto Onyxda hech qanaqa agressiya qilish niyatligi yo'q. Даже yutib ketar balki chap taraf.
And the Feather Air. There's so many like one cycle of cooldown abilities that make it very difficult for Onyx Philippines to force out longer fights.
That's true. I think that's going to be the keyword for this game. Homeboys, it feels like they have the better comp in terms of the sustained team fights that could happen later on. They have not just the Edith with the Primal Wrath, but even the Harith. Whereas Onyx Philippines, mainly because they have the Fanny, they have to be able to look for those big plays that they get immediate value out of. Because if not, Homeboys could always find a way to turn things around. And that's exactly what they seem to be respecting, as you mentioned. So Onyx PH might be playing it a little more safe. For now, not unless they go
for target. Lekin edit o'zini tortib chiqarishdi. Gatot botda save qilmoqchi bo'ldi, no baribir o'ldi. Yaxshi, Fanni botda fashani minus qilib ketyapti. Hozir endi xaridni qo'yib yubormoqchi emas edi, no ketadi. Qo'l tarqalishadi botda. Kill ham topishmaydi, foizga 3 sakrasa ham o'ldirolmaydi hozir. Нормально. Editda ozgina damage qildi, ifashaga o'tib oldi. Mitcha как-то ochishadi, da, mitcha ochishdi. Уже bo'ldi. Уже predmetlar paydo bo'ldi o'ringa, Fanni уже kasa ham yig'di. Bo'tda qaranglar, Fanni unaqa через topor tam ustida qo'yotgani yo'q.
Time to perfection towards the neutral objective spawning.
Yaxshi, the golga yo'q, uronmamas. Estalishim sinmasdi.
Do they still want
to
commit? King Kong maybe will be able to catch up. Ivan already pretty low. Melcute, he tries to go for a kill. Phantom execution already going
Okay.
gets the last hit.
One slot of ketib qoldi, lekin Fanny kirolmadi. Endi Fanny kirib, botda Fashani ham minus qilib ketyapti. King Kongdan double kill, minus 4. Voy, itardi-yu. Misarovga qilib tashadi. Fanny shuncha jam yurdi. Slotini bitta yig'ib oldi, Misarovga qilib tashadi. Ko'rdinglar? Ay.
I don't think Onyx can end right here.
Fasha borini berib qochdi-da. Cheristenko o'tdi, keyin ulti berib Fanny abi etib oldi. Gagama? Wow, Edit 3 kishini sakratdi. Flick bir bilan no foydasi bo'lmadi. O'zi Killrani Skype'lar bor edi. No def qilib olishdi. Okay. Yaxshi. Qo'yusan Flickini berib qochyapti.
A big gamble by Onyx Philippines.
Da, Tetri ketdi lekin. No, sal qoldi. Tron ham ketardi. Fasha sirasi ulti bermaganda nima qildi? Creep ham chiqib qoldi. Nima shoshdi Onyxlar ham. Muhimi hech kim o'lmadi.
The pattern of MSC 2025 objectives sometimes are overrated when you can't really have a few of your members surviving after the objective, neutral ones, all right? And that's what we saw, Homeboys. They got the neutral objective. They used everything to get it. And Onyx Philippines really identified how
Adaki line talkat qotdi. Bu yerda Bruce o'tiribdi-da. Kimdir kelmasandir. Kelsa ham men birinchi ko'raydim.
And one guy to bait out most of the resources where in that case it was Kurt and Bruce that they sent forward. And then everybody can just come in and clean up.
Yeah. It also helped that Vel was kind of alone during that moment, so Onyx PH it
Simboli
seemed
full
like they
nachalniy
did
tam
not
o'lmaydigan draft
hesitate
qilishgan
to
edi.
pour all of their resources or most of their resources on him despite him being an Edith. And then what? Was that an off cam kill in the mid lane
Needs to the fight build.
against Melcute? These kinds of errors cannot happen if you're Homeboys because those are the heroes who can potentially extend and prolong the fights for your team. And that's what Onyx PH does not want. But so far, they only have a single Holy Shield left and even that gets popped.
Kaleye yo'q, sakramadi. Fliki bor edi lekin Kaleye. Menimcha bu Tetriga emas, Lord kelishini kutishmoqchi. Bemalol Lordga chiqib keyin hozircha agressiv qilishmoqchi emas. Onyx bexato o'ynayapti Onyx ham.
Great start by Homeboys, but
Hozircha 5000 peri farmam, 10 kill ham Onyx tarafda. Fanny ham, Grenki ham o'lmagan. O'zligini zo'r qilishyapti.
into objective takes, into punishing the neutral objective setup of Homeboys.
Like bosh esdan chiqmasin, bolalar energiyasi kamaganmida. Startda qiyin, mid game'dan keyin Fannyda bo'limini 3 was. Startda lekin realni azob.
And the Fanny you see right now, you'd just expect, oh, that's too like the early game Fanny was someone else. Now it's King Kong. Yeah, that's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. When you don't play a certain hero for the longest
Naprijonni bo'lib,
time,
Scuba o'ynayotgan turnirda. Kuyganni yutsangiz, bilan xursandligingizdan ishingizdan chiqarib yuborasiz, emotsiyalaringiz.
I don't even think in scrims people want to deal with that. So Onyx Philippines, yeah, just they needed a bit more time to shake the rust off. Now they have everything. A slow push down below as well that Izanami will have to deal with.
Yaxshi, reklama. O'z hamma Telegramdan kelgan.
From Ivan.
And was revealed by the Death Sonata too. So Onyx PH have full information on where majority of the members at least
Ozgina vaqt cho'zsa, voy, nechvoy себе edit ish balo qilamadi, Fanny shot tutib Hozir endi xarid transfer qilib Bruskoga o'ynashga harakat qildi, lekin yaxshi, hozir tortib berdi, lekin Lancelot ultasi tushib qoldi. Brusko ham tirik chiqadimi? Yo'q, Gatot qo'yib olmadi. Gatot endi ultasida qochyapti. Lekin Fovius botda xaridni ham o'ldirib yubordi. 2 ga 4 situatsiyada qolishdi. 10 taraf faqat Romerni yo'qotgan. Ito Romer ham bol knopkasini bergan edi. Skoriy hozir GG bo'lishi mumkin. Hali qolganlar tug'ilishiga 10 sekund bor. Voy. Okay, sinisi yo'q. Voy, normalniy doj qoldi. Lance Malades Fanny'ni ultasidan qochib qoldi ikkisida. Energiyasi ko'paydimi-da? Faqat kriplarga tegsa uchib ketadi. Odamga tegsa energiya regeneratsiya bo'ladi o'sha vaqtda faqat. Okay, o'yin tugamadi. No, pastda, lekin Fanny hop pastda talqat qilib turib, keyin Lordga chiqsa, Lord aniq Onyx Philippinniki bo'ladi. Fanny kirib kerak emasdi-da, hop. Hozir nima, Lord siras boshlab yubormoqchimi Homeboyslar? To'rga 5 vaziyatda yoki naq qilishmaydimi? Fanny bazaga ketmadi. Fanny ularni krasniksini olib keyin spinadan chiqmoqchi. Fashani o'zi ultasi ketdi, Gatot ham ulta berdi. Hozir bu yerda Kaleye yaxshi tortib berdi. Xaridda aytish narsa yo'q edi, minus qo'rishdi. Lekin bu uchun uni o'zi o'ldi. Hozir Kelra endi Gato to'ldirdi, endi Lancelot qulab ketyapti. Yaxshi Fannidan zahot i o'ldirib ketdi. Pashani ham bo'ldi, uni ham o'ldiradi. To'g'ri. Bo'ldi gaga. Lans bitta o'zi bo'tdi, o'sha o'zidan hech nima представлять qilmaydi, ito zo'rg'a kelradan qochib oldi. Pul knopkasini berib, bo'tdi o'sha gaga bo'ladi. Qanaqasiga sразу yo'q qoldi. Okey. Chiroyli o'yin bo'ldi. Boshida passivni prosta farm qilishdi, chunki fightni yutish olmasdi. O'tib berdimi? Prosta o'sha yetib olishga-da. O'sha energiyasi yetmasdi uni tak game berishiga. Juda 12 yosh chiroyli gatga bo'ldi va akkurat chap tarafga protivnik pikidi.
In their run here in MSC Esports World Cup, I kind of feel like it
global
really
class.
is
They
just
are
showing like
okay.
that lack of experience of playing on the stage, right? Because I kind of feel like
Buncha
it's
plyziyorsiz
definitely
yuz
different
foiz.
beast playing at home and now playing in
Real.
a different country, in a different environment against different opponents, right?
Nechta o'yin qoldi? Hozir turklar bilan Team Flash qoldi. Skорее всего turklar yutadi. No turklar mashalani yutib qo'ydi. 12 Filippinni. 12 Filippinni past setga tushirgan turklar. Endi ko'rish kerak. Turklar menimcha play-offga chiqadi. Pakashda men aytgandek ketdi. Hamma Da yutdi turklar. Mana hozir o'ynaydi o'shalar. Turklar yutdi, Liquidli yutdi.
Primal Wrath, everyone used at the same time that gave Onyx such an easy road to then just say, all right, we'll just wait for those to get off.
Bitta katga o'tadi, keyin o'sha komandalar tanlaydi. Bugun berish kerakmi?
Clean them up, proceed with the long team fights.
Valentina ham yo'q-ku. Virat qaysidir giroy pram SSS plus deb turib uni sразу harakatga ola olmaysiz. Shuning shu narsani. Hamma giroyni so'rab turmasangiz-chi.
I guess needed some time to reset, you know, focus on
Olishdi valani ham, ko'p olishdi. Nu hozir olishmayapti. Pinga tushmaydi, uron kerak.
Yeah, I feel like
Eski 12larni ko'rsangiz o'sha oldi. Turklar Selenasi borda. Roza bor.
in terms of being not too hesitant and going in at the
Birinchi piklarda ketayotgan giroylar demak o'shalar meta, qolgani meta emas. Qolgani o'sha bampik degan tema bo'lmaydi. Birinchi piklarda talashishayotgan, bambayotgan giroylar o'shalar eng opasniy giroy. Qolgani emas.
Thank you, boys and girls. Here we are with King Kong. What's up, King Kong?
Xarosh, King Kong. Yana MVP bo'ldi adashmasam, ammo общий uchrashuv MVP'si bo'ldi. Ikkita katkada ham da. Fanida ham bo'lmadi, anaqada ham bo'lmadi. Pulni ikkiga o'ynadi. Damakda ham adashmasam, Lansda bir oldi dedinglar. Sans o'ynadi. Da, 12 ta Sans o'ynadi misol uchun boyavalada.
The X factor, I think
Virtusda ham o'ynadi shekil.
the things we realized after our first match versus our
u 3-4 yil bo'lsa kerak.
some lack in chemistry and decision makings inside the game.
Oh, lack of chemistry. That's interesting. That's never been a problem for Onyx PH. What's been going on?
Nega Mobile Legendsda Dota o'ynagan bo'lsangiz Dota'da ham meta bor. Hok o'ynagan bo'lsangiz Hok'da ham meta bor. Kerak bo'lsa Brawl Stars'da ham meta bor. Clash of Clans o'ynasalar ham va 7-3-salar ham misol uchun meta. Hamma yoqda o'zini patchdan patchgacha metasi bo'ladi. Yoki yangi narsa chiqsa o'sha kuchliroq bo'ladi.
Maybe is it because of a challenging meta for you in particular? I mean, considering we are kind of vying into a situation where it's no longer just assassins in the jungle, but you have to be a little bit more flexible with the tanks and the fighters. Has that been difficult for you?
Kesta meta nima? Kesta shu turlarda meta bo'lmasa kerakmi? Assalomu alaykum va alaykum assalom.
What about you?
Brawl Stars'da ham
Fun.
Funny meta emas bu.
Not hard, not difficult, nothing?
Just a little.
Funny.
Because I mean,
Funny
considering
qiyin savol.
in this particular
O'ynash
game,
biladigan
you
odamga
have
meta.
assassin, right? The Lancelot and the Fanny, is
Warface
that
meta
something more
nima?
comfortable for you?
Warface'da ham meta bor, to'g'rimi? O'zing ham bilasan, shuncha vaqt o'ynading. Chris super chiqdi, Chris Polni meta bo'ldi, necha yil davomida. Kraken meta bo'ldi. AX'la meta bo'lgan ungacha. Shuncha yil o'ynaganmiz.
A man of few words. A man of few words. Okay, that's fine. In that particular situation, then, do you think that there is a particular team that has really understood and figured out the
Misol uchun Kayriga ham qarshi Fanni Bambo. Значит, Fanni slabый герой emas. Hozir ham ko'rdinglar realizatsiyani. Просто startda sal passivniroq o'ynash kerak, yoki kuchayish kerak. Misol uchun oldin Fanni началоda kuchli edi, mid game'larda Prime и late slabый edi. Hozir почти teskarisi ham bo'lib qolsa bo'ladi. Late chunki max late'da endi to'lu late demayman, hamma full slotdaligida. Mid game'dan late'gacha Prime vaqti bor. Fanni energiya
So PH versus PH, first day of knockouts?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yes,
The
of
voice
course.
of the
Three
metric.
words, yes, of
Yeah,
course.
onu bilaman.
Yes, of course. So a lot of teams right now really want the LPH to pick them. Very peculiar.
World
Very
of Tanks.
peculiar. But to close
Yeah,
things out, I
World
heard
of
that you
Tanks ham
lived. Is that true?
oynamaganman.
Secret.
Secret is.
Kim
I
bor
mean,
yana?
you're posting all. Oh! There we go.
Whoa.
Because I heard Sanford said
Hop,
that he
hop,
lifts
hop.
more than you.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna throw it over back to the casters.
That's what they want.
If that's what he wants,
I mean, sure, you live more, man.
What happened to the Sigma King Kong, bro? He's so nonchalant now, man.
Nonchalant.
This is nonchalant King Kong.
Dude,
Wait.
PR, man.
I
PR
thought-
ruins everything.
I thought he was gonna say people change.
No, dude, this is.
It is. What is it?
Why do people have to be professional?
Yeah.
well.
Oh.
It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
Part of the game.
I did not expect that though. Like he used
Lan
to be.
slotda
a
qanday
lot more
zbor yaxshi.
animated
Birinchi
and,
tapor yig'asiz, keyin grubi kirasa yig'asiz.
When you have a lot of very
Keyin
loyal fans,
бесконечный битва yig'asiz, zlobный rig, yoki крылья, yoki бессмертие.
Who are you talking about now?
Yeah.
Marco
King Kong,
doesn't
right?
change. He kind of just accepts it.
Yeah.
But
You
you
do?
know, like
Millada,
honestly, I
Kirada,
understand.
O'zbekistonga ham Toshkentda imtihon
There's a
qilishdi.
lot of people out there. There's a lot of people.
Buning
But speaking
uchun
of
nimadir
which, we saw
rezultat
the
bo'lishi
matchup just
kerak.
Now,
Hali bor
I'm
unga.
just gonna call it
Qancha vaqt?
goat lane. Let's see who's
Men
the
qilaman,
match
qilaman, qilaman, men
MVP
qilaman.
is going to be.
Ham
I
qilaman
would be so
post.
surprised if it's
Ya yo'q, Kelra bo'pti, matching bo'pti. Kelra. King Kong bo'lmab.
predict the next match MVP.
Okay.
Hey, we'll all say it at the same time.
1, 2, 3,
Gold lane.
Yeah, there you
Wow.
go. Hey, because you want to win, you need the gold. Wow.
That's about it for the breakdown on
Futbol
our
kene berib turib,
Switch
futbol
MVP
o'ynashga
because-
bermang.
Hey, Kelra did amazing that game.
Hey,
Yeah.
the golden goat.
Toy did amazing yesterday. The gold lane in the previous game did amazing.
And all the other gold
Gold
laners from
lanes.
before, they're like
Yeah.
so good.
I just love the gold lane right now, you know? I think there's a lot of love to be given over to the gold lane. Gold laners, you guys are amazing. Everyone else, do better.
Hey, and you guys, don't forget to support your team.
Bu üstü like ne işte, vallahi like'imize.
Diamonds. So make sure you guys go on and into the phone and then just
94,
support the teams that you guys
96
are
bo'ldi.
supporting for. And here's the thing.
Like bosmaganlar bosib olamiz, 100 qilib qo'yaylik bolalar.
To support, they're gonna be 8
Soat,
right
4 soat
after the
o'tda
matchup
bas
coming up
sympatiya.
next, which is gonna be Flash going up against Aurora. So that's gonna be pretty
O'zi turnir
exciting
qo'ysizmi?
as
Yo'q.
well. We've had 3 2-0s. Will it be a 4th? I mean, we had one day full of 2-1, so why not?
Yeah, if we can have a 12-game day, we can also have
Shunday
an
qilib svet ketgan.
8-game
Haqiqatdan
day.
ha, bugun svet ketgani yo'q.
Versus.
Abdi shunisiga xursandman.
Yeah, predictions, Brig.
Qolganlardan bosib yuboraymi? Go, bro,
We're
bosing.
gonna have the
Oh
draw,
my
by the way.
gosh. Wait.
So
Boss
I'm
kerak.
just gonna tell you guys
Так,
early,
средний
after the
продолжительность.
show ends, just wait for a bit.
Нормально.
We're gonna have a draw where the teams are gonna select who they're going up against. And even though King Kong did say there's a chance that TL will pick them, and they say because TL knows how they play.
Saman aka Ronniga aldandilarmi? Bugun futbollaring bo'lmaydi, adashmasam.
Okay.
Mind game.
Saman bormasa ekan, ko'rgam yaxshi gero. Yaxshi gero, jирный gerolarga qarshi.
You know how to fight us, right? I mean,
Yomon gero emas. Просто o'yinni boshida siz ozgina passivniroq o'ynaysiz, slotlaringizni olib olasiz, shtob siz mana firagiz, ya'ni alohida kostyumingiz bor ko'rgan bo'lsangiz. Mana o'zingizni HPingiz bo'ladi, IBOda yana alohida joningiz. O'sha pavoskiz tez uchib ketib qolmasligi uchun siz ko'proq aniq qilishingiz kerak.
No, because like when we say something,
we're going for
we
it.
Farim qilib, ozgina nima bo'ladi. Baquvvatroq bo'lishingiz kerak, tez yechib yubormasligi uchun. Ha, xo'p qo'yib beraman. Yo, Kayrilar уже chiqishda yutishdi ular. Endi play-off 30-da boshlanadi. Kayrilar ham bitta, King Konglar ham bitta. Hozir qo'yib beraman. King Kong editlarini qo'yib beraman. Formatda sizlarga. Max HP qancha beskanashga ketadi? Speed 3 million bo'lib ketadi yana. Hozir. Mashqda boradi. Ha, yo'q. Botdamidi? Yo, botsa joyda o'ynagan ekan. Hayrini o'ldirdi, Suyoda mana qochishini qaranglar. Mana shu legendarniy qochish bo'lganda joyda 3 kishining orasidan chiqib ketdi. Editlarni ham anaqasida. Hozir fanisini ham qo'yib beraman. Topda o'ldirgan edi, Kayrilar def qilayotgan payt. Xuddi mana shunaqa moment topib ketgan.
dollars, and now they're going head to head in the grand finals. Give it up for King Kong and Kyrie.
Ko'rsatganmikin bu momentini?
Mages, the mid laners.
Onyx Philippines are currently showing that. Just how exactly?
Ya bu ham o'sha joydagi ekan. Mashtam. Bitta fanni.
Oh my gosh, I didn't.
Yana King Kong fanni oldi. Lutfini o'ldirdi. Mana Kyrie turibdi Suyoda. O'ldirdi Kyrie'ni, ketdi. Mashmamit ketganman. 4-0 ga yutganda King Konglar. Indolani. Tak. Joyda lekin realni oqizganda, ko'rib ko'zim to'ymaydi mashmamentga borib. Qaranglar, men qochishana. Haqiqatan qotildi. O odammi ish emas-da, qanaqa bunchalik o'qish mumkin? Qara, o'ldirdi. Knopka qolmagan o'sha, ulta tugadi. Ulta vaqtida ham oxirgi move speedida qochib turib, dalish cheris krip o'tib ketyapti. Pasha ham ulta beryapti bu yerda. Ikkita tank usholmayapti. Da, qochib ketgani Tigr ikkisidan qochib, bu yoqda Edit kastidan qochib, Pashani ultasidan ham qochib ketyapti-da. Da, PX Prime edi o'sha payt. Hozir lekin undan slabroq, to'g'ri. Mana shu jinni moment bo'lganligi haqiqatan bor. Men mobilda ko'rgan eng jinni momentlarimdan bittasi. Tak. Joyda Mobazaynmi? Qizi. Ya'g'i. Mobazaynni bularga tenglashtirishingiz xato narsa. Mobazayn ham yaxshi igrok, hozirgi Araya chiqqandan ko'ra to'g'ri, anu chiqqani yaxshi edi. Zayn chiqqani ming marta yaxshi edi. No, Zayn Lordadan yo'shi. MSC telefonim qotdi, streamda yoqmayapti. Yurib ketmadim. Qaysini aytdingiz? Tushunmadim. Ha, da, mobilniz kuchli. Mobilniz kuchli, просто botda уже anu qolmagan edi. Knopkasi emblemasini hisobiga 1-2 chiqdi. Ito 1-2 da chiqib ketish qiyin-da. Bola normalniy chusut qildi. Tigrdan ham qochdi. PKDML BByo men o'ynaganman, xato lekin xato. Mobile o'ynaganman. Qiynalib ketasiz. Mobil baba anaqaniki. Mobile Legends deymi baba, mobilniy.
Just an okay day.
Kompyuterda lekin yuragi siqilib ketadi ishonib. O'ynab ko'rmoqchi bo'lganman.
Yes, of course.
Qaytib turmaydigan bo'lganman mobilga. Kompyuterimda mobil turadi, no, anaqa uchun. PP'lar qilib bersam, misol uchun yilda bir. O'sha payt ularroq barcha favoritlarni doman favoritlar yutmoqda-ku, da. Shunaqa bo'ladi, скорее всего. No, Aurora hozirgi 12larni yutgan komanda, menimcha Team Flash yuta olmaydi.
We're looking at y'all. We're gonna start the game right now, and we can't.
No, joy u payt ham edi, hozir ham edi. No, joy prям prioritet emas-u. No, normalniy, stabilniy olinayotgan les. Joy yomon gero emas.
Calm down, nonchalant.
Hozir ham. Fanning ham ko'rasiz olishadi. No, Suyoda вообще met emas hozir.
Squint your eyes.
Paytdagi met solo o'tibsa bo'ladi.
Because there's lights. Speaking of lights, let's talk about Aurora, right?
Da, anaqa ham bor edi, eslasangiz. Lux ham turib ketgan edi, eslashkim. Hozir o'zi Les Lion slabroq bo'ldi. O'ylab qarasangiz. Ikkinchi 12 o'yin tugadimi, biroda? Ikkinchi 12 ham yutdi. 2-0 ga zo'r o'yin bo'ldi. Ikkinchi katga yoqdi lekin menga faniligi. Bir oxiriga maza qo'yardim Lansga. Bu vallahi balet qilmaymiz. Iloji boricha g'alatroq. Airbag kerak ora. Airbag как будто pulab tashashadi. Voy, Rozabek. Aurora futbolkasi ham chiroyli ekan.
Are they just Selena OT?
Bab Team Spirit yetmiyor da нормальный.
About that because even
O zaman
during
falan.
times where yes, RRQ forced both Tianzi and Rosa to adjust, it was mostly on Rosa, just Rosa. Like every now and then, they'll even let Tianzi get his hands on the assassin junglers, but it's just Rosa who they just cannot let the Selena.
So it's not that TNZ needs the assassin. It's Rosa. Rosa needs the assassin.
The Selena.
Indoneziya yadımda tugadi ular. Ikkalovligi ham besh.
Maybe the Gusion. Probably not. But hey, a man.
Amon was actually TNZ's pick back in the
Hozir
day.
bitta itaradigan SS meta yo'q. Shunga qo'la stabilni o'ynamayapti-da. Shunaqa. Licensiyaning lansam solchun tempini biz qo'yishyapti. Necha marta ko'ryapsiz-ku. O yüzden shuncha o'yin bo'lyapti. Yarim solchun eski joy bo'lganda, eski lukslar, sugyo'lar bo'lganda, endi boshqacha bo'lardi rostdan. Fanni oldindagi energiyasi ko'p bo'lganda. Bir xilla noliyotdi, tag'in mana shu narsaga hayron qoldim. Fannini yana nerf qilishda kerak, agar bu darajada davom etaversa. Chunki sizlarni ranki deylarga kamroq qarashadi. Birinchi o'rinda turnirlarga qarab va nerflar bo'ladi. Rankga qarab kamdan kam qilishadi baribir. Oq forma. Da, oq chiroyliroq lekin bunda. Endi qaysi komanda Aurora turklar bilan Team Flash o'ynaydi. Biz qachon o'ynaydi endi? TS endi play-offda, o'sha play-off boshlanganda o'ynaydi. 3 kunmi tanaffus bo'ladi adashmasam. Hozir bundan keyin mana shu o'yinlar tugaydi-yu, жеребьевка bo'ladi. Kim kimga qarshi o'ynashini bilamiz. Hoji, shotda ekansan как раз жеребьевка точно bo'ladi, или o'zligi onlayn qilishadi buni keyin. Qaysi biri balet qilasiz? No, bu yerda balet qiyin, ha? No, Aurora yutishini bilaman. Okay. Pas kelaman. 1 minut ungacha draft. Kecha gaplashib olishadi. 1 minut.
Nice was happy, but you know, if the man can bring out a Martis, a Fanny in last year, who's to say he can't bring out these local picks again this year? We've seen a lot of mid laners now. The only ones that in my mind right now we haven't seen is Chang'e, Nana, Eudora, Veil.
We haven't seen Veil, that's true.
We haven't seen Veil. Cyclops?
Ooh,
I mean, I don't
Cyclops.
think we will, but yeah.
Wait, what?
Maybe we won't, but yeah.
Hey.
We even saw Kagura.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
You know what my good friend used to say?
What? What did your good friend used to say?
I don't have a good friend.
Oh.
They're all pretty bad.
I thought you were going to say they're all pretty great, but hey, you took the negative route, sure.
But yeah, there's still a lot of mid laners that we still have not seen, but at least this is more diverse than like a few months ago, right? We saw the Kadita, we even saw the Valir.
Yeah.
Brought by Onyx Philippines. Did they win? I kind of feel like
No, they lost that first game against
yeah.
Aurora, yeah. So I think a lot of the mid lane picks, when they do try to go for crazy picks, we haven't really seen too much success. Actually, never mind. The Kagura actually won.
And the Kadita, was it from Suns first?
So just the Valir.
Yeah. Just the Valir.
Zetian's out of the meta, by the way.
Gord got it.
That's true.
I think for majority of the roles, we've seen a lot more options come in. No?
Except the jungle. Wait, I think except the EXP. I think the EXP is the least right now.
It's just been Arlet, CC, Lapu, Phoveus, Uranus sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Like we don't even see what you call it.
We saw Dairoth earlier today.
Saw Dairoth. We haven't seen anything else like Hylos and etc.
No.
And
We actually have.
We have?
In the XP?
In the XP. It hasn't been good, but we saw it.
Maybe that's why I forgot. I got a lot of trauma. And now we got to look at re-streamers because while we're watching here, we got our friends all over the world.
Wow.
Look at this. Zcass is #1 alongside with Satyawanda, R7, Tatsumaki, Blank, as well as Fix. So a good representation here. 3 from YouTube, 1 from Facebook.
Dude.
Can't believe people still use that. And then YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah, I think it's just you guys.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, we use Facebook, but not like this.
Yeah.
Not for restreaming.
That's true, but...
Oh, same there?
I mean, we barely get to see the streams happen on Facebook nowadays, but that's a lot for a stream that's happening on Facebook. 4th, actually. For Blank.
Well,
That's
I
interesting.
don't.
If you guys want to check out our streamers here, I feel like these are just 5 out of the many streamers we have.
These are the top 5. These are the top 5.
You see, top 5, of course. Correction, my bad. But there are a lot of compilations going on, circulating of the many reactions because there have been a lot of insane plays happening here in MSC.
Nice.
And it's fun to see how these guys
Horizontal
react
like,
to
Nora.
it every now and then.
I think here, my competitive side, LaFell says,
Nah,
we could get there.
You could do better.
We could do better.
Hey, imagine.
This is a call out to all. No,
Just bring a laptop here, let us while casting, do the streaming. He's like, oh my god, look at that play.
27 çok bravo.
There's a 5 minutes
Trinkmagan adashmasam sans qildi. Bir oyma oldi. Bir oyma chaptam oldi.
But yeah, congratulations.
Da, u vaqti bo'lmaydi уже streamga. Streamga uncha vaqt ajratishmaydi.
Want to feel this kind of connection, right? And the streamers are able to do that. Now, let's talk about this matchup. Aurora going up against Flash. Flash, with their unpredictability in the draft, even something with Leo more gold, do you guys feel like this will actually help them out, or
Bir yarim oyma oldin qilganmiz.
going up against Aurora that has, like we all know, mastered the basics?
Oh man, for Flash, I think it is going to be tough for them because I think for them they're still kind of struggling to decide what is their most meta, their best picks right now.
Kind of like Homeboys then.
Kind of like Homeboys, but also kind of like Aurora. That's
10
why
yilgacha, men 15 yilgacha
even Aurora find themselves in that position. They don't know what to do without the Selena. Do they still go with that aggressive composition, aggressive style, or do they now take a step back and say, all right, without the Selena, let's play the classic Aurora style?
Yeah,
you know what I wish? What?
Qanaqa batmit qiladi, mana ismiga qaramaganda, nickiga qaragin. User bo'ladi. YouTube'da ham xuddi Telegramdagi o'shanga kirasan, sabachkani qo'yasan boshiga i netga qilasan.
Because they gave extra chairs. Shout out to EWC bringing in 6 chairs.
I do think that in terms of like all the surprises though, like there's a slight advantage for why are you mimicking my Turkey? Because like personally I feel for
Xohlasak kavada ataka qilamiz qilishdi ungacha. Ham ulanarmikin telefonim kompyuterga.
But like they don't fully get to consider the matchups and all that. But in Aurora's case, when they did bring out a very unique and interesting draft, there was Atlas. It played so well into the enemy lineup, right? So those are things, or I feel like those are one of the differences between these two.
10 tur. Endi 10 turga 13 pul yedim почти. Giroylardan tashqari. Yana nimadirlardan tashqari va hokazodan tashqari.
We're gonna go over for a quick break. We got some issues here, but we're gonna solve it really quick. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere because we'll be back in Aurora.
Planingizni ko'raylikchi hozir. O necha yil o'ynamaganman, 4-5 yil endi o'ynadim. Tak. Qara, silishkim qilgan, menimcha bo'lmaydi bunaqa. Qara turibdimi sizlarda yo normalniy? Bitta qara. Giroylarim hammasi bor. Hali turnir boshlanmayapti. Bu yoq monitoringga qo'yib qo'ydim. Boshlansa aytaman. Hozir to'xtaylar, men bilaman qanaqadan o'qilish. Qanaqadan o'qilishni bilaman. Endi qo'ya bilmas ekanman. Hazırlashim. Voshshi xiraku, ne bunaqa? Bilasiz. Meni qaragana. Ya boshqa narsa zaxvat qilib ko'raman, unda turk qaytaylikda bo'tdi. Voy, bang'illab ketdi. Ha, tushundim nimagaligini. Bo'ldi, endi bilaman. Realizatoring shundoq ham otaveraman. Yaqin orada. Yaqin oilada. Tak. Nima qilsam bo'lardi? Bilaman, bilmayman, menga shunisi qiziq. Так, довольно. Hali bu yoqda 5 minut bor ekan. Ana, endi tinuvmi? Kim gapiryapti menga? Odamga telga zo'r olgan telni otaveradi. Yaxshi. Ha, mafiya kim? Okey, oldim. Kimdir fitna qilyapti pastda. Phoenix, Devi. Goblinlarda farm qilyotdim, to'g'ri tushunasizlar. Qarasiz, aldama. Aldash yaxshi emas. Tak, mana 4 olamiz. Full iniz olamiz. Menga maroz berib, hoji. O'yin kirib. Tak, KB. 3 taman, demak 5 oltin uramiz. Ne 5 kimdir urmoqchi. Paka oltin urib olaman. Ovozi yo'q. Ekran xira, ovozi yo'q. Ne aldasizlar? Allo. Lan, qo'shing. Ne, nima bo'ldi ovoz? Rostdan portladimi ovoz?
What will you be doing later? Just practicing again and eat.
Norm? İşlayotdim, ishlamayaptim. Yo, yana aldasizlar. Menda ishlayapti-ku. Darab qo'ying, bo'ldi, olaman. Norom fitna qilishyapti. Ne aldiysizlar? Fitnachimisizlar? Bilmayman. Bilachilik. 20 ta odam menga fitna qilib o'tiribdi. Yoshlikni eslab bitta ataka qilaman-da, ikkita zvizdaga olib klandan kick bo'lib ketaman. Yaxshilab qarab turing. Zamorozga bermabdi aniqlayam. Bilmayman. Planim nishi qanaqadir. O'zimga o'zim olishim kerak. Oilaviy budjetimdan voz kechib ketdim. Bo'lmabdi yo'li. Hali keyin kechasi bemalol bitta tepani uraman shunda. Tak, qaranglar chempionni imbaligini. Bularga vaqt o'tkazmaymiz. Ketdi Ariolga. Tak. Okey, belum Ramadan. Voy yerdan qo'yib yubordim. Nima? Qaramanmi, havoda tushirib o'yladim. Yo necha yerdan qo'ygan bo'lsam, hech kim urib yormadi bardan navohli. Ben qo'chqorni ko'ryapsizlarmi, qo'chqorni? Minotaur yoshligida Clash'da bo'lgan mana shunaqa. Easy. O'zi 14 mi? 12 ni uryapman. 14 yaqinda bo'ldim, necha o'tam. Poligon narsasi yo'q. Tak, buni o'chirdik. Bo'ldi, qaytamiz Mobile Legends'ga. Clash o'ynasam aktiv normalniy bo'lar ekan. Fenomenlarda endi Clash o'ynab turamiz ham. Urvardi-ku. Anaqa kuchli-da, chempion silishkim. Batinka oldim. Короче, yuraman-u, o'sha yonimdagi atrofdagi zdaniyalarga qaranglar endi kim bilan o'ynaydi? Endi aniq emas. Hozir mana shu o'yindan keyin aytishadi kimlar bilan kim tushishini. Qo'chqorni o'ldirib olmaydi-yu. Yoshligida o'sha yerda bo'lganda Minotaur. Kichkinaligidan taniyman, shuning uchun yaxshi ko'raman. Qiziq o'yinmi Clash'da? Menga qiziq. Men eski igrokman. Oldin 13 maksimalniy ratsha bo'lgan paytda o'ynaganman. Hozir qaytdim. 13 bo'lganimda. Yo'q Clash. Bo'ldi. Erkalanib ketdik. Endi keyin o'ynaymiz. Hozir уже draft boshlanadi deb yo'da. Vaqtam 18-15 bo'libdi. Hatta Clash yaxshi o'yin. Hozirgi misol uchun mobilda tam ichkimiz bo'lmasa, solo o'ynab, sleep bo'lib 3 uraman. Okey. Hali kechasi bemalol uraman-da endi. Yo'q, pub umuman o'ynamagan. Mana kerak. Ba'zizi kimdir shunaqa buzib ketsa 0 даже. Nima? Tushunmadim nimaga. Shaxmat. Ну, bu tazgina mexanika ham yaxshi. ML eng zo'ri, men не спорю. Mobile Legends, конечно, Clash'dan yaxshi o'yin. Tilt bo'lib, tam solo o'ynab, nimadir MMR qotganingiz, bosh qotganingiz, xullas, solo o'ynab siqilib o'tirgandan ko'ra mobilda kechasi dam olishga kirsangiz bo'ladi Clash'ga. Yomon o'yin emas. Kirdingiz, tam 5-10 minut atakingizni qildingiz, chiqib ketdingiz. 0 dan ko'tarish kerak bo'ladimi? Da 0 dan ko'tarasiz. Mobile Legends'ga yetmaydi, конечно, mobil o'lsoliga ortu. Clash davrlari o'tib ketgan, boshqa Minecraft o'ynay. Yaxshi deyman Minecraftdan. Smash Clash, Minecraft yana nima bo'lardi yoshlikda o'ynaydigan? Anu yoqardi. Willrock degan o'yin bo'lardi. Willrock degan o'yin bo'lardi. Roblox o'ynamaydi. Bo'lmaydi Clash. Subwaysurf. Willrock o'ynayim kelyapti. Nimagadir oxirgi payt ko'p ko'ryapman. Clash Royale. Royale ham deyman. Faqat men uncha ko'p zadoratlik qilmaganman o'tda. Esimda ham yo'q, nimaga chiqqanman, boshqa men o'ynaganman где-то 3-4 oy. No Minecraft hech kim yetmaydi. Total imba bo'lgani vashi, totaldan zo'r bo'lmagan-ku. Kirardingiz, sekin data времяni o'zgartirardingiz, o'tirardingiz. Bir kunda full bo'lib tashladingiz-da. Qolgan o'rtoqlaringiz voy qanaqa bunaqa kachib qolsan deydi-da. Siz bu yerdan zo'r o'ynayapman dedingiz. O'zi bu yerdan internetingizni o'chirib qo'yib, anani otinama data времяni 1 yil, 2 yil, 3 yilga o'tib ketgan. Telefoningiz 2180-yilda yurardi. Zam bilasiz, men ham bilaman. Keyin yana anaqa bo'lardi eslasanglar, programma bo'lardi. Lucky Patcher degan. Любой o'yinni vzlom qilardingiz pulini. Pulinimi, boshqasinimi? Roblox tushunmayapman, men ham tushunmayman. Tak, sizlarga ovoz beraman.
And also the draft style that they've gone for most of their wins. You know, against Onyx Philippines, they won game 1, game 3.
Vaqt qaytarsiz 100 kun kirib ketadi. Tamam. Vaqt qaytarish lekin eng katta xatolardan bittasi edi. Bez internetmida da, bez internet. Ovoz ko'tardim bo'ldi.
They want to actually leave Selena open like this, bro.
Hey, break it down.
But would they actually first pick the Selena?
Hey, as a auntie of mine once said, why not?
Birinchi pik turklarda.
Why not leave Selena open or why not?
Panni Lusunsindan Kenziga qarshi yaxshi ban qilish. Skорее всего, Lance ban qilishi kerak hozir. 3-banga full desk o'ynashgan bo'lishadi 3ta banni ham.
But yeah, Kalia gets banned out. So Flash, this is the last.
No, Lance olishmasa, botdan уже o'n taraf o'zi oladi.
Hey, maybe you're right. Ziz has a way to counter it.
But is it really first pick? Because again,
Yeah.
Flash might be able to deny it, right? Cortese has been phenomenal in this tournament so far on the Kimmies, on the Gords. Maybe he can pull off a Selena too.
Rosa temadi, ama temadi.
Huh?
How hard can it be?
How hard can it be? You just need to land skills, press skills, and then win.
Lesko o'ynab olishadi men.
Thinking about it though.
Like Selena'ni ban qilish, Selena ban qilish kerak. Selena ban qilish kerak.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Ban of the box, yeah. So in terms of first pick here,
Bu box
still looking
qilish.
at the Fovias.
Like bitta men Selena'ni qilardim bor. Fannini ham qilmasdan.
What else is here?
Da, Selena'ni qilish kerak. Xato qilib qo'yishdi bolalar.
I think Lance.
Hozir Selena ketadimi? Javuzlikka olishadimi? Birinchi pikka olishmasa agar. Turklar.
You know what? I think maybe Fovias. Just so you set up the last stop.
Jungle
You go Lancelot
football,
here. You
yeah.
go CC to counter the Fovias, but in team fights, Fovias can just jump around, man.
Lance.
Sometimes you just gotta think that you're better.
Maybe you can be better than
Men aytdim sizlarga, Lance ban qilar endi. Hozir hamma intara.
It 100% goes to Aurora, right?
Yeah.
TNZdan hozir nerealniy Lance ko'ramiz.
Hearing what RK has been saying, it's like, oh, you think I'm a Selena one trick?
That's the.
Good sir.
That's gonna be the
Yeah,
statement.
bir soat
if he
o'chmasdan
does
Svet
not actually
yaxshi
pick
ketadi.
Selena, even though it's wide open.
Keyin o'chirsin man.
But
Telefonimiz
Flash
zaryadkasi to'la.
SG, I know their priorities have been very interesting, but they pick up the Fovias.
Yo futbolga uramiz, gol berasan futbolda. Yo'q. Birinchi kartka, birinchi kartka.
I feel like it's
Fovius bilan Jusin bo'ldi.
deal with the Selena is that you need someone that doesn't care.
Aniq analitiklar ham aytadi. Selena'da
At least
Auroraga
deny her
2 0
because
leading.
everything else you kind of just have to accept your fate. If you get hit by the stun, it's like, oh well, see y'all later.
Okay, so do
To'g'ri,
Aurora go for
hashtag
the
shot,
CC
hali
now to
ketib
go against
ketdi.
Fovias, or do they go for a different take on the counter towards Fovias? Like a Galakachas try to lock him down right as he jumps in, or an Edith like we saw earlier from Homeboys. It is a very
Bravo,
different
Span.
start to the draft for Aurora. We expected the
Team
Lancelot,
Moscow.
but Uranus
Moscow.
Moskov, huh?
And there is no Selena
Yeah,
getting
sure.
picked up.
I mean, not yet, but at this point, it really doesn't feel that bad to ban out the Selena later. And again, maybe Rosa's just be like, oh, you think I'm a Selena one trick? Let me show you guys my Cyclops.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, though. I'm not a fan of like proving people wrong here. If it's open, go ahead. But if it's bad, then sure, you can
No,
prove
Aurora
them wrong.
Shana.
Yeah, I mean, I get it,
I'm
but come on, let's be
actually the
realistic. Is there any teams out there that do that like to prove people wrong? Come
Uh-huh.
on, that doesn't happen in reality, Mirko.
Can't see it back at home, but I am
Hey,
in full agreement with LaFell. Yes, that is fiction.
Yeah, that is
Pure fiction.
Qiziq, nega ham Selena chiqmayapti? Juda hozir Selena 100 talik ban bo'ladi.
As a response towards the Moskov as well as the Uranus. So the situation right now for Flash is that they don't have a jungler as well as a roamer. Aurora, they don't have a mid as well as a roamer. So I kind of feel like the roamers are really going to be one of the focus here for both teams.
Ne bu narsani men ham eshitdim, lekin qilishmoqchi
Yeah,
degandim.
if we're talking about JPL,
Ekran
the,
qop-qora
like, the
bo'lib
heroes
qoldi.
he's been bringing out so
Pasha
far
ban.
have been
Bitta yana Rozaga o'ynash kerak.
in a sense, even using the Lolita one
Yana
time.
ban qilish kerak.
Good ban on
Mana Aurora oldi, Flashlar как outsider deb bo'lib qoldi.
Joe is his middle name.
JP
Joel.
Uchun bularga baletgan yaxshiroq bo'ladi, qiziqroq bo'ladi.
Yeah, there we go.
Really?
Hey, ask the man himself.
Yeah, he's been here 6 MSCs, you know?
Yeah.
JHOPL. Okay, maybe I'll ask him later.
Yeah, just ask. Just ask. Nothing hurts in asking. So what is going to be the final ban here?
Selena?
It should be a Selena, right?
It should, but they
just respect. Just respect.
Yeah, if they wanted to respect, I think they should. They would have done it
You don't
already.
need to prove yourself.
No.
Ekranni to'g'rilaymi?
So it is fiction. That, you know, it was. This reality here. No way.
It's not like you would like. pick up a 1-1, don't ban the Irithel, or ban the Irithel and then don't pick the 1-1.
I'm gonna pretend that didn't. Yeah.
I mean, Flash aren't red robots, so this should be fine. Aurora with the last ban here.
I think it's good to go for this idea of banning like catching heroes, because look at this, the Kali as well as the Chill, in a way, are
Selena ben yaxshi. Men draft berom.
Is Jawhead, but I don't know if they want to go for it.
Yeah, they banned the Joy instead here. They do have only one stopper as of yet, so Flash SG. Now, is the composition just going to be
team fight all the way?
Joy.
Yeah, I mean, so far they have
Halesnik alışmayı endi Xayya qoldi hozir bo'limini osib bo'ladigan.
No more flex picks, no more cheese. At least I
Yo'q, bitta Xayya paka voqli. Last pick qilish mumkin.
Maybe got thought still up as well.
Banan SS plus chiqdimi-da? Banan SS plus.
So I need the Joy that you mentioned earlier was open too, but if you
Granger'dan ham kuchli.
Aurora hasn't revealed much of their
Okay, Lesno okay. Yoki Rome. Roma kechagidek qo'rishligi mumkin. Tipa aldab turib flex qilib, keyin Rome'ga chiqarib olib, let's go bit so.
No more Farsa. The Valentina could be up.
Could
be a choice here. Take a heavy spin, try to utilize it for yourself.
What if they want to try
No, Moskva bo'lishim.
Angela again? I mean,
Moskva ham yaqin turibdi lekin. Moskva sal pastroq bo'lsa kerak edi. Moskva bani pika kamroq. No, mana oxirgi 2 kunda Moskva ko'payib ketdi.
I just don't think it's the best choice to go for right now. That Guinevere, one time picked up, 100% win rate. There you go, Apex 47. And who's been missing for a few days.
It's been all surprises for Aurora in terms of their draft pattern so far. Picking up the Guinevere.
But I think this is an interesting situation where Zetian opens up the alt, finds out where they are, and then potentially the Guinevere can go for an engage, right?
Yeah, like, because of the heavy spin, I actually don't think you'll be able to walk up. This is a very... It's almost like they drafted...
Like counter towards their own self?
Counterintuitive, yeah. This is a... I don't like it.
It's like one of those things where you try out in scrims and it works really good. So you just want to use it here. And now with the Matilda as well, so it looks like this Akai is going over into the jungle. And I thought that was a sustainable kind of draft. But then, looks like a Flash. I kind of feel like Flash they have an easier this elimination match as well as advancing to the knockout stage. Aurora is the favorites right now. The drafts look kind of good for Flash. And that I'm going to be throwing over to Brigida as well as Mirko.
Thank you so much, LaFell, for that analysis on the draft. I have to agree with LaFell. Flash have the easier to execute composition. And well, for me, the only concern is the one with damage. Everybody else kind of have to support the Granger. Let's see if it will work out. Aurora, I would say a pretty greedy composition, but if they get snowballing from the start, oh, they're going to scale like monsters. Welcome to the Land of Dawn to find out who the final team to the knockouts will be. Will it be Aurora or Flash?
Yep. Let's see if they get to do that snowball you did mention. Especially up until before the level 4 come in for both of these sides, or especially for Team Flash, because I feel like that's where a lot of the pressure definitely can come in. The heavy spin, the Infernal Pursuits, they're gonna matter a lot when it comes to the team fights later on. Stay the same for Aurora, just so long as they coordinate their skills well enough. Even despite the presence of these much disruptors from Team Flash. The biggest concern definitely is going to be that heavy spin.
Yeah. Aurora, again, the reason we're skeptical about their composition would be their engage potential is kind of off. Tianzi, poke over to Kurt. Just in the early game. But yeah, Apex 47, he needs to land. Have so many ways to disengage, to purifies, plus a heavy spin on Hades. So, again, how are they going to utilize this right now? I would love to see the execution explain the composition.
Yep. And even aside from a well-timed guiding wind. Now it's clear that Team Flash are being the more aggressive ones, fully aware of their capabilities and what they've lined up so far in this game. And that's another thing. Like for the first few objectives you will be seeing, or we will be seeing in this
Hozir
game,
realnie jesteśmy
how do
w
you
Paramesce.
fight up against the
Uzman
heavy
bilmeyendik.
spin? How do you go in knowing
No,
that there's a
damagerlik
threat of
ko'proq
the heavy
chiqishyapti.
spin, which could just make things so much easier for Team Flash to guarantee them the
Kimi
objective.
S plus
That's a whole lot of
mid'deki.
agility, by the way, in the
Kimi
emblems for
Amak
Team
S
Flash.
plus.
3 members chose agility. And I guess it's to rotate around a turtle. Again, for Aurora, it doesn't seem like they have a shot at contesting.
Gero islamiyor. Просто Moskvadan ulti, navbatda просто aka olib ketyapti. Lansga ham o'tirgan edi. Lansuni razmeriga hozir Galem olib ketmoqchi edi, no aka kelib qoldi. Sinisiga sirasi chiqqani yo'q. Yaxshi, yaxshi.
From them as well, so there's no clear trade whatsoever yet from Aurora Gaming. It's Team Flash currently in despite a very minimal lead,
Baxi
still
i
in the
Kale.
lead so far, and the pressure
Даже
is
Baxi
just
kuchliroq bo'ladi Kale'da.
constant in the
Точно
mid
Matilda
lane. This
emas.
is interesting to
Toki
see for
Rom uncha
a team with a
olishmayapti.
surprise setup factor in the Guinevere.
Yeah, we have to see.
Matilda mexanikasining basilishning kuchli gero, eng yomon ko'rgan geroyim против o'ynashga qarshi. No, Geyna yaxshi ko'taryapti hozir. No, lekin qochib ketdi. Grijarni achishga nasib bor edi. Vanix chiqib oldi. Hozir bu yerda Akayni TNZga agressiv ko'radimi? Yo'q, Zaytan haydab boryapti.
Either in the early game,
Chigara
right? You go and
birinchi.
gank the gold lane. Moskov needs 3 items before you can actually really be a threat in the game. Lancelot can deal damage, but then I think even if Vanix takes a whole of the Valor Requiem earlier, the guiding wind would give him enough sustain.
TNZ paka farmi. Xuddi o'tgan o'yindagi bot.
There are just too many ways to get
Uchal
out
kelas
if you're
labi
Team
qoldi.
Flash. The mere presence of a Mathilda changes up so
Ha,
many
metadan
things
chiqdi
here, but it
dotdim
seems
ham.
like they're trying to go
Ko'rmayman,
for the
umuman
kill.
murchal olishmayapti.
Fortunately
Baribir
for
olishmasa,
Apex
mana hozir
47,
Matilda
he has the
olishdi.
flicker,
I
but
orada Angel olishdi,
that
Gwina
could
chiqib
have been
oldi.
a
Flick ham
kill
ketdi.
for Team Flash, and it's interesting if they're able to take that on the Guinevere instead of any other member.
Qaysi turtkamada Aurora
There you
chat
go.
taraf
If we get to
turtlar.
see Uranus in this game, kind of get more pressure. I'm really confused right now because both these teams,
Yo'q, paka sakramaydi.
I think they're
No,
really
damak
struggling
yetmaydi
before neutral
hozir.
objectives.
Fight
But
for
at least
degan
Team Flash
narsasi
have a
yo'q.
goal, right? You
Matilda ham
can
yaqinda.
see they want to get neutral objectives. Aurora is the one where I'm really confused. We gotta see the brilliance of this draft.
Matilda doğru. Da,
I guess
lekin
mid to
Jerosa
late?
Matilda chiqdi bo'ladi.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
No, u payt lekin meta bo'ladi. Mana shunaqa draft qilsanglar, u payt yaxshi kiradi. Lekin Jerosa edi.
These are tanky members from Aurora Gaming, however, I feel like they will
Xuddi hozir Apexda flick yo'q lekin. Gwina bo'lib prosta chetga qaytyapti. O'yinni boshida qaytanga flashda o'zini yaxshi his qilyapti ancha. Men Auroraga qancha ko'p baho berganimiz bilan.
here and there, but
Aurora chiqib ketsa lekin yomon habit qiladi. Team Flash lekin sразу playoffga yo'qoladi. O'sha ham bor. Okey, birinchi sherif, ikkinchi sherifani ham o'tdi. Team Flash o'zini hisobiga olib ketyapti. Qo'yishni qo'yib yormagan dotdi-yu, uramiz. Qalish o'ynashadimi? Yo'q, yo'q. O'sha Akay ham o'tasi ketdi. Apex ham qaytadi. Okey, okey.
They don't really care. They lack the damage, yes, but they can just play for the gold laner, especially when they're ahead like this, Kurt.
Oh, that's a very aggressive Crimson
That's
Beacon in, coming in from Kirk, and that's the
Okay.
first blood that Team
No,
Flash
you
will
can't throw
finally
which we're gonna
get to
game, timing
secure.
yaxshi.
I think I'm gonna agree with you on that. There's just too
I mean,
many ways for Team Flash to
Beijing
guarantee
can't
that
fight
they can
both
go
can't
in
fight,
and
optimize.
escape and survive with the resources that they have, despite them not actually finding the kills.
Yeah, I guess for Aurora, this is just the composition that can hold early up until Moskov and Lancelot get their power spikes, because other than that, I don't really see the win con. I can see it if Moskov and Lancelot scales up and, you know, gets the damage items, but for now, yeah, it's just all Flash on the board. They're rotating everywhere. If they shut down Siggy Boom, no, that's plan A for Aurora out.
Bitta hozir Akay o'ynab ko'radim. Yo, Apexdan xato qildi. Hozir Akay itarishi mumkin. Low HP hozircha. Ulti bermadi Akay. O'ynamadi. Prosta Matilda olib chiqib oldi.
To this point, it's only
Uranus
just
nuda
one kill
yashayapti.
across the board for both of
Prosta
our
Akay
teams.
insatsiya qiladi deb o'yladim.
Surprisingly, both teams kind of like it. Team Flash
Xolamadi.
are
No,
kinda
ko'p urin kirib ketdi
non-confrontational.
Akayga ham.
They
Shunisi
want
bo'ladi.
to play for the
Xolamadi
culture.
risk qilish.
They have so much
Hali ham
disengage,
0-1.
so much
Hali ham
mobility.
0-1.
Aurora, on the other hand, as well, is like,
6 minut.
yeah, you can go for the first
Fight
turtles.
Force
I'm just gonna
qilishmoqchi emas.
farm up and
Umuman
wait for my
chap tarafda
carries.
Gvina bor.
So for
O'ng
both teams,
tarafda
they're
4 ta
like,
Chena
we're
bor.
happy with this.
Akay ultasi bilan.
Man, has to flicker out. A bit too aggressive there with the skill 1 forward.
Fight boshlash vashshi qiyin
The thing
lekin.
is, Aurora Gaming are holding this
O'yin
out
qaysi?
pretty well, though. So
Abi,
if
yangi
they do
chiqqan
get to
yapti.
find their
Visual.
power spikes later on, which can come in a lot sooner than we
Yaxshimi?
expected,
No da,
Team
o'ynasa
Flash
bo'ladi. No,
still
bu ham
is yet to
Kusakada
find
ketayman.
the conversions, then they might have a lot more confidence to dictate the tempo or look for a
Like
fight.
ja
but
meta
whether
masu
or
no
not they're able
normal.
to do that, let's see, because
Possible.
now Team Flash, they're the ones who start things off. Already using the guiding wind.
Lans hozir chiqib ko'radimi Cherepaxaga? Manimcha qiyin Lans chiqishi o'zim aytmayapti, o'lib ketadi bekor. Da chiqmaydi.
And where are the trades gonna come in for Aurora?
Zetian ulti, no hali Cherepaxani joni ko'p edi, hozirda Foyuz dalish agressiya qilyapti Lans o'zini. Smite bilan olib ketyapti, Foyuz qolib ketadimi hozir? Foyuz qoladimi? Da, Foyuz manimcha o'lsa kerak. Yo'q, bu yerdan Matilda kelib qoldi, flagga berdi. Voy. Endi kill topaman degan edi Aurora, lekin Matilda kelib shuncha impact qo'ydi. Uni yutdimi? Yutdi, biroq ketgan ham.
Ken earlier. But yeah, strangely enough, I feel like both teams are kind of like alright with this.
Okay.
The Aurora are still scaling, they're still waiting for Sigiboom. I know it sounds like I'm a broken
Faqat
record,
Gvinaga
but
tushgan olingan.
that's literally what we've been seeing. Like, both teams just been okay doing their job right
Kill
now.
topshamaydi, umuman Aurora hozir kill topamayapti.
That will be the big
Uroslar.
factor in the mid to
Okay,
late game
yeah,
for
okay,
Team
Baxi
Flash.
Freddan past
If
turadi.
Vanis can get one,
Aniq
I
bilamiz.
would say 3 to 4 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
No, menga
in the
ko'proq
mid game,
AK yoqadi.
then it
Любой
should be a Team
tanklayishdan
Flash with
ko'ra.
an
Eng
easy
yaxshi ko'rgan
road
tank.
to just winning this game, just because they have so
Freddan ham
much peel for the Granger. They can just play hyper carry Vanix.
That should change things up, right? Once they finally get the damage, once they finally get those stacks, but
Yilkamda
how many times have we
akkuratniy
seen
o'yin bo'ldi.
these
Chap taraf o'zi ko'proq agressivniy o'yin tutdim. No, chap tarafini qilmayapti.
that spatial migration on JPL, but always gets away even with
Da,
the
da, da.
Purify.
It's impossible to get like a big set just because again there are 3
Gvin yomon
purifiers.
gero emas.
Let's say you even
Prosta bu aytishini olib bitarib tashlashdi. 4 ta aytishini bor, o'ylaylar. Bitta Foyuz kul o'ynashi mumkin, ito Matilda bor. Gvin tankmi-da? Full tank ketadi. Bitta ham slot yig'maydi
These are
uronga.
like pretty bad trades across the board for Aurora.
O Granger ham boshqasi ham hammasi chiqib oladi. Akai ham ultasida aytishini bor.
Yeah.
I feel kind of Turkish saying that, you know, like
Bitta Foyuz o'ynaydi. Qiyin. Aurora mancha.
is pretty much denied in this game.
Bular
I feel like at
qilmasa
most
og'ir
maybe
keladi.
they
No,
can
Team
rely
Flash
on
shuncha
other
preimущество
members to
bilan ham
force
atiga 1000 peri farimda, 10-minutda.
the purifies or even the heavy spins.
Tower
Like,
Mavro
that's
yutib
too many
qo'yapti,
things that
deb
you have to check.
Macrosi yomon
Those are too
ketmayapti.
many things you
Boshqa
have to force
towerlarni
out away from Team Flash if you want to be confident enough that
Yo
you
hozir
are
Aurora
gonna
tashlasa baribir
find
yutqazadi.
a
Fayt
successful
yuksal yutsa.
setup. So
Bular full accent Gvinaga, no
they
Gvina
might
bu
want to
tish
look
qilib
for
berolmaydi.
other ways to work around the map, but the way that Team
Hozircha.
Flash is managing the waves, not even Sigiboom could do much on the Moscow
Bitti
in terms
tutib,
of that. They're
qaytib
trying
qiluvchi
to go for
kerak, dey.
Lunar, circling Eagle,
No,
already
o'xshat
committed on
ishligiga
him. There's the
bog'liq.
stacks from the
Urans
Lantern Flare,
topishdi, no,
but they're
Uranski
just
ham
gonna
hali
damage
uron yo'q.
him just
Ranger
a
bu
bit.
prosta Lord o'ynayapti.
Okay.
Hozir Aurora maksimalniy agressiyani beradimi yoki yo'q?
Objective control.
Lordga o'yin bo'lyapti. Uranus Vision berib turibdi. Hozir lekin Apex Flickni kimgadir sira sakrasa, balki aytishini bosmasdan oldin shot qo'rardim, lekin bu yerda Zetian ultasida qochyapti. Flick ham ketdi. Ultasida nima? Lans. Foyuz o'ynab ko'rishadimi? Yo'q, uron yo'q. Jirozan yuzi yo'q, prosta tekin Lord. Moskva hozir tepani ham talqatib qo'yadi.
Sigiboom gets a turret up top.
Tekka o'rarkan
And
Moskva.
that's about
Okay,
it, right?
okay.
Like that's a trade. Lord
Mana shunaqa makro bo'yicha yutmasa qiyin. Makro kartada qimillashingiz, Cherepaxalarga, towerlarga chiqishingiz, obyektlarga o'ynashingiz, umuman kartada yurishingiz bu makro, to'g'ri yurish. Mikro bo'lsa sizni strategingiz, ya'ni mana faytlar payti qanaqa qimillashingiz, qayerdan knopkalarni qanaqa bosishlaringiz, qanaqa klik qilishingiz, umuman knopkalarni ishlatishingiz, mana shular mikro deyiladi. Mikro, ya'ni kichkina narsa, bunda o'zingiz o'yiningiz uchun. Makro esa butun kartani o'yingiz.
Yep. They might need a bit more of damage.
Makro deganda o'tdan butdan aldab, u bu qilib stresslarni to'g'irlab, ushbu urishsa, Aurora yomon ketmayapti. Mana shu piki bilan ham. Hozir o'ng tarafda absolutniy dominatsiyada, chap taraf hech nima qila olmaydi o'ng taraf. Ikkitani itarib qo'yishgan. Akay kirib berdi. Okey. Gvina endi o'sha olishga harakat qiladimi Akay? Akay pakat shinasi yo'q, ulta berdi. Lunar Uran so'ldirib yuborishdi. 2000 peri farim. Lans botda misol uchun qarasangiz, birga def qilmayapti-da. Mitta ochib yuborishga harakat qilyapti. Past talqat qilyapti. Farim qidiryapti o'tbetdan. Mana shu narsalar makro o'tiradi. Obyektlar deganimda Cherepaxa, Lordlar, Towerlar.
For Aurora, like they just have been getting
Shularni nazarda tutib.
shafted in the trades. It's a turtle for nothing. turtle for tier 1 and then a tier 2 for Team Flash. So it's always just been positive trades for Team Flash, and Aura have just been forced to take the negatives. I am so confused.
Yeah. Okay. We need a bit more time to, I guess, process everything that is going on in the Land of Dawn. I feel like even the entire situation is a massive shock. Because the expectations of many heading into this map were definitely favoring Aurora, but
Lansky hech kim aytishini bosmaydi. O'lsa ham misol uchun. Qancha o'ldirolmaganmi? Uron chiqish qiyin. Pastni ham olishadi. Akay turibdi-da, akay turibdi, hech qaysisimda aqlli bo'lib o'ta olmaydi. Yonidan Roza o'lib ketdi Zetandan ulta bosilindi, lekin akay butun insatsiyani bir tiyin qilib o'zini ultasi bilan haydab yuryapti. Hozir lekin turqi dalish qulab ko'rishmoqchimi? Rozani uzr, botiga uzrlik. Qiynalib qolishyapti o'zligi ham. Flash yaxshi tayyorlangan, da, yaxshi tayyorlanishibdi o'yinga. Aurora yutadi o'tdik. Men aytganimni qilishdi, Selenani ban qilishdi. Hasharlar.
That should help him in getting through the front line, but then, like,
Просто пить blind
like they should do it now, but I don't even know if they can, because again, Apex just jumps in, and then the Panda spins, and then there's nothing. Like, Team Flash's Purifies have kind of been like a suggestion so far. It's just like, hey,
Lord it's
like MLBB just
like, Team Flash Lord
they're like, nah, Ken walks up, gets the guiding win, that's a free nude.
Foyus lekin уже anaqasi tushdi. Lagas hozir Foyus o'ldirib yuborsa lekin yomon bo'ladi. Maksimalniy zon chiqish harakat qilyapti. Bo'ldi, akay bitta olib ketyapti Lordni. Moskov pastda tekkan ochib olgan. Moskov hozir nima qilib ko'radi? Push qildi. Yo'q, patch chiqdi. Hech kim borish ham shart emas. Foyus line jo'nataveradi, shtop towerlar bir xil kelish uchun.
And yes, these are not the best trades you can get, but
okay, Moskva bazaga qaytdi.
What they've been doing, that's the only thing they've been doing so far, but could they still work on the waves that are coming in? Because if Team Flash, they get to use all their skills successfully, defensively, what more aggressively now.
Juran 103 betlik ham ketdi. Lansdan bu yerda Matildaga o'ynab ko'rmoqchi bo'ldi, lekin hozir Lans o'zini bu ishi uchun nakazat qilishadimi? Yo'q, qochib ketdi. Okay, no Matildan yo'qotadigan narsasi yo'q. Farmi ko'p. Kristal bo'lmay ham bo'lgan. Akay ultasi ketdi, lekin Zahot uncha o'xshamadi. Voy Zetyandan normalniy ulti bo'ladi, hozir comeback bo'ladi. Уже Jusini ham o'ldirib yuborishdi. Lans lekin o'lib qoldi. Foyus sakrab yashashga harakat qilyapti. No, bu yerda yaxshi. Matildaning imma tarafi olib chiqib oldi. Roza solo. Zetyan normalniy ulti berdi bor. Unga turikdan chiqib ketdi, ko'rolmadim. Baka hamma favoritlar chiqyapti playoffga. Anaqa muhim komanda tushib ketadi, biroq 2-12 ham chiqdi, Liquidlar ham chiqdi, Inspirit ham chiqdi, Virtusda chiqib ketdi faqat turnirdan. Bizga aloqasi bor odamlardan faqat.
So the whole game they were banking on a overextension punish from Team Flash. Hades went in way too aggressively. I think again for Team Flash.
Odam o'lgan bo'lsa ham 10 taraf как будто chusut qilishmaydi. Glenka birinchidan o'lmagan, 2 kill bor, 15-minut ichida.
There he tried to zone Aurora and that created an opening for Aurora to break the front to back to
put
everyone from Team Flash in a tough spot. So for Team Flash, okay, this is 15 minutes in, but it's very simple for the win con. Team Flash just heavy spin forward, and Aurora hope that Team Flash heavy spin forward.
It's funny how it feels like the game is just starting for Aurora. Like they've just gotten themselves in the game.
But is it too late?
15 minutes in.
They don't have any turrets anymore, Brig. You know, this is kind of tough.
And that will be so disappointing for Team Flash if they actually lose this one.
Lord kelishim 30 sekund qolgan. Hozir turib akaydan ulta, no Moskva kelishim kapturon qo'yapti. Uje akay yarim yuzi yo'q, ultasi ham yo'q. Hozir ekan bu yerda ultani bosdi. Uranus bu yerda Foyus ko'tarib olmoqchi. Foyus klikkan bor, misol uchun dalish follow qilsa ham. Moskvdan ulta tegmadi, afsuski. Moskva qolib ketdi orqada. 10 sekunddan keyin Lord chiqadi. Moskva tepalarni talkat qilyapti.
slowly but surely, I feel like Team Flash are
Tak
also
bitta o'n tarafda
starting to
damak
feel it,
yetmay
you
qolarkan.
know?
You know why?
Why?
Hades heavy spin forward. That's the win con for Aurora right there.
Grankani save qilolmay qolishsa og'ir
And
keladi.
guess what? JPL circling eagle
Assalomu
forward to the two
alaykum.
forms of engage went
Rozam
in and
Selenas
Aurora
qani bank
punished.
qo'yishdi. Va alaykum assalom. Yana bir
Gold
bor.
lead has just been built up for Aurora.
Lord yorvoradi.
Win.
Yorvorishadi.
Just a circling eagle.
No, kim snipe qiladi bu yerda? Okay, Lance ketkizib yuborishdi. Lord HP'si 15,000. TNZ qaytib chiqish harakat qiladimi? Nega Lordni yana qo'yib yuboramiz? 5 kishi bo'lsa, ular qiynalayotgan bo'lsa, Ito Lance qaytib ketgan edi. Urib olishlik kerak edi. Aka olib ketardi hammani ulta bosib. Hop, hozircha hammani aytish emas bor, faqat Foyuz split yo'q. Yuyni bu narsa qila oladimi yoki qila olmaydimi? Bu yerda lekin hozir Granger o'lsa qiyin bo'ladi. Lordni HP'si kam qolyapti, borgan sari aka yaxshi smite qilib ketyapti. No botda bular kishi o'lib ketdi, lekin kishi o'lib ketdi. Hozir qaytishmasa og'ir keladi. Okay, Lord уже chiqyapti. 40-sekund, 41-sekund bo'ldi. Pachkaga chiqdi. Lord middan boradi. Slishkim tez Lord. Hozir Lord urib turib, kirib ketishga harakat qilib ko'rishadimi? Yo'q, просто def qilishadi. 20 minut o'tdi. 18-minutda Lord emas ekan, neni pavizlo. Ikki olib chiqadimi-da? Yo'q, flick ulta berildi Ginevradan, no, foydasiz bo'ldi, afsuski. Hozircha def qolishyapti midda. Pastga line ya Akaydan nerealniy ulta bo'ldi, xarosh. 5 metasi bor ekan, faqat hozir Akay o'zi chiqamayapti. Akay o'zi min so'lib ketyapti. TNZ qidiriy qolib ketdi. Xarosh. Jusining shitini qaranglar, qancha chiqqanmi? Okay. On tarafda realniy damak yo'q. On tarafda uron yo'q.
How did we get here? How we got here was
Accent o'yinni boshiga qilishdi, o'yinni boshida tugatisholmadi, yutgan. O'yinni boshida tugatisholmadi. Endi hozir hozir ham keyingi Lordda lekin Team Flash преимуществоda bo'ladi. O'sha perifarmga qaramanglar, pastga hamma full slotda. Botdan katta rol o'ynamaydi. Lekin bu yoqda Aurorada tepa tower yo'q.
They need to wait for a heavy spin forward.
That was the longest trailer of my life, by the way.
Tepada tower yo'q. O'shani hisobiga push qilib turib, keyin u kirib ketsa bo'ladi. No, Moskva chapda-da, Moskva hozir Slishkim ko'p ish hal qilyapti. Uroni bilan emas, chista pushi bilan. Uroni ham ko'p ish qilyapti. No, ham pushi bilan hozir yutib qo'yishligi mumkin-da. Chalg'itadi, bitta odam ba'zi ketadi, u payt Lordni bosib yuborishadi.
I think he needs it though. He needs a bit more damage. Like, again, Team Flash kind of don't have damage here. They need someone to deal. And he doesn't have. He only has 2 stacks in 19 minutes, man.
I do feel like they're trying to build a bit more of the
Hammani knopkasi chiqdi o'ng tarafda.
See Halberd picked up by Vanihoyat.
Gvinani zo'r kontrit qilishdi, no, bu yerda realniy damak bo'lmay qoldi bor. Bitta fashaga o'zligi chiqqani yaxshi qildi. Fashan chunki babi ikkinchi stadiya banda qilishdi. Fasha o'zligida bo'lsa, bu narsa qilishardi haqiqatan.
Like the way they start their engages, as you've mentioned, and I don't want to just say the heavy spin. I also want to point out the circling eagles coming in from JPL. I do think they're actually well coordinated, but it would have been better if they're also well timed.
O'yinni boshida yaxshi edi, uron. Bu yo'lga bo'lmaydi lekin.
Aurora Gaming.
Uslovni anaqani o'ldira olmaysiz-da. Moskva kim o'ldiradi? Hammasini misol uchun chetga urib turibmiz, chista Moskva o'ldira
losing majority of this game.
No, o'rtada qotib qolmasa ham Granger shot qilmasa qiyin.
It was a training arc the entire time for Aurora, and they've managed to get through it. It was a very tough early to mid-game to weather the storm, but they did it. Again, Team Flash accomplished kind of built for just one guy, and it's Vanix. I think at this point of the game, they wanted Vanix to have a bit more Skypiercer stack so that he could actually dish out more damage. Maybe even a bot, you know? It really seems like Flash are struggling with damage. Aurora have a ton of damage now, but they don't have base turrets, so it's kind of a stalemate. Again, Aurora also, with all the damage, they don't have engage. Flash have like a billion movement speed, abilities, a heavy spin, and 3 purifies, right? So it's a team who can't initiate with a lot of damage. It's a team who can't initiate with no damage.
Yeah.
And a Lord in the middle.
Such a contrast between these two teams and what they're capable of doing. what the other is not
Qiyin,
capable of doing.
realizovat qilish qiyin bu
But
fightda.
now I feel this is going to be a very important
Moskov
objective
tepada
between
o'tiribdi,
both
o'tiraveradi
of
o'sha.
these teams.
Grenka bilan
We're
Matilda
already
pushib
at the
borishadi.
21-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen.
Hali vision bo'lmadi. Grenka yomon apasini ikki Matilda ham yondan ketib boradi. Mana shu payt agar u kim bo'lganda yonida
How
o'ldirib
are
yuboradi.
they gonna fight and start things off? I feel like the call is just to really
Tepa
prevent their
talkat
way in, I
bo'lyapti.
guess.
Moskov
They
bazaga
don't
ketyapti.
want
No, Moskov boraveradi.
those meticulous
Moskov
setups.
boraveradi.
JPL,
Moskov
they're
keladi
already
ham.
using the circling eagle.
Moskov ultasi tegmay qolsa kelib
So that's already one
Bunaqa
resource
moment
down
tegmasligi ham.
for Team Flash. They try to work on the Lord. Sigibum just managing the waves. But they have the information. Rosa can see. Lunar can see. How are they gonna deal with this?
Let's see if they can. JPL just giving them HP. They go on to Ken, but he's still safe. Flash just throws that over. Tienzi rotating over.
No, probit qiladi, o'zi bor. Lekin uran silishni ko'p joni ketib qoldi. Poyuz oladi. Acha yo'q, Twitchga chiqib oldi. Voy, Gwini saklatdi. Yo'q. Yo'q edi. O'ynashga borish olmadi, lekin spinadan Moskov kirib o'tdi. Jusinni o'ldirib yuborgan. Lans Grenki o'ynamoqchi bo'ldi, lekin Grenki bu yerda antifizi bilan tirik qoldi. Apex lekin o'sha ikkisi ochilgan, flik ham bor. Voy, endi aytdim ha, sразу o'sha ish qildi. 1 minutga turklikni birinchi qaytgan. Zo'r pik qilishda tugatish olmadi. Pik realni yomon emas edi. Uron yo'ligini ham sochim voz kechaversangiz bo'ladi-da. Agar Moskov 10 tarafda bo'lganda zo'r bo'ladi.
To crack the crystal open.
23 minut bo'ldi. Normalniy tayyorlanibdi, chunki bular vashta tez yopib boradi deb o'ylagan edim men.
Coaching staff probably in the back confused as well, but Aurora.
Bundan ham tez yopib borishadi deb o'yladim. Unaqa bo'lmadi.
The basics.
Moskov aksiyasi bilan 10 tarafda bo'lganda realni yutishadi.
How do we start this conversation, Brigida? Because here's the thing, like
Killdan emas, fightdan emas, chista makrodan yutib ketishdi, lekin gap yo'q. Chap taraf 5 shans feedda yutishi.
You know what's crazy, LaFell?
What is crazy, LaFell?
Bunaqa farimga chiqib olishgan bo'lsa mo'jiza.
The front line of Flash.
Turklar kuchli lekin realni kuchli, bunaqa ikki realizovat qilish.
Let's just sit here.
Not gonna lie.
Normalniy o'ynashdi.
Players reaction when they want. Even Rosa's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it's finally over.
What was? You know what? Today, you know what? The world is healing. Right? In the previous
In
match.
what way?
In the previous match, there's not a lot of fighting. In this match, there's also not a lot of fighting. And then when you do, you get punished. So maybe they just should not have been fighting.
Wait, I mean.
Hey, at least you know, at least Miracle gets to rest a bit.
Yeah,
play by play, you know?
I wasn't play by play.
Oh well, you get to rest for play by play then.
I mean, I don't know if I can rest my brain after that still, because like there are a lot of things not sinking in up to this point.
Yeah.
In the way that game turned out, or in the way we actually reached the 21-minute mark, just constantly pointing out things that need to be worked on, and like.
Shout out to both these guys for making that a very good match. You know, you guys.
Thank you, man.
You guys earn your paychecks for today.
Thank you.
Oh really?
Is that a bonus or something? You're giving out bonuses?
No. Hey, it's not within my power.
Grenkadan boshqadagi bo'lganda uron yetadi.
Anyways, that like let's break it down.
Grenkani uroni ko'p, no bunaqa o'yinlagan emas-da. Alam qilgandir lekin bor, chunki butun o'yin maksimalni yutishga harakat qilishdi, akkuratniy bexato o'ynashdi-da. Zahot o'xshamay qoldi, o'sha comeback bo'lib ketdi keyin. No, хотя u Zahot o'xshamasa comeback bo'lar. Ketishdi. Parim qoldi chap taraf.
And like my previous hot take was like damage is kind of good. So this was yes.
Yeah.
Let's just do that because
Yirka bo'lsa lekin reallik shans bo'lishi mumkin edi.
Okay.
Let's look at the damage here.
Qaysi momentda kirib Moskov o'ldirardi.
Damage dealt.
JPL did more damage than Hades. Cool.
Nah.
120k.
Hey, neutral objectives overrated again, chat. All right, you gotta remember in your games when people go neutral objectives, just say
Ranger baba after attackerchalik urmaydi-da.
That good? Only when he's
only when he's evolved.
Hey.
Mobilniy boshqa endi.
He's just a
prioritet. Boshqa.
Bigger than usual, but still a minion nonetheless. Kills is where it is, guys.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe
it. Being a Filipino, be like, yes, you need team fight.
No, because remember, I was like
Qaytdan nima bo'ldi o'yinlar? Vashshe zo'r o'yin bo'ldi, barman.
of a Kai jungle.
Hozircha 2-12 ham bitta playoffga chiqishdi aytganimdek. Aurora bilan ana flashla o'ynayapti-da. 15-minut 2-3 shot. Yomon akkuratni, yomon zo'r o'yin bo'ldi.
So the whole game they were banking on a
Qad yutishdi, afsuski.
punish from Team Flash. Hades
Chat taraf Chirovi deb
I
blade
think again.
So the way they let Aurora extend the game was very questionable for Team Flash.
I just want to give myself credit.
Go ahead.
Because
Faqat ana miya bilan
I
yutib
gave
ketishdi.
Aurora the benefit of the doubt for 20 minutes.
Miya deganda kimdir geroylik tushunmas.
Because usually I would just be like, what the heck, you know? But I was like, no, they are scaling. They're waiting for conditions.
Here's the thing. Usually when you lose, you feel bad. I feel like it's extra for this one.
Dude.
That's why I said they'd be super disappointed if they lost this.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I think they might just be tilted at this point. Like that was a
Beatrice bo'lganda ham Beatrice bo'lganda ham nimada qilsa bo'ladi. Granger yaqinlashishga qo'rqdi-da, endi realni qiyin bo'ldi damage qilish.
Which was one of their major early game conditions.
Moskva bilan Lans qattanlar chiqib urib yuboradi-da. O'shanisi og'ir kelishi mumkin.
To meme it even more, Lafel.
Yeah.
They have mastered the basics. This game they deck starred.
Wait, what?
Bola maksimalni akkuratni o'ynadi, no foydasi bo'lmadi.
I feel like the way that you untilt yourself at this point, drink water.
Okay.
Have some chocolates, maybe some fruits.
Kechasi bilan mana shu draft o'ylab chiqishgan edi, biladi.
Spray your face with water.
Face mist.
Just
stay hydrated.
And then here's the crazy one. Here's the crazy one. Draft damage. That's an untilted right now. No, because then you just go all out. You just go loco with it.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna be okay with the fighters now. Like Curtizi, I'm okay. Go on. Or
what
about
you,
We're gonna
be looking at our highlights while we're thinking
yeah, we're thinking about like
Like in this game, especially being the only damage dealer, I think that would. But maybe it doesn't matter anymore. I don't know, dude. I'm so confused. Like legit, this game has put me in a not so healthy spot.
It's a Sunday, man. Is it a Sunday?
It is a Sunday.
It is a Sunday. So you know. Even looking at chat, people are like.
Ko'p o'ynab yuborishganmi? No. Bola yashadi.
At this point, I want Rosa to pick up this Lina.
Yeah.
Just taking the first 3 picks.
It took them
Moskva shot qilish tugul, o'sha Bronze ham o'ldirish emasdi o'ntiribdi, lekin nechaki o'ldirish emas. Granger energiyasi ham yetmasdi.
Everything their composition stands for. You know? This was a thing in Indonesia once as well, and I remember being so tilted casting that game. It's just, they have an Akai, and like they would just play for a hyper carry. Then the Akai started spinning forward, like looking for picks instead of peeling for the hyper carry, and that's what we saw this game. I think the biggest example of that mistake was when they tried to go for a pick up top, when they still had such a big lead, and then the Akai got picked off. I think they didn't have big heavy spin. 3 members were left to defend all alone.
I know. I think that's okay because I would throw a different way.
Okay.
BOD Akai.
Oh.
That's what I would do. We would lose, but I would have.
Maybe Foley should have also built damage, honestly, at that point.
Honestly, I didn't know this X or not, but that would be a team fight. Just keep going.
Did he even have a
Tikatga хотя бы yutishadi, o'sha bu yoqga ham yutoldik deb o'ylayman.
You would get a lot of stacks, exactly. Like
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
Aurorani awareness o'ziga battar oshdi. Team Flash tizdi mana o'yindan keyin.
Trying to reverse because hopefully they're okay.
Emotsionalniy уже ishonishmaydi.
Actually, we haven't even gotten to our analysis part.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while.
Lekin cho'tki o'yin bo'ldi, vashi maza qildi odam.
We gotta reset too.
We have to reset.
I think.
No. Like I kind of feel like this is to take the jitters away.
Jitters where?
Turkli yutsa yaxshi emasmi? Yo, turkli yutsa mana bitta shot olishadi deb tushundim.
Yep.
Shu menimcha ikkinchi o'yinni bermas kerak. Endi ko'ramiz, balki yana nimadir podgotovkasi bordir. Bugun hamma finol yutadimi deyman. Qanaqadir mo'jiza bo'lmasa hozirgi katkadagi, chunki hozirgi katkada Hayday flashli yutib ketish kerak edi. Unaqa ish bo'lmadi. Masalan, aytdim o'z favoritlar har ana bitta-bittadan tushdi deb. Yomon mos keldi lekin bo'lmashdi.
We gotta think about
favoritlar yaxshi tushib berdi.
Priorities for this one because imagine if they didn't have Guinevere and then they had Angela, it might be a longer game, but I think it would be easier for them as well.
Oxirgi o'yinmi-da, oxirgi
I
o'yin.
can see it, but seeing an Akai maybe not the best.
Bundan keyin u bo'ladi, Jerebovka bo'ladi. Men o'shani kutyapman. Men bilan ikkalasini yutishi menga, no, Aurora chiqqani, конечно, qizuvroq bo'ladi. Aurora kuchliroq, men chunki flash bitta chiqsa tamom buni. Men 4 kamandan bittasi tarlaydi, любой Team Spiritmi boshqami. Umra sras xayrlashasiz. Aurora bilan anaqa bo'lmasligi mumkin.
Let's go. Let's go.
Aurora любой kamandan yutib qo'yishi mumkin.
Exhale. Flash SG.
What?
Inhale, exhale.
Oh, inhale, exhale.
Yeah. Wait, weren't
Keyin
they
ertadan
earlier too?
30-da bo'lsa, bitta yutqizgan sraz xayrlashadi.
This is good because that landslide was such a problem at mid 18.
Yeah. So this is gonna, I think, change things up a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Like, of course, the priorities are still gonna be a surprise.
I want catching heroes. I want someone to early pick up the Kalia if it's not banned out. Because I really feel like
Bugungi eng qizigan matchda bismillah mashina oldingi o'yinni ayta olaman borib.
What is it? Guinevere as well as the Matilda, they can't really disrupt that much tempo unless you have like someone like a fighter that can just stick onto everyone. Actually no, they have
Da polni tugatib olib qolaman.
Wait, that's still open too.
O'zi MSK dan keyin qormoqchilar.
Assassins now. They're taking away the push from Tianzi.
iPhone bilan ozgina
Then maybe they go for the same strat just without the last on the other side.
Turnirdan keyin lekin qilaman stream. Kamroq bo'lsa ham.
Gonna ban.
I mean, without it, like if you use the same
Yo'q, bir kun bo'ladimi, 2 kunmi? Yo'q, kun playoff bo'ladi.
Yeah. May actually be even better with the high.
Keyin birinchi, ikkinchi chislada final va grand final bo'ladi.
With the splits.
Okay. So far, majority of the flex heroes are open. Like
the box chest
after
up
a
for
while,
grabs for Team Flash. Yes.
So even the R-lots, they'll be open if ever the trend continues.
Cloud-dan metami yo'q, situatsionni pik. No, Cloud-dan yomon emas.
That one's already taken out. I feel like the Jushin might be an option as well.
I feel like it's a good idea for Aurora to ban out the Jushin because that also kind of deters them from engaging into the fights.
The Uranus gets taken away from Flash. By Flash, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Is it gonna be Jushin here or? Hold on, what else is actually open? Unless they want to give away the Kalea too.
Yeah, it should be the Jushin Prio or the Kalea Prio. Those are the two picks that.
Agreed. Agreed.
Or let's not ban any of them.
I mean, like, I think that's okay. Like, trade for trade, you know? Like, they pick up the Jushin, we pick up the Kalea. Is there
Rozaga Selena beraylik. Ya, qo'yaylik. Shans bo'lsa. Selena sraz ban qilish kerak. Hozir yana Leski o'ynashyapti. Uransni ham ban qilishdi. Urans qo'ydi bilan.
I think they're respecting the Baksha first pick from Flash. That's why they want to respect
TNZ o'ynaydi.
The combo Baksha Angela.
Qaniyno okolo meta ham bo'ladi. O'zi one shot turnir boshlanishidan oldin Lansdan tepaga qo'ygan edi. Endi Lansdan tepa emas.
By banning out that Angela.
Yeah. There you go.
So either you want the Kalia or the Jushin here. I kind of don't like it when they're both in the same team.
Turnirda ham sochi ko'proq odam
and then maybe either pick up the
ko'proq banan bo'ldi. No, o'sha Batimnikka ham qarayapti-da. Yo'qda kim o'ynaydi, faniydi, kim o'ynamaydi, faniydi.
Any kind of tempo, so he just had to farm.
This is actually
kam.
Easy to get Kimmy too.
Dojit qilish oson.
MVP performance, at least my MVP performance.
Yeah.
Qaysidir piklarga olishardi oldin. Hozir lekin men yo'qolib ketdi. No, слишком слабый экспоить.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
O'ldirib olish oson, umuman tankovaytmaydi baribir, tank yig'sa ham.
Should be for Team Flash. They could also go Kalea, which is a comfort, or
Kimi Kalea, yeah, sounds good.
Or where do they go?
There's a Phobius.
I'd say just go Kimi Kalea right now.
but-
Don't think the Phobius is really warranted. They've already banned out Fanny and Lance.
Yeah. Unless they're considering other.
Moskvani olishdi. Double pickda Moskva ketyapti, sraz ketyapti. No, Baxini berishdi. Baxi bilan bu narsa o'ylab topisharmiz.
Open up your draft quite a lot, especially because you have a lot of forward momentum, right? Let the Boxia go in front.
Kimmy Granger.
They pick up
No, pick yaxshi bo'ldi o'tgan kartadan ko'ra.
Kimmy Granger.
Triple pick ancha kuchli bo'ldi. Hozir endi o'ng tarafni olish ebalu.
So now it's all about Aurora. I
Top
feel like if they
tanks
don't pick up a jungler here,
Eng kuchli roamer Kale.
they have something
Qanaqa
spicy.
Kaledan keyin.
Yeah, what jungle would you go for now, right?
I feel like in terms of assassins, it's just the Hayabusa, unless you want to go for something like
Talash.
Building.
Kaledan keyin
Later
Baxi.
on, what is it like? We've seen a Lucas.
Baxi.
I don't think Lucas here, but yeah. Oh, they pick up the Lapu first. Honestly,
that's
respectable.
Good. That's really good. I like it. They need a pick to dive in to get past the front line. And again, with the anti-CC,
Bu löpre hemen o ben yok
I think Aurora might be building up to a pick that you mentioned, Lofel.
Ben pick görken
Maybe
stabil.
last pick here. Whenever you see Kimi Granger, it kind of opens the
ben Matilda koygan bo'lardim.
a link pick to show up.
Killroom metida emasu, no menga Matilda yoqadi.
I'm wondering what they'll be
Avuz ancha pastga
opting to go for in terms of battle
Avuz
spells.
endi chiqqan payti o'ynalgan ekan. U sразу yo'qolib ketgan metida. Sразу tushib
Good, but if Aurora
Bayet
gets to
hafta
pick up
atakerlar
another
metida stabilni turmagan
setup
ishlaydi.
hero, then Purify might be an option as well, and that'll make things a lot more better for their lineup because there's such a dive.
Top 3'te deydigan bo'lsangiz, Bampik bo'lishligi sabab Baxi bilan Kale, o'zimga yoqqani uchun Matilda.
They banned out the Badang though.
Like Avuz o'ynaylik, o'ynamaylar.
They can limit
Bo'lmaydi
a
Avuz.
lot more of the assassin options. Wait, what's the left? The
High
Link or the
Link.
Joy?
Oh yeah, Joy, yeah.
The Joy's there out too, but they banned the Badang.
XP Koroslo, qanaqa kuchli heroylar olyapti. Bularga qarshi nikaka bo'lmaydi, nachalar.
Taking a page out of their own book, they use the Lolita to
U
counter.
leski ham bo'lmaydi, uni tutib olish oson.
But also
Tank
does show
bo'lsin,
like
поддержка
they
bo'lsin.
kinda are
Именно
okay
tank
with
da
most
olsun.
assassins
Yeah.
in whatever comp they're gonna finish after this.
Q bayet storm tank deb hisoblamaysiz Q'ni etsam. Usakani ham anaqa deb hisoblamaysiz, chunki bular initiativ bayet tank yig'ilgan taqdirda.
Because if they really want to win
teoriyada
out and they
qarasak,
want to enable Lunar, I think taking that out
Ufra
would be a
yaxshi.
solid choice because
Ufra
Esme has been a good way to just win out.
Minotaur ham поддержка kiradi, o'z vashi Kale ham поддержка
Gotta take
kiradi.
that out. Flash, SG. Are they gonna double down on the
Герой qolmabdi, normalmi.
Do they
Va
want to
Tiger.
get rid of at least an assassin?
Kale
Or
ham
the
support.
assassin
Da,
killer
da,
options
aytdim.
we've been mentioning.
Bunaqa
Because at
hisoblaydigan
least for
bo'lsak,
Aurora,
tagda
they don't have that
Baxi,
much range
Keyin
just yet. They
Grill,
have
Ufra.
backline dive. There's the Lapu. But other than that, it's just mostly him who'll be tanking the job.
Fasha olgan komandal ekan itaribdi. Ko'p vaziyatda itaribdi.
This could be just
Hozir chap tarafda skорее всего o'zi Fasha chiqsa kerak.
I kind of feel like taking the clear
yo'q,
is okay, but I don't like the combination with Jushin. At least you take it away from
Adashib ketdim, adashib ketdim. O'sha olib olishgan ekan, midam golda.
So it is a pick off.
Kim meni
First time
ko'rmadi.
ever.
Yeah.
Bundoq qarasam banda Fasha edi, hayron bo'ldim.
Micro because
Nimaga yo'di?
as a Franco, you kind of only need that one godly hook to really turn things around.
But now I bring up the point that you've been saying a lot
Da,
in MSC
Franco.
about the Kalea Juice Sin. This combo is, I think, worse. Because like, for
Like,
the
with the
Franco,
Franco,
you want someone to burst.
Unless you have like a
Top
jungler
3'te
that
mid.
legit one shot.
Kimi,
which I
Fasha
can't think of one right now.
i
Amon.
Juicing.
Yeah, but even that you kind of need to scale a bit, right?
Yeah.
Like you even need to
Kimi, Fasha,
attack
Juicing.
other things to get
Ma
your stats,
Selena
to get
yoqtir
all those
miyalik.
shards, and then you go in, and then there's the Kalia, and then the glue. Looking at the damage profile here, not the best, but I kind of feel like Lapu is okay up against the glue because then when your longs are there, at least you can heal up.
Yeah, but what does Chenzi pair up with the Franco though? If we're talking about like what or where the damage is gonna come from for the setups or for the Iron Hooks for Aurora.
You gotta understand that Aurora
Bilay Kale
were in
endi
desperate
ban
need
qilish.
of a Roma
Kale endi
that
olishdi,
could
bunday ban
actually get
qilishmagan.
the mid prio. That's why I
Prekin,
really
hoji
expected
full draft
Kalea.
o'tdi, endi
Franco
Kalea
is not
bo'ldi.
bad. Like you are more of a pick-off hero, and with this,
Selena xavflimi,
Kalea
ban
Kimi,
yetdi. Roza
that's
xavfli,
instant
Selenada
mid prio
o'ynasa.
for Flash, I think. Oh, dude, that is crazy.
Selena bu bolaga qarshi ban qilishadi.
Reverse the stream. I
Goose?
called it out.
You said
Ana
Gucci
siraga
Amon.
leske Goose tema qotdi deylar-ku.
You know what?
Oh my lord.
Hey,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
Place,
looking at them right
aniq
now.
place.
Dude, I said that because I knew it was coming up today. Are you
Oy,
actually?
oy, oy.
I need to check.
Chin
the
chat
number.
itaramiz
Cool. But either way,
Incandescent.
another incandescent sports. But there's
Ya, Franco anaqa musurmas.
you know,
Franco normalnie. Franco normalnie. Huk anaqa musur
Thank
geroymas.
you, Lafel, for the setup.
Huk pizdiel.
But ladies and gentlemen, for the first
Çok
time
kilo
in
umuman
MSC,
metan
we're seeing
o'zgartirib
a
oldi.
Franco
Xohlagan narsasini olib
and
ko'rsatdi. Vallahi.
a Gushин. Oh
12
my
o'yin,
lord.
12 qarshi o'ynashganda ham xohlagan ishligini
And was the
qilishuvdi.
last time we saw the Gushин. It was Sans,
Okay,
was
men
it?
ikkimiz bezib
Up
ko'rsatib
against
turaman.
AP
Very
Brennan
good.
time. Let's get into the line of dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Bottle
Will
Goose
this
yarada.
send Aurora to the knockout
Real.
stage? A Gushин and Franco debut as we encounter
No flash'da bularni oldida lekin
unknown
Slashkin
picks.
slab ekan menda.
Or
Teradi
Flash
qaytib.
SG just take it with a meta draft. Whoa, early.
Okay, the crazier part is I did not expect it to come in from Aurora than Team Flash. But it is what is it, as Lavelle would say. So now we're heading into game number 2. This is match point for Aurora and it's not looking too good because they're able to chase
Уже минус Роза.
after Rosa
Блядь, щенасям кетти olup ketти
in the
Роза.
mid lane, granting them first blood.
Instant mid prio, Kalea and Kimmy, you have to respect level 1. This is also what happened against RQ, by the way, Brig. I'll just say Aurora in the mid lane a bit too comfortable, always looking for those balls, getting punished by the Baksha.
Yeah. They might want to
Atak olishgan.
be a lot more careful
Midga ham
with
go'sh olishgan vaqtida.
because the
Travel man kiram olgan, Sanzam olgan midga
in
go'shni.
which their lineup is going to work.
Lekin mana shu ko'rayotgan draft bilan o'tgan safar eslasangiz XMXlar qanaqangi yutib qo'yishdi.
Taking a quick look at the emblem.
Ya bularni yutadi, скорее всего, ba'u. Bus bilan ham deb o'ylayman. Agar startdan yetarilib ketishmasa, voy ay, Apex azgina qoldi. Hook qilganda oqizardi lekin.
Emblem build. Magic emblem, mage emblem, and I think it's similar to the others in the jungle.
So not the killing spree for the Gushin, it is actually
Kenzi hozir itaraman dotdi. Flikiyo lekin chap tarafdan Gushin topsa bo'ladi.
Apex 47 has actually gone
Baksini ham ursa bo'ladi
for
sol.
actually just go for more of a setup.
Acha orqasida Kimi turibdi, yana Kimi yoqib boradi.
Maybe, but yeah, he actually
Turklar
does
pab
go for
o'ynamadi.
concussive
No,
blast.
urovin
Wants to get more
bo'yicha
value
olsang da
against
turklar
Team
uchun
Flash top position,
midikatga
especially knowing it
No,
is
mosh
Kalea,
midikatga berishmoqchiman.
Kimmy.
Tipa risk qilishga asta bordi.
Aurora sticking to the agility, fast movement speed across the board. This time only 2, not 3.
Shu pik bilan yutsa turklar haqiqatan kuchli bo'ladi-da.
Again, it's Team Flash in control.
Birinchi cherepaxa berishadi, polibon Baksiga qarshi kuchliroq olmaydi. Ular o'zini pasaytirib qo'yib,
Kenzie will still have to secure his purple buff and they don't necessarily get to trade anything out of it. So
Baksi singa olibdi, Paka endi krasniy olib, keyin goldga chiqishadi. Gush ham Paka krasniy olibdi. Hozir nima qiladi Gush? Bu kim o'ynab qoladi? Chakda hamma hech kim fliki yo'q edi. O'sha payt bir narsa o'ylab topishsa bo'lardi. Bu pik bilan yutib bo'lmaydi-yu. Nima deysiz? No, Franco tortsa Gush mgnavenniy uronliq beradi.
Time they actually have more damage. It isn't just Vanix, and the mid prio I would say is even better than the previous one. So the lead should be bigger. They'll have proper setup. JPL.
It doesn't land on Rosa, and then they get to stun still this Jushin. However, but the Crimson
Jushin lekin tort.
So
Darsh Kalea bilan o'ynab ko'rishadimi? Ya, but Lapu itaryapti hammani. Lapu qulayapti hammani. No, Rosa ham oldi vaksina. Okay. No, hali tayyorli ish ko'rmadik, istarazmi? Team Flash foydasiga bo'ldi bu ham. Pro bo'lib bo'lsa-da qiziq bo'ladi. Voy, xarosh. Qochib qolganini qara, krasavchik. Tortadimi? Ya, Moskva machini qochib oldi, bilash. Endi bo'lsa Moskva olib ketib qoldi Frankoda. Gap yo'q. Yaxshi. Nima bo'lib ketdi goldda hozir? Moskva ulta berdi, ultadan chiqishi bilan Grenke flikda qochib qolyapti. Orqasidan Kalea Moskvaga sakrayapti, sirazi insta. Bu odam Moskva chini berib qochyapti. Franko qilyapti oxiri. Grenkani. Yaxshi, normalniy razmen bo'ldi barib. Jinni. Normalniy tortib qo'ydi. O'z boyi ham sal qoldi Grenkani tortishiga. Eslaylik, birinchi chiqqanda ikkini berdi, flikini tushirdi. Keyin tortdi-yu, oqizib qo'ydi deb oladi. Hayotga bo'lgan motivatsiyasini o'ldirib. Franko bitta ulta qilgan, hozir men shut qilib Gluni, chotki, idealniy bo'ldi prosta. Glu ortiqcha mishat qilmaydi, endi cherepaxa oldi, kutib olishdi prosta. Hozir cherik uchadi, u ham yo'lda ushlab olishdi. Minus qilib olishdi.
They have already been expended. JPL doesn't go in with a title strike. And Rosa's just trying to zone out Curtizi.
Mana pik bilan qarayal. Jonga tegdi bir xil narsalar. Turklarga rahmat deb qolamiz. Kaleadan ulti bo'ldi, Gatotga, Lapuga, lekin Lapu bu hol yashashga harakat qilyapti. Даже o'ldiryapti Kaleani obrotkada. No, uni Granger jazoladi. Cherepaxa barib chap tarafga bo'larkan. Shu tarzda ham даже, masalan. Pagasini berdi, o'zi qolib ketyapti. No, Glu o'lsa ham baba olishsa kerak. Da olishdi. Voy, Moskva sal qo'llab qo'yishga, no. Dalchi davom ettirishamayapti, fight.
because that's their main win
Renk
condition
var
with Siggy Boom and TNT scaling up.
Da.
For
Baxi
some
oladi.
reason.
Oladi. Chiqamaydi. Voy, nima bo'ldi? Voy! Allo.
Now they lack the damage to convert that into a pickoff.
That's unfortunate. Apex really wanted to give the
What the fuck? Oxirgi tech ketyapti. Oxirgi tech ketyapti. Turklar content qilishyapti. Turklar bilan flash o'yini content bo'ldi. Haqiqatdan. Agressiya qilmas, sorry. Bu yerda qiyin ahvol edi, lekin bu yerda yo'l topishdi. Tuysnim. Блядь, фиолетовый смайт ko'rosizlar, imba narsaligini. Чересчур imba narsa. Bukvalni smite bilan tirik qolyapti bola. Qanaqasiga bunaqa yashab qolish mumkin? GPL olyapti, kaleda bla, anaqa ham oldi. Kimi ham oldi. Olib qoladi, Grenkani boqishsa bo'ldi. Grenki normalni ketyapti hozircha. Fioletli smite, hech kim imba narsa-yu.
This, by all means, especially if you look at the composition, should have been a first two turtles, maybe 2 kills.
Sut qilmayapti, Baxi. Puli pistolet misanda.
But it's Aurora who are keeping it even, and this
No,
is
hali sut qiladi.
Aurora's win condition more.
Like usturon etmaydi xolasa ham.
Flash are the ones that kind of need to push.
Hatto xolasa ham uron etmaydi. Baxi bu zo'n qiladi. Скорее всего, push qilishadi. Lekin Franco'ning fliki bor, no hook'i yo'q. Уже hook chiqquncha bu yerda tarqalishadi. Baxi bu yerda juicingga o'tiryapti. No lapu. Va bla kale yana oldi. Okay. Franco'dan tayyorli ish bo'lgani yo'q. Okay. Juicingni lekin hali ultasi bor. Hali ham ultasi bor juicing. Franco xavfli hook'ni qilyapti bor. Va ozgina etmay qoldi.
Objective for Team Flash.
Not too free. Aurora get a turret at least at the bottom lane, but also for Flash.
Yaxshi.
They win it. They go over the neutral objective. That's what you want to do. But there, I think we saw an angle there. They could have punished and nitpick a little bit here. TNZ used the red tree on the cannon minion. The orange buff was
Turklar mana xitlik bilan ham yutishsa endi hozir comebackdan keyin o'sha flashlar boshqa turnirga chiqmasa kerak. Okay, Kaleyadan ulta Gusga. Gus hozir qochib qolarligimi? Yo'q, Gus bo'lyapti. Ko'rakada no, bitta Kaleyani o'zini ham lap o'ldirib yubordi. Menimcha Baxiga hali beri uroligi yetmaydi lekin. Moskdan yaxshi ulta bo'ldi. Midda def olish uchun geniy, Mosk xarosh. Mosk mujik hozir glue midda ochib yuborardi bo'lsa tegmaganda. Yaxshi kelib oldi Mosk. Turklar content makermada TikTokerlar.
Unless obviously they use 4 ultimates on one dude, but that's more of a pickup scenario, not in the skirmish. Hades, now we're seeing
Baxi istemeyapti hozirda. Baxi kayf qildi. Farmi idealni.
Okay. They get to steal.
Ne olib ketding baf? Gus mid yiqiladi lekin. Da midda def olish ham.
So yeah, this is pretty interesting to see that the Goldie is only.
Qale Franco gulda qilyapti. Ha Franconi просто взрывать qilishadimi? Franco zamorozkan bosib tirik qolish harakat qilyapti. No foydasi bo'lmadi. Likini berib o'tirmadi. Qolmasligini bilib. Okay. Turnirni qizitib beryapti turklar haqiqatdan. 12 Filippinni ham tushdi.
For Team Flash, it's all about stacking up.
O'shadan qizitishni boshlashdi. Demak, uni oldin chiqib ketadi deb o'yladim sira. Turklar buni oldin anaqa rezultat ko'rsatmagan edi shuncha yil davomida. Juicing bu yerda ustasida qochib o'tdi, achishini berdi, o'ldiradi Gus. Gus o'ldirib yubordi. Lapuga glue o'tirib olganda foydasi bo'ladimi? Albatta yo'q. Va qaytadi. Fight perfect o'tadigan bo'lsa, hozir Aurora lead. Adashmasam Juicing o'sha Franzaki yerda. Voy, Franzaki ko'rdim, komandada kimdir oladi, Juicing bo'lsa kerak.
They wanted more. They were so desperate to find more. And I don't really think they were, calculating the timers of the purifiers.
Da. Ikki katga uchimizga content berishyapti-da.
Without really
Nanani ko'rganimda men hayron qoldim bol. Gus ko'rganimchalik.
The 3 atom power spike has hit for Siggy.
No Gusga qiyin bo'ldi, realni qiyin bo'ldi. Baxining farmi ancha aniq bo'ldi. Ko'piydi. Hozirgi fightdan keyin bo'limeni bo'lish.
But positioning has been
Endi 6 ismga o'tdi. No, but Lord Baxi olyapti. Lap ultasida qochadi. tepa. Moskva orqasidan babi yutishsa kerak turibdi, скорее всего. Mana shunaqa deb o'ylayapman.
TNZ every now and then does find some opportunities to finally cast the combo, use the incandescence and
Banko savalabad-yu, qo'liga tushgan. Da turib yutadi Moskva. Ne baxti tepani def qilish ketmadi o'zi. Endi qoladi, okey. Qaysa qilmasa ham bo'ladi. Bu sovug'i. Lord o'shatdan chiqarkan, sekin borgani yaxshi Lord. Ko'proq mega klip chiqadi, bu narsa bo'lib topishsa bo'ladi. Hozir babishi bola qulamaydi, Zahot yo'q chap taraf. Playdan bosh. Bilamiz, o'n ikki bormaydi hech kim. Da, Moskva foldersa lekin bir ting, o'n taraf. No Moskva achishdami? Da, achishda bo'lsa kerak. Da, achishidadi. Boy kalaya saka tortganda tortolmadi-yu, achishda. Da, achishgan. Keyinda. No bitta Moskva foldersa yutadi o'yinni. Faqat Moskva turon bor o'n taraf. Kalaya bo'tda sakrab ko'rdi, no foydasi bo'lmadi, bular keyin oldi. No razmeniga Rozani olib ketishyapti. Yaxshi, Granger oldi, yetmagan 2 yil. Granger 7-1 ketyapti. O'zini prям idealni his qilib turibdi hozircha. Hamma Vanishkalar tushadi. Men passam tushishi kerak. Team Flash yana o'yinni boshda, уже mid game'larda dominatsiyani yaqqol bildiryapti. Misol uchun o'tgan o'yin ham mid game'gacha tam 1000 telefarm bilan 53 mingsimsiz ham o'tirishdi. Hozir уже yana 5 nil bo'yicha yutib ketyapti Team Flash.
To thread the needle somehow, miraculously finding a backline carry. That could shift the whole game.
Как будто Baxi, Kalaya, Glue hamma Moskvaga tashlasa yutib ketishadi lekin. Tam bitta odam misol uchun defga qolsa, qolganlari Moskvaga o'ynasa, Moskva misol uchun hozir aytishinasi yo'q-da. Kalayani fliki ham yo'q, Oslovni Glue'da fliki bor misol uchun. Okey, nima bo'ladi endi? Baxi как будто chust qilmaydi bo'tda, lekin yaxshi. Moskva foldida как будто GG. Yaxshi. 30 sekund Lord. Men o'zi anaqa ham juistni ham ketishmaydimi deb o'yladim. O'ynaydi. Apex o'ynashda как будто mid olishsa bo'ladi lekin. Uron yo'q o'zi, o'n taraf. Mid olish kerak. O'zi даже bu narsa qilishar ortiqroq. Mid ham tepa ham ketyapti. Bittasini bo'lsa ham def olishar хотя бы. Buluni fliki bor, Kalayani ham fliki bor hozir. Moskva fliki ancha chiqqan. No, Gush уже бесполезный, full knopkasini berib yubordi. Kalaya ulti beryapti Arlotga. Arlot, скорее всего, o'ldirishadi. Da, и Zaxotda bo'lmasa, iltimos shuni qilishlar. Lapuni minus qo'yishdi. Yaxshi, Franco hook qilmadi. Gush cast berdi, no ucha olmaydi, bola, bukvalni ucha olmaydi. Voy, Gluni yaxshi kontrit qilib qo'ydi Franco, молодец. Как будто Glue o'ladi, da, o'ldi.
Oh no. I mean, oh yes for Aurora, but this is looking a bit too deja vu.
Kenzi Gushab self. Drama yaptı, fight ki real. Kirse o'ladi, сразу o'ladi. Bu kim o'ldirsa ham sразу ketadi. Mesela o'ldirish ham qiyin bo'ladi. Uron yo'q. Baxi o'ladi как будто. Gush o'ynab olish kerak-ku. Ha, Gush o'zini ham yuzi uchib ketgan, okey. Ya. Istat zong o'ynayotgan odamga o'xshaydi. Bak, voy! Yaxshi ultas tegmay qoldi Moskva. Voy. Hozir lekin comeback bo'lib ketardi realni. Moskva ittarardi spinadan kirib olib, keyin Kalaya ham ulardi aniq. Ikkinchi qolib yana urardi. Bu kim olib ketardi yana aniq, o'lmasdi o'zi ham. Va bitta konkretni stop beradigan narsa chap tarafda bu Kalayada. Baxini ham bor, Baxidan ham qochib yuraveradi. Lekin Franco ham bo'lamini ancha ish bordi. Gushdan foyda bo'layotgani bor. Fight botda bola uzoqdan tam kastini beryapti, уже qo'shilolmayapti-da fightga. Qo'shilsa o'lib ketadi bor. Zamarosga bilan balki kirar. Nimadir dabit qilishni ko'ramiz. Nima bo'ladi? Ya Baxi olib ketdi. Bildi Gush yaqinlashtirishmadi. Hozir Gluga ham o'tirib olgan. Скорее всего, Gagani hidi kelyaptilar. Moskva ham pastga ketmaganda push qilishga. Roza qaytyapti, tepani talkat qilishadi, midni talkat qilishadi. Как будто kirishadi lekin Moskvaga o'ynash kerak. Moskva achishi yo'q hali. Bu kale yana fliki ham ultasi ham bor. Agar to'g'ri realizovat qilishsa, hozir o'yin ularniki. Yaylab pulga o'ynab naqd. Acha yo'q, Moskvani qo'ytirdi. Glu bilan baksiga o'tirish. Gaga. Inflash yutdi. Хорош. O'qiyat qor turklar, realni qo'yib qor. Okay. Mana bu narsa qilishadi bo'ladimi o'ynab? Chap tarafga dark emas bo'lsa deyish. Bushga kontrol qiladigan yordamchi kerak. Kontrol bor edi. Balda endi, скорее всего, seriozniy pik qiladi turklar. Shuncha playmaker bor edi, Jusin kontrolchi, full kontrolchi. Eng kuchli playmaker o'yindagi Jusin-ku o'yinni boshida. O'sha bilan ham o'ynash. Ну, pro игрок misol uchun. Bushda o'ynamayapti, qanaqadir hech comment yozsa kerak, Instagramga narsa qo'ysam.
With the lack of a better word to describe it, this is a very interesting series.
Yeah, you know
what? Pro игрок o'ynamayapti degan narsa bo'lmaydi bu. Bu sport qilib o'ynadi, sheriklik ishonmadi deb o'ylayman. Personaj xato deb o'ylayman men. Narsa emas. Kirsa chiqmaydi, rostdan chiqmaydi bu yerda. Rostdan chiqmaydi bu yerda, hozir kirsa. Hali shundoq bo'ynidan ushab oladi, baksi ushab oladi, glue o'tirib oladi. Bola chiqib keta olmaydi-da, fightga kirsa qaytib. Lan bayt yerda tam midga olsa bo'lar, men go'shti jaflas uzatdim. Midga olsa bo'lar. No, leska xato bo'ldi. Baksini 11-12 level yuribdi, go'sht hali 10 yuribdi. Bu tankless team bo'ldi, sekin farq qiladi va bitchalarda ketayz emas baksi.
Kept on brawling for some reason, giving Aurora an actual chance at beating them.
But I think I know. What? I understand something that you guys don't.
Ya u bola o'ziga ham etsa tamoladi, go'sht bo'lmasdi. Lekin bu chempda gasin ko'rmagandim, olingan, endi ko'rdim, gasin olingan.
Even the 2-0 teams would be like, "Wait, we want to pick them?" Question mark, cuz what if?
Go'sht qayt qilishni qiyin narsa emas-da, bros. Hamma slajni o'ynaysiz. No, kirsa o'ynaydi, babu uradi. Har doim ham. Tanzam olgan turnirga itargan go'shtda, troublemaker olgan go'sht, no ular mitda itargan. Ishda katga qoldi, oxirgi katga yanaqa bo'ladi. Jerebovka bo'ladi.
Oh no, my bad.
Bosh og'rib ketdimi-da, bosh og'rib. Buni ham qolgan kunlar og'rimayapti. Bugun svet ketmaganiga boshim og'riyapti menimcha.
I'm gonna be with you guys on that one because like I'm still finding it hard to
Haqiqatan svet ketmaganiga boshim
find
og'riyapti.
words to describe how I'm feeling in this entire series because like we had I mean our expectations were sort of met for the first three at least. Like we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything, but
I would say like most of it is closer than I thought.
Yeah, but I mean in terms of the results.
Okay.
But this one is literally
You know what? Try to predict the third game.
Bu botda Lesnikda bu unaqa jertvoyt qila olmaydi. Tipo o'zi kirib o'lib ketsa ham kimnidir olib ketishga haqqi yo'q buni. Bu Lesnik buni smayt bor.
They can just say, "Oh yeah, Aurora are going to lose." And then
Haqqi yo'q, real.
I told you they would win. They switch up, you know.
Mayli, oxirgi o'yin realni
they don't have people.
O'yinda bo'lmadi. Birinchi o'yin ham kuchli bo'ldi lekin. Birinchi o'yin idealniy o'yin bo'ldi. Moskva ishonib yibanib ketirafti. Da. Moskva hamma o'ynadi, oxirida bo'ldi, tamom bo'ldi.
I just gotta say, we're in 2025.
Namala free knopkada yo'q ketishdi, bolla. Da, mitosiz, no haqqingiz bor. Go'shtda sasello bo'ldi.
The plan was to go Gushin jungle.
Pakito hozir prosta Pakito yomon gero emas. Pakito olishligi mumkin. Hozirgi paytda ham Leska tank kirib, XPga moshni tank chiqsa, o'sha payt Leska tank kirib, Romga ham moshni tank chiqsa, razigrovka boshqacharoq bo'lsa, Pak split pusher sifatida Pakitoni olishligi mumkin. Chunki yaxshi giroy, yomon giroy emas. No, hozir XP'da meta tanklarniki. Tanklarga qarshi uncha komfortli bo'lmaydi paketda o'ynash. To'g'ri, sizni o'ldirib olish olmaydi, boshqa qilish olmaydi, no, undan impact kamroq. Undan ko'ra dominatsiya qilgan yaxshiroq.
Even when the Kalia doesn't catch you, you die. Because I think he got like 2 tap by the
Paket
creature.
olmadan.
What?
Paketni mana o'zim akkauntimga ham qarasanglar bilmayman, ikkinchi maynimmi? Ikkinchi maynimmi? O'zim akkauntimda ham necha yuzta katka o'ynalganda. 5 tam, 6 tam.
Yes.
For Tianzi.
I agree.
Because he'd have more mobility. He'd get to
Ben aytayotganim, komanda full kontrolli bo'lsa o'zi demoqchiman.
of blades, although that will be used defensively, but
Leicester Fred, XP'da kontrol, Romda ham kontrol, mashinaga o'xshagan tema bo'lsa, gustosa bo'ladi, ismayli.
Franco,
or Freya.
Franco doesn't even have to hook. Just
Like
you know,
an active court,
you
no,
know,
that's-
someone and just Alucard just cleans up. Either ways, I really.
No, hozirgi metada ne uchun baribir tan olish kerak. Midga yomon emas deganim, men meta demoqchi emasman go'shti. Baytir yoki bay atrofida bo'ladi. Aga to'shna tortmaydi. Aga eslarga go'shti yaqin ham kelmaydi. 12 o'ynaydimi? 12 ta o'yna bo'ldi, ikkitasi ham yutishdi. Endi play-offda o'ynashadi.
That's what they were saying the entire game one game too, by the way. It's still early.
Yeah.
We'll get to late.
Yep. And let's face it, I kind of feel like a Flash SG. They got like a very.
To'tam qanaqadir tiklobdan yaxshi demoqchiman. Esmayapsizmi? Nima dey? Aytingmang.
Like almost all heroes.
Yaxshi, men undan yaxshi o'ynardim. Aha.
And look at that.
Vanix.
Vanix got a higher gold per minute compared to the King Kong game we had earlier.
This is 920 for Mr.
Grand final bugunmi? Yo'q, grand final bugun emas. Grand final ikkinchi chislada. Bugun play-in oxirgi kun edi.
It's someone else.
Like Vanix or Sigibum, whoever wins.
Saralash oxirgi kuni bu.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah.
Nima qilsa katta o'rin beradi. Qancha ko'p damak yesangiz o'sha intera.
Rosa.
Yeah.
Ana passiv kes 3 ta yo 4 taligiga qaramaydi. Fred bir xil o'rin chiqadi. Просто o'zi полученный o'rindan qaytarasiz.
Has to be them because I feel like this is not a hot take to say like both goat laners because we've been talking about the Moscow and I kind of feel like Sigibum is one
O'yin
of those
avtoataker chunki shuning uchun bo'lmaydi. Soloranga imbalik. Yomon emas Freya.
a lot of farm as well as
Alucard tema solo rangda ishlaydi, bu yoqda
I
ishlamaydi.
feel like I don't think the Moscow will be banned, but you always have to keep this in the back of your mind that it's gonna come out. So make sure that you have a proper counter for it.
Lapu lekin normalniy o'ynadi. Lapu o'ynadi, prям qichu.
Even here, right? Like
Moskva o'ynadi. No, Roza ko'p bo'lib qoldi.
did not die on the Moscow. And he's been doing a lot of work
Bilmam.
for his team, and there are so many good SODs. Some crucial ones too, not landing though, but you get how Aurora definitely were just trying to play around him once again, because I feel like they clearly understood that it was hard for the Gushon to work in this game. Like, I feel like they realized that early on when they just couldn't make anything out
Playoff
of it. It feels like they relied too much on the setups that could come in for Apex 47 rather than being an assassin who can do something on his own and look for targets on his own. And that didn't work multiple times because Team Flash had answers towards Apex 47. They found ways to deal with Apex 47. So clearly a disconnect for Aurora Gaming in terms of what they wanted to do for this game.
I mean, personally for me, we always have to look at the bright side.
Qancha joyda go'sht kassani berayotgan u kirolmaydi. Bo'ladi. Alam. Bechara.
Always look at the bright side. At least for her, it's just gonna be easy to collect all
Da.
the kills. Actually, the hard
Baksini ham berib qo'yishdi. Baksini ham Kaleyani ham berib qo'yishdi bitta komandaga.
Interview right now. I thought
Kimi ham berishganda, невозможно как будто bunaqa pikka qarshi o'ynash.
No, she's not there.
Just you know, when I shout her, you know, Turtle, you're doing a good job. Be proud of yourself.
Oh yeah, I don't know what.
Hamma narsani beradi, turtlar.
Is it
Nechta o'yin qoldi? Ha, bitta o'yin bo'ladi. Shu bilan bo'ldi, yeb pura tashlash bo'ladi.
Oh, the bright side.
Okay.
Eterna has a lot of questions she can ask.
Shu bilan pura tashlanadi.
Clearly 37 they found
Leys
ways to
xato.
deal
Da.
with 40.
Leys xato. Mana buni qaranglar. Bermagan narsasi qolmadi. Baksi eng kuchli leysnikilardan bu ham S+ tir, bu ham S+ tir, bu ham S tir, bu ham S tir.
37 so
Ibyoda bilaysiz. No, A tir. Kenzi gusta вообще хуё. C, B, D, F, G. Abakala mana ikki nimadirlar, короче, alfavitda oxiri. Keyin Roza, no Roza S tir, okey. Prometheus ikkita dona meta giroy, bitta, no mayli, 3 ta meta giroy deylik, lapi bilan. Bu yerda 5 ta hech super meta giroylar qarshi.
There's more reward for Flash if they go for the same exact draft.
Wait. Oh, yeah. The second game one, right?
First game.
Okay. Okay.
Rozaga Selena veringlar. Berishmaydi,
Obvious. So they want dashes around. So they're looking to maybe first pick the lands.
Benzi ancha qo'yib qo'yibsa.
I prefer that over another Gushun game. So.
Bundan oldin olishuvdi 3 ta.
Yeah, forget the
Lekin
Gushun.
bilan.
I like that this game has made it so that Brigida is more forward.
Yeah, see, like
she's not so.
Buni tashlash aniq bugun bo'ladimi? Da.
No, I'm surprised.
Hoji foiz dotdim hozir bir. No, o'z sistemasini tushundik qanaqaligini.
It has made you positive and it has made Brigida negative.
That's how impactful this game was.
Hey, people change. Hey, Brigida, time for you to be the bad guy.
Okay. Well, Lancelot gets banned out. The Fanny left open, and I think for Flash, yes, it makes sense, especially considering the way that they've been playing the game.
Aurora bu safar o'zi biroz olib qo'yishdi Kalea.
Let go of the Kalea.
Lekin Lance Baxi banda, Van Arlot Fovich. Bitta o'ng taraf hozir Glue'ga chiqishadimi? Birinchi o'yinmi, 3-o'yin. Oxirgi o'yin mana. Selena oladi-ku. Da, lekin Selena olsa kerak, ban qilishmadi. Rozaga alam qiladi, Selena olmasdan chiqib ketsa oxirgi o'yinda. Hozir yutqizgan komandada. Hop, uje borini talashishyapti.
Oh, they take away the Moskov. That's good.
Denied for Sigibum. No 3-game Moskov for him.
Nerf.
But
No, bama eng kuchli ataka hozir bor.
Looking at their pattern, like Lafel said, I think
Polni
Selena
banda
makes
bor
a lot of sense right now. But then what do you?
Bama olgan komanda yutyapti, Bamanni.
Would you still be
Berib qo'ygan komanda azoblanyapti. Yo'q, ko'ramiz deysalam.
I honestly
Hozir ko'ramiz.
something like a Hayabusa because you need
Bu tashash, pasani quvvat baba. To'rtta kuchli komanda, to'rtta trafik
comes in with
boshlaydi.
a Granger for
Aziz, Jerebovga ko'rganmisiz? Hech o'tda nikakana qilib bo'lmaydi. Tasodif qilib bo'lmaydi o'tda. To есть uyushtirib bo'lmaydi u narsani. Ko'z oldingizda qiladi hammasini.
It's one of their best heroes.
Yeah. Even like the first 3 picks now compared to the first 2 games make so much sense.
Selena chiqdi. Vanihoyat Roza.
Aurora, they get to save a
Xursand bo'linglar. Roza yana anaqalari. Endi giroy. Da. Hali yana berib ko'rish. Bu yerga endi Justinga chiqyapti, Moskovga. Ularning faqat giroy olishibdi. No, Selena faqat neftami?
Yeah. Redrin.
Okay.
So
No, da endi ko'raman.
I'm just worried. Like I feel like
Turnirda giroy pik qilish, blok qilish bor. Tepada turibdi Arlot, Van, Obvious banda. O'ng tarafda bo'lsa Lancelot, Lisinsin и Baxi banda. Roza qiz bolami yo'q. Ikkita komanda o'xshin chiqadi, qura tashlashga 8 ta. Yan komandalar tushishi mumkin vaqtimiz da, конечно, anaqa tushdi. Mana Liquid bilan 12 dan nezi tushdi, bir-biriga qarshi.
Again, it's a juice in. They don't have mid prio right now.
Yutdimi? Yutdi. Past setkadan chiqishdi, yutqizish o'rnini oldi. Oxirgi shansini yutish.
That's almost instant mid prio usually. And then you combo with anyone.
Qizdan keyin bor alohida.
Farsa comes in. It's actually
Botda bilmadim. Yo'q.
Wait, no, sorry.
Ano, amerikalik to'g'ri bo'ladi. Mana aldadi.
Now jungle, Fanny band. What else? Joy? With the
Frederick.
I think you want to go up against Joy. You already have so much displacement, right? So juice in. This is like a counter draft to Joy.
Lancelot ham bilan ham ololmaydi agar Lance.
Iffy about standing in front and trying to create space for
Lancelot hozir birinchi pikka ketadigan giroy. Eng kuchli lesnik u. Hamma o'yin oladi bu yerda. Tema yo'q.
And that's exactly what we're seeing from the Kalea and the Selena so far. They ban out the Uranus though.
Hamma o'yin oladi bu yerda.
I'm hoping Flash.
Dunyoda eng kuchli kamida hozir 10 ta komanda qoldi. 9 ta. Hozirgi vaqtda eng kuchli 9 ta komanda aniq hamma giroyda o'ynashadi.
Unless they do something crazy by Jushin Rome or something, I don't know.
Ooh, probably not.
Da 12 tilib
If it's damage on the EXP though.
Hech qaysi bir-biri bilan tushmaydi do'st. Ular o'zi tanlashadi siz shuni tushundingizmi temasini? O'ziga foq berishdi. 2-0 2-1 orasidan tanlab oladi. Kimga qarshi o'ynashini?
this can like be used.
Lancelot bo'lsa kerak. Lancelot bilan Lesynsnik eng kuchli Lesynsniklar и Baxi. Mana shu uchalasi. И Fred 4-chi tur примерно.
Let's see. Jungle and XP is what
Aniq edi Glue ketishi, chunki chap tarafda o'sha Ulex ban bo'lgan. Tapkenda Lapu olishsa kerak.
pretty solid actually against his composition.
Tak bitta Lapu ketadi, keyin
Up against his composition. The Lapu could
Ulexga xazalik nimalar.
right too.
Ayaba bor eslicho.
Go for the Gwyn and the CC. There you
Yo'q,
go.
qaytanga Lexga Gwyn olishdi one shotga o'xshab. И Chichi. No Chichi lekin imba kir. Chichi imba Gwynani xazalagan. One shot bo'lsa o'ynashsa bo'ladi.
Wait. Don't say it yet.
Yo'q, random emas.
Don't count your eggs before they hatch.
Shunday shu. Joyous rankmi? Yo'q. Joyous ketolmaydi.
Okay, listen.
Ati.
Listen. This is a stride, alright? This is a stride.
Okay.
Flash SG has seen this before. They've played this before. Wait 18 minutes.
Hey, look at it.
Oh my.
Estes, uzr sokkanim uchun no.
Force things out.
Nихуя себе, блядь, Estes.
Because the thing is, it not only
Короче, yana full Moskvada iftimas boshlanadi.
enough to
Plain
actually
surka.
win and then force fight. So it's gonna be much different.
Неужели Estes? Короче, g'alati narsalar bo'lib ketadi. Polufinalmi bu? Polufinal emas, play-inni oxirgi o'yinlar. Turnirga necha pul qo'yilgan? 3 million dollar.
To the knockout stage. Now I'm gonna give it over to Brigida and Mirko to cast the final game of the day.
Thank you so much, LaFell. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is the final
Menga yarashmasmi? Bu botda aksent o'ziga qanaqadir draft train qilishgan, через o'shanda o'ynashadi.
Team Flash with again another
Bo'lgani yaxshi, hamma giroy birinchi marta olinadi.
Estes finally making
Чего страшного?
into the land of Dawn and MSC 2025
Juda pestasa, aha. Epiklar o'yna boshlandi. Bundan oldin bilan guy solishdi, ichga borishdi. Nimadirlar qilib ko'rishyapti-da. Standartniy piklar turibdi bularga, shuncha standartniy pik. Lekin casual qilishyapti. Bu yerda Gwina one shotga o'xshab. Tak chapda bormi o'zi Patros? Kaleya bor ekan lekin. Kaleya bilan может нереальный ish qilishar. Kim biladi deysizlar. Kaleya Gwinada ishlatishsa bo'ladi. Disconnection control bo'ladi kimgadir. Shuning uchun o'ng tarafda 3 ta chain olingan. U glue samostoятельно switchda kurtizi hozir uzoq kirib ketgan. No, bu yerda Roza qo'yib yuboradi. Roza уже boshlayapti ishlarini. Kontrolga tushsa siz hal qilolmaydi-ku. Nimaga hal qilolmaydi agar achishini olgan bo'lsa?
Kurtizi already had to use his 1 minute into this game.
Purify is really good to have, but the thing is Aurora's composition. They also punish.
Yeah, it's hozir boshqacha qilib qo'ygan passifikasini. Faqat kill emas, gibridni zashda ham beradi. Usilinni birida, o'zida.
So the Purifies, in a way, can get popped in quick, and we see it here in the mid lane. Kurtizi already forced to use the Purify very early, and now is very vulnerable to Abyssal arrows. And yeah,
the master control yo'q.
yes, this is how Apex
Hatto
likes
slabby
to
hero
go
solution.
for the Kaleets. Put yourself together and a Jody. So extra move speed on the right side, though. Team Flash.
Team Flash yutadi deysan. Qayerga tushadi? Menga ham shunaqa tuyuladi. Es normalniy kiradi mana shu qarab turinglar. Endi Roza bang'irlatib olmasa xos Selenada. Bitta risk chat tarafda bu katga Roza.
Provide the sustain that his team needs.
Voy! Es bu tachini chiqib, kishini ultasi malga ketdi, lekin Fredga silishni ko'proq kiryapti. Keyin qochib oladimi? Qochadi. U prosta knopkalar rasmiy qilishda birinchi cherepaqani hozir po faktu endi Aurora olib ketadi. Chichi hali ham dush chiqyapti, Fredni o'ldirib yubordim. Ha, bo'ldi. Taza. Hozir cherep ketadi, sinisi chiqishadi. Bo'ldi, ketishyapti. Maytam bermadi, sinini olishmoqchi. Late'da qattiqni Late'ga borishmasa kerak. No, любой narsa bo'lishi mumkin. Может, comeback, может, нет. Apex split ketdi. Glush ovottudi, no. Fred endi chiqib qochdi. Hozir Fred lekin Nitokus kiyapti-da. Fred hozir oqizib olishadi bu yerda. Или нет? Voy, Fred yaxshi ulta berib qoldi, ulgurdi. Okey. Shot qo'rshamadi, Roza o'ynamadi. Ko'z etmadi Rozani, tashab ketdi o'shanga.
From Aurora, Tsunami Slam, and TNT was like, okay, I'm gonna spatial migration here, so bring him here, but he didn't. He actually spatial migration to the other side, and then they were kind of scattered. But still, I think the ambush around the tri-bush here was just...
Четверка ochib oldi o'zi.
what was the goal there? It's weird for Team Flash, and that has costed them a 1,500 gold deficit.
It's up to kill,
Aurora's
kill.
hands.
I mean, if you think of it,
Boy ketdi Apex, Felix lekin yaxshi bo'l.
tanking the front line.
Chibanglar to'radi.
So maybe it's Hades that
Dumish, achishene bor lekin, chiqib olali. No Fred itar bormasa agar. Like bitta glue-da, bu tanu Baxi bilan anaqancha emas bo'lmaydi.
CC lock someone for a minute maybe with all the CC they have. But where's the damage going to come through? Lunar gets
Montaratda lekin uron kam.
Okay, Tianzi tries to catch up. Will provide
Ikki oladimmi yo'q. Avratda glue-ni o'ldirib yuborishdi qaytan Gvina ham o'tib berdi. Norm. Kaley olib chiqyapti, Gvina bitta sразу o'ldirib berib turaveradi. Desa, yo'q, desa 30-da o'ynaydi, bro. Уже play-offga chiqib olgan u. Kim Farah? Kim Flash?
Okay, they're just going to cut to give
Отстают. Пока что. Ichi bang'illatadi bu ketishda lekin. Началоda kill topdi, dальше домировать qilishyapti. Hozir yana siniga chiqmoqchi bular. Gvinani ultasi yo'q-u, buni babi chiqsa bo'ladi, smela chiqsa bo'ladi. Fred portatorada Rozani o'zi ham. Normal neuron chiqib qo'yadi.
Or he got to use his retribution. I wonder if Team Flash would like to capitalize on
that.
Still way behind. It seems like the plan is to trade top lane. Looking for Siggy Boom. Retribution committed. Energy Eruption will not necessarily make it, but they have enough damage to deal with him. But that's 3-man knockup once again.
Fred Kaley bu top ko'rmoqchi bo'ldi, no babi chiqib oldi. Roza yana Fred deb qizyapti. Roza garaj zerkanadek qizaveradi. Esdan yaxshi ulta bo'ldi. Voy, nerealni kill etib уже. Talabdan. No Fredga foydasi bo'lmadi. Babi shot skorishdi. Hozir endi qochish olmaydimi? Yo'q, qocha olmaydi. Yo'q, bitta qocha olmaydi. Es to'ladi. Da oldi. Keleni ham bo'lib qo'ydi. Roza bang'illatyapti-yu, ko'rgan joyida distant eyapti. Hamma yoqda vizhani bor. Savdo kanaliz bormi yo bilmayman. Yo'q, aks savdo qilmaydi. Любой olgan akkauntlarni birinchi haqiqiy egasi qaytarib ola oladi. Shuni hisobga olib akkaunt olib olsanglar. Mana shuning uchun akkaunt sotmayman. Bu Munton tarafdan ham taqiqlangan narsa.
Able to take away this tier 1 up top as well, but then they switch their attention to
taking
down Hades. They have enough damage.
Vina просто ko'taradi, Chichimam o'ynaveradi. Sam minus, короче, epic game bo'ldi. To'g'ri qilishdi. Flash bilan xayrlashamiz. Standartni pick qildi chap tarafda, ну, почти стандартный. И shot. Он tarafda bo'lsa hozir через chiqib ko'rishdi, bitta Freddan chiqadi. O'ylashdi sначала, но оказывается нет. Qanday desa bo'ladi akkaunt. U o'rgata olmayman. Hech поддержкадан tortsa bo'ladi. Dannilarni bilsangiz. Qaytara oladimi akkaunt chiqarib olsa bo'lmaydi. Yo'q, hech qanaqasi chiqara olmaysiz. Xolos men Morgan akkauntimni любой bilan spor o'ynashim mumkin. Beraman, Gmailga ham o'tkazib beraman. Ertasi kuni o'zim qaytarib olaman. Men akkauntimni sotmayman, просто пример qilib aytaman. O'zim ochgan akkauntim, hamma cheklarim bor, hamma narsam bor, bemalol qaytarib ola oladi. Jala o'rgating, qaytarib olish, yo'q, o'rgatmayman.
So they get to work on the other sides of the map all the while these are happening.
Muntonda ham tam publicda ham adashmasam shunaqa bo'lishi. Chunki shu paytgacha nechta 10 ta o'yinni addish o'ynagan bo'lsam, 10 tasida ham shunaqa bo'lgan. Publicda bilmayman lekin qanaqa qiladi. Publicda o'ynamaganman men. Minus Fredrin navbatda TNZ oldi lekin. Cherpaqani Kaley olib ketyapti. Es tushadi. Qachini chiqdi o'sha bo'ldi, qo'yib yuborishadi. Bugun Team Flash kuni emas ekan. Bu Team Flash kuni turnir kelgandan beri ularning kuni bo'lmayapti. Nimadir Nito narsa o'ylab topmoqchi bo'lib qardan bang'illab ketishyapti. Xuddi o'tgan katkada Aurora bang'illab ketgandek. Team Flash boshida eslaylar, Goldga Lemort oldi. Nimadir meta yaratmoqchi bo'lishyapti. Mana shu narsani tushunyapman. No o'xshamayapti unga.
Taking a look at the replay again.
Nima deganingiz u qaysi rang?
Tanking up front and the rest of the team doing damage, but unfortunately there's just no damage without Vanix. This is a full utility composition for Team Flash.
Somehow
I'm surprised they even got a kill.
Yeah, somehow I wonder how they got the kill on TNZ because like the team fight
rangi deyaptilar. Turklar Aurora Gaming chat taraf.
Right now. It's such a hard position for JPL, but wait, they find another violent root cram onto him, just as I mentioned his name.
Voy, Selena tushirgan edi aytishing asana. Rozaga bekor Selena berishdi.
when needed. It's always
Bitti
forced
buraya.
out of him.
And when you need him savdolarni taqiqlashgan o'zi no qonun ham mumkin emas o'zi. Bo'y o'yinni mumkin emas uni. Publicga men bilmayman-ku. Uni publicga assotsiatsiyasi qanaqa qaraydi, qolib ketadi kale. Qanaqa qaraydi? No. Men o'ynagan 99% o'yinimni mumkin emas o'yinni aks savdo qilish. Stand-up o'ynaganmisiz? Yo'q. Rahmat Anas uchun. Поддержка publicda mumkin. Da, через поддержка qaytarsa bo'ladi-da. Warface o'ynaganman. 2 millionlik akkaunt qarashga yo'q ketgan, qaytarilgan. Hojini misol uchun akkauntini ham Dragon Best bitta akkaunt bo'lardi, 2 million atrofida. No, vastan aytib qo'yishing. Короче, texpadержка bilan gaplashsanglar, akkaunt sizlarnikiligini keltirib bersanglar, to есть akkaunt qachon ochgansizlar, qaysi telefondan ochilgan, nechinchi yil ochilgan, qaysi kun ochilgan, qaysi Gmailga birinchi ulangan, keyin nima bo'lgan, tipi mendan uxlatib olishdi deb turib, mana shunaqa yozib kerak bo'lsa sizga sotadi-da odam akkauntni. Sotadi, Gmaillarni o'tkazib beradi, keyin aytadi. Men telefonimni yo'qotib qo'ydim, mana shunaqa bo'ldi, akkauntimni yo'qotib qo'ydim. Mana men mana shu dadnilarni bilaman deydi-da, yozadi. Bo'ldi shun bilan. U odamga keyin bunta o'ylaydi, o'zining akkaunti ekan, keltirib beryapti-yu, tipi sotgani bilan hech kimning ishi yo'q. Akkaunt ochgan har doim o'zining egasi bo'lib qoladi. Nima qilsanglar ham umuman qiziqmas. Umuman qiziqmas. Endi bunta kirsanglar o'zi yozib ham qo'ydi. Politika konfidensialist. Endi bizda hech kim o'qimaydi-yu narsalarni. O'yin kirganingizda yozib ham qo'ygan bo'ladi. Akkaunt savdo mumkin emas o'yinda. Umuman mumkin. O'rin yo'qlashda bitta Moskva bor edi hozir. Qachon uyg'onadi? Uyg'onguncha o'yin tugaydi. Birinchi donat shart emas. Birinchi donat shart emas. Birinchi donat umuman shart emas.
Chain CCs are just able to find a way to deal with these front
lines. Keyin qaytarib olish. Men bilasizmi agar shunaqa qilsam, bir kunda iPhone olaman. Akkauntim bilan. Boy check bo'ladi, birinchidan cheki bo'lish shart emas. Uni конечно chopilgandan keyingi chek bo'lmaydi. To есть sizlar akkauntinglarni uxlatib turib, keyin unga donat qilib, keyin u chek bilan ishlamaydi, naqdaymi?
None are left for Team Flash.
Chopilishdan oldingiz.
Magic Sentry already used by Curtizi. At least they get to hold on their base turrets for now. But this has been a
qildiramaganda flash bo'lib ketadi sizdami? Chopilgandan qaytaraman. Flash bo'lib ketadi. Da, siz ham o'yingizdan bilmaysiz, dannilaringiz. Gaplashuvdik-ku siz bilan.
This isn't the situation where they have to play from behind.
Keyin qayta o'sash. Pulni olib, keyin qayta o'sash. Nima qiladi? Fakt shunaqa qiladi ko'pchilik. Sizlarga tegmaydi, yarim yil yurasizlar, 1 yil yurasizlar, akkaunt kach qilasizlar, unga dalshi donat qilasizlar, tam rangini ko'tarasizlar, boshqa qilasizlar. U odam mobilni tipa tashadi deylik, qanchadir vaqt mobil o'ynamadi o'zi. Prosta akkauntni sotib ketdi. Mobilga qaytyapti, bu yerda keyin akkauntini prosta qaytaryapti, уже ancha kuchayib qolgan akkaunt ham. No, plus akkaunt AFK bo'lib qolmadi shuncha vaqt degan narsa. Abiyoda qanaqadir loh prosta sigir boqib bergan akkaunt shuncha vaqt.
That means he was at one point of the game the poorest one, which is definitely concerning. So yeah.
Bro, no masan aytoma, oddiy ssenariy, bazayu. Bu narsa hamma biladi. To'g'ri o'yin o'ynagan odam bu narsani tushunadi. O'yinlarda mumkin emas akkaunt savdosi hozir. Monitorim to'g'riladi. Chot qizib ketdi bola. Bitta monitorim o'chib qoldi. Akamoqchi edim, men davom etmaylar, o'zingizlar kach qilinglar. No, bizning serverda hali bu narsaga ko'pchilik aql etmaydi-yu, aql etganlar yuribdi-da. Akkaunt hech qaysi o'yinda sotib olish kerak emas. Hech qaysi o'yin. No, Clash tavsiyalar bo'ladi. Nimaga? Chunki Clash akkaunt sotgan odam uni kerak emas aslida. Clash o'yinning qadri yo'q. Akkaunt o'zi 100 ming turadi. Короче, normal narsa bo'lsa, o'yin populyarni bo'lsa, baribir akkauntlarni itarib ketishadi, o'zinglar ochmagan, o'zinglar qilmagan bo'lsa. Men 5-6 marta sotib olganman. No, sana o'zing ham eslagin, akkaunting berib bitta kirib chiqib deb uxlatib o'rgan. Gmail qilib. Keyin sen qaytarib olgansan cheklaring va восстановление техподдержкаdan. Xuddi o'sha narsa. Kaleyadan yaxshi ulta bo'ldi. Fredringni просто под Gvina Chichi bilan shot tutib qo'yishyapti. Nerealniy urun bilmayman. Fredring menimcha o'zini umuman tank deb his qilmayapti bu yerda. Akay olishgani yaxshi edi undan ko'ra.
trying to gain some information, but will
Voy, yo, Moskv unaqa o'qib emas bu. Unaqa o'qib qo'ya olmaydi, Clash Motorga. Real.
to get the win. That was close too. Okay.
Yeah.
Shuni kalay olib chiqyapti, Gvini ko'taryapti, Chichi tirillatib tashyapti. Bu bola 5 shans yashamaydi hech qanaqasi. Hech qanaqasiga yashamaydi Fredrik. Na late'da, na boshqada azob. Ana kungi va ankali esiladan xuddi o'shanaqa kombo bo'lyapti-da, faqat undan ham chiroyli ketyapti bu. Da, tanish bo'lsa, boshqa bo'lsa, uverim bo'lsanglar, ertaga misol uchun urushib qolsanglar, boshqa bo'lsa ham olib ketmasligi o'shanda qilsanglar bo'ladi. Bu hammani o'ziga bog'liq. Risk qilmoqchi bo'lsanglar, olinglar. Ertaga mana shunaqa temalarni bilmaydi, aqli yetmaydi, baribir top bera olmaydi desanglar, olinglar. U aqli yetadigan odam bo'lsa, baribir minusga kirasalar. Yana kallaga tortyapti, bu yoqdan Gvina sakratyapti, i minus. No turklarni kallashyapti, yangi meta chiqarish kerak uchun. Boshqa gap yo'q. Любой tank shot tutib yuboradi. Любой ichida Angelas bo'lsa ham shot tutib yuboradi. Lekin Rozani yaxshi bu shot tutib yubordi. Moskov antifiz bosda, Chena bilan hozir qaytib ketyapti. Norum. No, ba Fredrin yashamayapti o'sha. Tankovga atgan, просто farm yo'q. Atak Moskva yaxshi kirdi. Plus minus ravning farm bo'lganda, 12000 peri farm bo'lmaganda, bu narsa qilishi mumkin edi. Moskva Chenasi hozir bitta prosta qoladi. Grangerdan triple kill. IGG Aurora Gaming playoffga chiqyapti. Team Flash bilan xayrlashamiz. Jeribovga o'tili bu katkaga becharalar. Bu Fredga realniy rahim kelib ketdi. Просто kalay tortdi bola. Hech qanaqa shansi yo'qda yashashga. Haqiqatan. Setkani ko'rsing, setka tugadi-ku, bro, o'sha aniq. Setka tugadi-yu. One shot meta qildi Gvinani real. One shot chu bilan oldi. Kalay bandaydi ular qarshi. Yana o'yin bo'ladimi? Yo'q, o'yin bo'lmaydi. Endi Jeribovga bo'ladi. Qura tashlash bo'ladi. Hozir Flashda 13 Hozir final, finalga hali bor. Finalga hali bir hafta bor. Play in tugadi prosta. Setga tugadi. Endi boshidan setga qilishadi hozir. Qolgan 8 ta komanda bilan. Yo'q. Kalay Gvina Chichi ham обязательно. Chichi maket. Tokin Granger mana tez portlatib bera olmasdi. Jaypersiz boshqasiz. Hali slotlari yo'q edi. Chichi nachaladan mana shunaqa o'rin bera oladi. Bitta targetga.
Eterna here, and we are now with Rosa. Rosa, you've sent shockwaves around the world, especially in the professional MLBB community, considering that you were able to knock down one of the favorites here at MSC, Onyx PH. Now, the thing is, after that,
Onyx PH. Faqat hammani o'zida Onyx PH
yutishgan. So, what happened there? What do you think RRQ figured out that Onyx PH couldn't?
Herkes sizi
Aurora yutdimi? Da Aurora yutdi. No, free cardga bo'ldi. Bayağı o'zligidan ketib qoldi shu-da, endi oddiy draft bilan yutib qo'yishdi.
Neyi öğrendi de sizi yenmeyi başardılar?
Başım Roza. O Roza deb yozishayotgan anaqa.
Selena anlatmaktı ve buna göre bir draft
hazırladık bola
aslında ve bunu başardık ama ikinci
Короче, bu bola gay o'shan prikol qilib yozishayotdi. Roza kesh.
İkinci maçta yaşadığımız o gerilikten dolayı istediğimiz oyunu sergileyemedik. Kısacası kötü bir oyun geçirdik. Bu da bizi bayağı etkiledi ama hala onları yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum.
So on our first match, our plan was to ban Selena during the draft, and we managed to do that.
Opam qanaman, chatda turibsiz opis. Mana opam.
And this was a setback for us, but now
we
can win against them.
Bana Selena opelacha. Gulday bola ekan. Haqiqatan. Nikam Roza o'zi.
Selena'yı siz mi banladınız ya da banlamak istediniz?
Yani rakibin banlamasını istedik. Kendimiz ekstra bir boşluk, bir hero bırakmak istedik yani.
They wanted the enemy team to they wanted to have them ban Selena so they can have like a
o'yin yaxshi bo'ldi. Best of 3 berish qachab. Hamma nolga yopilyapti. Ikkinchi o'yin o'ynamaydi. E'tiborli deyish kerak edi borni. Qaysi komanda yutdi? Общий 8 ta komanda chiqdi. Bular
Selena
Evet,
iyi
tamam.
oynayabiliyor. Buna bir
Team
cevabın var
Spirit,
mı?
Team Liquid,
Pek bir şey
işte
söylemeye
Onyx,
gerek yok aslında.
RRQ,
Onlarla tekrar
Aurora
karşılaştığım zaman
Gaming,
yeterince
Myanmar
olabileceğini
rekomendası,
düşünüyorum.
Mifix Yılmaz Amerika rekomendası notı.
Oynadığım çok fazla hero var. Hero pool'un da çok
Myanmar
geniş olduğunu
rekomendası,
düşünüyorum. Sadece
KN,
bitirmeye göre yorum
SRG.
yapması sadece komik
Taksi
bence.
rekomendı.
So they will get this answer
Bu
when we
hamma
play against them
favoritla qoldi.
again.
Bitta hemen o
They will see that I have
Levi
a
odamla
very good
qolmadi.
hero pool, and it's funny that they just like limit me to one hero like this.
Oh, okay. I mean, Rosa was very famous for all the high ground heroes, so it does make sense where Rosa is coming from right now. So how were you able
Music
to
skill.
bounce back from that
Okulada
loss
mı?
against RRQ
Müzik
to
bu mu ya?
perform this well today?
Evet, ama
Peki
kapti
RRQ'ya
Q'nor.
karşı aldığınız loss'tan sonra bugün kendinizi nasıl toparladınız? Nasıl bu win almayı başardınız?
Yani şöyle RRQ'nun lozunu gerçekten aslında beklemiyorduk. Yani bizim için bir şaşırtıcı bir durum oldu. Bugün ise hep birlikte toplandık ve dünü
Arki tercihime
tamamladık.
haberi.
Bir günde yepyeni bir şekilde
Yaz
oyuna
Prince
girerek
chatken nima dot.
oynamaya çalıştık ve bunu başardık. Açıkçası mutluyum. Bugün de aslında tam olarak istediğimiz şeyi gerçekleştiremedik ama elinde sonunda yendik yani.
To be honest, we weren't
Saçlı
expecting
Kemal'de
to
de
lose against RRQ.
Team Liquid.
But today, this morning, we just got together.
İyi
We
işte
said this is a
12.
new day, this is a new match, and we are gonna win this match. And this is how it went. It wasn't exactly how we expected it to go, but we still came out on top.
I really like that. I really like that. Is there anything that they feel that was an obstacle? Did you ever feel like there was a challenge?
Salom, nima o'tkazvordim. Oxirgi kun tugadi. Hozir endi qur'a tashlash boshlanadi.
Peki yine bu maçta
Nima
olabilir,
dotda?
RRQ'ya karşı olabilir.
Ben faul
Herhangi
şu anda-
bir engelle
ben faul.
karşılaştığınızı hissettiniz mi ve şimdi knockout roundlarına giderken de bunu düzeltmek için hani bir
Kamandan.
taktiğiniz, stratejiniz var mı?
Yani aslında skrimlere göre baktığımız zaman
Selena'nı
istediğimiz
attığı
şeyleri tam
kıllık
olarak
da
hala burada
attı.
yapamıyoruz. Mesela bir önceki maçta
No
çalıştığımız
ishladi
gibi bir
Selena
draft
tek
aslında
ekan.
ama
İyi
o draft'ı
Selena
göre
Narmani
tam
realizatam
şekilde
qoldi
oynayamıyoruz. Yani
dek.
buraya geldiğinde bir tık
Bunga yarashdi.
yorgun olduğu için istediğimiz şekilde oynayamıyoruz ama bunu bu kalan
12 qarshi Selena
yarışlarda
itargandan keyin polibon ban qilish
daha iyi
kerak.
şekilde oynamayı planlıyoruz.
So during the scrims, we have really good drafts and a really good strategy, but sometimes when you're on stage, you get a little bit
Sen gen kamerası
nervous,
çıktın, bittasi chiqdi, bittasi
but
chiqib
we
ketdi.
know that we can fix these
Virtus
small
Pro
mistakes
yutqizdi
and,
12
get them
Indoneziyaga.
restarted.
Okay, amazing. I mean, I've been
Team
hearing
Spirit bo'lsa
similar
hammani
things that you
yutqizdi
guys are
hozircha
very good at
playoffga.
scrim, so we're excited to see your performance in the
RRQ'ni
knockouts.
yutolardik
Now,
deyapti, ikkinchi
coming
katga
into the
o'yin
knockouts, do
chiqmabdi.
you have a feeling which team would want to face you?
Qiziq bo'ladi lekin.
Eminim ve scrimlerde de
No
çok
hozir
fazla
12 page yutqizib qo'yganiga men turklarni ulardan baland qo'ya olmayman. Ishonaman toshda 12 page yaxshiroq o'ynashadi.
karşı karşıya gelmek isteyeceksiniz.
Turklardan baba top 5'ga
Yani bunu tam olarak
kutmayman
kestiremiyorum
hozircha.
ama yani benim oynamak istediğim takım kesinlikle RRQ şu anda. Sadece bunu söyleyebilirim.
Keldi gapiryapti, yomon deyaptimi? O'ynashayotgan Honor'ni.
I definitely want the rematch against RRQ.
Okay, Rosa wants a rematch with RRQ, and
Peki.
we'll see very soon if we're going to get
Elimizde
that as one of our
oynamıyoruz
first
zaten.
matches heading to the knockout. So once again, thank you so much, Rosa. Thank you so much for that translation. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters to break that down.
Telefonda ishga arzimaydi-yu. Telefon yuklanib yuta olayım keyin ko'ramiz. Hamma narsa bo'lishi mumkin. Aurorani ham hech kim o'ylamagan edi u. 12 yuta oladi deb. Top 3ga kirarmikan? Men o'ylayman 3ga kiradi. Hozirgi obro'si bo'yicha, shu paytga chiqgan ishlari bo'yicha yo'q. Atak kirish kerak.
This Selena is not good because of Rose.
RRQ'ni qiynayman deyapti-yu.
Because of TNZ.
Bon.
Because
Bir
when I look back into the game, minute 1, the moment the buff spawned, they immediately destroyed the buff, immediately gets level 2, and then the Fredin just started the buff. So now I'm starting to see it's mostly just about the jungle pathing, giving the opportunity for TNZ. And
Rosa top ishlari ikrom edi.
like the Guinevere, something that can go in, and in case something bad happens, you can go out so you don't get punished. So it really is about creating that tempo in the early game. So I kind of feel
RRQ'da Jajdan bor deyapti. Jajda mahallangizda bo'ladi. RRQ bilan Raj Скорее всего, hozir Team Liquid o'ziga protivnik tanlasa, keyin RRQ balki Aurorani tanlashadi. Da Roza yetolmaydi, hali super friends. Agar chempionatda top 3 bo'lsa, demak top 3 bo'lib chiqadi. Boyga shashtidan zo'r o'yin bo'ldi, real. Yaxshi o'yin bo'ldi lekin. Birinchi, ikkinchi katga menga yoqdi. Birinchi, ikkinchi katga o'tib realni yoqdi. Endi 3 prosta rejim bo'yi bo'ldi, itarib tashlashdi. Roza MVP, anaqa MVP. Grenke, Roza'da bo'lanman. Adashib ketdim, sorry. Iggy Boom'mi? Qanaqa qiladi? Yaxshizlar lekin. Qancha priz bor? Birinchi o'rin $1 million, ikkinchi o'rin $500 ming, uchinchi o'rin $300 ming, keyin qolganligi bo'lib tashagan. Короче, общий priz o'zi uchun oldidagi qiz zerikkandan qo'llatmayotgan bo'lsa. Da. Tilimga o'tirib qolmasa bo'ldi ishqilib. Tinchlik xotirjamlik bo'lsin. Assalomu alaykum. Kimlar chiqib ketdi? Bunaqa Virtus Pro chiqib ketdi muhimlardan. 8 ta komanda qoldi. 2 ta 12 qoldi, RRQ qoldi. Chidi Bonpon. 2 ta 12 qoldi, Team Spirit qoldi. RRQ qoldi, Team Liquid qoldi. Aurora qoldi. Chiqdi to есть play-offga. Aurora qoldi, keyin Mythic Seal qoldi. Короче, Myanmar qoldi. SRG 8 ta komanda. Короче, CFU chiqib ketdi. Match yutqizgan hammasi chiqib ketdi, короче. 4 ta komanda. Kabuti Shiki Boom yaxshi. Nimalar deyapsizlar, ey? 12 ID favorit bo'lgani shu. 12 ID emas, menimcha hozir birinchi favorit Team Liquid bo'lib qoldi уже. Balaroq qil, ovozini sinma, okey. Tipo tushunasan-da.
We're not even done because after this we're just going to take some time to set things up because we're immediately going to be doing the draw where the 2-0 teams is going to decide today and it's all going down live.
How many minutes do they have just to think about it?
Well,
I think they did think about it for some time.
Yeah, the 2-0 teams have had like a day, literally.
Quratash hozir bo'ladimi? To'shdan hoji. Dezinfo bermading menga, men shuncha odam ushlab turibman. Bundan keyin bo'ladimi? Chiqadimi-da. 3 kundan keyin boshlanadi. Endi yutqizgan polni chiqib turibdi. Hech qanaqa pastki setga, hech qanaqa tam draft komandalar alishib, bunaqa temirlar bo'lmaydi.
We'll be showing Kadia play of the day, but don't go anywhere because after this it will be See you guys then.
Hozir bo'larkan, ura. Liquid chempion bo'lishi ehtimoli bor demay. Ehtimolida eng baland turgani Team Liquid. Keyin 12 page, keyin 12 indotsa bo'ladi. O'zini yaxshi hal ko'rsatib ham bo'lib yutgan bo'lsa mana qayga qarshi yutdi. Bo'ldi. Yaxshi unda. Hozir bo'lsa. Bu yomon triq olib ketdi, Baxiya, jinni bor. Odamni ishini qilmadi boya lekin. Oxirgi techkiga kelayotganda Rozu Ismail shunchaki yilib qoladi deb o'ylamadim. Team Spirit bo'lsa undan ko'ra 12 aydiga nima bor, chempion bo'ldi. Yetadi Indoneziya, Filippin yasanga olsan endi. Siz ko'planuvchi bo'lardi, Nagib bo'lganda Narmani uchardi. Nagib ancha kuchliroq o'lik ham qiladi. Opti ham necha yil. Bu 5 boladan hamma o'yin best of 5 bo'ladi endi bu. Yarim jon. Haqiqatan bor. Ya'ni 10% berib olish yo'q. Yo'q, ular olgan. 12 olgan. MSC'ni. Bu Mas'ud. Hozirgi oldim. Ya, kapıya tuvardı. Kapıya adam bo'ldi, yarım. Shularga bilan anaqasi ham bo'lganda, Ajjora. Ужас, то есть. O'sha momentni qo'ymasmikan? Men bu tirik olish qo'ymaydi deb bilan killarni qo'yadi bari. Severo savalabdi-yu, amanda Innocent ham yomon savaladi boya. Innocent azoblab tashladi anaqada. Ikonga ham itardi. Bugun kimlar o'ynaydi? Bugun hech kim o'ynamaydi. Bugun anaqa bo'ladi. Qura tashlash bo'ladi endi. Kimga kim u urushishini ko'ramiz. Hala Team Spirit bo'ldi. Viska Spirit deyiladi. Barsachilar, Realchilar Hala Spirit deysizlar. Nima deb o'ylaysiz? Taxminan drobka o'rtasida birovgarlar $100,000 olsa kerak, 500,000 agar organizatsiya ketsa kerak deb o'ylayman men. Bu atak qanaqa info berilmagan shu paytgacha eshitmaganman. Team Spirit streamlari so'rasiz ham gapirmaydi. Bular prokoz onlayn. Да, конечно. Так bitta full Hala. Viska Hala desa. Faqat oyli desam. Ya faqat oyli bo'lsa naqd harakat qilib bo'lagan. Aha. 12 aydini hozir tamomlayotgan bo'lardim bo'lsam top 2da. Agar shunchalik aytayotganimda. Dans Resistli counter yo'q. Bu meta bo'ladi. Qanaqadir counter pick, Mobile Legends'da counter pick degan tema kamdan kam bo'ladi. Baba o'yinni o'yinni hal qiladi. Ko'proq vaziyatda. Dota'da prime tartib tashlaydi counter picklar. No mobilda counter pick qarshi o'ynatib bo'ladi har doim. Почти har doim. Fanida ham misol uchun o'sha qufraga, o'sha kontrollarga qarshi o'ynatib bo'ladi. Netala PX deyishadi, IDC ham bormi? Da, IDC ham bor. O'tgan yili MD 2-o'rinni olishdi. Liquidlar Fabiallarda o'sha. Bilmagan eshitganmiz yo'qmi Fabiallar? Cho'risimiz. Ha, yo'q. Bolalar xayrlashar ekanmiz. Yarim soat ekan. Bu expani sotib ol. Qaysi? Ha, yo'q, sotib olishmayapti. O'zligi aniq qoldi. Chatga yozgandan hozir aytamiz, nechidasiz. Siz 21-o'rinda ekansiz, 225 HP. Просто ko'p yozyapti chatga. Yarim soatda, yarim soat ekan. Xulimiz, men Telegramda aytaman sizlarga. Общий kimlar tushganini. Hammaga rahmat, stream kirganingiz uchun. Like, подписка и так далее. Donatlar uchun alohida rahmat. 30 soat emas, 30 minut vaqtimizga. Buni ham kamapti lekin. Yarim soat. O'shada, kuttirib o'tiradi bu. Knockout draft. Короче, ketdik. Hammaga rahmat. Charchamanglar. Keyingi streamlargacha. O'chirdik. Spasiba.